Chapter 1. The cub is kicked away. Cuddle, wake up. A gentle coaxing echoed in the mind of Kue. Daddy. Kue slowly sat up, brushing off her clothes and wiping her little face, but she could not find her father's figure. Daddy. Cub, I am a system. You have been kicked into the beast world by your father. The system sighed, feeling a sense of camaraderie with this little cub, both having been unceremoniously cast into this strange world by negligent parents. System 004 had just emerged from the System Bureau as an intern, initially assigned to assist a treacherous female antagonist, but was instead thrust into the beast world and bound to a 2-year-old cub. This human cub had been playfully kicked into the sandpit by her mischievous post-00S father, thus traversing into this realm. System 004 received orders from the Bureau Chief to survive in this alternate world alongside the cub, aiming to save the dark-hearted and indifferent beastmen, so that it could graduate from the System Bureau. System? I want Daddy Kue long for her father. Kue, once you complete your mission, you can return to find Daddy. Mission? What kind of mission? Looking at the little cub, System 004 felt that its internship task was exceptionally daunting. After a lengthy communication session lasting half an hour, Kue finally understood her mission. Save the unhappy beasties, and then I can go home to find Daddy. Find Daddy, find Daddy. Find beasties, find beasties. Little Kue rummaged through the grass, tumbling and stumbling as she explored every nearby thicket. Not here, not here. No beasties. The cub felt disheartened. Exhausted, little Kue fell asleep amidst the grass. Observing the peacefully slumbering cub, the system felt speechless. How could such a small human cub survive in this beast world? The system sighed at the sky and silently released a protective barrier. When Kue awoke again, it was already evening. Tummy hungry, she patted her belly. Suddenly, a paw appeared on her tummy. So fluffy. Little Kue poked the white, furry paw. Cub, this is a white tiger. Indifference level, 100. Cub, this is one of your targets to save. Kue's little hand shifted from poking to gently grasping the white tiger's large paw. Tiger then, to everyone's astonishment, the little cub pressed her chubby little face against his paw. Ju-in had just emerged from his cave to hunt. He had not encountered any large beasts in the vicinity, as this was his territory. Just as he was about to venture deeper into the jungle for prey, he noticed rustling in the grass. Assuming it to be a small animal like a rabbit, he swiped a paw through the foliage, only to find his paw landing on the belly of a little cub. To his surprise, this cub dared to press her little face against his paw. Instinctively, Ju-in flicked his paw, sending the little cub soaring through the air. As expected of a solitary beast man, with an indifference level of 100, 004 released a skill that allowed Kue to float gently to the ground. Ju-in approached the spot where the cub landed. Gazing down at the little creature he had swatted away, yet remained unharmed. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. This little cub possessed a unique ability. Ju-in reached down to pick up the cub, who was sitting on the ground, expertly brushing off her clothes and wiping her little face. This is a tidy little Kue. Fleg akain. My poor cub. Her practiced, rising posture was heart-wrenching. Chapter 2. Sending the cub to the tribe. Ju-in scrutinized the little cub. She appeared to be a lost little one, and a female cub at that. Under normal circumstances, he would have simply turned away, but today he had encountered a female cub. In the Fonlon continent, females were exceedingly precious. One could only imagine the dangers this tiny creature would face alone in the forest. It would be best to return her to her tribe. Ju-in transformed in a human form and addressed little Kue. Little cub, which tribe are you from? I will take you back. Kue blinked in confusion at the sight of the great white tiger transforming into a man. Noticing the cub's dazed expression, Ju-in thought that she should be of the age to understand. Kue, tell him you have no tribe. I have no tribe. Although Kue did not understand what a tribe was, she complied obediently. Kue was quite curious about how the great white tiger had changed into a man and stared at him intently. Fluffy is gone. Ju-in concluded that this was a disabled cub, likely abandoned by her tribe. Therefore, he decided to take her to a nearby tribe, leaving the rest of the matter to fate. I will take you to a nearby tribe. Keep up, he said before striding off in a particular direction. Kuei, follow him, the system instructed. Little Kuei obediently trailed after Juin, resulting in a rather comical scene where she wobbled along, while Juin was already several dozen meters ahead. After a turn, Kuei lost sight of him entirely. Alas, as expected of a beast man with a 100 indifference level, he promised to take the cub to the tribe. Yet how could little Kuei, so tiny, possibly keep up with his pace? The system internally lamented. Meanwhile, Juin realized something was amiss. The little cub had fallen silent. Turning around, he indeed found no sign of her. With no other choice, he retraced his steps. After walking back a few paces, he spotted the little figure wobbling in the distance and quickly made his way towards her. As little Kuei walked, she suddenly found herself ensconced in shadow. She looked up, only to discover it was Juin. Her little face immediately broke into a broad smile. Fluffy, she wrapped her small arms around Juin's leg, pressing her entire self against him. Fluffy, walk faster. Kuei can't see you anymore. Juin would never admit that he had forgotten that this little fool was a cub who could not possibly keep pace with him. He was oblivious to the need to accommodate her. After all, this was his first interaction with a cub, as he had always been a solitary being. Therefore, he lifted the little cub clinging to his leg and continued on his way to the tribe. Fortunately, little Kuei had crossed over during early spring when the weather was still quite cold, so she was bundled in a thick cotton coat, preventing any discomfort from his grip. Otherwise, given the way this white tiger beast man was holding her, little Kuei would have certainly met an untimely end. Alas, the system was worried. Yet, our little Kuei, being carried along, did not cry or fuss. Instead, she cheerfully swung her little legs. Juin observed this and thought to himself that she was indeed a simpleton. With Juin's pace, it took less than half an hour to arrive at a tribea sheep tribe, perfectly suited for this little cub, as the sheep tribe was known for its gentleness and would likely take in such a frail little one. Juin set little Kuei down and said to her, "Go inside, you will live here from now on," before turning to leave. This beast man intended to casually abandon little Kuei in a tribe that simply would not do. System 004 immediately urged Kuei, "Cub, you cannot let him leave you here alone. You must follow him so that he can care for you. This is your chance to lower his indifference level and save him." Little Kuei did not yet comprehend what saving meant, but she did not wish to part from this fluffy creature. Although Juin currently took on the form of a beast man, her instinctual fondness for fluffiness made her realize she needed to stay close to him to play with the fluff. Juin was the first person she encountered upon arriving in the beast world, the first fluffy being. For a fluff enthusiast like Kuei, she could not possibly let go of this beloved toy. Thus, upon hearing the system mention that the fluffy creature might abandon her, little Kuei immediately wrapped her arms around Juin's leg. Don't go. Kuei's fluffy. Chapter 3. Bringing the little one home. As the grip on Juin's face was released, an involuntary shadow fell upon it. In stark contrast, Kuei's eyes sparkled with excitement, as though she were cradling a cherished plush toy. The little Kuei gazed up at the imposing orc Bufong with unwavering determination. Just like this, little Kuei, we shall cling to him and accompany him home. The system recognized that this was a formidable orc. Little Kuei, being new to this world, required the protection of a powerful guardian to ensure the safety of her young. "I am not yours. Let go." Juin's countenance darkened, his patience waning. He had no desire to engage in prolonged entanglement with this little creature. Delivering her to a safe tribe was already a considerable act of kindness on his part. Yet this little one appeared rather ungrateful. Little Kuei, disregarding Juin's words, shook her head vigorously, refusing to listen. She promptly clung to Juin's leg, resembling a small ornament. Observing her antics, Juin felt a mix of exasperation and bewilderment. He was uncertain of the creature's lineage, her form soft and pliable, yet her tenacity was remarkable. Resigned to his fate, he decided to carry this burdensome companion back to the cave. Having awakened his extraordinary abilities upon reaching adulthood and having vanquished all rivals within the tribe, Jian had chosen to live in solitude. Accustomed to a solitary existence, he found himself at a loss when faced with the sudden arrival of this youngling. Meanwhile, our little Kuei was utterly delighted to be heading home with her fluffy companion. Upon returning to the cave, Jian unceremoniously set the little cub down and commanded her to stand properly. Little Kuei obediently positioned herself before him, her demeanor transformed from that of a stubborn pest to a model of compliance. "What is it to do?" she asked in a sweet, soft voice, reminiscent of a charming little being. However, Jin, a stoic orc with 100 points of indifference, found this youngling to be more of a nuisance than an endearing presence. "I am Jian, and this is my dwelling. You will stay here temporarily. Do you have a name?" he inquired. The name Kuei elicited a thoughtful tilt of her head. After a moment, she chimed, "Kuei." Jian murmured, surprised that she remembered her name, assuming her to be an ignorant little creature. "Very well. Remain here while I go hunting." "What is hunting?" Kuei asked, her head cocked in confusion. "What do you eat?" Jian was unsure what this little female cub should consume. Female younglings required more delicate care than their male counterparts, or they might not survive to adulthood. Female cubs were fragile creatures, particularly the one before him. "Kuei, tell him you want milk?" The system interjected at an opportune moment. Jian stared blankly, realizing the challenge of raising this delicate little Kuei, who promptly declared, "I want to drink milk." Indeed, the 2-year-old Kuei, upon hearing the question about food, skillfully began to place her order, having only experienced rice and milk thus far. "Wow. Little Kuei, you even know about rice," the system remarked, expecting such a young child to consume only milk. Having just returned from the sheep tribe, Jian fell silent, recalling that the tribe was renowned for its sheep's milk. Other tribes that nurtured younglings often exchanged for it. Clearly, this little creature was suited to life in the sheep tribe, and Jian would have to make another trip there. How troublesome, he grumbled. "Stay here and do not wander off." With that, he left the cave in search of food, placing a large stone at the entrance to prevent the little cub from straying. At this moment, the system appeared to speak to Kuei. "Little Kuei, do you remember what Uncle System told you earlier? We must save the orc and complete the task to return home and find Daddy." "How do we save him?" Kuei asked, perplexed about how to rescue the orc. "Simply make those indifferent orcs feel warmth, thus reducing their indifference to below 10%, the system explained. Kuei nodded. Half comprehending, "Okay." The system, 004, observed Kuei's bewildered expression, feeling concerned about the little host's ability to fulfill the task. Meanwhile, Jian successfully hunted a bison and several rabbits, the latter being perfect for trading for sheep's milk. He arrived at the market of the sheep tribe, seeking a stable source of milk. By chance, he encountered the tribe's leader, with whom he had previously dealt when exchanging for salt. Orcs required salt after shape-shifting. "Jian, what brings you to our tribe today? Do you need salt?" The sheep tribe leader greeted him warmly. "I am here to exchange for some sheep's milk," Jian replied succinctly. "You have a youngling now?" The tribe leader exclaimed in surprise. "Yes," Jian replied curtly, unwilling to elaborate. "I seek a family that can provide a consistent exchange," Jian stated, thinking that the little creature, who walked unsteadily, would require milk for a long time. Although it was somewhat bothersome, he could manage, as long as she did not trouble him unnecessarily. After the exchange was completed, Jian hurried back to the cave, concerned for little Kuei, and knowing that she was still small and dependent on adults. By the time he returned, he moved the stone aside to find Kuei engrossed in fiddling with her fingers. Upon seeing Jian, she immediately dashed over, wrapping her arms around his leg, her fluffy face beaming with joy. Seeing the little cub so delighted, an inexplicable warmth surged within Jian, though he masked it with his usual icy demeanor. "You may call me Jian," he stated. Kuei, she exclaimed loudly, her voice brimming with joy. "Very well, let her be." She does not articulate clearly. Jian decided to let her call him as she pleased. He retrieved the sheep's milk he had exchanged from the sheep tribe and handed it to her. "Your milk," he said casually. "Wow," Kuei exclaimed, accepting it and drinking eagerly. The milk was contained in a bamboo tube, perfectly suited for her tiny hands. After finishing her milk, Little Kuei completely forgot about wanting food. Even though Jian had not prepared any for her, watching her eat with such gusto made him feel hungry as well, so he began roasting meat. In the Ur continent, it was customary to consume raw meat. However, several centuries prior, a female orc had discovered fire and invented roasted meat, which was now favored for its superior flavor. Once she had finished her milk, little Kuei caught a whiff of a familiar aroma wafting through the air, the scent of roasting meat. She approached Jian, her tiny nose twitching in delight, pointing at the cooking beef leg. Ah, you know about meat too. Perhaps you're not so foolish after all, Jian remarked, pulling her back a bit to prevent her from getting too close. Upon hearing that she would have to wait, little Kuei was not deterred and inched closer to Jian. Unable to resist her persistence, he finally allowed her to nestle in his embrace. The faint scent of milk lingering around her. Chapter 4. Interacting with the youngling indeed. She was still a weaning youngling, Jian mused, finding her soft and cuddly. Kuei snuggled contentedly against him, her little head rubbing against his chest. Remembering her initial intention of returning with the fluffy creature, she pointed at Jian, eager to stroke his fur. It was not the first time Jian had heard the little cub refer to him as Fluffy. Though his beast form was that of a white tiger, he was not a mere plaything for Kuei. His expression darkened once more at the thought. Fluffy, with one swipe of my paw. I could send you flying. I want Fluffy. Transform. Kuei insisted, recalling Jian's earlier transformation, believing he could revert to being Fluffy. Little one, you're rather clever, the system teased. Transform? I cannot, Jian retorted, gritting his teeth in frustration. Pinching Kuei's chubby cheeks. Despite the pleasant texture, he squeezed them a couple more times, to Jian's surprise. Little Kuei was not offended. She leaned into his touch, having grown accustomed to others fondling her face at home. Not transforming, she echoed, her tone laced with disappointment. That moment. The roasted beef leg was ready. Jian set Kuei down beside him and instructed, sit tight. The meat is ready. He placed the meat on a large leaf and began to tear it into portions, even preparing a smaller share for Kuei. Jian is quite attentive, the system remarked, pleased that it seemed Jian was beginning to accept little Kuei, having noticed a 5% decrease in his indifference score. Little Kuei is doing great. However, little Kuei was preoccupied with the delectable aroma of the roasted meat, eagerly awaiting her share. Go ahead, eat, Jian said, unable to deny her eagerness upon hearing that she could eat. Kuei picked up a small piece of meat, but instead of eating it herself, she offered it to Jian. Here, Jian. Taken aback, Jian noted the cub's understanding, yet he refrained from accepting the meat she offered. Gently patting her head, I will eat myself. Not eating, Kuei queried in confusion. Very well, I'll eat, she acquiesced. Then she stuffed the meat in her mouth, relishing every bite. I could see that moment. Xiao Kuai was so delighted by the delicious meat that she began to dance with joy, her eyes forming delightful crescent shapes. Afterward, the two of them devoured a massive beef leg, though it was primarily Jian who consumed the majority. Our little Kuai, small in stature yet with a hearty appetite, could only nibble at it slowly with her tiny teeth. Once satisfied, Kuai felt drowsy. The sky had darkened without them noticing. She yawned, her little head bobbing as if to succumb to sleep. Witnessing the little cub's drowsiness, Jian placed Xiao Kuai on a stone bed and covered her with a piece of beast skin, thinking that perhaps nurturing a cub wasn't such a bad endeavor. Jian observed the sleeping cub, noting her well-behaved nature. With the only bed now occupied by Kuai, he had no choice but to revert to his beast form and rest beside her. If Kuai were to see him now, she would surely come over to pet her beloved fuzzy companion. The next morning, Jian was awakened by a gentle probing. Something was exploring him. What could it be? His cave was usually tidy, so there should be no fleas. After a good night's sleep, he had evidently forgotten about the cub he had brought home. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the chubby little face of Xiao Kuai. Just as she was about to snuggle against his fluffy visage, she was caught in the act. Yet, Kuai remained blissfully unaware. Laughing with sheer joy. Meaning, you're awake, she exclaimed, leaping towards Jian's large face, patting his head and chin. then pressing her face against his teeth this moment. Juin also realized that this was the little cub he had brought back the previous day. He attempted to push her away with his paw, but the small creature clung to his raised paw, evoking a familiar sensation. Indeed, once Kwai Kwai held onto his furry paw, she immediately leaned in for affection. Fuzzy Kwai Kwai likes it, she chirped. At this point, Xiao Kwai Kwai nestled entirely into Ju Yin's embrace, creating a scene reminiscent of a large cat being adored. Ju Yin, waking up that morning, found himself being squished and flattened. Feeling utterly resigned, he decided to wait until Kwai Kwai had her fill of affection before transforming back into human form. There was no trace left of the aloof beast man he was supposed to be. He had undoubtedly turned into a doting father. The system promptly noted a 5% decrease in Ju Yin's aloofness value. "All right, let's take you out for breakfast," he said, transforming back into human form. Ju Yin dressed Xiao Kwai Kwai in her little cotton outfit, which she had taken off the previous day, likely due to the warmth of the fire. Kwai Kwai's clothing was quite different from the beast skin garments of the beast world, something Ju Yin noticed but thought little of, assuming it to be a feature of the large cities like Beast King City. The living conditions in such cities were far superior to those in small tribes. Cradling Xiao Kwai Kwai in his arms, he ventured outside. Having gained experience from the day before, Ju Yin realized that with the little cub's short legs, they might not reach breakfast before sunset. "Yin, hua hua," she chattered excitedly, sharing every observation with Ju Yin. It was morning, and nature was awakening. The sun was rising, and Xiao Kwai Kwai was brimming with curiosity about the world. She had 2 small flowers adorning her head, which Ju Yin had picked for her to play with. Ju Yin responded, thinking to himself that the little cub was rather noisy. Perhaps he should just leave her behind. Chapter 5. A day out together as they walked, they came across a small river, where Ju Yin took the opportunity to wash up with the little cub. He playfully pinched her tender cheeks, earning a cheerful smile from Xiao Kwai Kwai, who reached out with her chubby hands to touch Ju Yin. Though her short arms couldn't quite reach, the diminutive Ju Yin chuckled, and once they were refreshed, they continued on their way to exchange for some sheep's milk. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the sheep tribe. Upon seeing some young lambs that had yet to transform, Xiao Kwai Kwai became ecstatic. "Lambs!" she exclaimed, pointing excitedly and struggling to jump down. Ju Yin had no choice but to let her down. She simply couldn't resist the allure of fluffy creatures. This turned out to be advantageous. With so many sheep around, perhaps she would wish to stay there and not cling to him anymore. As soon as she touched the ground, Xiao Kwai Kwai dashed towards the frolicking lambs. "Lambs, let's play," she shouted. Observing the carefree joy of the little cub, Ju Yin felt an inexplicable emptiness in his heart, but he quickly suppressed that feeling. The little Kwai Kwai was already engrossed in petting the lambs, rubbing one here and scratching another there, utterly delighted. The lambs were equally fond of this little cub, though they had yet to transform. Had they done so, they could have played together with this adorable little female cub. If you weren't in beast form, Kwai Kwai wouldn't bother with you. The system mused. Ju Yin, noticing the endless antics of the young ones, felt his patience wearing thin. "Come back. Are you still going to drink milk?" Upon hearing Ju Yin's words, Kwai Kwai halted her playful antics, contemplating before deciding to drink her fill of milk before returning to play. She scampered back to Ju Yin, her intentions clear. "And why have you stopped playing?" Ju Yin teased. "Little one, I'll find a way to deal with you. You fickle little cub. Time for some milk." Kwai Kwai beamed, brimming with charm. Ju Yin scooped her up and headed to the place where they had exchanged sheep's milk the day before, collecting enough for a day. Since he had made arrangements with the beast man from yesterday and provided sufficient payment up front, he did not need to hunt for this exchange. After receiving the milk jug, Ju Yin carried Xiao Kwai Kwai away to as they neared the exit. Xiao Kwai Kwai realized they were headed back and expressed her desire to continue playing with the lambs. "I don't want to leave. I want to play with the lambs." "What's that? You want to stay here?" Ju Yin said, preparing to set her down. "Little cub, you can't play with the lambs anymore, or I'll have to leave you here," he warned, the system growing anxious. Kwai Kwai just wants to play with the fluffiness," she protested, feeling reluctant to part with the lambs. "Not staying? Then we're leaving," Ju Yin declared, lifting the cub and turning to walk away. Xiao Kwai Kwai looked back at the sheep tribe with a forlorn expression, waving her little hand I'll come back tomorrow. Come back. Not a chance. Ju-in thought, unable to resist teasing her. You were the one who didn't want to come here yesterday. Guarantee you. Otherwise, Kwai would have a lot of fluffiness by now. Ju-in, realizing he was being a bit cheeky, chuckled. Kwai's not happy. She pouted, nestling deeper into Ju-yin's embrace. Burying her little face, that you're so bad. Ju-in understood her sentiment. Without the lambs, she wanted to return to him for affection. He couldn't resist giving her a playful swat on her behind. Thinking that misbehaving cubs often had it coming. Little did he know that in the future, his face would bear the brunt of her antics, instead of heading directly back to the cave. Ju-in ventured deeper into the forest. He recalled that there were Ziyun fruits growing nearby, perfect for a snack for the cub. He was unperturbed by the potential dangers of the forest. As he was well acquainted with the area this moment, Xiao Kwai was no longer upset, obediently allowing Ju-in to lead her into the woods. She pointed out peculiar sights, chattering just as she had in the morning. That's a reed chicken. That's a thorn vine. Don't touch it. This is a root. It's not tasty. Ju impatiently explained everything to the little cub, satisfying her curiosity while also ensuring she was informed. Knowing more about the jungle would better equip her to navigate this environment. Upon reaching the area where Ziyun fruits grew, Ju-in was pleased to find plenty hanging from the trees. It seemed that neither the local beastmen nor the wild animals favored these fruits, which had thick, bitter skins. However, once peeled, the inside revealed sweet, white flesh, perfect for a treat. Ju-in had tried it once by chance, and decided it would be a delightful snack for Xiao Kwai. He picked one and peeled it for her to taste. Xiao Kwai took a bite, exclaiming, "Sweet! So good!" In truth, she was familiar with Ziyun fruits akin to the modern mangosteen her mother often bought. 3 pigs, Ju-in exclaimed, his expression darkening. This is Ziyun fruit, not 3 pigs. Ha! Kwai, it's mangosteen, not 3 pigs, he laughed, finding the mix-up utterly amusing. Burp the system laughed uncontrollably. Huh, what is so funny? Kwai asked. It has 3 pigs. Coughing, Ju-in said. Xiao Kwai. Just say mangosteen point 3 pigs, she insisted, attempting to pronounce the word Ju while pouting her lips. However, she struggled to articulate the second tone for bamboo, still saying pig. Ziyun fruit, Ju-in gritted his teeth in frustration. Fruit, she chirped. Ju-in surrendered. Fine, let us just call it fruit. It's better than 3 pigs. To his surprise, the next moment, he heard her sweet voice call out. 3 pig fruit. Silence. Ha. The system was in stitches. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? Ju-in teased. Kwai shrugged. It's too hard. Inin said it's fruit, but the system said it's 3 pigs. So, it's 3 pig fruit. Ju-in resolved to hunt a wild boar for lunch, knowing that the little cub would surely want to feast on some pork. As they continued, Ju-in picked a few Ziyun fruits to take back. Gathering only a small amount since they didn't store well and spoiled quickly, he planned to return for more once Kwai had finished her share, and on their way back, Xiao Kwai spotted a familiar fruit. Inin, there are berries over there. Ju-in halted, curious. What is it? Then, following the direction pointed by Zhao Kuwei, Jun approached and discovered it was a berry. He had never tasted such a vibrant red fruit before. In the beast world, no one dared to consume it, for brightly colored items often harbored deadly toxins. After all, the precedent set by the red mushrooms lay heavily on his mind. This was something to be avoided. Can it be eaten? Mother loves it, and so does Kuwei. Jin, hearing that it was edible, felt a surge of curiosity and instinctively overlooked the mention of mother. Have you ever tasted it? For what he understood. No beastmen consumed this fruit. Mhm, it's really good. As he spoke, he reached out to pluck one. Jin quickly intervened. Wait, he decided to sample it first. With his extraordinary abilities and robust physique, he could withstand the effects of a single berry. Chapter 6. Discovering strawberries. Jin plucked one and took a bite, savoring the sweet tart flavor. Upon seeing Jin eat it, Kuwei also picked one and took a big bite out of the tip of the strawberry. Jin was preoccupied with checking for any adverse effects on his body, and he was unable to stop Kuwei from eating it before she had it in her mouth. That's so delicious. Kuwei beamed at Jin, then offered him the remaining strawberry tip. Here, this is for you. In her mind, the strawberry tip was meant for a grown-up like Jin at tea that moment. Jin felt no signs of poisoning. And since Kuei Ka appeared unharmed, it seemed the berry was indeed safe to eat, prompting a sigh of relief. When he saw the strawberry tip being offered, he turned his face away. He had no desire to consume something touched by another saliva. Kuei, noticing his reluctance, shook her head. But why not? Jian was puzzled by her insistence. He had only eaten the vibrant red part. Was the white part inedible? He had consumed an entire berry just moments ago. But the tip is for you, Daddy. Daddy? Who is Daddy? Is that the parent of a little cub? Kuei tilted her head in contemplation. Daddy is Big Silver, and Kuei is Little Silver. Suddenly, Jian understood. It meant that the cub eats the red tip of the berry while the adult consumes the white part underneath. Moreover, from Kuei's words, it was evident that this was her habitual way of eating. Was there really a difference? Could little cubs not eat the white part? Did Kuei herself refrain from it? She pointed to the strawberry tip in her hand. Mother says it's not sweet. Daddy, you eat it. The little one looked up at him with an innocent face. All this time, you were giving me something that's not sweet? Who taught you to eat like that? Jian pinched Kuei's chubby cheek playfully, admonishing her not to be picky and to eat it herself. Okay. It seemed Jian had no intention of helping Kuei with the strawberry tip anymore. Not one to be coy, she consumed it herself. The tip isn't good. It's sour, she grimaced. Jian watched as the little cub's face scrunched up in distaste. Well, if it tasted bad, then he wouldn't force her to eat it. He could simply take on the responsibility of eating the strawberry tips in the future. The indifference level dropped by 10% as the system noted Jian's increasing indulgence towards Kuei. This outing not only yielded goat's milk and purple cloud fruits, but also an unexpected delight. Seeing Kuei relish the strawberries, Jian promptly gathered several more from nearby bushes. They needed to return quickly. The afternoon sun was blazing, and little cubs couldn't withstand prolonged exposure to heat. Upon returning to the cave, Jian set Kuei down and organized the purple cloud fruits and strawberries using stone tools. These are all for you. Wow, awesome. Kuei's eyes sparkled with joy. Jian felt a swell of satisfaction at her enthusiastic response. Beginning to experience the joys of nurturing a cub, Kuei is truly adorable. I've completely succumbed to your charm, he thought, as the system chimed in with praise. Kuei is amazing. Kuei basked in her own self-admiration. Sitting on the stone bench, she swung her little feet, clutching a strawberry in each hand, swaying her head adorably. Jian couldn't help but chuckle at her cuteness. Stay put. I'm going to roast some meat. Kuei nodded eagerly. I love meat. Don't worry, I won't forget you. She took bites from each strawberry, her cheeks puffed like a little hamster. Strawberries are my favorite. The little one, recently taught not to be picky, was now enjoying the strawberry tips without any complaints. After finishing the one in her left hand, she quickly turned to devour the red tip from the strawberry in her right, ensuring she wouldn't be overwhelmed by the sourness. Kuei is such a wonderful little one. Indeed, you're quite remarkable. The system praised her without reservation, recognizing that at just 2 years old, she had devised such a clever way to enjoy her food. Having eaten her fill, Kuei approached Jian, who was busy roasting meat, seeking his praise. Look, I ate the strawberry tip. Daddy. Kuei is not a picky eater. With an expression that radiated pride, she looked up at Jian, who couldn't help but laugh at her growing adorableness. Yes, Kuei is very well behaved, he affirmed, continuing to reward her with gentle squeezes to her cheeks. Kuei is amazing. It seemed she was indeed a little show-off. But Kuei was genuinely well behaved. She truly was not picky about her food. Jian had seen other little female cubs in the tribe who were incredibly pampered, but Kuei was entirely different. Unlike the other cubs he had raised, she was obedient and humble, a little sweet pea that even a beast man like Jian couldn't refuse. The indifference level dropped by another 10%, as the system noted that Jian's cold demeanor had decreased by 30% in just 2 days. The little one, buoyed by the system's praises, smiled even sweeter. Chapter 7. The origin of Kuei in the afternoon. Kuei grew drowsy and instinctively climbed onto the stone bed to nap. For all little ones require their afternoon slumber. With nothing to occupy him, Jin took out some animal hides to fashion little garments, since he had taken on the responsibility of raising a cub. He had to consider her every need. Jin noticed that the outfit Kuei wore was rather thick, suitable for the cold season, but the beast world was nearing summer. The attire was suitable for nighttime, but far too heavy for daytime wear. Even today, she had worked up a sweat. Being so young, Kuei didn't realize she needed to shed layers when hot. After spending an entire day outdoors, Jin, a burly beast man, only noticed she was sweating when he returned home. It was imperative to change her into something cooler to prevent her from falling ill from the heat. Tio determined what size garments to make for her. Jin used Kuei's thick outerwear as a reference. During this process, he increasingly felt that her clothing was unusual, as its material did not resemble anything produced in Fonlon Continent, nor could it have been made in Beast King City. Jin had no clue what this fabric was. Silly boy, this is a down jacket. Given the current production capabilities of Fonlon Continent, it's impossible to manufacture something like this, the system revealed, recognizing Jin's skepticism. The appearance of Kuei was indeed perplexing. How could a little female cub be abandoned in the depths of the forest? Even if she were disabled, due to the rarity of females, there was no reason for her to be discarded. Furthermore, after 2 days of interaction, the little cub seemed perfectly ordinary, aside from her unclear speech and her spontaneous decision to return home with strangers. Her logic was entirely sound. She didn't appear to be lost, for it had been 2 days without any beastmen coming to search for her. Kuei seemed to have appeared out of thin air. He had overlooked one detail. Yesterday, despite being swatted away by his paw, she had managed to land safely on the ground without a scratch that moment. He had suspected she possessed some extraordinary power, yet he had not observed any unusual abilities since then. Oh, I hadn't anticipated that he would notice. This little one is quite observant. The system marveled. It was clear that Kuei's origins were far from ordinary, but now that she was in his care, he was determined to nurture her well. He wondered if asking her would yield any answers. But given her limited ability to express herself, it seemed a daunting task. Utilizing his exceptional skills, Jin managed to craft over a dozen summer outfits for the little cub in an afternoon. Each a simple skirt made from animal hides. Just as Kuei awakened, he completed his task. The moment she climbed down from the bed, she eagerly rushed to him. "What are you doing, Silver? What are you doing?" Kuei skillfully leaped into Jin's arms, rubbing her tousled head against his chest. "I made you a skirt. Try it on a skirt." "Okay," she replied, taking the skirt into her embrace. Though she agreed, she didn't move to try it on. Kuei didn't know how to put on. "All right, I was careless." Jin swiftly dressed the little cub in the breezy summer skirt, no longer wrapping her up like a thick rice dumpling. "I love the skirt," Kuei exclaimed joyfully. "Thank you, Silver. Now I'm not hot." Looking at the little dumpling's soft, adorable face, Jin felt his fingers twitch. He's well-behaved. Kuei nestled onto Jin's lap, her sparkling eyes fixed on him with a familiar gaze. Jin inwardly grimaced. "Oh no. Time to go home. Transform into something fluffy." Before she could finish her sentence, Jin covered her mouth. "What transformation?" "Stand still. I have a question for you," he interrupted her with a feigned scowl. Not wanting to return home only to be squished into a round pancake. "Humph. Silver is so fierce." Kuei pouted, looking utterly innocent. "Cough. Let me ask you, why were you in the forest alone? Who brought you here?" In a teasing tone, Jin inquired. "Kuei, what brings you here?" The system, anxious to avoid any misstep from Kuei, reminded, after all, matters of time travel are quite mysterious. "Dudu brought Kuei here," Kuei mused, recalling having heard the name Dudu before, yet not paying it much mind. Dudu is simply Dudu is also Dudu Daddy, says that besides Daddy and Mommy, the adults are Dudu, and Annie Kuei shifted closer to Jin, who, perceiving her intention, obliged and pulled her beside him. Once settled, Kuei appeared even smaller. Jin seemed to grasp that Kuei was implying she had been brought here by someone akin to Inin. Not at all. Kuei came here on her own. When Kuei woke up, she was already in the deep forest, searching for the beast to save them, but the system wouldn't let me say. The system only said that Dudu brought me, subconsciously. Kuei felt compelled to heed the system's words, for it promised she could return to find Daddy thus. Was Kuei truly discarded in the deep forest by another beastman. Ju-in suspected it was more intricate than that. Ah, don't dwell on it. Little Kuke, your origins are a puzzle that would baffle even the most astute minds, for this is a matter of traversing time and space, a concept yet to be grasped in Fonlon continent. Additionally, Ju-in aimed to test whether Kukue possessed any extraordinary abilities, for otherwise, it would be inexplicable how she could remain unharmed beneath his claws, that he speculated that she might have some form of defensive power. What do you wish to eat tonight? Come, let us venture out to hunt together. He sought an opportunity to assess her abilities. Old Ju, you truly are full of cunning. However, since he thought this protective skill of his was Kuekue's ability, he reluctantly accepted that notion. Once I level up and unleash more formidable skills, this shall be deemed Kuekue's powers. The system's calculations echoed in its mind. Hooray, let us go play. Kuekue wishes to frolic outside as well. By now, evening had fallen, and many animals had emerged to forage. Ju-in guided Kuekue in search of a target. He intended to create a minor incident while ensuring Kuekue's safety. Otherwise, the little cub might find herself in peril. Thus, Ju-in had to be exceedingly cautious. Little Kuekue nestled within Ju-yin's embrace, her eyes sparkling as she spotted numerous small creatures and fluffy rabbits. As oh adorable, I wish to play silly Kuekue. Still blissfully unaware, even after being sold, the system quipped, critiquing its Na'vi host. Didu Kuekue is wonderful. What's the matter with this system? It praised me earlier. How could it suddenly claim I become foolish? Could it be that the system has become foolish? Kuekue pondered, feeling that the system was indeed a bit dim-witted. Kuekue is not foolish at all. The system is the silly one, and In would never abandon Kuekue. In adores Kuekue. Kuekue, how did you deduce that Ju-in likes you? The system queried, having failed to observe the depth of Ju-yin's affection for the little cub. Without Gigi, In is fond of the nest, one must admit. Kuekue was rather perceptive to have noticed this. Chapter 8. Kuekue's abilities. Ju-in had already discerned Kuekue's eagerness to play Oh, you wish to go down and have some fun? MHM. Kue nodded vigorously. Just so, Ju-in saw this as an opportune moment. Then you shall play here with them. I will go hunt and return shortly to fetch you. Do not wander far. You may only play in this area. Ju-in instructed. MHM. Kuekue's heart was already captivated by the fluffy creatures. Wondering when In would depart, Ju-in observed that Kuekue's thoughts had drifted away, and her subtly impatient expression elicited a chuckle from him. Oh, so you're already beginning to find fault with me, are you? No, Kuekue would never find fault with In. Ju-in pretended to hunt elsewhere, while discreetly monitoring Kuekue's movements from a distance. As soon as Ju-in left her sight, Kuekue eagerly leapt after a small rabbit. Bunny the rabbit, seeing Kuekue approach, swiftly darted into the underbrush, its bipedal form losing its charm in the face of such a mischievous little creature. Don't run away, come play with Kuekue. Kuekue, too, plunged into the thicket. Ju-in, witnessing Kuekue chase after the rabbit without a backward glance, hurried to follow, realizing she had disregarded his advice, all in the name of playing with her beloved fluffiness. Just wait until I have a word with this little rascal. As Kuekue pursued the rabbit deeper into the thicket, she soon lost sight of it. Suddenly, the surroundings fell eerily silent. The bunny's gone. Kuekue glanced around, frustration evident as she scratched her head. In, where are you? Kuekue seemed to have lost her way. Kuekue, do not be afraid. The system will protect you. Besides, Ju-in is always following closely behind. Suddenly, rustling sounded from the bushes, growing increasingly frantic, as if something were about to emerge. With a swift motion, two tusks appeared from the foliage. Oh no, it's a wild boar. The system activated its scanning function in Kuekue's mind, presenting a 3D hologram of the boar. Ugly, this pig is quite hideous, Kuekue declared disdainfully. Little one, this is not a matter of beauty. Wild boars are savage and bloodthirsty. It will devour you. Kuekue, do not be foolish, run. The system screamed. Kuekue shrieked as she fled. Stinky pig. Her cries only served to enrage the wild boar, which charged swiftly after her. Ju-in had already caught the scent of the boar. But he was not concerned for Kuekue's safety. His strength assured that she would be unharmed. He intended to use this boar to prompt Kuekue to unleash her abilities. even if she truly lacked powers. He was confident in his capacity to deal with the beast. He was betting on his unwavering belief in Kuei-Kuei's defensive capabilities. However, witnessing Kuei-Kuei pursued by the boar tightened his fists. No, I cannot reveal myself yet. Ju-in remained remarkably composed, though his cold demeanor had diminished by 10%. The system received a notification regarding task completion that Kuei-Kuei's little legs scampered forward. System, Kuei-Kuei is scared, she pleaded. Not fear. For the system has already activated its protective skill. This wild boar cannot harm you. The system reassured her. In the next instant, the wild boar charged, sending Kuei-Kuei flying. In truth, she collided with the system's protective barrier. Yet, even with that shield, the boar's forceful impact sent Kuei sprawling. She soared a considerable distance, but ultimately landed firmly on her feet. System, Kuei-Kuei feels dizzy, she complained, looking quite pitiful. I apologize, Kuei. The system has yet to fully upgrade. Hence it remains somewhat inadequate. However, once the upgrade is complete, I will unleash a stronger defense. The system continued to paint a rosy picture. Innocent Kuei immediately comforted the system. You are wonderful, system. The wild boar, astonished to see Kuei land unscathed, could hardly believe its eyes. How could this little cub, whom it had flung away, remain entirely unharmed? In that moment of disbelief, it felt a sharp pain in its neck and fell to the ground. Ju-in swiftly dispatched it with all his strength. The moment he witnessed Kuei being thrown, it felt as if his heart had stopped. Although he recognized that the boar never truly touched Kuei, but collided with her defenses, the sight still rattled him. Kuei called out as she spotted Ju-in. Rushing toward him, he quickly knelt, gathering her into his arms. I'm sorry. It was my fault for letting Kuei feel scared. Kuei, confused, did not grasp what Ju-in was saying, but Kuei wandered away from where she promised to stay. This silly Kuei, and Ju-in too, how could he allow her to take such risks? Though he understood that he could protect Kuei, the system was still quite irked. How dare you test my little host? Kuei nestled against Ju-in, nuzzling her small face, her smile resembling that of a ripe peach. Her little voice brimmed with dependence. Like daddy, is good to Kuei. After all, he is my favorite fluffiness. Despite knowing Kuei was unhurt, Ju-in meticulously checked her over. Didn't you promise not to stray far from me? He chided, pinching her delicate little nose. Feeling guilty, Kuei admitted, I want to wander off again. I was just chasing the rabbit, but it ran away. Oh dear, you still have the audacity to hold me accountable. The system exclaimed in frustration. Although he had been at fault initially, Ju-in felt it necessary to educate Kuei about not leaving his sight. Moreover, he had observed that her defensive powers were still too weak. They barely withstood ordinary attacks. If faced with stronger assaults or encirclement, her defenses would easily crumble. The previous attacks she had endured were barely at 30% strength. The system, sensing Ju-in's thoughts, erupted in fury. Who is weak? I am not inadequate. I merely need another 20% to complete my upgrade, and all my energy is being allocated to that. From now on, let Inin assist Kuei in capturing the rabbit beast. Thankfully, it runs swiftly. Indeed, it is a lively little demon and a mischievous child. Ju-in remains oblivious to its convoluted antics. After Kuei's repeated assurances, Ju-in relinquished Kuei's hold and proceeded to collect the carcass of a wild boar, preparing to transport it back to their cave. Chapter 9. Kuei, we are heading home, Ju-in declared, shouldering the wild boar. All right, Kuei obediently replied. Tonight, we shall roast the wild boar for dinner. Yea, wild boar, Kuei joyfully bounced alongside Ju-in, responding to his words with exuberance. Observing their heartwarming interaction, the system reluctantly eased its displeasure. Kuei is truly adorable, a fitting little host for our realm. From a distance, a figure emerged from a thicket. Xiaoheng, transforming from a majestic gray wolf into a beast man. When did Ju-in acquire a youngling, and a female one at that? Not my concern, he mused, yet his gaze involuntarily followed the duo's retreating figures. His relationship with Ju-in was far from amicable. He was a wandering beast man, exiled from his tribe since childhood. Had Ju-in not ventured into this forest, he would have claimed dominion here. This territory had once belonged solely to him. But after a skirmish with Ju-in several years ago, they established their respective territories. he in the east and Jian in the west. Their strengths were evenly matched, leading to a tacit agreement to avoid conflict. As neither wished to incite discord, he was rather laid back, possessing little desire for territorial control. Jian was a decent sparring partner, and occasionally they would engage in friendly competition, but pride prevented them from becoming allies. Upon returning home, Jian set the wild boar down to prepare for dinner. Kue, play for a while. I'll call you when dinner is ready. You may only stay at the doorway. Knowing Kue possessed special abilities eased Jian's mind considerably. All right, Kue responded obediently. As Kue entertained herself, she recalled the times her father took her to the park to play house with other children. Alas, there were no children here. Suddenly inspired, Kue decided to play at cooking. I shall prepare dinner too, Kue exclaimed, rushing to the small bushes at the cave entrance to gather ingredients, first plucking some vegetables before using a small shovel to play at cooking. Engrossed in her imaginative play, she was thoroughly entertained. This vegetable, this one. Upon Jian's emergence from dinner preparations, he found Kue bent over, a stick in hand, poking a heap of leaves into disarray. What are you doing, Kue? I'm cooking. Kue proudly showcased her handiwork to Yin. Cooking? Yes. Just put the vegetables in the pot and stir. Kue excitedly explained, but then her expression faltered. But these aren't edible vegetables. If only they were. Don't be disheartened. Next time we venture out, I shall gather edible plants for you to cook, the system reassured her. Have you ever tried these vegetables? Jian noted how Kue seemed to know of foods that beastmen had never consumed. Yes, little ones need to eat vegetables to grow tall, she replied. When at home, Kue had refused to eat carrots, prompting her father to insist that little ones who neglect vegetables wouldn't grow tall. In the Finluan continent, beastmen predominantly consumed meat, with only a few vegetarian beastmen partaking in sweet potatoes and the like. However, creatures like him were strictly carnivorous. Kue, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy vegetables. Could she be a vegetarian beastman? Jian was unaware of Kukue's lineage, as she bore no discernible traits, but this was not particularly surprising. Females typically manifested only in their beastman form after maturation. Jian gently patted Kukue's head. Kue, today we shall feast on the delectable roasted wild boar. Tomorrow, Inin will ensure you have something to eat. All right? In truth, Kue preferred meat over vegetables. After dinner, Jian took Kue to the riverside to wash up. For by day's end, Kue's cherubic face had transformed into a delightful mess. Upon returning to the cave, they sat side by side at the entrance, with Kue pointing at the stars. Wow, look at all the stars! Kue had never seen so many beautiful stars. Jian gazed at her fondly, patiently recounting the stories of the stars. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented warmth. Having a little one by his side was quite pleasant. His indifference level dropped by 30%. Task progress report. It seems Jian has truly accepted Kue, who previously worried that she might not fulfill her tasks. After all, who could resist such an adorable little Kue? In just 2 short days, Jian began to unconditionally indulge Kue, as that night, he surprisingly acquiesced to her request for fluffiness. Indeed, our little Kue, with a blissful expression, was nestled against the soft fur and fell asleep, completely enveloped in fluffiness. The following day, Jian, as on the previous day, took Kue out to exchange for goat's milk and to search for edible wild vegetables, fulfilling his promise to her. Moreover, having never raised a youngling before, Jian resolved to nurture Kue according to her previous living habits for her health. Kue, today we shall venture deep into the forest. If you spot any edible plants, remember to inform Inin, and we shall gather them for our meals. The core of the forest was rich in diverse species, perhaps harboring edible plants, especially since Kue had discovered strawberries there the previous day. However, their excursion encountered an unexpected guest as they entered the heart of the forest. They stumbled upon Xiao Hung, who had just slain a hyena and was preparing to drag it to a tree for a hearty meal when he locked eyes with Jian's piercing gaze. A moment of silence enveloped them. Dog? Kue broke the silence. I could see that moment. Xiao Hung shifted into his human form and approached them. Is this your youngling? He scrutinized them, incredulous. Jian could produce such a foolish youngling. No. What brings you to the forest core? Xiao Hung inquired. There are many large beasts and various plants here. Beastmen generally do not venture in, yet you bring a youngling with you. None of your business. Fine. Xiao Hong kept a watchful eye on Kuei Kuei, noticing her big, curious eyes studying him intently. Kuei Kuei, upon noticing Xiao Hong's gaze, immediately flashed him a bright smile. The adorable little bundle beamed with joy, showing no signs of shyness, causing Xiao Hong to feel an inexplicable softness within. Did you take her? Can I take her too? None of your business. Jian averted his gaze, shielded Kuei Kuei from Xiao Hong's scrutiny. Kuei Kuei, the second beastman in need of rescue, has appeared. The system noted, with indifference levels at 100, why is it that all the beastmen Kuei Kuei encounters are so difficult? Does Kuei Kuei want to return home with him? Kuei Kuei pondered, feeling frustrated. Previously, she had accompanied Yinyin home without hesitation. Yet, she did not wish to part from Yinyin. Kuei Kuei could invite him to come home with you. That way, you could live with both fluffy ones. The system tempted Kuei Kuei. 2 fluffy ones. How could Kuei Kuei possibly refuse? Wow, awesome, Kuei Kuei exclaimed, joyfully wiggling her feet. Chapter 10. Exploring the heart of the forest together. Let us go together. Let us find vegetables. Kuei Kuei proposed he wanted to join us. Bubu, let us play together. Kuei Kuei insisted, but Jian remained unyielding. Kuei Kuei, you must not casually walk off with strangers, Jian admonished, exhibiting a double standard. The system couldn't help but remark. Oh my, so you're a double standard kind of guy. When Kuei Kuei followed you before, why didn't you mention she shouldn't wander off with others? Xiao Hong had no intention of joining them. Yet the more Jian resisted, the more he felt inclined to oppose him. He was unsure why he felt this way, perhaps influenced by the little youngling. All right, I'll join you, since your youngling has sincerely invited me. I must oblige. After all, she is your youngling, and not attending would be disrespectful. With that, he took the lead. Jian's expression darkened. He had no need for such courtesy. Yinyin, let us go too, Kuei Kuei urged. Reluctantly, Jian followed. By the way, what brings you into the forest core? Xiao Hong inquired again. Searching for edible plants for Kuei Kuei, Jian replied tersely. Your youngling is a vegetarian? Xiao Hong was taken aback. Kuei Kuei eats vegetables, meat, and drinks milk. Kuei Kuei chirped before Jian could respond. Kuei Kuei eats so many things, Xiao Hong exclaimed, his expression one of admiration for Kuei Kuei. Yes, yes, Kuei Kuei eats a lot to grow tall. Jian watched the two converse amiably, silently holding Kuei Kuei as an accessory. Kuei Kuei has spotted 2 broccoli plants ahead. The system detected, finally identifying modern vegetables. Broccoli. Wow, Kuei Kuei loves flowers. The broccoli was merely 5 meters away, and as Jian carried Kuei Kuei past it, she excitedly shouted, "Look, broccoli!" Upon hearing Kuei Kuei's exclamation, Jian halted. Has Kuei Kuei found something edible? Yes, yes, it's this flower. Kuei Kuei pointed at the broccoli for Jian to see. Is this thing edible? Xiao Hong questioned skeptically, having never heard of such a thing being consumable. If Kuei Kuei says it's edible, then it is, Jian asserted, unwilling to explain further. Fine, take it down, said Ju Yin to Xiao Hong. Why must I be the one to do it? Why don't you pick it? Xiao Hong, wearing a displeased expression, replied, Aren't you the one who wanted to follow along? Fine. Xiao Hong could only go and pluck the broccoli, holding in his hand. Good dog. Praise Kuai Kuai dog. Xiao Hong looked incredulous. Ju Yin's mouth twitched slightly, clearly taken aback by Kuai Kuai's words. Big dog. Kuai Kuai said innocently that it was somewhat understandable that she mistook Xiao Hong for a dog. After all, she had a Siberian husky at home, which bore resemblance to a wolf. Thus, upon seeing Xiao Hong in his beast form, she thought he was also a husky. When Kuai Kuai had first called out dog on the outskirts of the forest core, Ju Yin had initially thought she was referring to the hyena. Ahem, his beast form is a wolf. Ju Yin awkwardly clarified that a big gray wolf? Kuai Kuai asked, puzzled. Yes, his name is Xiao Hong, Ju Yin introduced. Although he was reluctant to let Xiao Hong interact with her, it was still necessary to make the introduction. Xiao Go, Kuai Kuai blurted out instinctively. Xiao Hong felt as if he had been shot again. What kind of absurd child spoke so ridiculously? Ha, Kuai Kuai. Do you wish to make everyone laugh to death? The system chuckled. Ha, Xiao Go. Sweetheart, that's a wolf, a big gray wolf. Ha ha. Ju Yin sighed. Although he didn't quite understand what Xiao Go meant, he felt that it was not a compliment. Haha, old Jew, you've been exposed, Xiao Hung thought to himself. Kwai, that uncle is a wolf, not a dog. Pff, Xiao Hung is too funny. He might as well not have explained. Ju Ying couldn't help but chuckle softly. A big gray wolf. All right, Kwai believes he is a wolf now. Especially since the three of us have declared this Dudu to be a big gray wolf. Xiao Hung, rarely feeling annoyed, thought that this little child had no knowledge. How could she mistake a fine wolf for a dog? Ju Ying apologized on behalf of Kwai. I'm sorry. Kwai is still young and has never seen a wolf beast man. Ju Ying hadn't anticipated that Kwai would refer to such a majestic gray wolf as a dog. He should be thankful that when she first encountered his beast form, she didn't mistake him for a cat. Xiao Hung reached out and pinched Kwai's chubby little face, saying, "It's fine, I'm not so petty as to be angry with a small child." In fact, he found her somewhat adorable. Kwai rubbed her little face against Xiao Hung's hand. Hung, smiling sweetly. All right, let us continue walking and see if there are any more wild vegetables. Ju Ying turned Kwai's head towards him. Kwai, take the left path. There are cucumbers over there. The system had discovered yet another type of plant. Which way is left? Kwai couldn't quite distinguish. The left is over there, Ju Ying pointed, while Xiao Hung indicated the right. Oh, I know now. Kwai exclaimed, Silver, let us go this way. Okay, Ju Ying allowed Kwai to decide. The group followed the direction Kwai pointed, walking for about 10 minutes before finally spotting the cucumbers. Wow, cucumbers! Kwai marveled. So many. Ju Ying and Xiao Hung also noticed the rows of cucumbers, and Xiao Hung was the first to ask Kwai, "Can we eat these cucumbers?" Yes. They're crunchy and delicious. Kwai wiggled her little body. Kwai wants to come down. Ju Ying set her down, and she immediately dashed towards the cucumber vines, plucking one and taking a big bite. Yum! So tasty! Kwai exclaimed. Her cheeks puffed out with the large piece she had bitten. Ju Ying and Xiao Hung each picked one as well. So juicy and sweet. This is perfect to offset the greasiness of the meat. After they all enjoyed the cucumbers, they picked a few more and set off again. The trio continued their search until dusk, gathering a bountiful harvest of fruits and vegetables. Upon exiting the forest's core, Ju Ying prepared to part ways. All right, thank you for today. If you need anything next time, I will certainly be there. Xiao Hung had helped carry things the whole way. They don't need to thank me. I just find Kwai adorable. Then we'll take our leave. Goodbye, Kwai, and say farewell to Uncle Xiao Hung. Hung, isn't coming home with us? Kwai asked, puzzled. Everyone said they wanted Hung to come home. Ju Yin's face darkened upon hearing Kwai's words. He had a home of his own. How could he casually allow another beast man to accompany him home, especially a male? Kwai, if Ju Yin doesn't he agree to let Xiao Hung come home? You should cry. Kwai insisted, I want Hung to come home. This little rascal seemed to adore everyone she met. Xiao Hung had no desire to go to Ju Yin's home, no matter how cute Kwai was. It was out of the question. Kwai, be good. Hung needs to go back now. We will meet again next time. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. What to do? Hung, doesn't he want to go home with Kwai? Kwai wondered to the system, but it's all right, Kwai. Next time, just invite Xiao Hung again. The system reassured her. Ju Yin sighed in relief only after Xiao Hung had left. At least he knew to be sensible. Chapter 11. Ju Yin cooks upon returning to the cave. Ju Yin began to sort through the spoils of the day. In addition to the broccoli and cucumbers found earlier, he had also gathered a large basket filled with eggplants, tomatoes, cabbages, and more. Kwai, how do we turn these into food? Ju Yin stared at the pile of peculiar vegetables, utterly clueless about how to prepare them. Hearing Ju Yin call her, Kwai reluctantly looked up from her cooking game and scampered over to his side. What's up? How do we make these? Ju Yin knew that Kwai would surely have the answers. He could no longer treat her like an ordinary child. He had initially thought she was abandoned by the tribe due to some intellectual deficiency. But her understanding surpassed that of her peers. She was far more knowledgeable than he was. Thus, Ju Yin now spoke to Kwai as if they were equals, standing on the same level. This broccoli, Kwai said, picking it up, cut it into small pieces, and blanch it in water. And we can stir-fry tomatoes with eggs, she added, shaking her head. But we don't have eggs. I can't eat stir-fried tomatoes with eggs. She shook her head in distress. her regretful expression amusing Juin. Tomorrow, Silver Silver will go find you some eggs. We can have stir-fried tomatoes with eggs tomorrow. All right. Okay. Then Kwai Kwai continued to teach Juin how to make bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat, eggplant fritters, and other delicious dishes that in truth, the system was reciting recipes in his mind, which Kwai Kwai was repeating. Once they organized the ingredients, they were just missing a pot. Kwai Kwai, we still need a pot. She said, pot? Yes, yes. Otherwise, we can't stir-fry the dishes. A pot. It must be a container. Indeed, how careless of me. Without a container, we cannot cook. Juin realized. He ventured outside to find a large rock, and with a burst of his powers, he soon fashioned a stone pot. Kwai Kwai, I need to make some larger bowls. Otherwise, we won't have enough to hold all this food. The system reminded him. All right, Silver Silver also needs a few small pots. Kwai Kwai chimed in. The one just now was a big pot. Okay. Juin then crafted several smaller pots, akin to earthenware, perfectly sized for the dishes. After some effort, they could finally begin cooking. Kwai Kwai, you can continue playing now. I'll call you when it's time to eat. Okay. Kwai Kwai happily scampered off to resume her games. After an hour of hard work, Juin finally completed dinner, though he felt something was off. Kwai Kwai, come eat. Coming. Kwai Kwai exclaimed, I love to eat. However, tonight's meal, can these things be eaten? They won't poison my little host, will they? The system worriedly mused as it glanced at the dark, chaotic concoction. Kwai Kwai, equally puzzled, asked, What is this? It's vegetables, Juin replied, feeling guilty. No, it's not like that. Cough, it's Silver Silver's first time cooking. It might not be very good. This isn't just not very good. It is practically inedible. Woo-woo, Silver Silver is so silly. Kwai Kwai felt a bit wronged, lamenting that she couldn't eat good food. Kwai Kwai, sweetheart, don't cry. The system quickly comforted her upon noticing her distress. Hearing Kwai Kwai's whimpering, Juin's heart sank. That I'm sorry, Kwai Kwai. It's my fault. Please don't cry. Kwai Kwai had always been well-behaved and easy to take care of. He had never seen her cry before. Seeing her in tears pained him deeply, and he quickly pulled her into his arms, gently soothing her. Kwai Kwai, it's my mistake. I ruined your meal. That I apologize. Kwai Kwai merely sniffled softly, not truly crying, but feeling sad that she couldn't have a delicious meal. She couldn't help but let out a couple of whines. Tea this moment. Juin comforted her, and she gradually overcame her sorrow. It was not Yin's fault. It was Kwai Kwai's desire for better dishes. Although she felt quite aggrieved not being able to eat well at the moment, she understood that it was not Yin's fault. As he had never cooked before, I'm sorry, Kwai Kwai, I promise to prepare delicious food tomorrow. All right? Juin resolved that he would definitely make something edible the next day. It was merely his first attempt, and he lacked experience. As long as he grasped the right measures, he would surely succeed. If not, he would practice more. All right, Kwai Kwai believes in Yin. After soothing Kwai Kwai, Juin immediately started a fire to grill meat. He had thought that they would not be having grilled meat tonight, but unexpectedly, his first cooking endeavor ended in failure. After finishing dinner, it was already quite late, and Kwai Kwai, feeling drowsy, nestled into Juin's embrace and fell asleep halfway through her meal. Gently, Juin laid Kwai Kwai on the bed, but just as he was about to leave, he heard her murmuring in her sleep. Leaning closer, he caught a faint whisper of Baba. It seemed that Kwai Kwai was dreaming of her family or her parents, and the little one was likely missing home. Juin softly patted Kwai Kwai's back, reassuring her, sleep well. Kwai Kwai, Yin is here with you. His indifference waned by 20%. Once Kwai Kwai was soundly asleep, Juin quietly rose. He needed to diligently practice his culinary skills. Chapter 12. The vulture beast. The following morning, as soon as Kwai Kwai awoke, she was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. How delightful. Juin, this lad, surprisingly possessed some talent. After merely 2 failed attempts, he had mastered the art of cooking. Wow, Yin is amazing. Kwai Kwai is awake. Come and taste the dishes I prepared, Juin exclaimed as he entered with the food, just as Kwai Kwai was climbing down from her stone bed. Upon reaching the dining area, Kwai Kwai's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the dishes Juin brought. This is exactly what I wanted. The broccoli on the stone table was a vibrant green, the eggplant was brilliantly colored, and the stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat exuded a mouth-watering aroma, making Kwaikua drool. Hurry and eat. This time, I won't disappoint you. Jian speared a piece of broccoli with a bone fork and offered it to Kwaikua. He had crafted this fork overnight, feeling instinctively that something was missing after finishing the dishes. After some contemplation, he fashioned it, making it perfect for serving food. Kwaikua opened her tiny mouth and took a big bite. That's oh good. Really, really good. Take your time, but I'll cook for you every day from now on. Kwaikua picked up a piece of eggplant and offered it to Jian, saying, eat. All right, Kwaikua is so obedient. Kwaikua was happily swaying her head as she enjoyed the meal, exclaiming, this is too delicious, after breakfast. Jian, as usual, took Kwaikua outside. Since Kwaikua had mentioned wanting to eat scrambled eggs with tomatoes, today he would take her to gather some eggs. However, there were no hens nearby, so they would have to settle for bird eggs instead. As they stepped outside, they encountered Xiaoheng. Are you taking Kwaikua out today as well? Yes, Kwaikua wanted to use the tomatoes we picked yesterday for scrambled eggs, so we're going to gather some bird eggs. Xiaoheng, Kwaikua beamed with joy upon seeing him and greeted him enthusiastically. Oh, Kwaikua is so good. Let us chat as we walk, Jian said, lifting Kwaikua into his arms. All right, I heard that there's a vulture beast over in Wushan that has awakened its abilities and become significantly stronger. Moreover, it's a flying type, so encountering it could pose some trouble for us, Xiaoheng informed Jian. Jian was slightly taken aback. It seemed there had been an unusual number of ability users recently. Nonetheless, he was not worried. He had already reached the 7th tier of abilities and would likely transform soon. The vulture beast was a notoriously brutal and bloodthirsty entity, despised by the inhabitants of Fenglan continent. However, it was rare for the vulture beast to transform unless it awakened its abilities or reached a certain level of strength. If it set its sights on our Ling Mountain, they wouldn't be afraid. But it would undoubtedly suffer some devastation, and he was unwilling to see his territory harmed. Furthermore, Ling Mountain was abundant in resources, making it an ideal place to reside, where he could indulge in a leisurely and carefree life. Then we shall eliminate it. While Jian was indifferent to most matters, he felt that if the vulture beast invaded Ling Mountain, Kwaikua might be frightened. Now that he was a beast man with a young one, he had to prioritize Kwaikua. Exactly. When shall we take action? Now that he had yet to taste what vulture eggs were like, and there was more than just the vulture's eggs. Now, take Kwaikua along. That might not be wise. What if a battle breaks out and Kwaikua gets hurt? Indeed, Kwaikua is also gathering bird eggs. She has never seen bird eggs before. Today we can have scrambled eggs with tomatoes. It's Kwaikua's favorite. But Kwaikua, you previously said strawberries were your favorite. Ha! Kwaikua loves them all. Let us go gather bird eggs, Kwaikua cheered. Wushan was a distance away from Ling Mountain, and to ensure they returned before sunset, Jian and Xiaoheng decided to travel in their beast forms. Kwaikua, they're going to turn fluffy. Yay! Kwaikua can pet the fluffiness. Jian will transform into a white tiger, and Kwaikua can sit on his back and hold on his fur. All right, Jian suggested to Kwaikua. Sure. Kwaikua loves fluffy things, Kwaikua readily agreed. Make sure to hold on tight. All right, let us set off. Jian, carrying Kwaikua, took the lead. Initially, he was cautious, fearing Kwaikua might not hold on securely, but upon seeing her adapt well, he accelerated toward their destination. Upon arriving at Wushan, it was already noon, and they prepared to find a place to rest. After 2 hours of travel, although they had remarkable stamina, Kwaikua must surely be tired. Kwaikua, who had been perched on Jian's back. I'm not tired. Well, since they think I'm tired, I guess I am. The trio reached a small river and scooped some water with leaves. Kwaikua, have a drink. Let Xiaoheng have some tea this moment. Xiaoheng felt a twinge of envy. Where did you find such a well-behaved child? Vulture beasts typically inhabit cliff edges and only venture into forests when hunting. So this was the most likely time to encounter one. Xiaoheng remarked that, tea matters not that. It no matter when it comes. It cannot escape its fate of dying today. So reckless. It will be difficult for us to deal with a vulture beast in the air. Wait, you've reached the 7th tier. No wonder you're so bold. Jian had unexpectedly broken through to the 7th tier, having been stuck at the 6th tier for quite some time without making progress. This guy, Xiaoheng was somewhat astonished. Breaking through to the 7th tier was quite challenging and required the right opportunity for comprehension and advancement. Once one reached the 7th tier, opponents became scarce, especially against one that had yet to transform. Just a vulture that had merely awakened its abilities, he could handle it himself, but he wanted to involve Jian as well. Unexpectedly, Jian has also broken through to the 7th tier. What do I even need to do now? Then you handle it yourself. I'll stay behind to look after Kwaikua. He was quite pleased not to have to get involved. Jian shot him a glance. Kwaikua wants to go too. Kwaikua wants to gather bird eggs. Kwaikua, you can't go. Vulture beasts are fierce and treacherous. It could easily snatch you up with one bite. Be careful. Kwaikua is not afraid. Inin will protect me. Oh dear, the host is quite naive. It's hard to deceive now. All are bad. Deceiving Kwaikua. Kwaikua, we'll wait until your father finishes before we go. Then it will be much easier for us to gather bird eggs. Many large birds reside on the cliffs. So there should be plenty of bird eggs. Hearing Xiaoheng refer to him as Kwaikua's father, Jian's expression dimmed. He was not Kwaikua's father, although he would gladly take on that role. Kwaikua only called him Inin or Dudu. Perhaps Kwaikua still remembered her father, the one she referred to as Baba, that held an irreplaceable position in her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen asleep after feeling aggrieved, calling out to him in such a pitiful manner. What you lost in thought about? You can't even hear me calling you. Xiaoheng noticed Jian had zoned out and suddenly, a sharp screech pierced the air. Judging by the sound, it was a vulture beast. But whether it was the one they were looking for remained unknown. Xiaoheng noted. Chapter 13. The mutant vulture, it's not. Jian's voice was resolute. This is merely an adult vulture beast, although its call is powerful. The sound waves do not possess the unique intimidation of abilities. Indeed, he had truly lost his mind, asking such a foolish question despite possessing abilities himself. It must be that spending so much time with Kwaikua had caused him to be influenced by her innocent words, and his brain had become muddled. Let us go. We should find and deal with it as soon as possible. Then let us search in the areas with cliffs. We can sense the aura of abilities and quickly determine its location. As they walked, they discussed strategies. We can lure it into the forest to fight. The dense trees there can limit its combat capabilities. Agreed. Kwaikua, not understanding their conversation, was already feeling drowsy. I'm so sleepy. When can we go gather bird eggs? Just a little longer. More time is needed. This vulture beast proves to be rather troublesome. It has detected the awakened vulture 2 kilometers away, which poses a bit of a challenge. Why are there so many vultures emerging to hunt? Even before reaching the cliff, numerous vulture beasts have come into view, all flying in the same direction. Xiaoheng notices this and decides to follow. Zhu has a vague inkling of what might be happening. This old noble is quite astute. Kuei, wake up. We're going to collect bird eggs. All right, Kuei rubs her eyes. Kuei. Let us gather the bird eggs first and then return to sleep, shall we? Zhu inquires of the drowsy Kuei. All right, you go ahead and check on them. Zhu instructs Xiaoheng to investigate, assuring him he will arrive shortly. Seeing Kuei in a sleepy state, he hesitates to let her ride on his back alone. This moment, Xiaoheng hides within the thicket, observing their every move. The vulture beasts deposit their captured prey in an open area atop the cliff. Once all the vultures have delivered their catches, one particularly robust vulture emits a piercing CRY.AT that moment. Xiaoheng senses a powerful surge of psychic energy. This must be the awakened vulture beast. He watches as it emerges from a cave, exuding an imposing aura, its call resonating with intimidation. The hunting vultures scatter, leaving behind a mountain of carcasses. It appears to command the other vultures to hunt on its behalf. Vultures are notoriously unruly. How can they be so obedient? Moreover, he notices that aside from the leader, the other vulture beasts seem soulless, mechanically dropping their prey and waiting for commands. Despite being intelligent creatures, vultures are savage and bloodthirsty, akin to primitive beasts engaged in rampant pillage. This behavior renders them akin to a pack of unrefined beasts, devoid of enlightenment. Could it be that Zhu has arrived here as well? His psychic abilities can bewitch minds, turning others into puppets. You're here. What is this wicked psychic ability doing in Feng Lan continent? Xiao Hong exclaims in astonishment. The emergence of psychic abilities in Feng Lan has only been noted in the last 50 years. Previously, beastmen relied solely on their physical prowess to determine their strength. 50 to 60 years ago, a shroud of darkness enveloped Feng Lan overnight, plunging it into despair for an entire winter season. Eventually, many beastmen discovered they possessed a certain power, and as the darkness receded, this era became known as the Nirvana period, during which beastmen awakened formidable abilities. Some could unleash special skills, while others exhibited enhanced physical strength. These various powers were termed awakened psychic abilities. However, the number of beastmen capable of awakening such powers is dwindling. And now, a previously unseen ability arises, one that can manipulate the minds of others. It has mutated. Mutated, this is utterly unheard of. Zhu responds, in 50 years, Feng Lan is likely on the brink of significant change. Kuei, at merely 2 years old, has awakened her abilities, and now this mutated vulture. These two anomalies suggest that a new round of evolution is imminent, and perhaps with a dire twist. Kuei is not mutated. That is a skill of the system. However, it seems that extraordinary occurrences are indeed on the horizon, as sensed by the system. But that is not my concern. I simply need to care for my little host and complete my tasks. Indeed, its ability is unlike ordinary psychic powers. It emanates an aura of malevolence, which is quite repugnant. What if it can control us? Xiao Hong muses, sensing the complications. What a large little bird! Kuei exclaims in surprise. Kuei, do not speak, it's too late. Her bright voice is already carried. The vulture beasts immediately detect their presence and launch an attack. You take care of Kuei, Zhu commands as he cradles her in his arms and leaps into action. The vulture swoops down, engaging in battle with Zhu. Kuei watches, her little face falling. The bad little bird is fighting with Yin. Kuei, we must defeat this vulture to collect the bird eggs. All right, let us deal with this bad little bird. Kuei, this is a vulture, not a little bird. Xiao Hong explains to her. Kuei nods. Yes, it's a vulture, ugh. Is that so? Why does it feel like Kuei isn't so easy to manage? Zhu, to the woods, Xiao Hong shouts. And Onid. The vulture, realizing Zhu is a formidable opponent, prepares to unleash its psychic abilities to control him, but Zhu deftly evades. The vulture becomes increasingly agitated. Why aren't you at Ling Mountain? What are you doing in my Wu Mountain? Although it intends to seize Ling Mountain as its territory, it is not yet powerful enough. The timing is not right. It can speak human language. Xiao Hong exclaims in shock, realizing it has yet to transform. Kuei is also bewildered. The vulture can talk. This is precisely why I said it's troublesome. It now possesses intelligence akin to that of beastmen. Cunning vultures are often deceitful. Another fierce battle ensues, yet Zhu has yet to unleash his full strength, almost as if he is toying with it, waiting for the vulture beast to reveal its trump card. It must possess more than this. This Zhu is rather clever. The system approvingly notes. Xiao Hong observes, realizing this vulture is indeed exceptional. The vulture, unable to withstand such tactics, gradually loses its sanity, even if you are at the 7th tier. You cannot withstand my next move. With that, its feathers transform into blades, descending from the sky in a flurry of attacks, encompassing a vast area. Xiao Hong finds himself caught in the onslaught as the blades strike the ground. Flora withers instantly, accompanied by venom. Poison. Isn't that a skill exclusive to serpentine beastmen? Thus, it has indeed mutated. The system remarks, exasperated. Let me assist you. It's still a rather feeble defensive skill. Haha, system. My defense is increased tenfold. Moreover, I can designate who to defend, a form of group defense. The system boasts. Kuei, isn't this amazing awesome? Kuei, give a thumbs up. Then Zhu and Xiao Hong notice that these blades fail to reach them, all striking the barrier instead. What is going on? Could it be Zhu? How impressive. It's Kuei. The protection comes from Kuei. Zhu's heart sinks. He did not wish for anyone to discover that Kuei possesses psychic abilities. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be in danger. Chapter 14. Kuei has touched the wolf. Kuei will protect you. Rest assured, I and Zhu will shield you. This vulture shall not harm a single hair on your head. Xiao Hong remarks, as he himself remains within Kuei-Kuei's protective barrier, oblivious to who is protecting whom. Upon hearing Xiao Hong's words, Kuei-Kuei pauses. So Kuei-Kuei protected Hung Hung? Yet, Hung Hung is holding Kuei-Kuei while battling the vulture, ensuring her safety, which leads Kuei-Kuei to conclude that Hung Hung and In are protecting her. She successfully brainwashes herself. Yes, Hung Hung and In protect Kuei-Kuei. How wonderful. Kuei-Kuei, you understand self-advocacy. In the midst of the battle overhead, the vulture beast is perplexed. Why are its attacks failing to reach them? Impossible. This is not something you need to know. Zhu swiftly knocks the vulture from the sky. No, this cannot be. You cannot kill me. I have only just awakened my abilities, and I have yet to transform. The vulture protests vehemently, but ultimately meets its end under Zhu's final strike, its body dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Xiao Hong approaches, holding Kuei-Kuei. What manner of creature is this? It dies and simply turns to ash. I do not know. However, your skill was quite impressive. The group defense. Zhu breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thankfully, he wasn't discovered. Indeed, he then takes Kuei-Kuei from Xiao Hong, but she wears an unhappy expression. Hung Hung is silly. It was clearly Kuei-Kuei who was impressive. Not receiving praise makes Kuei-Kuei frown. Kuei-Kuei, this is actually a good thing. It's best if your abilities remain undisclosed, as it could be very dangerous. Zhu is correct. It is wise to keep Kuei-Kuei's abilities concealed, for they are intrinsically linked to her. All right. Zhu notices Kuei-Kuei's small expression. What is the matter? Were you frightened? He gently pats her back to comfort her, assuming she is scared. Kuei-Kuei turns her head, resting it on Zhu's shoulder. Kuei-Kuei is unhappy. Kuei-Kuei is clearly very impressive. Kuei-Kuei, we can now go collect bird eggs. Are you happy? Xiao Hong also assumes Kuei-Kuei is frightened and quickly shifts the topic to distract her. Although just moments ago, she appeared unfazed. Who knows? He knows little of the tendencies of young ones. Upon hearing they can collect bird eggs, Kuei-Kuei's excitement returns. The cliffs abound with nests of various birds, ensuring that the three return laden with treasures that it's getting late. We should head back. All right. This Wu Mountain pales in comparison to Ling Mountain, and they leave without a hint of nostalgia. Be why the time they return to Ling Mountain. Night has fallen. Zhu suggests, how about we dine together tonight and sample the dishes Kuei-Kuei has concocted? Yes. In's cooking is delightful. Come on. Kuei-Kuei enthusiastically invites them. She is thrilled at the prospect of having Hung Hung join them at home. Oh, he had also grown too indifferent to hunting, merely seeking a warm meal. Upon returning to the cave, Jun busied himself with cooking, having toiled throughout the day. Undoubtedly, Kuei-Kuei must be quite famished. You look after Kuei. I shall prepare the meal shortly, he instructed, his tone reminiscent of a nagging mother. Go play with Kuei. Hung Hing found himself at a loss regarding what to engage the young one, and Kuei had long been enamored with Hung Hung's fluffy fur. Her sweet smile directed at him, a familiar expression that the system readily interpreted. She wished for him to transform into something fluffy. Hung Hung was bewildered. Fluffy? What do you mean by fluffy? He could never have anticipated that Kuei, in her audacity, wished to tug at his fur. With a sweet tilt of her head, she cooed. Wolfie had dawned on Hung Hung. Ah, I am a wolf beast man. She desired him to transform into a wolf so that she could pet him, much like In, who was akin to a brainiac. Realizing her intent, Hung Hing pondered the purpose of becoming a wolf. Yet, seeing the eager anticipation on Kuei's face, he conceded perhaps she had never encountered a wolf beast man. Hence her curiosity about his true form. Very well. With that, Hung Hung transformed into a grand gray wolf, standing 2 meters in length, exuding an air of majesty before Kuei. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Kuei, having likely never seen a wolf before, especially one so robust, gasped in delight. Wow, amazing, Hung Hung is so tall. I can't reach, she exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Wanting to touch the fluffiness, Hung Hung lay down to showcase his furry ears and head. Kuei, with an innocent giggle, rushed to his side, eagerly petting his plush ears and furry head. Then, she lunged onto Hung Hung, initiating her unique form of affection upon the formidable gray wolf. Hung Hung, under the impression that Kue was merely inexperienced, tolerated her playful antics. "Ha, just wait until later. You will regret this," the system gleefully predicted. After a while, Hung Hung grew perplexed, noticing how she had clambered onto his back. I could see that moment. Kue was perched atop him, gripping his ears as if riding a steed. This seems rather peculiar," he mused. Perhaps once Kue had her fill of fun, she would relent. Eventually, Kue descended from his back, squatting before his paws, observing them closely. The wolf's claws are so long. They need trimming," she declared. Hung Hung felt a chill run through him. "Those cannot be clipped. They are my claws. Without them, I would be akin to an eagle with clipped wings. Kue, the claws of a fierce beast cannot be trimmed, or else one will starve from an inability to catch prey," he patiently explained. "Hungry, but how can one catch prey without claws?" "Exactly," he affirmed. "All right, Kue, I shall revert to my original form now," he proposed. "You've had your fun, haven't you?" "Okay," she replied in her sweet, childish tone, her hunger evident. Just then, Jian entered with dinner. "Here I am." Kue is most eager to eat. Hung Hung, with a face full of desolation, approached. Younglings were indeed the most daunting. Yet, strangely, he felt no aversion towards them. Ding, new objective. Hung Hung's indifference value decreased by 5%. The system pondered, could this group of beastmen be unwell? Why were they so pleased to be toyed with by Kue? Jian, observing Hung Hung's demeanor, was equally puzzled. "What is wrong with you?" Hung Hung waved him off. Nothing at all. He couldn't let Jian know about the playful torment he endured at Kue's hands. A matter of pride. "Let us eat," Jian said, dismissing his concern. "Kue, do try the scrambled eggs with tomatoes that Yin made," he encouraged, serving some Kue's much anticipated dish. Kue opened her mouth wide, and Jian scooped a spoonful of egg to feed her. "Try it. Is it good?" "Delicious," she exclaimed, savoring the taste. Good, Jian replied to Hung Hung. "No need to be shy. Eat as you like." "Certainly, I shall not hold back," Hung Hung said, spearing a piece of egg. "How delightful. You've been sneaking such delectable treats." Jian chuckled, remaining silent otherwise. The three sat at the stone table, enjoying their meal and engaging in cheerful conversation. After dinner, Hung Hung announced his intent to leave. "Leave? Where to?" Kue asked, puzzled. "Didn't Hung Hung come home with me? I am returning to my own cave. Perhaps Jian can bring you over to visit sometime," he explained, turning to Jian. "Yes," Jian replied calmly. "That no, you cannot leave," Kue insisted, wrapping her arms around Hung Hung's leg. Hung Hung questioned, confused. "Hung Hung has come home with me. He is mine," she proclaimed earnestly. "What kind of logic is that? Just because you came home with me, he belongs to you." Hung Hung clarified, explaining to Kue that Jian was merely a guest. He then turned to Jian. "Isn't that right?" Jian stepped forward, gently detaching Kue's hands. "He must return his own home." "Be good, Kue, but Hung Hung is fluffy then. Does that mean you no longer want Inin?" Jian feigned a wounded expression. "I want both," Kue insisted, holding up 2 fingers. "Only children make such choices. You're still a little one. You want both. That one do. If you have Inin, you cannot live with Hung Hung. I in their society. A female could only reside with multiple males as partners." Jian had found Kue abandoned and had raised her as his own, showering her with affection as if she were his flesh and blood. Living with Jian was akin to a father-daughter relationship, while staying with Hung Hung raised questions about the nature of their bond, something he would not allow. "But Kue wants both fluffy ones," she pouted, visibly upset at the thought of losing one. "If you wish to play with Hung Hung, I can take you there any time," Jian offered. Kue turned to Hung Hung, who promptly encouraged, "Yes, you're welcome to visit me any time." "All right then," she conceded, her spirits lifting. "Worry not, Kue." Hung Hung's indifference value decreased slightly, assuring him that completing this task would pose no issue. Kue simply wished to indulge in the fluffiness, not concern herself with his tasks. Ultimately, Kue had to let Hung Hung return to his home. "Humph," she pouted, clearly displeased, mourning the loss of a fluffy companion. The next day, as Jian prepared breakfast, the leader of the sheep tribe approached, carrying a milk jug. "Leader Huan," Jian acknowledged, "I hadn't seen you yesterday to collect the sheep's milk. so I thought I would bring it to you today. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble that I had intended to come by after breakfast. He replied. Grandpa Sheep, Kukue exclaimed, bounding over to greet Leader Huai. Good morning, Kukue. The leader replied cheerily. Good morning, Grandpa Sheep. It's breakfast time, ISNT. Let us eat together. Oh my, Kukue is so adorable. However, I have already eaten. I merely came to deliver the milk jug. Leader Huan genuinely found Kukue to be like a little angel. Clever, cute, and well-mannered, unlike the mischievous younglings in their tribe. Once Kukue and Leader Huan had exchanged pleasantries, Jian inquired directly about the purpose of his visit. After all, it was unusual for a leader to personally deliver a milk jug. Leader Huan, is there something else you wish to discuss? Jian asked straightforwardly, as he preferred to avoid owing favors. Given Kue's fondness for sheep-s milk, he was inclined to assist if possible. Leader Huan, aware of Jian's straightforward nature, explained, Indeed, we have a request for your assistance. With summer here, it also means the rainy season is approaching. Our sheep tribe resides in thatched houses, and during the rainy season, they tend to leak or even collapse. Therefore, we seek your help in excavating a cave. With roughly a month until the rainy season, they wish to prepare promptly. In the past, we would migrate to another tribe to escape the rains, but this year we prefer not to continue that tradition. We plan to dig our own caves for shelter. Given our tribe's population, it will require considerable strength to achieve this daunting task, which is why I sought your help. Of course, we will not ask you to assist without compensation. We will do our best to meet any requests you have afterward. They were determined to no longer rely on others for refuge. Establishing their own home was the ultimate assurance. Excavating a cave was a rather simple task for Jian, so he readily agreed to assist Leader Huan. Certainly, I can help with that. I can start tomorrow. Jian greatly admires their awareness. Their actions are indeed commendable. Relying on oneself is far superior to depending on others. For one's own abode is the safest haven. I am immensely grateful for your assistance, Jian. I bowed deeply in thanks, esteemed leader. Regarding compensation, I propose that you provide Kue with goat's milk on a long-term basis. Kue is still quite young and requires ample goat's milk to grow strong. Young cubs need a variety of nutrients to thrive. That is no trouble at all. Leader Huan promptly agreed, considering it a mere trifle. Meanwhile, our dear Kue was happily drinking goat's milk from her bottle, exclaiming how delicious it was. I shall not disturb you any longer today. I will await your arrival with Kue in the tribe tomorrow. With matters settled, Leader Huan took his leave. Take care, Jian replied softly. Upon hearing that Grandfather Sheep was leaving, Kue immediately rushed out to bid farewell. Goodbye, Grandfather Sheep. Goodbye, Kue. After Leader Huan departed, Kue wandered around the house and then asked Jian, Inin, what shall we do today? Previously, Kue had toys to play with at home, but here there was nothing. Today they weren't going out to forage for food either, leaving her uncertain about what to do. Kue was already beginning to feel bored. What does Kue want to do? She mused, unsure of what to occupy herself with. In the past, when she was well-fed, she would either sleep or practice. Kue yearned for toys, yet they were nowhere to be found. Despondently, she lamented, Toys? What are those? Oh, right, Kue had plenty of toys. She recounted a plethora of toys, all cherished treasures, dolls, little cars, puzzles, and so much more. Chapter 16. Kue's new toys. Kue listed a multitude of toys, all of which were her precious belongings. Yet now, there were no toys to play with. Dejectedly, she said, I have no toys to play with. Jian remained silent. Having never heard of such items before, it dawned on him that perhaps Kue did not belong to this world. This would explain why her experiences and perceptions were so remarkably different. The vastness of the world, after all, meant that Fonlon continent was merely the tip of the iceberg. Upon this realization, Jian solemnly stated to Kue, you must not speak of these matters to anyone except Inin, understood? Why? Kue asked, puzzled. This is a secret between you and Inin, all right? Okay, Kue agreed, although she did not quite comprehend the reason behind it. Jian gazed at Kukue's cherubic visage, pondering her solitary arrival in this materially barren world. Had he not encountered her, he shuddered to think of what Kukue's fate might have been. Inin, Kukue's voice called out, snapping Jian from his reverie. Ignoring Kue, she called out again, Didu very loudly. Finally regaining his focus, Jian apologized. Sorry, Kue. Inin was contemplating how to create a fun toy for you. Hooray! Kue wants to play. Jian then ventured outside to gather 2 leaves. Here, take this leaf, place it against your lips, and gently sip on it. Then apply pressure to blow through the leaf. As he spoke, Jian demonstrated, producing a melodious tune that naturally emanated from his lips. Wow, amazing, Kue exclaimed. Her face alight with excitement. Clearly impressed, Kue enthusiastically picked up another leaf. Poof, 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 poof. Hearing the sound she made, Kue believed she had succeeded in blowing the leaf too. Indeed, Kue is marvelous, Jian praised without a hint of alteration in his demeanor. Ha ha, Kue is too amusing. She hasn't learned a thing from Jian's melody, with her attempts sounding more like poof, poof, poof. She couldn't help but laugh. Upon hearing her friends laugh at her, Kue frowned. Humph, I can blow beautifully. They just don't appreciate it. Inin clearly praised Kue. She is wonderful. All right, Kue is impressive. What could one do with such a confident little one except indulge her? Kue held on her new toy with great affection, eagerly asking Jian after each attempt if it sounded good. Naturally, Jian affirmed that it was indeed lovely, showering her with praise that she was truly remarkable. Seeing Kue so elated, Jian quietly noted the importance of toys for young cubs. It seemed he needed to craft more toys to keep Kue from growing bored. Throughout the morning, Kue blew through countless leaves, eventually mastering the technique. The sound she produced became bright and melodious. No longer just poof, poof, poof. Kue, come have some water. After blowing for so long, Kue had finished all her goat's milk for the day and could only drink water now. Okay, Kue took the water jug and drank heartily. Kue, you must not blow anymore, or your little mouth will hurt. All right, Kue, feeling fatigued after blowing for so long, agreed in the afternoon. Shall we go find Xiaoheng to play? Jian had some matters to discuss with Xiaoheng. Yes. Kue is missing Hung. Kue, you were so engrossed in blowing leaves. How could you possibly think of Xiaoheng? The system sarcastically remarked that be quiet, Tantong. Today, Tantong had been contrary to Kue, and she decided to ignore it. Oh no, I accidentally annoyed the little host. What should I do? I'm in quite a bind. Kue, go take a nap. I'll wake you up later. Okay. In the afternoon, anticipating the chance to play outside, Kue did not sleep for long. The moment Jian called her, she sprang up. Jian pinched her chubby little face, amused by her eagerness. Are you that eager to go outside? Little babies are meant to play outside. It seemed that over the past 2 days, Kue had grown increasingly lively and playful, her speech becoming more fluent. Was there some special magic in this world? In truth, Kue was nearing her 3rd birthday, but had yet to celebrate. Moreover, due to her petite stature, the system and Jian believed her to be around 2 years old. How could she not be lively? A child of 3 or 4 is akin to a whirlwind, unable to remain still. Jian carried Kue to Xiaoheng's dwelling, where Xiaoheng was currently engrossed in crafting a flying sword dart. This inspiration had struck him from watching the vultures, a sharp and deadly weapon indeed. The material for this flying sword was derived from the rib bones of a small dragon. Though tiny, the little dragon was incredibly strong. Its bones were excellent materials for crafting tools. Xiaoheng was diligently polishing the sword, so focused that he did not notice Jian and Kue's arrival. Hung, Kue has come to play. Kue dashed up to Xiaoheng, brimming with excitement, eager to see her friend. Only then did Xiaoheng set aside his work. Kue is here. Yes. Inin said she wanted to come and play with Hung. Jian was taken aback. This little cub had grown and developed her own ideas. Xiaoheng was puzzled. What? Jian wants to play with me. Kue, you're quite the jokester. She was so friendly. Hung, what are you working on? Upon hearing this, Xiaoheng snapped back to reality. Oh, this is my new invention, the flying sword. Look, Kue. The two began chatting casually, completely disregarding Jian's presence. See? Hold its tail and give it a good toss, with a swift motion. The flying sword soared and embedded itself into the stone wall. Wow, how fun! Kue's eyes sparkled with delight as she watched the sword fly. What do you think? Impressive, right? If this hits an enemy, they won't survive. Xiaoheng tossed a flying sword to Jian. Indeed, quite impressive. If one were to catch an opponent off guard, it could deliver a fatal blow. Here, Kuei, this one is for you. Xiaoheng handed her a smaller version. Wow. Thank you, Hung. Kuei now has 2 toys today. Kuei was overjoyed, having received 2 new treasures in a single day. Kuei, you must not throw it at people, Jian cautioned. Kuei won't hurt Inin. Only bad people should be targeted. Right? Oh dear, Jian had forgotten that Kuei was still too young for such things. And oh worries. Let her play. Jian felt it was fine. Exposure to some weapons was beneficial. What did you come to see me about? Xiaoheng inquired, curious, as they rarely interacted. With the rainy season approaching, the leader of the sheep tribe has come to ask for my help in excavating caves. So, please keep an eye on the situation at Ling Mountain these days. Jian explained, Oh, is that all? Coming to tell me such trivial matters? It might not be very peaceful lately. He suspected the vulture's mutations were no mere coincidence. Indeed, Xiaoheng also realized this. Then I shall take my leave. Jian concluded, not intending to linger. I asked that it. You're just leaving? Yes. What a character. Only come to put him to work. Kuei, we are headed back. Upon hearing Jian's words, Kuei paused her dart throwing and approached. Going back. But Kuei still wants to play here. Won't we play with Hung anymore? He has matters to attend to. Xiaoheng. All right, Hung, goodbye. Kuei will come to find you tomorrow, goodbye. Kuei Ju-in carried Kuei away while Xiaoheng watched their retreating figures, this cold and unfeeling person the next day. Ju-in brought Kuei to the sheep tribe, where Chief Huai-in awaited them at the entrance with several sheep beast men. Ju-in, thank you for your trouble. Not at all. Inin brought Kuei to play with the sheep. This little rascal, of course. You have no trouble. The one who is truly burdened is me, as you simply frolic about. Ju-in helplessly pinched Kuei's little nose. All right. I wish Kuei a delightful time. Chief Huai-in responded to Kuei's words. Please, right this way. The chief led them onward. We have chosen a mountainside at the back of the tribe for excavation, as it connects to our current settlement. This will allow us to take shelter from the heavy rains during the rainy season and also conduct our production activities here. We have decided on the location, but we still require your assistance for the excavation work. With our tribe's population, we need to carve out at least 100 caves. This is a monumental task. Indeed. Chief Huai-in then led them to a location where several sheep beast men were already excavating caves. Upon seeing the chief arrive, they all paused their work. Chief, this is Ju-in. I invited him to assist. Thank you for your hard work. How many more do we need? Ju-in inquired. Over 90, one beastman replied. Over 90. Even with his help, it will take 4 to 5 days, considering the limited energy, and he is only responsible for the excavation, not the interior finishing. This timeline is indeed tight. I will settle Kuei first and then return. All right, let Kuei play over there in the square with our tribe's young ones. Ju-in took Kuei to the square of the sheep tribe, where Chief Huai-in accompanied them. Kuei, Inin will be excavating caves with the uncles shortly. Can you play here with the little sheep? Sure, Kuei wants to play with the little sheep. If anyone bullies Kuei, just let Inin know. Okay. Why would anyone bully Kuei? Kuei is a good baby. Ju-in reassured. I have my daughter watching over her. No one would dare bully Kuei. Chief Huai-in assured Ju-in. Ju-in remained non-committal. After Ju-in left, Kuei immediately ran over to a few little young ones. Can Kuei play with you all? Kuei, soft and delicate, looked quite exquisite. The group of young sheep, enchanted by the sight of such a lovely little one, immediately agreed. One little female lamb, captivated by Kuei's charm, asked first, You're so cute. What's your name? Yes, I'm Kuei. What is your name? I'm Hee. And this is Meow. And the others are Meon, and Hee introducing her friends with a hint of elder or sisterly pride. Hello, everyone. Kuei greeted them proactively. One little male lamb boldly proclaimed. Kuei, you look so pretty. When you grow up, will you be my female? Huh. Kuei did not understand what female meant. Get lost. You're too ugly to be with our Kuei, he admonished, landing a playful punch on the head of the boastful male lamb. Little brat, you haven't even grown enough wool to dare covet our Kuei. Hurry home to drink your milk? The children around were animatedly chattering, and because Kue appeared so small, the other young ones took great care of her, affectionately calling her sister Kueka. Meanwhile, Ju-in observed the caves excavated by the other beastmen and found them to be rather impractical. When it rained heavily, water would flood into the caves. Ju-in explained his findings to Chief Huayan. What shall we do? We have no experience. We thought simply living in caves would suffice, but we know nothing about cave structure and facilities. Chief Huayan's face was filled with worry. The caves cannot be excavated directly at ground level. We must leave a few meters of height to prevent flooding. We can then build steps leading up to continue excavating other caves. In past years, the floodwaters reached at most 2 meters, so leaving about 5 meters clear is best. Myon Cave is halfway up the mountain and has never been damaged by heavy rains. All right, we will do as you say. Thank you immensely. Without your guidance, our entire tribe would face disaster. Chief Huayan felt a shiver at the thought of such a scenario. It's just a bit of experience. Ju-in remained humble. Chief Huayan then gathered the sheep beastmen who were excavating to relay Ju-yin's advice. They all recognized their mistake. Thank goodness you were here, Ju-in. You are truly a benefactor to our tribe. The sheep beastmen expressed their gratitude to Ju-in, relieved that the chief had sought his help. Under Ju-yin's guidance, they reformed the construction of the caves. Ju-in excavated over 10 caves continuously until afternoon. Although he was only responsible for the rough excavation, the prolonged effort had taken its toll. Ju-in, take a break. All right, I'll go check on Ku. I'd tea that moment. Kue and the others were engaged in a game of house. Finally having some friends to play with. Kue was immensely happy, and when asked what they should play, she immediately raised her little hand, saying, "Let us play house." What is house play, Kue? They had never played that before. It's a role-playing game. I'll be the mama. He'll be the big sister. Mian will be the little sister. And Meow will be the daddy. Kue assigned the roles. Then we are a family, and we will cook, wash vegetables, and stir-fry. What are mama and daddy? The siblings understood their roles, but what were daddy and mama? They're the grown-ups in the family, and the siblings are the children. Upon this explanation, he and the others understood. So daddy and mama were akin to father and mother. Oh, Kue, we get it. Then you'll be my little female, the little male lamb. Meow began his domineering declaration again. Hey, this little male lamb. How dare you think you can take advantage of our Kue? Don't let him be the daddy. Make him your little brother instead. The system was infuriated. How could such an unsightly toad dream of eating swan meat? How could he even think of having his lovely host serve as a female for anyone else? Ju-in had just arrived and overheard Meow's bold declaration. What audacity dared to covet his daughter? He would send that little brat to the skies. The father's temper was barely containable. Meanwhile, his precious daughter sweetly told the little brat, "No, Kue won't let you be the daddy. You could be Kue's little brother instead." Although Kue didn't understand why the system was so angry, she still obediently listened to her father. Huh. All right. Meow expressed his disappointment. Chapter 18. The eve of the rainy season after half a month of effort. The sheep tribe finally completed the construction of the caves before the rainy season arrived. Originally, Ju-in only needed 4 to 5 days to finish his tasks, leaving the rest to the sheep tribe's people. However, Kue had been having such a great time playing with the young ones that they had huddled together every day, reluctant to return until Ju-in completed his work. Thus, he decided to help them a bit more, allowing Kue to play to her heart's content, as once the rainy season arrived, they wouldn't be able to play outside for over a month. Today marked the grand completion ceremony of the sheep tribe, and as the great contributor, Ju-in was invited to join their celebratory feast. Chief Huayan addressed the gathering. Today, I sincerely thank our young friend Ju-in on behalf of the sheep tribe. Without your help, we would not have completed our work so swiftly. Ju-in modestly replied. It was nothing. Kue, seated beside Ju-in and enjoying roasted meat, echoed his words. No, thank you, In is amazing. Huayan added, and we must also thank Kue. If Kue hadn't been here to play happily, Ju-in might not have helped us so much. In truth, Kue is the real hero. Wow, Kue is also amazing. Yes, yes, Kue Kue is the best. The little ones around her chimed in. Kue Kue is so impressive. Over the past few days, they have enjoyed so many new experiences playing with her. This was the liveliest night before the arrival of the rainy season, as rain would soon pour down in torrents. After the banquet concluded, Ju-in, carrying Kue Kue, bid farewell. Thank you for the hospitality. Kue Kue and I will be heading back now. The first to be reluctant were the little young ones, clamoring to say goodbye to Kue Kue. Goodbye, Kue Kue. Come back to play with us after the rainy season. Sure, sure. Kue Kue will miss you all. Kue Kue waved her goodbyes. Ju-in carried Kue Kue toward home, and she leaned on his shoulder, turning back to wave goodbye. Kue Kue likes them so much. Ju-in asked, I do. Sister, he turned into a little sheep and cuddled with Kue Kue, so soft. No wonder. And Mion Mion, Meow Meow are also adorable. Kue Kue cuddled with them too. Kwaikawa happily shared with Jian, yet upon hearing it, Jian's expression darkened. Meow Meow was precisely the little rascal insisting that Kwaikawa become his female companion. Kwaikawa, you cannot snuggle with Meow Meow. But why Meow Meow? Because Meow Meow is a male cub. And Kwaikawa cannot cuddle with unfamiliar males. Jian interrupted Kwaikawa's words. Then can Kwaikawa cuddle with Inin? Inin can. But Inin is also a boy. Now Kwaikawa understood what male meant. Inin was Kwaikawa's kin, so of course that was permissible. Oh, Kwaikawa gets it. Kwaikawa is good. The two conversed as they walked, returning home in half an hour. Having not been back for half a month, they settled directly in the sheep tribe, avoiding the exhausting back-and-forth journey. Kwaikawa, we must clean the cave before we can settle in. A cave uninhabited for half a month is now covered in spider webs. All right, Kwaikawa will help. Kwaikawa was now a big baby, adept at everything. Jian filled pots and pans with water and placed them on the ground for Kwaikawa to wash. Kwaikawa, you're just playing with water, right? No, it's washing the dishes. Jian accidentally let it slip. He certainly hadn't intended for Kwaikawa to work, merely providing water for her to amuse herself. Okay, Kwaikawa will wash the dishes. Kwaikawa is amazing. Kwaikawa, full of pride, even boasted while washing a plate. Kwaikawa is truly wonderful, spoiling her. Who could possibly outdo you, you little rascal? The system was too exhausted to complain. In truth, it indulged little Kwaikawa as well. After tidying up, evening arrived. The dinner they had just consumed at the sheep tribe was nearly depleted. And though Jian was fine, he worried about Kwaikawa going hungry. Kwaikawa, are you hungry? Have some sheep milk. This was the milk jug just brought back, and tomorrow Chief Hawaiian would send someone over again. I want to drink. Kwaikawa loves milk the most. Kwaikawa, after we finish drinking, we'll rest. Tomorrow we'll go gather supplies. Okay, with rain on the horizon in a few days. They needed to gather food while they could. Previously, he had dried a good amount of jerky, but they still needed firewood, as well as vegetables and fruits for Kwaikawa, gathering as much as possible. He also wondered if Shiohung had discovered anything. Before dawn the next day, Jian roused Kwaikawa from her slumber. Kwaikawa could barely open her sleepy eyes, her messy hair making her appear especially dazed. Inin, Kwaikawa is so sleepy. Kwaikawa, we must gather supplies today. Inin told Kwaikawa last night. You cannot be lazy. All right, Kwaikawa is a trustworthy good baby. After breakfast, Jian set out with Kwaikawa. He planned to first find Shiohung to understand the situation before entering the forest for supplies. Upon arriving near Shiohung's cave, Kwaikawa recognized it immediately. This is Hung Hung's home. Kwaikawa inquired, Inin, are we going to Hung Hung's house to gather supplies? We'll first find Shiohung to understand some details, then we can gather supplies. We're not thieves. We can't just take others' things. Oh, Kwaikawa understands the situation, you little rascal. What do you understand? Haha. The system chimed in again. TT, stupid system. Kwaikawa is a baby, not a little rascal, all right. All right, it's all my fault. Quickly admit your mistake, or I'll get annoyed again. They swiftly reached Shiohung's cave, and before they saw him, they heard his voice. Kwaikawa called out in her tiny voice. Hung, Kwaikawa is here, and dashed into Shiohung's cave at tea that moment. Dawn was just breaking, and Shiohung had not yet risen. Living alone, he usually woke up whenever he pleased, and today he was surprised that Kwaikawa had arrived so early. Shiohung yawned. What brings Kwaikawa here? To understand the situation, Kwaikawa and Inin came to gather information. So early Shiohung was still a bit dazed, wondering what situation warranted such an early visit. Had he been keeping an eye on things in mountains? How is it? Jian's cool voice interrupted. Oh, nothing unusual. Jian fell silent. Really, I've explored the Spirit Mountain thoroughly. Xiaoheng thought Jian didn't he believe him. I hope nothing is amiss. Why did you come so early? To gather supplies. It's going to rain in a few days. Right, we're going to gather supplies. Hung should join us. I've gathered quite a bit these past few days. Want to take some back? No need. You keep it. The rainy season is quite long. Jian declined. All right, I'll join you once I finish breakfast. After Xiaoheng finished his meal, he set out with them, and Kuai-Kua, clutching a large piece of roasted meat, nibbled on it. While Xiaoheng was having breakfast, she had been tempted and snatched a bit for herself. Before leaving, Xiaoheng tore off a large chunk for her snack on the way, fearing she might get hungry later. This time into the forest, the system even found sweet potatoes for Kuai-Kua. Nothing beats roasted sweet potatoes on a rainy day. By the end of the day, the three had gathered a substantial amount of supplies. Let us call it a day. We can't carry back too much, Jian declared, concluding their outing. All right, let us head home. In the following days, Jian took Kuai-Kua and Xiaoheng out continuously to gather supplies. The provisions they had stored would suffice to see them through the rainy season. That moment, Jian, Kuai-Kua, and Xiaoheng sat by the campfire, while outside, the winds howled, signaling the impending storm. The rainy season was upon them. Chapter 19. The arrival of the rainy season. The rainy season has arrived, Jian murmured, a sense of unease creeping over him. Unsure if he was just overthinking. I'll head back first. Otherwise, it'll be difficult to walk once the rain starts. The wind had only just picked up, and at his pace, he would return in about 15 minutes. Fortunately, they had come back early today. Otherwise, he might not have made it home. Kuai-Kua, she clung to him. Over the past few days, Kuai-Kua and Xiaoheng had grown increasingly fond of one another, as Xiaoheng occasionally crafted little trinkets for her, which Kuai-Kua cherished immensely. Kuai-Kua, Hung will make you new toys next time. Xiaoheng comforted little Kuai-Kua. Xiaoheng too felt reluctant to part with Kuai-Kua. He had been accustomed to solitude, but these past few days with Jian and Kuai-Kua had stirred something within him. He had never experienced the warmth of companionship. Born in this forest, he knew not how he had arrived. His memories were of hunting alone since childhood and growing up solitary, eventually becoming the dominant force here. Feared by nearby beasts, he had no friends and was used to living alone. Even when Jian arrived, it did not alter his way of life. The two powerful beastmen were merely passing acquaintances, but with Kuai-Kua's arrival, everything felt different. Xiaoheng was lost in thought. Forget it. I should return. There is still plenty of food in my cave. It would be wasteful not to go back. He feigned indifference, reminding himself he was always an outsider and shouldn't intrude on their father-daughter bond. Kuai-Kua, Hung's home has plenty of food waiting for me to return. We mustn't waste it. Stay. Jian spoke up. Huh? What do you mean? Xiaoheng looked at him in confusion. Stay. The rainy season is long. And if Kuai-Kua gets bored, she can play with you. He could see Xiaoheng's genuine care for Kuai-Kua. For her sake, he could accept him. Moreover, having another to care for Kuai-Kua would put him at ease. Kuai-Kua, hearing Jian's agreement, quickly chimed in. Yes, Kuai-Kua will play with you, but what about my food? Xiaoheng attempted to resist. Hurry back and forth. I'm not covering your meals. Come back quickly. Kuai-Kua is waiting for you. Kuai-Kua looked at him expectantly, fearful he might change his mind. I'll go now. Before leaving, he pondered how easily he had agreed. Perhaps the long rainy season would bring some loneliness, but he had managed to endure it before. Xiaoheng's coldness had diminished over the past few days, now down to 65%. Nonetheless, this was what he deserved. His little host was growing closer to him day by day, as any person would be swayed. On his way back, the wind grew stronger, and the sky darkened ominously, threatening a torrential downpour at any moment. He needed to hurry. The entire forest was shrouded in darkness, trees swaying ominously, creating a spine-chilling atmosphere. Had it not been for his years of living in the forest, he would have been terrified. Xiaoheng made 2 trips to carry everything from his cave by the time he returned to Jian's cave for the second time. He was completely drenched. In the span of about an hour, the rain began to patter down. This rain is so swift, Xiaoheng complained. Couldn't it have waited until I came back? Hung got caught in the rain. Come here to warm up by the fire. Kuai-Kua kindly pulled Xiaoheng over to the fire. Indeed, daughters are like little cotton-padded jackets. The system sighed in admiration, observing how considerate Kwaikawa was. Kwaikawa is a little cotton-padded jacket. Kwaikawa accepted everything that came her way, saying yes to everything except being called a little rascal. Is this cave safe? Everything was settled, and the three sat by the fire. Xiaoheng surveyed his cave, having never paid much attention to his surroundings before. Now that he would be living here, it was prudent to take note. Rest assured, it's much safer than yours that I in recent days. He has once again renovated the cave, expanding its interior manifold. He has constructed several additional chambers, including a storeroom for food, a private room for Kuei, and his own quarters, all designed to be discreet. Xiaoheng, seated within, couldn't discern any of this from the outside. Zhu Yin guided Xiaoheng on a tour of their cave, unveiling the cleverly concealed stone doors, each equipped with mechanisms. Inside, one could slumber undisturbed by the tempestuous winds and rains. Such an impressive setup. How did you conceive of all these intricacies? With my mind. You are rather pretentious, you know. Returning to the campfire, this area serves as our usual gathering spot, where Kuei can also play. Essentially, our hall. The cave entrance is sealed with a diamond, ensuring that torrential rains cannot intrude. Then where shall I sleep? There's a stone bed here, where Kuei and I used to rest before the renovations. You may occupy this. Zhu Yin pointed to the stone bed in the hall. I sleep in the hall. Why do they all have their own rooms while I am relegated to the hall? You can also lie on the floor. Fine. Who am I to complain while relying on others? Xiaoheng feigned pity, although he had not possessed a room previously. His own cave merely contained a stone bed. However, Zhu Yin paid him no heed. Kuei has her own room, where she sleeps with Kuei. Zhu Yin felt a pang of frustration. This little rascal would surely drive him to madness. Xiaoheng chuckled at the sight of Zhu Yin's exasperation, realizing that there was indeed someone who could temper him. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, yet within, the atmosphere was warm and joyous, brimming with happiness. How delightful, Xiaoheng mused. Chapter 20. The reappearance of the mutation. It must be said that Zhu Yin's cave possesses remarkable soundproofing. Within, one can sleep without hearing a single sound, as if outside were not a tempest, but rather a realm of serene clouds. Last night, Xiaoheng had indeed retired to a small chamber. Thanks to Kuei's insistence, she claimed to fear thunder and was reluctant to sleep alone. Although she could not hear the thunder, Zhu Yin's compassion was stirred, and he decided to accompany her. Consequently, the room that Zhu Yin vacated was shamelessly claimed by Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng enjoyed a splendid slumber, awakening to find it already noon, such a rare and leisurely day. Meanwhile, Kuei and Zhu Yin had long risen, and there was no lunch set aside for him. Even Kuei remarked, "You lazy pig, Hung. Isn't this just too comfortable?" Zhu Yin shot him a sidelong glance. For several consecutive days, he had indulged in a monotonous existence of eating and sleeping. This is rather dull, Xiaoheng lamented. Although Kuei would occasionally tease him, he would obediently transform into a wolf form for her amusement. But such antics could not be sustained daily. He had even inquired of Kuei, "Why do you not pet Zhu Yin's fur? He is fluffy too." To which Kuei's response astonished him. "Because I play with Yin at night. Yin is my brain axe, so you alternate your affections?" What other child could pull fur from a tiger's head? His own daughter was quite spoiled. Look at how she has been pampered. Days passed in this manner, and the rainy season was already half over. One midday, the trio was joyously partaking in lunch. Zhu Yin's culinary skills had notably improved, and Xiaoheng found himself captivated by Zhu Yin's cooking as he ate. He mused on what would happen if he lingered here after the rainy season. Beside him, Kuei was enthusiastically devouring her meal, exclaiming how delicious Zhu Yin's food was. Kuei, slow down. Be careful not to choke, Xiaoheng advised, though inwardly he thought, no, you eat so quickly that I can't have more. Both were voraciously consuming their meal, prompting Zhu Yin to intervene. Kuei, don't rush. There is plenty more. Fearing that if he were not careful, Kuei might choke, Xiaoheng, who was doing nothing but eating so quickly, worried that Kuei might finish all the food. If she were to choke, he would never forgive himself. Indeed, Kuei, take your time. Before Xiaoheng could finish a sentence, a sudden thudding noise echoed, shaking the entire cave. Thud, thud. What was that? An earthquake. Xiao Hung stumbled to tea that moment. Ju Yin swiftly scooped up Kuei, who was startled and exclaimed, "What on earth? Is someone walking so loudly?" Walking? Xiao Hung was taken aback. That can't be possible. Can it? It did resemble something. Ju Yin discerned it too. It sounded like a giant treading heavily through the forest. Indeed, something was passing by, though it was not a giant, but rather an enormous toad. Its forelegs bounding and shaking the very earth beneath them. A toad. What is that? Kuei inquired. Oh dear, Kuei, as a city child, it's understandable you haven't encountered toad before. It is also known as a frog. Ribbit, ribbit. Ah, Kuei, that is correct. It is indeed a ribbit. What ribbit? Xiao Hung questioned, just as a creature outside croaked, "Ribbit, ribbit." The sound was alarmingly close, as though it were right outside the cave. Wow, Kuei exclaimed in awe. What is that? A ribbit thing, Kuei innocently replied, her fear dissipating as she retreated inside. Ju Yin whispered, "Just to be safe, let us hide in a room and at least with the door's concealment. The creature outside will not easily find us. Until we understand what is out there, it is prudent not to act recklessly." Thus, the three of them entered the storeroom. Once they had settled inside, Ju Yin asked Kuei, "Do you know what is outside?" "Ribbit," Kuei admitted she had never seen it. "Well, it certainly is rib-biting," Xiao Hung interjected. "That creature outside has mutated. Not even during the Cretaceous period was there a toad of such size. It is akin to a devil-esque toad, but in an enhanced version. Magic ribbit, devil toad," Kuei chimed in. "Why are you giving a nickname? Where did this creature come from? I have never encountered such a spectacle before." Outside, thunder rumbled and rain poured. Yet the cave remained undisturbed. The arrival of this creature shook the earth itself. Even dragon beasts lack such presence. "It has mutated," Ju Yin asserted with certainty. "Impossible. I have traversed the entire Ling Mountain and detected no signs of anomalous energy. Not a single mountain crevice has escaped my scrutiny that I did not imply it possesses such energy. Indeed, this devil toad has merely grown large due to some influence. It has not awakened any abilities like that vulture beast. However, that vulture was rather unfortunate. We do not yet know how it underwent mutation. What shall we do? Can you contend with it?" Xiao Hung asked eagerly. Ju Yin shook his head, uncertainty clouding his expression. "Ah, has it gone quiet? Has it left?" Ju Yin carried Kuei and approached the storeroom entrance, moving the diamond aside to take a look. Upon shifting the diamond, he caught sight of the devil toad's retreating form. "Wow, it is enormous. Yet why do I feel it resembles a tree frog from the forest? It must be a mutated tree frog. Ugly ribbit." "No, I meant Kuei. You are hopelessly critical of others' appearances." "Humph," Kuei pouted, burying her face in Ju Yin's embrace. "Ha ha ha. This creature has made our Kuei look ugly." "Humph, Kuei only likes pretty things." After that, the devil toad did not reappear, and the rainy season gradually subsided. Finally, the rainy season came to an end, and the long-awaited embrace of nature and the fragrance of sunlight filled the air. Xiao Hung rose early, exclaiming in delight, "Hooray! Kuei can go out and play with the little lambs now." Kuei echoed his excitement. "After breakfast, I will take you out." Ju Yin lifted Kuei onto the dining table, as her little legs could not reach. "Yay! Yin is amazing," Kuei praised, though she only knew to say amazing. Just then, he thought to check on how the sheep tribe was faring in their cave dwellings. "I shall return to see how my cave has fared. However, I will certainly return for dinner. With Ju Yin's cooking skills, I have resolved to visit daily for meals." Chapter 21. After the rainy season, eliminating the mutated tree frog after breakfast, they all set off on their separate journeys. When Ju Yin and Kuei arrived at the sheep tribe, Chief Wan was directing the sheep beast people in clearing the battlefield. The original residents of the sheep tribe was in a deplorable state. Utterly devastated, Grandpa Wan, Ju Yin and Kuei called out in unison. "Ju Yin and Kuei have arrived." Chief Wan finally noticed them. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "Alas, I must once again restore this place." "Is anyone hurt?" "Fortunately, no. Everyone was safe in the cave. However, this place is no longer usable." Ju Yin surveyed the surroundings and spotted a large footprint. during the rainy season. Did you feel any tremors? Ju In inquired. Indeed, we felt thudding while in the cave, even thinking it was an earthquake. Yet we also heard rib-biting sounds, somewhat resembling a tree frog's croak. Quite strange. Tree frogs do not create such a commotion. Look over there. Jian pointed towards the large footprint. What is this? The chieftain of the Hawaiian clan approached to take a closer look. Doesn't it resemble a tree frog's print? But aren't tree frogs quite small? One of the sheep beastmen hesitated in his speech. This tree frog has mutated, Jian replied in a solemn tone. Mutated? Is it a supernatural ability? The surrounding beastmen gathered closer, intrigued. It's not a supernatural ability. As for the rest, I have no idea what is going on. How large must a tree frog be to leave such an enormous footprint? At least comparable to a small mountain goat. They chattered among themselves. After the rainy season, the creature has vanished. Jian remarked, this is an uncertain factor. Should it become hostile towards the beastmen, we must be on guard. That behemoth is currently in a lake. Kwaikua, find an opportunity to speak with Jin, he instructed. All right, Jian had another matter to attend to during this visit. Bidding farewell to them and retrieving the sheep's milk that Kwaikua had been promised as part of their agreement for assisting in the cave construction. However, they would not be returning for a while, as he intended to take Kwaikua to Beast King City, where conditions would ensure a better life for her. Jian also encouraged Kwaikua to say her goodbyes to her little friends. Kwaikua, aren't you going to play with the lambs? Go on. Yet he hesitated to inform her of his plans, fearing she might be reluctant to part with her companions. Before leaving, he would deal with the mutated tree frog to prevent any potential harm to the forest. Especially since Kwaikua's friends were there, he could not allow any misfortune to befall them. In the afternoon, Jian returned with Kwaikua, still needing to locate that tree frog. Inin, it's not dark yet. Kwaikua thought it was time to return home, because it was getting dark. We are going to hunt a monster, but Inin still doesn't know where it is. We need some time to find it. What are we looking for? Kwaikua asked. That magical ribbit? Oh, Kwaikua knows the ribbit is in the lake. Jian hesitated. In the lake? Yes. How does Kwaikua know? Everyone said so. Kwaikua, you little chatterbox. Everyone. Indeed, Kwaikua had secrets. At only 2 years old, she couldn't possibly know so much. Kwaikua giggled, trying to evade suspicion. Previously, Jian had his doubts. But that was unimportant. As long as Kwaikua was unharmed, it was fine for now. That everyone was beneficial to Kwaikua. Since it's in the lake, let us proceed there. Jian said with composure. Sai? Isn't Tijin curious? He has already prepared his explanation to, Let us go there with a wave of her small hand. They proceeded. We should find Xiuheng and go together. He had already incorporated Xiuheng into his camp. In the future, Xiuheng would take the lead in battles while ensuring Kwaikua's safety from the rear, which he deemed a satisfactory plan. In the lake. Don't tree frogs usually inhabit forests? Particularly rainforests? Xiuheng remarked in surprise upon hearing Jin's words. Yes, we'll go together. Just like last time, you take care of Kwaikua. Oh, all right. Kwaikua stated that the tree frog was in the lake, and with such a large size. There could only be one lake capable of accommodating it. Lanyu Lake didn't that moment. Lanyu Lake was murky, once the clearest lake in Ling Mountain. What has happened to Lanyu Lake? It has become tainted with murkiness. The system observed the lake's condition and remarked, this resembles the black mist that accompanied the vulture's demise. I never expected it could cling to the water. Jian recalled the scene of the vulture beast's death, that wisp of black smoke, and wondered if this tree frog was still alive. Suddenly, there was a disturbance on the water surface. It was the mutated tree frog. Wow, magical ribbit, Kwaikua exclaimed. Oh, it is truly transformed into a magical ribbit, and it's black magic. At that moment, the mutated tree frog was enveloped in dark mist. Suddenly, it lashed out with its tongue. And Jian and Xiuheng quickly dodged. That I'll handle it. You take good care of Kwaikua. Jian lured the tree frog to the ground. Otherwise, they couldn't engage in battle. This colossal creature made Jian appear quite diminutive in comparison. Kwaikua, its weakness is its belly. That area is its most vulnerable spot. All right, Kwaikua will tell Inin to defeat the ugly black magic ribbit. Kwaikua called out in her small voice. Hit the belly upon hearing Kwaikua's words. Jian glanced at the demon frog's belly. Indeed, that was its weakest point. However, how could he strike it? He could barely approach. Xiaoheng, holding Kwaikua at a distance, also realized that Jian could not get close, let alone strike the belly protected beneath it. What to do? Long-range attack. Yes, his flying sword dart. He could use the flying sword to hit its belly. Then Xiaoheng approached Jian while holding Kwaikua and tossed him the flying sword he always carried. Use your supernatural ability to empower the sword and pierce it. A regular flying sword may not suffice, but with the supernatural enhancement, it will be different. Understood. Jian waited for the right moment and struck true. However, when the demon frog's belly was hit, it erupted with a thick cloud of black mist. Cover your mouth and nose. Jian quickly warned. In truth, it didn't matter whether they covered their faces. The system had already rendered them impervious to harm, especially Kwaikua, who had been given an invisible gas mask that only she could perceive. Simultaneously, Xiaoheng also covered Kwaikua's small face. What is this covering Kwaikua's face? It took a long time for the black mist to dissipate. Phew, why do I feel like my senses just vanished? Xiaoheng wondered. Jian felt similarly. This might relate to Kwaikua as everyone. Ugh, let go of Kwaikua's face. Xiaoheng had forgotten to release her. Xiaoheng hurriedly let go. Kwaikua's little face is so soft. I forgot for a moment. Xiaoheng felt awkward. He nearly suffocated Kwaikua. Jian swiftly scooped up Kwaikua, ensuring her safety. Let us go back. Jian carried Kwaikua and led the way. Xiaoheng scratched his head and followed. Kwaikua, Heng didn't he mean it? Chapter 22. Leaving Ling Mountain by the time the three returned home. It was already evening. Today, let me cook. You've worked hard battling that tree frog for so long that he'll make up for his earlier transgressions. Xiaoheng decided to put on a show. Kwaikua, how about we cook dinner for Jian together? Jian worked hard defeating the tree frog, didn't he? Yes. Enin worked hard. Kwaikua then pulled Jian to sit on the stone bed, patting his thigh. Enin, rest now. Kwaikua and Heng will cook. You just stay here and rest. Watch us show off our skills. With that, he took Kwaikua's little hand and went to prepare dinner. Of course, he only knew how to roast meat and stir-fry some simple vegetables. The latter being a recipe Jian had taught him. Jian had imparted quite a few recipes, but only this vegetable dish was barely edible. Tonight, let us have 2 dishes. Kwaikua, you help Heng wash the vegetables. He placed the greens in a basin and filled it with water. All right, Kwaikua loves playing with water. Kwaikua, a tiny bundle, squatted in front of the basin, resembling a little glutinous rice dumpling. Kwaikua was truly adorable. Later that evening, after a satisfying meal, Jian wiped Kwaikua's little face and sent her off to bed. After a day of activity, Kwaikua was quite tired, snuggling into the plush fur blanket and falling soundly asleep. Upon exiting, Jian saw Xiaoheng tidying up and decided to share his plans. I intend to take Kwaikua to Beast King City. Xiaoheng halted his movements upon hearing this. Beast King City? Yes, not only Beast King City. I plan to take Kwaikua to explore various places. He did not want Kwaikua to be confined to this small Ling Mountain. She deserved to witness the vast world. He refused to let her become like those short-sighted females, growing up only to marry and bear offspring, turning into mere breeding machines. Upon hearing Jian's words, Xiaoheng's expression dimmed. Jian intended to take Kwaikua away. What would happen to him? So you should go back and pack your things. We'll leave in a couple of days. The weather is quite nice. Originally, Xiaoheng was lost in sorrow, reluctant to part with them. Over the past month of living together, he had gradually grown fond of this life. Then he heard Jian instructing him pack. They would set off in 2 days. Am I going too? Xiaoheng was afraid he had misheard that if you don't want to go, I can. I want to go. Kwaikua can't be without me. All right, hurry and rest. Tomorrow I'll go back to pack. Xiaoheng interrupted Jian, fearing he would change his mind. He then lay down to sleep. He was now back in the hall. Once the rainy season passed, Jian had coaxed Kwaikua into believing she was a big girl now and could no longer sleep with the adults, or her little friends would tease her. Thus, Kwaikua had been sleeping alone for the past couple of days. They each returned to their rooms, and naturally, Jian had driven Xiaoheng out of his room, leaving him to sleep in the hall. The next day, Jian told Kwaikua, Kwaikua, we are going on an adventure to a faraway place. The first stop, Beast King City, was quite distant from Ling Mountain, and it would take until winter to reach there. Going to play? Great. Kwaikua immediately agreed upon hearing the word play. But the place we are going is far away, and it will take a long time to return, we may not come back. A long time? Kuei hesitated slightly. She thought of the little lambs. They were the first group of friends she encountered upon arriving here, and she had formed an emotional bond with them. They treated her well, especially fond of Kuei. Ju-in noticed that she was reluctant to part from her companions. The little lambs had their own matters to attend to, and perhaps their beastly fathers and mothers were planning to take them out to play, leaving little time for them to enjoy Kuei's company. Shall we return to play with the little lambs when we have the time? Ju-in suggested. His words were half-truths. Once beastmen reached a certain age, they were required to undertake many responsibilities until they became strong enough. Ordinary beastmen began learning to hunt from a young age, while those from the sheep tribe learned agriculture, living off their crops. Additionally, those awakening special abilities had to train rigorously. Young beastmen were subjected to various trials to grow up, as the harsh environment of Fonlon continent allowed no room for complacency. However, Kuei was special. She had him, and he would always protect her from the mundane world. All she needed to do was to play joyfully and grow up safely. All right, Kuei will play with the little lambs later, but what about Xiaohong? I didn't see him when I woke up today. Is he not with Kuei? Compared to the little lambs, Kuei felt even more reluctant to leave Xiaohong. She did not wish to part from him. Xiaohong has gone to pack his belongings. We will leave together. It was evident that Kuei could not bear to be apart from Xiaohong. Yet, it was for the best. Xiaohong knew better how to win Kuei's affection. Okay, Kuei still feels a bit sad. After all, she has been here for quite some time, and it is only natural to form attachments that not worry. Kuei, playing outside will allow you to make even more friends, the system consoled her. Xiaohong quickly packed his belongings and returned by noon, puzzled by Kuei's sorrowful expression. What is wrong with you, Kuei? Why do you look so unhappy? Did that rascal Juin offend you? I will help you take revenge. No. It's just that Kuei is reluctant to leave the little lambs. Kuei realizes she is about to leave and misses her little friends. This left him at a loss for words. He too was leaving the place where he had grown up, yet he did not feel sad about it. He would feel more sorrowful if he stayed here. Alas, Hong did not understand her sorrow at all. Kuei is simply too amusing, making such an elderly expression for someone so young. Seeing Kuei sigh, Xiaohong found it somewhat amusing but dared not laugh. As Ju-in was watching him closely, "You aren't going to comfort Kuei at all?" he asked Ju-in. He did not know how to console her. She would not listen, insisting that she did not want to be disturbed while reminiscing about her little lambs. The next day, they set off again, carrying little with them. There was no need to bring food, as they could hunt along the way. Ju-in took along Kuei, his clothes, and some utensils for eating. Xiaohong packed his clothes and some of his usual trinkets, primarily his throwing darts. Despite having seemed very sad the previous day, Kuei was the first to wake up that morning, urging both of them to rise quickly. Xiaohong suspected that she had been somewhat dramatic yesterday, as she bounced back to her lively self overnight, skipping ahead to clear the path. La. Kuei is coming to Wang City. Today, Kuei wore a crown adorned with fresh flowers, which Xiaohong had made yesterday to cheer her up, and she adored it. Her hair was tied into two small braids resting on her shoulders, and she wore a little leather skirt, resembling a tiny sprite from the jungle. Chapter 23. The journey. After 2 days of arduous travel, they finally exited the realm of the Spirit Mountain, and night had fallen. Ju-in decided to find a place to set up camp. Let us rest here for tonight. All right. While Ju-in kindled a fire, Xiaohong teased Kuei, "It's so dark. What if a bad person comes and captures Kuei? Kuei is scared." Kuei snuggled into Xiaohong's embrace, clearly frightened. She had never spent a night outside a cave, and now, in the pitch-black forest, only the moonlight provided scant illumination. Hung is just teasing you. Look, Ju-in has started a fire. That moment, Ju-in had successfully lit the fire. Kuei peeked out from Xiaohong's arms and indeed saw the fire glowing, illuminating the surroundings and alleviating her fears. Kuei is much more at ease now. Hung, you rascal. Kuei isn't afraid. Even if Xiaohong gets captured, Kuei won't be taken. Ju-in reassured her. After spending so much time together, he had grown accustomed to Xiao Hang's occasional antics. That night, although they had revealed their abilities, the surrounding beasts dared not disturb them. However, to avoid frightening Kuei, Ju-in and Xiao Hang took turns transforming into their beast forms to keep her safe while they slept, changing shifts every 3 hours. The next day, after organizing their belongings, they were ready to set off again. Xiao Hang pulled out a map of Fenglan continent to check where their next destination would be. In 2 more days, we will reach the seaside. I've never been to the beach. I've only heard of powerful sea beastmen. Kuei has never seen the sea either. Kuei, there are beautiful shells by the sea. Wow, Kuei wants to go. Yes, Kuei, are you looking forward to it? Xiao Hang was also quite excited. I'm looking forward to it. Kuei wants to collect shells. Let us go. Ju-in interrupted them to prevent Kuei from revealing too much. After 2 more days of travel. That noon, they crossed a high mountain and caught a whiff of the ocean breeze, accompanied by the sound of waves crashing. Passing through this rainforest should lead us to the sea, Ju-in remarked. Wow, we're finally here. It's so far away. Kuei has walked for so long and still hasn't arrived, but Kuei isn't discouraged. Kuei will keep going. Let us continue. We should be able to reach it soon. Xiao Hang was also feeling a bit excited to hasten their arrival at the beach. They had not stopped to rest for the past 2 days, other than to eat and sleep, and they needed to rest here for 2 days. Upon entering the rainforest, the tall trees formed a natural canopy, providing them with a refreshing coolness that eased their travel fatigue. Look, there are coconut trees. Kuei, let us pick some coconuts to quench our thirst. All right, Kuei wants to eat coconuts, although she had never tasted one or seen what they looked like. She understood the concept of quenching thirst. Let us eat coconuts, Yin. Go pick some. Coconuts, sure. Okay, as the leading Xiao Hang could not hear what they were saying, he urged them to hurry along. Then he moved ahead to clear the path, as the dense rainforest was much harder to traverse than their mountain forest. Suddenly, he spotted a tall tree bearing several large fruits. Kuei, I found coconuts. Coconuts, this is a coconut. Ju-in thought to himself. Coconuts, can we eat them? Yes. As Kuei began to drool at the thought, Xiao Hang swiftly chopped down a coconut tree. How do we eat this thing? It's heavy and hard. Water, Kuei exclaimed, slurping. Xiao Hang shook the coconut. There was indeed water inside. Ju-in took one, examining how to consume it. With a swift motion, he sliced the coconut in half, and the coconut water flowed out through the crack. Seeing this, Kuei attempted to hold it to drink, but her small hands were unable to lift it. Kuei can't reach it. She even tried to lean down to lick it. Ju-in poured the water into a milk bottle for her. Then Xiao Hang cracked open another coconut, finishing the water and discovering a layer of white substance inside. Taking a bite, he found it quite tasty. This white layer must be the flesh. The flesh of a green coconut is soft, and Kuei should be able to eat it, so he scooped out a piece for her. Kuei took it and began to munch happily. So delicious. Satisfied, she nibbled on it with her small teeth, and she also took a swig of the coconut water that Ju-in offered her, feeling quite content after filling their bellies. They continued on their journey. They were now not far from the beach. In just half an hour, they finally arrived at the seaside. Wow, it's so beautiful at the beach. A broad expanse of sand and azure waters gently lapped at the shoreline. The sunlight glimmered on the surface of the sea, casting a golden glow. Ju-in and Xiao Hang also admired the stunning view before them. They had never seen such a magnificent ocean. After enjoying the scenery for a while, they felt the intense sun overhead and sought a place to rest, as the sunlight was too fierce for outdoor exposure. All right, they found a rock that provided shade. Kuei, let us wait until the sun sets before we go out to play, shall we? Okay, it's too sunny. Kuei mustn't get sunburned. By evening, as the sun dipped low in the west, they finally could venture out again, and Kuei joyfully ran along the beach. There are shells here. Kuei discovered a spider conch and excitedly shared her find with Ju-in and Xiao Hang. How about we have some sea fish for dinner? Sure. Xiao Hang then went fishing. Ju-in played with Kuei for a while before carrying her to watch Xiao Hang's fishing endeavors. Come quickly and see. What is this? Xiao Hang called out as he spotted something in a rocky cave, a creature he had never seen before as a forest wolf. Ju-in approached to take a look. equally clueless about what it was. Then Jin silently gazed at Kuei, wondering why the system had yet to emerge to clarify matters. Was it not well informed? A bunch of unworldly fellows. This is a lobster. Kuei, this large lobster is incredibly delicious. Catch it. What is a lobster, anyway? Can it be eaten? That's all that matters. As long as it fills our bellies, Kuei is hungry. Lobster. Oh, so tasty slurp. After days of roughing it, Kuei was utterly craving this delicacy. Lobster? What is that? A relative of dragons. Both Jian and Xiaoheng were perplexed. It bore little resemblance to dragons. Xiaoheng pulled out the lobster. Questioning its edibility, that it was encased in a hard shell, adorned with 2 antennae. Let us give it a try. Since Kuei claims it is edible, it surely must be. However, one seems a tad insufficient. Although this lobster is quite large, it won't suffice for both of them. Are there any more? Jin inquired. Let us search further. Ultimately, Xiaoheng indeed managed to scavenge several more, all hidden among the crevices of the rocks. Let us place them in the pot to boil. Jin shouldered the pot, which had gone unused for days. They had been feasting on roasted meat, which replenished their strength. Chapter 24. First encounter with the sea beast, alas. It turned red. Could it be poisonous? Xiaoheng was astonished. This creature turned red upon being cooked. No, it's fine. Since Kuei claims it's edible, it must be safe, much like that strawberry. Kuei, the lobster is ready. Hurry and take it out, or we'll overcook. It's done. Jian carefully removed the lobsters and placed them on a rock. They must be shelled before consumption. Once sufficiently cooled, Jian began to peel away the shells, slowly revealing the tender white meat within, causing Kuei to salivate uncontrollably. Slurp. As soon as Jian finished peeling, he eagerly handed the shrimp meat to Kuei, the little glutton, urging her to eat. Kuei accepted it with both hands and began to devour nom Xiaoheng. Witnessing Kuei relishing the meal, swallowed hard, feeling a pang of hunger himself. Silver, hung, it's so delightful good. Xiaoheng took a lobster for himself, skillfully peeling it and stuffing it into his mouth. Delicious. It was his first time tasting such exquisite food, and Jian, too, found it remarkably flavorful. After satisfying their appetites, they decided to sleep in the rocky cave for the night. After days of travel, they were utterly exhausted, so they resolved to rest by the seaside for 2 days before setting off again, allowing themselves to savor more seafood. Having failed to catch any fish yesterday, they wouldn't be floating about, so Jian crafted a fishing tool for Xiaoheng to try. Whether they would catch fish depended on luck. Early the next morning, Jian and Xiaoheng busied themselves with their fishing venture, while Kuei played in the sand. Suddenly, Kuei spotted a figure. System, there's someone over there. There's someone at sea. How strange. Kuei was unaware of the existence of sea beasts. That's a sea beast. A mermaid. Oh, Kuei curiously observed the mermaid, wondering why it was looking at her. Indeed, Yunlin had long noticed Jian and the others. He had observed them while they were catching lobsters yesterday, but hadn't dared to approach, thinking they were land beasts. All day, he had been discreetly observing them, particularly the adorable little cub, a female baby, who was exceptionally cute. Now that he saw Kuei had noticed him, he felt no need to hide and decided to greet them. This little cub was simply delightful and promised to be entertaining. Yunlin, no longer concealing himself, directly approached the shore, heading toward little Kuei. As Kuei noticed the strange figure drawing closer, she too curiously walked toward Yunlin. He was coming to see Kuei. Just as Kuei reached the water's edge, Jian scooped her up, having noticed she was about to step into the sea. Kuei was so small. A moment's carelessness could see her swept away by the waves. They had been remiss. Kuei, you mustn't go into the sea. It's very dangerous. There's silver. Kuei pointed toward the water. Jian looked and indeed saw Yunlin not far off, watching them. Yunlin had intended to come ashore, but Jian's sudden rush to scoop up Kuei halted his impulse. He was unsure how to proceed. Would this land beast think he was trying to snatch the little cub? He had been in the water, observing Kuei all along. Yunlin, you must be Kuei. The way you say it makes me seem a bit lewd. Although I was indeed observing you, I held no ill intent. Sea beast? What do you want? Jian directly questioned Yunlin. Yunlin swam to the shore, his tail transforming into legs as he approached them. "That I merely stumbled upon you while wandering and meant no harm. Sea beasts are generally gentle creatures." Meanwhile, Kuei gasped in amazement. Fishy clearly. Kuei had just glimpsed Yunlin's beautiful fishtail. "My name is Yunlin. I'm a beast of the sea." "Hello, little baby." They all referred to cubs as little babies. Upon hearing Yunlin call her little baby, Kuei immediately lifted her face in response. "Yunlin, I am Kuei, little baby indeed." She was a little baby. Little baby Kuei is so cute, seeing the two so engrossed in their conversation. Jian couldn't help but furrow his brow, a hint of annoyance creeping in. "Is there a problem?" Just then, Xiaoheng returned after setting the fishing trap, noticing an additional person and Jian exuding impatience. "Who are you?" Xiaoheng approached. Yunlin could tell they were quite resistant to him. Of course. If this Yunlin were to take Kuei into the sea, they would truly be at a loss, for Kuei was a female cub, a target for abduction, which was entirely normal. They had always believed they could protect her, but once in the sea, it would become difficult. They hadn't anticipated encountering sea beasts. "I truly was just bored and wandered to the shore. Then discovered you. I meant no harm." Yunlin understood their feelings. After all, they were all beasts from Fenglan continent, and they understood each other. "Aren't you here to fish? I can catch a few for you as a gesture of goodwill," Yunlin suggested further. Kuei looked at him curiously. This fishy can catch fish? The system clarified that he was a merman, different from ordinary fish. After saying that, Yunlin returned to the sea to catch fish. How did this sea beast come about? Xiaoheng was still unaware of the situation. Kuei found him. "He has been observing us." "Oh my. A peeping Tom." Yunlin, jumping into the sea to swim a few laps. "Clear my name." "Yunlin is good." Kuei chimed in. Kuei, how do you know he is a good person? What if he is pretending?" Xiaoheng asked Kuei. "He is just good." Kuei's intuition assured her. Xiaoheng glanced at Jian. "Your daughter says he is a good person before long." Yunlin returned, bringing back several large, plump fish, with so many large and fat fish, and since Kuei claimed he was a good person, they reluctantly accepted him. May I join you?" He had nothing to do and thought it would be nice to play with them. "Fine." For the sake of the fish, Xiaoheng agreed to his request, deeming him an ordinary beast without any special abilities. He likely wouldn't dare to do anything outrageous. "Yay, let us play together." Kuei was a lively child. Their lunch was secured, and Jian expressionlessly began to kindle a fire for cooking. However, Yunlin was quite talkative, even more so than Xiaoheng. "How did you come to the seaside? You must be land beasts, right?" "Oh, we're just passing through." Xiaoheng could only engage in idle chatter with him. I see. They chatted for a while, learning that Yunlin was the young master of a certain sea tribe who usually patrolled the waters under his tribe's jurisdiction to check for troublemakers. This sea area was home to several sea tribes, ruled by different sea beasts, and Yunlin's tribe was merely one among them, not the strongest, as they only had 4 ability-bearing beasts, while some powerful sea tribes boasted 5 or more. "Won't you be bullied then?" Xiaoheng speculated. "Not really. We sea beasts generally don't interfere with each other and dislike being domineering. After all, the ocean's resources are abundant." As if land beasts like them enjoyed being domineering. Chapter 25. Next stop. Over the past 2 days, Kuei and the 2 others had gotten along quite well with Yunlin, particularly Xiaoheng, who delighted in having a free laborer to command. At mealtime, he would send Yunlin into the sea to fish. Not only did Yunlin return with fish, but he also brought back various sea delicacies, such as sea cucumbers, crabs, and large lobsters. Kuei especially adored the lobsters. And each time Yunlin prepared to dive, she would remind him to bring back lobsters for her. After 2 days of rest, they were ready to continue their journey and bid farewell to Yunlin. "Brother, farewell." Xiaoheng clasped Yunlin's shoulder, saying goodbye. In comparison to the rough-hewn Xiaoheng and Jian, he found it harder to part with little baby Kuei. Yunlin stroked Kuei's round little head. "Little baby Kuei, remember Yunlin. Okay?" Kuei nuzzled Yunlin's fair hand. Kuei will remember Yunlin and the big lobster. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Farewell. In contrast to the reluctant farewells of Xiaoheng and Kuei. Ju-in appeared considerably more indifferent. Ultimately, they were not kindred spirits. They were land-dwelling orcs, while Yun-Lin was the young prince of the sea folk. As he bid farewell to Yun-Lin, he watched them depart, feeling a twinge of envy for their camaraderie and a desire to join them. Yet as the sea folk's prince, he bore his own responsibilities to Li. Farewell, Kuei called back, waving goodbye. Farewell, Kuei. Yun-Lin responded softly. Harboring hopes of meeting the little one again, Xiaoheng pulled out a map to check their next destination. If we hurry, we should reach the Xiongyin tribe, not far from the Beast King city. In about half a month, from there, it will only take another 7 days to reach the Beast King city. Then let us proceed there, Ju-in decided resolutely. Very well, they agreed as they returned to the rainforest. Ju-in opted for an inland route, feeling more familiar with the terrain than along the coast. Approaching the end of summer, the trio traversed through forests, grasslands, and valleys, pausing to admire the wondrous sights. Their choice proved wise. The outside world was indeed more vibrant than Lingshan, promising Kuei a unique life experience. Tomorrow, we shall arrive at the Xiongyin tribe, Xiaoheng announced, breaking the silence as they walked through the woods. The outside world is truly magnificent. I wish I could wander freely for a lifetime. No, I mean, roam the world at will, Xiaoheng mused, excited by the endless discoveries awaiting them. Are there bears? Kuei asked eagerly, unable to contain her excitement at the mere mention of bears. Bears, so fluffy. Her fondness for all things furry was evident. Xiaoheng paused, momentarily at a loss. Why bears, Kuei? He inquired, puzzled. Ju-in cast a sidelong glance at him. Is there something I am unaware of? Fluffy. Kuei likes it. Xiaoheng soon grasped that Kuei's preferences were rather peculiar, particularly her affinity for cuddly creatures. He felt an inkling of jealousy creeping in. Do you like Heng? He asked, attempting to tease her. Of course. I adore Heng and In, Kuei declared earnestly. Hearing her confession brought joy to Xiaoheng, who could not resist teasing her further. So, who do you prefer more, Heng or Ju-in? Kuei likes both, she replied, likening the dilemma to a girlfriend being asked whom to save first if both her mother and boyfriend fell into water. I cannot choose. No, Kuei, this is a single-choice question. You must choose one, he insisted, amused. The system also seemed to enjoy playing with Kuei. You are all mean, not helping Kuei. She pouted, burying her head in Xiaoheng's embrace. Unwilling to choose. Such childishness, Ju-in remarked, having previously held Kuei and now ignoring the immature banter. Eat good. Kuei, don't suffocate yourself. We shall not play with silly people, he said, gently resting her head on his shoulder to prevent her from hiding away. Heng is a silly goose, Kuei teased, sticking out her tongue at Xiaoheng. Hey, who are you calling silly? He retorted, following closely behind. After a journey of over half a month, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Xiongyin tribe. This sizable tribe was home to not only large black bears, but also various bear folk and smaller bear-like creatures. Let us find a place to rest. We are quite weary from our travels, Xiaoheng suggested. They would need at least 3 to 4 days of rest before proceeding to the Beast King city, especially with the cold season approaching. First, we must visit the tribe as chieftain, as only he can provide us with lodging. Indeed, I am relieved to escape the elements. While the outdoors offers freedom and leisure, I occasionally miss the comforts of home. Are we going to meet the bears? Kuei eagerly anticipated seeing her beloved bears. Yes, Kuei, we shall soon meet the bears. Just wait until they frighten you, little rascal. Xiaoheng thought mischievously. Yeah, little bears, here I come. Kuei could hardly contain her excitement. They sought out the chieftain's dwelling and approached a bear folk who sized them up before saying, "Follow me." "Thank you," they replied, following the bear's lead. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. "Chieftain, there are visitors seeking you." Moments later, a towering beast man, standing around 2.5 meters tall, emerged from within. So tall. Xiaoheng marveled quietly. He and Ju-in were only around 1.9 meters, dwarfed by this giant. "Do you seek something?" The chieftain's gruff voice snapped Xiaoheng back to reality. "We wish to stay here for a few days, if you would allow it," Ju-in stated, maintaining his composure. Kuei, nestled in Ju-in's arms, felt a little dismayed that the chieftain hadn't acknowledged her presence. But there are 3 of us, she thought, feeling left out that, Kuei, he may not have noticed you due to his lofty stature. The system consoled her in her mind that, oh well, I suppose he's quite tall, even taller than Inin. Very well, but do not cause trouble. The chieftain warned, his tone stern. Rest assured, we are merely weary travelers in need of respite. We shall not bring trouble, Xiao Hong assured him. I am Xiao Hong, and this is Ju-in. He introduced himself, noting the chieftain's irritable demeanor. He hoped Ju-in would not provoke the chieftain, as both were not known for their patience. And any conflict would be troublesome. The bear chieftain regarded Xiao Hong with a discerning eye, recognizing his prudence. Very well, follow me. Xiao Hong sighed inwardly, feeling the weight of responsibility. What would happen if I were not here? Meanwhile, Kuei remained quiet in Ju-in's arms, sensing the chieftain's intimidating presence. The chieftain led them to a spacious cave. You may reside here for the time being. This place is typically reserved for young bear cubs. But it will suffice. Thank you. May I ask your name? Chieftain? Xiao Hong inquired, noting that the chieftain had yet to introduce himself. I am Xionggang. The chieftain replied. Chieftain Xionggang, we appreciate your hospitality during our stay. Ju-in interjected, aiming to establish goodwill. Xionggang sensed their lack of malice and offered them a bit more patience. He finally took a proper look at them, recognizing that they likely would not cause trouble in his territory. The Xiongyin tribe was known for being insular, rarely accepting outsiders, yet he noted their exceptional strength, especially Ju-in, who was an extraordinary level 7 beastman, a rarity even in the Beast King city. It was best to avoid conflict unless necessary, and allowing them to stay could serve as a favor. However, he was puzzled by the presence of a small cub. Spotting Kuei, he asked, And who might you be? I am Kuei, she replied timidly, wary of the imposing figure before her. Greetings. Xionggang realized he may have frightened her with his earlier sternness. Why so timid, Kuei? Is this not the bear you have been longing to meet? He teased lightly. This bear seems a bit fierce, Kuei thought, her fear evident. Noticing her trepidation, Xionggang felt a twinge of embarrassment. You all rest. I shall take my leave. Farewell, Chieftain Xionggang, Xiao Hong replied. Once Xionggang departed, Kuei let out a quiet sigh of relief, which did not escape Xiao Hong's notice. Why the sudden timidity, Kuei? Did you not want to meet the bears? He inquired. Because that big bear is quite fierce, and I am scared, she confessed, clearly intimidated by Xiongang's imposing demeanor. Though, I see, Dia, you still like the bears. Xiao Hong pressed further. Kuei pondered, are there bears that are not fierce? Before she could contemplate further, Xiongang's voice echoed from the cave entrance that I brought some honey for you to taste. It is a specialty of our Xiongyin tribe, having frightened the little cub earlier. He sought to make amends. Surely, with the allure of honey, she would forgive him for his earlier sternness. Indeed, in the beast world, female beings were often treated with special care, especially when they were as adorable as Kuei. Honey, what is that? Xiao Hong asked, intrigued. It is nectar collected by bees and turned into a sweet delicacy. We bear folk particularly enjoy honey, Xionggang explained, slightly embarrassed by his fondness for such a sugary treat. So sweet. Kuei loves sweet things, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, that's so. Kuei, do you truly like it? Xionggang inquired in a soft and gentle tone, fearful that his rugged voice might inadvertently frighten the delicate cub before him. To Xionggang, this tiny, fluffy creature appeared exceedingly fragile, deserving of tender words and gentle coaxing. Moreover, the cub's exquisite beauty ignited an overwhelming paternal affection within him. If only he had a daughter as lovely as Kuei. He mused, feeling a surge of gratitude towards the bear. Kuei, instantly won over by the honey sent by Xionggang, quickly forgot her earlier trepidation regarding his fierce demeanor. Xiongang's heart felt as if it might melt at the sight of Kuei's adorable little face. How could such a charming cub not belong to him? There was something unusual about Xionggang, as his gaze upon Kuei shimmered with fervor. Was he yet another captive of her enchanting appearance? Shouldn't he be the fearsome black bear he was known to be? Zhu Yin's eyes darkened, and after expressing his gratitude to Xionggang, he announced, "We shall take our rest now." "Very well," Xionggang replied, feeling a tinge of disappointment. After all, this cub belonged to someone else, and no matter how fond he grew of her, she was not his to claim. Once Xionggang departed, the three of them entered the cave, which was surprisingly well equipped. Zhu Yin and Xiao Hong settled on a stone bench, placing the honey upon a stone table. Kuei immediately leaned over the edge, her eyes sparkling with delight at the sight of the honey. "Sweet, let's taste this honey," Xiao Hong exclaimed, enthusiastically sharing this new delicacy with Kuei. Meanwhile, Zhu Yin contemplated the jar of honey with a serious expression. He was pleased that everyone cherished Kuei, but he would never allow anyone to covet her. Kuei was a treasure bestowed upon him by the beast god. "Yin," Kuei exclaimed, dipping a spoon into the honey and offering it to Zhu Yin. "It is sweet. Let us share." Zhu Yin took a taste and found it overly sweet. Kuei, you shouldn't eat too much honey, otherwise your teeth will hurt," he cautioned, realizing that consuming it straight was too sugary and could lead to cavities. "But I only had a little," Kuei protested, her innocence shining through. "I barely had any." Xiao Hong chimed in, agreeing. "Yes, Kuei, this honey is excessively sweet." The three of them were baffled by Xiongang's fondness for such sugary treats. Sweet things are delightful," Kuei retorted, her displeasure evident. "Honey is simply wonderful." Kuei, eating too much honey can lead to painful cavities," Zhu Yin reiterated. "But honey is truly delicious," she insisted. "Honey brushed on roasted meat is also delectable." The system devised an excellent strategy to prevent Kuei from overindulging in honey. "Meat?" Zhu Yin replied, "that honey-glazed roasted meat is incredibly delicious. Let us have Zhu Yin prepare it." "Yay!" Kuei exclaimed eagerly. "Then let Yin make the honey-roasted meat. I can't wait." However, if Yin uses honey for roasting, then Kuei must refrain from eating honey, or there won't be enough for the meat. I'll secretly hide the remaining honey to prevent Kuei from overindulging and ruining her teeth. After a brief moment of hesitation, Kuei finally agreed. "All right, for the sake of honey-roasted meat. I won't eat honey. Then I'll wait here while Yin goes hunting, and Xiao Hong will play with you." Chapter 27. Encountering the giant panda in the beast world, let's all go together. "What fun is it for me and Kuei to stay here?" Xiao Hong expressed a desire to explore the Bear Rock tribe. "I want to go too." "Everyone should go," Kuei chimed in. "All right, it's still early. Let us go together." Yes, they walked through the Bear Rock tribe. Zhu Yin and the others could feel various scrutinizing gazes upon them. Many bear beastmen were astonished by Zhu Yin's terrifying prowess at the 7th level of abilities, while others were captivated by Kuei's adorable appearance. Having never seen such a tender and charming cub before, some even fantasized about taking her home. Meanwhile, our social butterfly, Kuei, greeted everyone with a cheerful smile, returning sweet smiles to every doting auntie who glanced her way. The bear beastmen were utterly charmed, yet they dared not approach due to Zhu Yin's imposing presence. The trio became the center of attention, akin to monkeys on display. Unable to withstand the unrestrained gazes any longer, Xiao Hong scooped Kuei into his arms and fled, fearing they might actually turn into monkeys themselves. "What's wrong?" Kuei asked, puzzled as she was held tightly in his embrace. "I can't stand those bear beastmen any longer," Xiao Hong exclaimed. "I've realized that beneath their robust exteriors lies a heart that adores cute creatures." "Run faster, Xiao Hong," Kuei urged, not understanding why he was in such a hurry. "That if we don't run, those eager hands will soon be pinching your cheeks." Xiao Hong replied with exasperation, "Oh, my darling S charm knows no bounds." The system mused. The trio soon arrived at the forest surrounding the Bear Rock tribe, where they were greeted by a symphony of animal sounds, indicating the area's abundant resources. "Look over there. A few little deer are drinking water," Xiao Hong exclaimed, his keen eyes spotting the sight. "You and Kuei stay here. I'll be right back." "All right, Kuei, let us go play over there," he suggested. Having noticed a bamboo grove nearby, where he could gather some bamboo shoots to prepare Kuei's favorite dish of stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. After Juin departed, Xiaohong led Kuei towards the bamboo grove. Kuei, let's dig for bamboo shoots. Tonight, we'll make your favorite stir-fried bamboo shoots. Yes, I love eating bamboo shoots, Kuei replied, her excitement palpable. Upon arriving at the bamboo grove, they discovered an abundance of bamboo shoots peeking through the soil. Kuei, we've truly stumbled into a bamboo treasure trove, Xiaohong exclaimed. My goodness, there's so many bamboo shoots, he marveled. Kuei, can you help me count how many we dig up? He assigned her the easiest task. Of course, Kuei responded with confidence. I'll help. I'm awesome. The system remarked, is it possible that Kuei is still a little baby who can't count? As Xiaohong dug up a bamboo shoot. Kuei began counting with great seriousness. One. Xiaohong grew increasingly perplexed. Kuei, can you only count to 2? Huh. I can count 1 and 2, she insisted, showcasing her counting skills. Kuei, I've already dug up 4. Xiaohong noted, observing her innocent expression and realizing that she truly didn't know how to count beyond 2. Placing the bamboo shoots in a neat row, he said, look, this is 1. This is 2. This one is the 3rd, and the biggest bamboo shoot is the 4th. For bamboo shoots, Kuei exclaimed, her intelligence shining through as she grasped the concept swiftly. Yes, Kuei is amazing. Indeed, Kuei is a clever little cub. It's just that Juin hasn't taught her yet, Xiaohong noted. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes was closely observing their every move, belonging to a giant panda, stealthily following behind them. Xiaohong is still so careless, the system scoffed inwardly, unaware that they were being tailed. That moment, the giant panda concealed itself, having noticed another presence entering the bamboo grove. Juin, who was leading a little deer in search of Xiaohong and Kuei. Upon arrival, Juin detected a different aura, one that belonged to bears. Could there be bear beastmen hunting nearby? He approached the spot where Xiaohong and Kuei were digging for bamboo shoots and found them with an ample harvest. Inin, Kuei exclaimed joyfully. I got so engrossed in counting that I forgot to dig. Let us go, Juin replied, lifting Kuei into his arms, while the panda continued to watch them discreetly as they made their way out of the bamboo grove. Xiaohong began to sense they were being followed. Are we being tailed? He whispered, leaning closer to Juin. That's behind us. Juin merely smiled, choosing not to speak, lest Kuei become alarmed, for the creature trailing them was her beloved fluffy friend. After following them for a while, the giant panda found itself perplexed as the trio suddenly disappeared from view. It was keenly aware that it had overheard the beastman and the little cub discussing a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots, which sounded utterly delicious. The beastman had mentioned that the little cub adored stir-fried bamboo shoots. The panda pondered. Juin and Xiaohong surrounded it. What kind of bear is this? One black and one white. Xiaohong remarked, having never seen such an unusual bear before. This is a panda, a modern-day national treasure, commonly referred to as the bamboo-eating beast, famed for its adorable demeanor. A cat. Is it a panda? Kuei, she asked, her confusion evident. Is it a bear or a cat? Of course, it's a bear. Pandas absolutely love bamboo. You've just intruded into her territory, and she might want to stick around. Stick around with Kuei? Let us take her home, Kuei exclaimed, her excitement growing. This fluffy creature wants to accompany Kuei home. She giggled you've caught the essence of the matter again. Let us take her back and ask her. Surely one of the bears in the Bear Rock tribe will know her identity. Initially feeling a bit flustered at being discovered, the panda had feared it wouldn't get to enjoy the stir-fried bamboo shoots. However, upon realizing that they wished to bring her home, she decided to be gracious. This panda was not just any bear. She was the sacred female of the Bear Rock tribe. The system discovered that this giant panda was indeed a revered being within the tribe. She possessed a remarkable intelligence, akin to that of the female beastmen, yet the giant pandas of Fonlon continent were unable to transform. Though they could not morph, they were under the protection of the beast god, which granted them the title of the beast god's messengers within Fonlon continent. Moreover, the giant pandas were quite rare, primarily residing in the Bear Rock tribe and the Beast King city, with their numbers not exceeding 50. They were more precious than national treasures. Thus, this seemingly innocuous giant panda held a status in the Bear Rock tribe that rivaled even that of its chieftain. That bamboo grove was specifically cultivated for her. And this time, Jian and his companions have truly encountered a formidable obstacle. Meanwhile, the giant panda leisurely followed Jian and his group home, with Kwaikawa frequently turning back to converse with her. Observing their clueless demeanor was genuinely exhausting. Chapter 28. Nailing Komeo. I am called Kwaikawa. Oh, you have a name. Kwaikawa chattered animatedly, her brows dancing with excitement as she attempted to engage the giant panda in conversation, completely disregarding whether the panda acknowledged her or not. This bear is so adorable. I really like Kwaikawa. In stark contrast to Kwaikawa's exuberance, the giant panda Nailing felt somewhat agitated. This little cub was far too talkative. She chattered incessantly throughout the journey, driving the bear to distraction, reminiscent of her own cub's incessant chatter. Kwaikawa, is it possible that it cannot speak? Xiao Hong, observing Kwaikawa's prolonged interaction with the giant panda, could not help but interject that that's true. Just as Xiao Hong and the giant panda were about to breathe a sigh of relief, Kwaikawa's exuberant voice rang in their ears. Komeo, can you speak? The Dala and Wolf also can talk. Xiao Hong, Nailing, Julian. The Q system could not help but facepalm at Kwaikawa's exuberance. It was merely a sentient bear, not a beast man, incapable of articulating human speech. Moreover, as a giant panda, an envoy of the beast god. Only the Bear Clan's beastmen could comprehend their bear language. Ugh, Nailing could no longer tolerate it. Little cub, please refrain from speaking. My goodness, why does the bear's call sound just like a dog's? Komeo should not imitate dogs. Kwaikawa mistakenly believed that the giant panda was mimicking a dog's bark. The bear was weary and merely wished to savor a bite of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. The trio swiftly returned to the Xiongyin tribe, bringing back a basket filled with bamboo shoots, a young deer, and a giant panda as they strolled along the path of the Xiongyin tribe. They attracted a crowd of beastmen, but this time the object of their attention was the giant panda leisurely trailing behind Jian and his companions. Why is the holy female Nailing with them? I thought the holy female preferred to reside in the bamboo grove. The bear beastmen they encountered along the way engaged in a buzz of speculation. Jin, it seems they all recognize this bear, and it's the holy female. How could our tribe's holy female be an untransformed bear? Jian also found it puzzling and decided to inquire with the tribe leader. They then made their way towards the leader's cave, giant panda Nailing. Indeed, this panda is the holy female of the Xiongyin tribe. Hurry and prepare some delicious bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat for me. Upon arriving at the tribe leader's doorstep, they encountered Xionggang, who was processing prey. Jin, what brings you here? Jian and Xiao Hong stepped aside, revealing the giant panda Nailing, who was currently being pestered by Kwaikawa. Clambering onto her, Nailing, Xionggang exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the holy female here. Hello, Xionggang, Kwaikawa chimed, clearly familiar with the leader Da. This is our tribe's holy female Nailing, due to the lack of suitable places for bamboo growth in the tribe. Nailing prefers to live in the bamboo grove, so we had to find a suitable area outside to cultivate a vast bamboo forest for her residence. Xionggang, noticing their confusion, explained, Nailing is a giant panda, and she loves to eat bamboo. Nailing nodded in agreement. A giant panda? Xiao Hong was hearing about such a bear for the first time. Yes, the giant panda is a divine beast under the protection of the beast god and serves as the beast god's envoy. Giant pandas are rare and primarily reside in the Beast King city and our Xiongyin tribe, so it's perfectly understandable that you have not encountered one before. Jian had previously heard of the beast god's envoy while in the Tiger Clan, but he never expected it to be such a clumsy creature. Indeed, in Jian's eyes, this giant panda appeared somewhat foolish. You must have wandered into Nailing's bamboo grove. Nailing usually dislikes venturing out. Why did she accompany you today? Xionggang inquired, perplexed for the bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Xionggang was taken aback by Nailing's response. So you came out just for food? Don't you usually find this place distasteful? Can the tribe leader understand her language? Jia noticed that Xionggang clearly comprehended the giant panda's chattering. Indeed, while giant pandas cannot transform, they are sentient, and we bears can understand their language. What did she just say? Xiao Hong was curious about why she was following them. For the bamboo shoots, stir-fried with meat. Xionggang felt a bit embarrassed, wondering why their holy female was such a glutton. So she has been eavesdropping on my conversation with Kwaikua. Great. Komeo and Kwaikua can enjoy bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat together. Kwaikua generously offered to share her food with Komeo. Upon hearing the little cub invite her to share in the meal, Nailing became enthusiastic, nuzzling Kwaikua. Let us hurry back and prepare the bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Could you also prepare a portion for Nailing? Consider it a favor I owe you, Xionggang asked, somewhat embarrassed. There was no other option. After all, Nailing was one of the few female giant pandas in the Xiongyan tribe. And as the holy female, they always cater to her needs that of course. Xiuheng replied, little Kwaikua has agreed, so they surely have no objections. Upon returning to the cave, Jian and Xiuheng began cooking, while Nailing took charge of entertaining Kwaikua. Initially, Nailing was reluctant to play with the cub, feeling annoyed by such younglings who were not her own and longed to swat them away. However, Xiuheng had a strategy to make her willingly play with Kwaikua. Just as she was about to refuse, Xiuheng cleared his throat, bamboo shoots stir-fried. Humph! How could such a large beast man threaten a bear over a meal? Nailing felt she had never experienced such indignity. But what did bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat taste like? Ultimately, she succumbed to the allure of the dish. Xiuheng and Jian collaborated and soon prepared dinner. Time to eat. Upon hearing it was mealtime, Kwaikua reluctantly detached herself from Nailing's embrace, exclaiming, Komeo's fur is so fluffy. It is simply delightful to touch. So adorable. At that moment, a chubby little darling was earnestly praising another big darling. Nailing, unable to resist Kwaikua's charm, indulged in a moment of maternal affection, holding her close and allowing Kwaikua to pet her to her heart's content. Her own cub only received such treatment while nursing. However, why was this beastman cub so soft and squishy? Even softer than her own? Time to eat. Upon hearing the call for dinner, Nailing hurriedly scampered towards the stone table. Komeo, wait! Kwaikua exclaimed, noting how Komeo was more eager to eat than she was. Go ahead. Xiuheng thought it quite endearing to see Nailing bounce over to the table for dinner. Nailing grabbed a piece of bamboo shoot and popped it in her mouth, her eyes lighting up with delight. Delicious, so incredibly tasty. She then buried her face in her meal, devouring it voraciously. The bear has never tasted such delightful bamboo shoots. Kwaikua also happily devoured a piece of bamboo, exclaiming, so good. Chapter 29, The Panda Cub. Meanwhile, the three of them, one bear and two humans, were enjoying their meal, while a little panda cub far away in the bamboo grove had a bewildered expression. Where's my big Mu? The little panda attempted to call out for Mu, but saw no sign of her. Sigh, where has that irresponsible Mu gone? The cub is hungry. The little panda expressed its frustration. Though Mu could be bothersome at times, she would always feed him on schedule. Today, was she planning to let him fend for himself? But he was only 3 months old. What kind of heartless Mu would let her cub go hungry? At that moment, the little panda's negligent Mu was comfortably full and resting, as if she had forgotten something. Feeling too full to remember. Never mind, I'll just rest for a bit. Jin, I'll take Nailing back to the bamboo grove. Xionggang announced as he approached. Please come in. Where is Nailing? She is full and resting. Xiuheng pointed to a corner of the cave. Xionggang walked over to Nailing. We are heading back. Your cub is still waiting for you in the bamboo grove. Upon hearing Xiongang's words, Nailing jolted to attention. Oh no, I forgot my cub. Panda cub. Thank you, Mu. Your cub hasn't starved to death yet. Nailing has a cub? Where's her cub? Xiuheng asked in surprise. In the bamboo grove. Nailing may have forgotten to bring her cub back with her. Xionggang explained. Cub? Hilarious. She never intended to take me with her. Nailing, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. I didn't mean to. Nailing, let us hurry back. The cub must be hungry. 3-month-old panda cubs cannot eat bamboo shoots yet. They can only drink milk. Let us go quickly. She still has a bit of conscience. It wouldn't be good to let the cub go hungry. Kwaikua felt reluctant to see Komeo leave. Komeo, come back to play with Kwaikua. Nailing will come again tomorrow. Bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat are so delicious. I'll eat more. I only had 3 plates just now. Knowing what Nailing was saying, Xionggang could only shake his head in exasperation at her gluttony. Then I will return with nailing. You all should rest. Thank you for your hospitality today. It's no trouble. Thanks to the tribe leader, we have a place to rest. Komeo, you must come again tomorrow. Kwaikawa urged. Komeo is so delightful to pet. Of course, I will return to play with Kwaikawa. With that, Xionggang led Nailing away. Nailing, your cub is still young. You must not leave it behind. Xionggang had just come to understand Na Ling's temperament. She had always raised her cubs in a free-range manner. Na Ling had another larger cub who had grown up and moved to Beast King City. Ji knew this and babbled incessantly like the old bear leader. Ow, ow. Upon returning to the bamboo forest, Na Ling emitted a low call to summon her cub for a meal. As soon as the panda cub heard its mother calling, it poked its head out from behind a few bamboo stalks. Amu, you've finally returned from your escapades. Woo, Amu, I'm hungry. Na Ling then approached her cub to nurse, seeing Na Ling preparing to feed the cub. Xionggang decided to take his leave. Na Ling, I'm off. Remember to take good care of the little one. G. Goodbye. The panda cub finally got its share of food. Inin, Xiong has left. Kuei snuggled up to Ju In. Clinging to him, Kuei is going to miss Xiong. She will return. Ju In thought to himself, with Na Ling's resolute gaze upon leaving, that she would surely come back to mooch food in the following days. This giant panda was truly fascinating, even leaving her cub at home alone just to scavenge for food. This was the first time Xiao Hung encountered such an amusing creature. Kuei, it's time for bed. You'll see Na Ling tomorrow. Ju In coaxed Kuei to sleep. Okay, I hope to wake up and see Xiong right away the next day. Na Ling indeed arrived, and not alone. She had a sleeping cub in her mouth. The panda cub stirred awake for a moment, realizing it was Amu carrying it, and comfortably drifted back to sleep. How delightful. Today, Amu did not abandon it to go on adventures. Na Ling skillfully made her way to Ju Yin's dwelling, calling out to announce her arrival, then waited at the entrance for them to greet her. As soon as Kuei heard the call, she dashed out. Xiong, you're here. Kuei has been waiting for you. Na Ling placed her cub on the ground and nuzzled against Kuei. This blessed lady has come to mooch food again. Upon seeing the small bear cub on the ground, Kuei's expression turned to one of astonishment. A little bear cub? Gee, this is my unfortunate little one. Unfortunate cub. Xuan Q. Ju In and Xiao Hung, hearing the commotion outside, stepped out to look. Hey, she really came. Oh, this is Na Ling's cub. Xiao Heng instantly spotted the panda cub on the ground. Indeed, this is my cub. And A Ling nudged the cub towards Kuei. Here, you can play with it. Knowing that Kuei adored the fluffiness of her fur, Na Ling assumed the little cub would also be a source of joy for her. She could let Kuei play with her cub while she enjoyed delicious bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Letting Kuei play with the cub, Xiao Hung discerned Na Ling's intention. Gee, just for fun, the panda cub had now awakened, wondering, where is this? Amu? Gee, little one, this is Kuei's home. Today you will play with her. Was Amu really going to sell him off upon waking? Wow, the little bear cub was taken by Kuei's adorableness. What a cute little bear. Is this a beast child, just as small as he is? Ooh, the panda baby crawled a couple of steps towards Kuei. Kuei's small hands gently stroked the panda baby. So soft. I like this little one much more than Inin and Hung. Kuei exclaimed while petting the fluffy creature. Little baby, Kuei is also a baby. Xiao Hung observed the two little ones snuggling together, finding them utterly adorable. Gee, little cub, you are finally of some use. It was worth all the trouble I took to feed you. The panda cub felt speechless, realizing today was the day he was sent off by Amu to bribe others. However, he was willing to play with this little cub. Na Ling, Xionggang had arrived. He had seen Na Ling carrying her cub, and many beastmen had caught sight of them, leading some to inform the tribe leader. He happened to have nothing to do and decided to check on the situation, even sending someone to the bamboo forest to dig up plenty of bamboo shoots and some other prey. Gee, you're here again? Coming to deliver your food allowance. You can't keep coming to mooch off us. The tribe leader asked, puzzled. Oh, Na Ling, I need to trouble you both. This is the bamboo and bamboo shoots I brought. Otherwise, Na Ling can't keep coming to mooch food and drink. The tribe leader is too kind. Kuei loves them. Indeed, Kuei loves fluffy things. Upon hearing her name, Kuei promptly chimed in with a sweet voice agreeing, I do. Then Kuei, Na Ling, and the cub can have fun together. Hee, Kuei was delighted. Meanwhile, our Na Ling was enjoying the benefits, with bamboo shoots to eat and someone to help her look after her cub, feeling utterly content. Chapter 30. Leaving Xiong Yin tribe, Zhu Yin and his companion spent 5 more days in Xiong Yin tribe. During this time, Na Ling and her cub resided in the cave adjacent to Zhu Yin's group. Becoming neighbors, Na Ling expressed her satisfaction with Zhu Yin's culinary skills and appreciated not having to care for her cub herself. If only it could last forever. However, their parting was inevitable. Upon realizing they would only be staying for a few days, Na Ling was distraught. Are you leaving? This blessed lady will have no bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat to eat. What will happen to this panda's gourmet meals if you leave? After spending these days together, Zhu Yin and the others could roughly guess Na Ling's feelings. Xiao Hung comforted her, we will teach the tribe leader how to prepare stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. So, when you want to eat it in the future, you can go to the tribe leader, all right? Xiao Hung found Na Ling endearing. During these 2 days, it felt as though he had adopted a chubby daughter. And he treated her especially well. G. All right, this panda agrees to your departure. However, after they left, no one would help her care for her cub, and Ling felt quite reluctant to part with these free helpers. The news also saddened Kuei. Is she leaving? No. Kuei doesn't want to be apart from Na and the cub. Upon hearing Xiao Hung and the others consistently refer to the panda as Na Ling, she realized that was the large bear's name and began calling Na Ling Na, which Na Ling found delightful. The panda cub, still unnamed, could only be referred to as cub on the day of their departure. Kuei clung tightly to the panda cub, refusing to let go, her voice tinged with tears. Kuei doesn't want to be apart from the cub. The cub was so adorable that Kuei treated him like a younger brother. Being such a small bundle, Kuei would embrace and cuddle the cub every day, even calling herself sister. Xiao Hung found this amusing. She was just a little cub herself, yet referred to herself as sister. In the system's words, she was just a little brat. Woo-woo, Kuei doesn't he want to... Kuei began to speak nonsensically in her sorrow, and Ling, this is my cub. Zhu Yin picked up Kuei to comfort her. Kuei, aren't we going to Beast King City? Didn't we agree? We'll be there soon. But Kuei wanted to be with the cub and Na. Sniffling, Kuei likes fluffy things. Be good, Kuei. Let us not cry. We can persuade the great panda to go to Beast King City together. The system couldn't bear to see Kuei so sad that wouldn't experiencing separation be too hard. The system discovered a new dilemma. Go together. Kuei asked eagerly in her mind. Yes, Kuei, Na Ling has another older son living in Beast King City. If we let Na Ling go there, she should consider it. After all, in Beast King City, she can have her son take care of her. With the system's suggestion, Kuei immediately told them, Na and Kuei are going to Beast King City together. Having just been emotionally stirred, her little face flushed, Zhu Yin and Xiao Hung felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps they shouldn't have allowed Kuei to continually experience a separation from her good friend. If this hurt her feelings, it was not their intention. Hearing Kuei's proposal, they began to contemplate whether Na Ling could join them in Beast King City, but Na Ling likely wouldn't go. She had always lived in Xiong Yin tribe, which was her home. They couldn't bring themselves to ask her to leave her home for a strange place just to accompany Kuei. At that moment, Xiong Gang arrived to see them off, only to find Kuei sobbing. Why is Kuei crying? Kuei doesn't want to leave Na Ling and the cub, Xiao Hung explained. Na Ling and her cub, witnessing Kuei's tears, felt helpless. What to do? The cub was crying, and so was Kuei. Although Kuei referred to the cub as her brother, the panda cub was reluctant to call her sister. In his heart, he just called her Kuei. Then they heard Kuei express the desire to go to Beast King City together to Xiong Gang. I want to take the cub with us to Beast King City. The older cub can take care of us there. And Ling considered this proposal. Going to Beast King City would mean one more person to attend to her needs. Xiong Gang was somewhat surprised at Na Ling's words. Although Kuei was reluctant to part with them, Na Ling had been getting along well with Zhu Yin and the others. But would this truly allow Na Ling to follow them? Could it be that she was genuinely missing her older cub? Xiong Gang found this unlikely, as Na Ling usually did not show much concern for her cubs. Yet, it was also a possibility. Na Ling was their holy female, and they respected her wishes. And A Ling wishes to accompany you all to Beast King City, Xionggang informed Zhu Yin. Zhu Yin and Xiao Hong were equally astonished. Na Ling was actually willing to go to Beast King City with them. Na Ling's older cub was also in Beast King City, and once there, he would take care of both of them. Xionggang worried that they might find it troublesome. This is perfect. She can accompany Kuei. They were pleased with this outcome. And Na and Kuei are going to Beast King City. Kuei once again confirmed. It seemed that Xiong just mentioned that Na will be going to Wang City with Kuei. Indeed, Kuei came to reply. The system was equally surprised that Na Ling had so readily agreed to travel to Beast King City. Zhu Yin assured Kuei, yes, Kuei, can you stop being sad now? I'm no longer sad, and I won't cry. Kuei is not a child who cries easily, she declared. Subsequently, Kuei half embraced her little brother, snuggling him close and pressed against her panda brother. They didn't manage to leave that day, as the tribe's holy female had to depart with at least a farewell ceremony, so they stayed an extra night in the tribe. Xiong Yin and the others held a ritual to pray for the safe journey of their holy female to Beast King City. After all, it was Na Ling's first long trip, and there were some worries. Previously, when Na Ling's eldest cub went to Beast King City, they had even invited the Beast King City's guards to escort them, for the giant panda was a messenger of the beast god, and they held great respect for the messenger. Now, with Zhu Yin, who possessed the 7th tier of special abilities accompanying Na Ling, they felt considerably reassured. Xionggang repeatedly urged Zhu Yin and the others to not worry, as Na Ling would be taken care of by her eldest cub in Beast King City. They were concerned that Zhu Yin might abandon Na Ling and the cub along the way. Xiao Hong found it amusing. Did they really think that way of him? They were the kind who would fret over Kuei first. Xiao Hong's familial standing had significantly declined in recent days. Kuei had stopped playing with him and was now clinging to that mother-child duo. And what about Xiong? Kuei realized this a bit late. Yes, Kuei, that is Na Ling's first cub. A male giant panda named Fu Xiao. Wow, so many pandas. Fu Xiao ventured into Beast King City as an adult, while the cubs, upon growing up, wished to explore. Xionggang sighed, reminiscing that his own cub had also gone to Beast King City to make a name for themselves. The next day, many bear people from Xiong Yin's tribe came to bid farewell to Na Ling, primarily to see her off, as this was Na Ling's first departure from home. Previously, when she lived in the bamboo forest, she could still see her holy female often. This holy female will return. Don't make it sound like a life and death separation. In the future, this holy female will come back to enjoy her retirement. Chapter 31. Arrival at Beast King City. Zhu Yin, Xiao Hong, and Kuei set out once more on their journey to Beast King City, this time joined by 2 additional members. Na Ling, carrying the panda cub, walked alongside them. From the map, it appeared that they could reach Beast King City in just 7 days. It's been over a month since we left Ling Mountain. I do miss it, Xiao Hong reflected, being the most talkative in the group, keeping the atmosphere lively throughout the journey. Unlike Xiao Hong, Zhu Yin had not grown up in Ling Mountain and did not have much emotional attachment to it. He had only been there for about 3 to 5 years, and Ling Mountain was merely a suitable place for him to hone his special abilities. For him, it was just a brief chapter in his life, where the most cherished aspect was meeting Kuei. Thus, he merely nodded at Xiao Hong's words, with his only concern being right beside him, which was sufficient, and he disliked overly sentimental expressions. Oh dear. Why think so much? Wherever there is good food and drink is my home, Na Ling replied, carefree. You don't understand, Xiao Hong retorted, frustrated that no one was cooperating with him. Kuei, do you miss our home in Ling Mountain? Xiao Hong turned to her, looking expectantly. I miss the little lamb. As soon as Xiao Hong mentioned it, Kuei remembered her little friend. Forget about such heavy topics. Let us discuss which path to take next. Xiao Hong suggested. Fearing Kuei might become emotional, he quickly changed the subject and continued to chatter on other points, while Zhu Yin shook his head in resignation. Xiao Hong's indifference had dropped to 3%. No wonder he was living like a flamboyant peacock these days, always putting on a show. Hung, it's Kuei who saved you. Kuei chirped, her little head recalling how she once declared she would save the cold beast to return home to find her father. I remember. The System 004 had thought that Kuei wouldn't remember such things. So great. Kuei was constantly bragging. Every time she received a compliment, she eagerly praised herself, and the system had grown accustomed to it. Proudly, Kuei bounced alongside Juyin, declaring herself an elder sister and insisting on walking on her own, only allowing Juyin to carry her when she was tired. Xiaoheng teased her. Kuei, with your little short legs, it will take quite a while to reach Beast King City if you walk on your own. Humph, Kuei will walk quickly, she exclaimed, then dashed ahead like a little motor. Soon, they caught up with Kuei's pace, only for her to run ahead again. After repeating this 2 or 3 times, Kuei became frustrated. Humph, Xiaoheng laughed heartily. Kuei, feeling wronged, clung to Zhu Yin's leg. Na Ling thought, this person is even more speechless than her. The panda cub sighed. I don't even want to say anything. Zhu Yin picked up Kuei, giving Xiaoheng a long, scrutinizing look. What is wrong with you? Why provoke her? Seeing Kuei's pitiful expression, Zhu Yin couldn't help but scold him. Hey, just playing around. Kuei won't play with Heng anymore. She pouted angrily in Zhu Yin's arms. Finally, it was not just her who annoyed Kuei. The system relished the moment. Just like Heng, they were both equally mischievous, and Kuei held a grudge. Their originally calculated journey of 7 days took 10 days due to their playful antics and Kuei's insistence on walking on her own short legs, which was quite a delightful surprise, as Kuei had not become spoiled despite having 2 doting dads. Zhu Yin felt immensely proud. Seeing Kuei persist for so long also made Xiaoheng proud. After all, she was his cub, and he sincerely praised Kuei is amazing, the most determined little baby. And Kuei is strong. My legs are not short. I can walk fast for a long time. Indeed, Kuei is impressive. Unlike some cubs who need to be carried, the cub retorted, I'm younger than her. Finally arrived. Xiaoheng gazed at the large characters spelling out Beast King City. He had never imagined coming to Beast King City. He used to enjoy a leisurely, unrestrained lifestyle. However, now, this Beast King City seemed quite appealing. Beast King City was a large tribal settlement governed by a Beast King-level beastman, populated by various races of beastmen, thus earning its grand title. The Beast King was the strongest beastman in this city, typically at the 9th tier of special abilities, leading the city. Above the Beast King was the Beast God, a legendary existence. The Fenglan continent had 9 Beast King cities scattered across various regions, and this was the closest one to Ling Mountain, which is why they chose to come here. Let us go in, Zhu Yin urged, waking Xiaoheng from his reverie. Oh, right. Where are the bamboo shoots? This panda hasn't eaten bamboo in days. Na Ling lamented, having not encountered any bamboo groves on their journey. Otherwise, let us first find Na Ling's eldest cub. Xiaoheng suggested, but might be a bit hard to find. He scratched his head. Beast King City was so vast. How would they locate them? Xiaogang had mentioned there were only 50 giant pandas across the entire Fenglan continent. It wouldn't be easy to find them. If we inquire about Fu Zhao's name, someone is bound to know. The living facilities in Beast King City were quite comprehensive, with a trading market for beastmen to exchange necessary goods. They approached a trading spot and asked a beastman, Excuse me, do you know the panda Fu Zhao? Since giant pandas were the messengers of the beast god and could not transform, they were cared for in Beast King City. The Beast King would allocate bamboo forest territories to each giant panda settling there, as a sign of respect for the beast god. The beastman they questioned was quite friendly and promptly replied, Fu Zhao, the beast god's messenger, resides in the 8th bamboo forest to the north of Beast King City. Thank you. After expressing their gratitude, they headed north in hopes of quickly finding Fu Zhao. As Na Ling had become listless after days without bamboo, why do giant pandas receive the beast god's favor? Xiaoheng pondered aloud, and are even cared for by the Beast King. It's truly enviable. He speculated, could the beast god be a giant panda? Is the beast god the ancestor of giant pandas? I don't know. It's ancient history, and no one knows what race the beast god belongs to. You guessed correctly. The beast god is indeed a giant panda. The system hadn't anticipated this. It initially thought that the rarity of pandas was the reason for their favor, that rarity equated to value. Only to discover that the beast god was their ancestor. What kind of world is this, where pandas became the progenitors of creation? The system was astounded for a century. Indeed, the intern system was not suited for allocation in any serious world. Chapter 32. Bamboo Forest Territory. In order to expedite the search for Fu Xiao, they hired a beastman to lead them, offering 3 days' worth of hunting as payment. The beastman, seeing 2 giant pandas accompanying them, figured their status must be extraordinary, and without hesitation, agreed. Then please take us to the 8th bamboo forest. Ju Yin directly stated their destination. All right, the 8th bamboo forest is the territory of Fu Xiao, the panda messenger. May I inquire what business you have with him? The guiding orc inquired curiously. Did you not notice the 2 bears beside us? Of course, they are off to visit family. Xiao Hung replied nonchalantly. Oh, I see. That makes sense, he mused. With an orc leading the way, they swiftly arrived at the bamboo grove that nurtures the giant pandas. Is this the bamboo grove that sustains the pandas of Beast King City? It is so vast. Xiao Hong was utterly astonished, as an endless expanse of bamboo unfolded before their eyes. The bamboo grove designated for the pandas was situated in the northern region of Beast King City, extending for several dozen miles and seamlessly merging with the surrounding mountains. Present, Beast King City was home to 28 pandas, categorized into the territory of the 28th bamboo grove. The guiding orc explained to them. Chirp, chirp, chirp. So much bamboo. Na Ling and the others, we must reach the 8th bamboo grove to eat. Xiao Hong restrained Na Ling, who was eager to rush toward the nearby bamboo. The bamboo is right before us. Hurry, let this panda have some. Na Ling exclaimed. Na Ling, we cannot simply consume the bamboo belonging to other pandas, Xiao Hong advised. The orc had just mentioned that there were 28 giant pandas here, each assigned to a specific grove, meaning the bamboo here had owners. Kuei, please come and talk some sense into Na. Seeing that Na Ling was unwilling to heed his words, Xiao Hong called upon Kuei. Na, don't be hasty, we cannot take others' belongings without their consent. Kuei gently reassured, patting Na Ling's back while reasoning with her. Papa said we shouldn't take other little friends' toys. Nana also cannot eat the bamboo belonging to others. But this panda has already communicated with the owner of this bamboo. We pandas have our own way of communicating. Na Ling insisted. Na, that is not acceptable. Kuei reassured her, though they couldn't comprehend the uniqueness of her voice. Frustrated and restless, Na Ling shrugged her shoulders. That's so annoying. Kuei is so adorable that I don't want to scold her. In retaliation, Na Ling tossed the cub off her back, thinking, if I can't have bamboo, you shouldn't enjoy comfort either. The cub fell dazed. Mom, woo, I want my brother. This is the territory of the 1st bamboo grove. The guiding orc pointed to a large stone inscribed with the number 1. Follow this path, and you will find the 8th grove. Thank you, my brother, that we shall hunt for you tomorrow and deliver it to the spot where we met today. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. The orc turned to depart. And Ling, don't fret. We are heading to the 8th bamboo grove now. Ju Yin also comforted Na Ling, while lifting the panda cub and placing it in Xiao Hong's arms. Carrying Kuei himself. Chirp, let us hurry. Na Ling, shedding her usual lethargy, dashed forward. Hurry up, this panda wants to enjoy delicious bamboo shoot soon. After they left, a sound similar to Na Ling's footsteps echoed from the 1st bamboo grove. A large panda, about twice Na Ling's size, ambled out. He had just heard Na Ling's chirp, indicating a female panda was attempting to eat bamboo from his territory. He quietly approached, observing her closely, and realized she was not merely a panda. There were several other orcs with her, thus he refrained from signaling her to enjoy the bamboo freely. Female panda messengers were rare. Beast King City had only 5 female pandas, each with partners, and he was not fond of them. Hence he remained a solitary bear. He found Na Ling's scent quite appealing and would gladly share bamboo with her. But why were those orcs preventing her from eating? Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she seemed unperturbed. They had departed, likely heading to the 8th bamboo grove, which belonged to another young male panda. Was he the matchmaker assigned to her by Beast King City? After finally spotting a female he fancied, he was about to lose his chance. Agitated, he let out a couple of growls. Ju In and the others had already arrived at the third bamboo grove, which was indeed enormous. Taking considerable time to reach point, one could not help but admire the grandeur of Beast King City. Let us transform into our beast forms. We're lagging behind Na Ling, Xiao Hong suggested. All right. They then shifted into their beast forms, each carrying a cub. The panda cub, witnessing the giant axe and the gray wolf for the first time, expressed curiosity with a few murmurs. In their beast forms, they moved swiftly, leaving Na Ling unable to keep up. Thus they stumbled into the 8th bamboo grove well into the evening, avoiding a night spent in the wild. We arrived at the 8th grove. Xiao Hung announced, holding the panda cub before a large stone inscribed with the number 8. Big brother, the cub has come to seek refuge. Na Ling directly reached out to snap a bamboo stalk and began munching. Bamboo. It has been days since I last savored this. For the past few days, she had been following Ju In and the others, feasting on roasted meat, with only the occasional carrot, which was hardly satisfying. Na Ling, let us head inside, Xiao Hung suggested after Na Ling finished 2 stalks. That if we keep eating, it will be dark soon. Chirp, all right. Having consumed 2 stalks, she finally felt revitalized and remembered to call for the cub. Cub, your mother is here. Why aren't you coming to greet me? Na Ling called out, trying to attract the cub's attention, and then walked into the bamboo grove with them to tea that moment. In the depths of the grove, the panda Fu Xiao paused mid-bamboo munching, recognizing that familiar call. Mother, is that my mother calling? Fu Xiao wondered. ISNT she at the Bear Rock tribe. Confusion clouded his mind as he stood up, only to hear the call once more to it truly was his mother. Fu Xiao hurried toward the source of the call, shocked to find her in Beast King City, given his mother's laid-back nature. She wouldn't have made such a long journey without reason. The hint of worry crept into Fu Xiao's heart. Fu Xiao is coming, Ju In announced, sensing the approach of other pandas. Chirp, it's the cub. Na Ling beamed, for Fu Xiao was indeed her beloved child. Big brother, the cub is finally going to meet his brother. The bond between them was profound. And she chuckled, thinking, my brother must have had a tough childhood just like him. I need to discuss with him how irresponsible our mother is and how she doesn't know how to care for cubs. Wow, another big panda has arrived. Kuei exclaimed excitedly, her little voice echoing through the bamboo grove. They were all eager to meet Fu Xiao, wondering if he would be as gluttonous and laid-back as Na Ling. Chapter 33. A reunion of mother and cub. Chirp, mother. From afar, they spotted Fu Xiao bounding out of the grove. That Fu Xiao. Chirp, big cub. Fu Xiao quickly reached their side. Chirp, mother. Fu Xiao circled Na Ling twice, checking if she was all right, and upon seeing her unharmed, he sighed in relief. Chirp, mother, what brings you here? Is life at the Bear Rock tribe not to your liking? Chirp, it's wonderful. I came with them. Huh. Who are these? Fu Xiao finally noticed them. My brother the cub is here. Fu Xiao was drawn to the sound of the cub. Chirp, this is my little cub. Your brother, mother has given birth again. Xiao Hung noticed and gently placed the panda cub on the ground. Fu Xiao looked down at the tiny cub, approaching to nuzzle it affectionately. Big brother, as it was Fu Xiao's first time being a brother. He awkwardly nudged the cub. Suddenly, he felt a tug on his fur. Who pulled me? Big panda. It's Kuei. Kuei looked up to speak with Fu Xiao upon seeing the source of the voice. Fu Xiao noticed another cub. Chirp, this is Kuei, my dear friend. Oh, mother's friend? Welcome. Fu Xiao nudged Kuei affectionately but miscalculated his strength, causing Kuei to tumble onto her bottom. Kuei fell. Xiao Hung chuckled at Kuei's predicament. Chirp, I didn't do it on purpose. Na Ling rushed over to push Fu Xiao. Kuei, I'll help you take revenge, seeing Na Ling defend her. Kuei giggled. Na Ling is awesome. The group erupted into playful chaos, and after a while, Fu Xiao remembered he needed to lead them home. Chirp, mother, let us go to our dwelling. Chirp, all right. I want bamboo shoots, and Ju In's specialty, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat. Na Ling was impatient, eager to indulge in the delectable bamboo shoots once more, urging everyone to hurry. Fu Xiao led the way, and they soon arrived at their residence, nestled in the heart of the bamboo grove. The bamboo here flourished better than outside, tended by the orcs assigned by Beast King City. Fu Xiao resided here. with a stone cave nearby, specially built for sleeping at night and sheltering from rain. Chirp were finally home. Na Ling unceremoniously claimed Fu Xiao's nest, lounging comfortably inside. As a mother, she felt entitled to use her cub's belongings. Fu Xiao, resigned, fetched bamboo for Na Ling, fully aware of his mother's nature. The panda cub observed his brother adeptly tending to their mother, envisioning his own future. Sigh. When I grow up, will I also be ordered around by my mother like that? Can I not grow up? Fu Xiao also dug up some bamboo shoots, placing them before Ju Yin and the others. Chirp, feel free to eat. Don't hold back. However, he only had bamboo shoots and bamboo available, which they might not be accustomed to. Thank you, Fu Xiao. Xiao Hung expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, Xiao Xiao. And Kuei also has her share. Subsequently, Ju Yin retrieved dried meat and a flint from their luggage, preparing to concoct a pot of bamboo shoot and dried meat soup. Kuei, why not go play with the little one? Once eating is done, I will call for you. Ju Yin encouraged them to frolic, freeing them from the obligation of watching him cook. All right, Kuei obediently scampered off to play with the cat. Xiao Hung then filled a container with water, suggesting, let's find a place to stay in the city tomorrow. For tonight, we shall rest here. It was evident they would need their own accommodations, as the Beast King city was vast, and with sufficient rent paid, a decent dwelling could be procured. Before long, Ju Yin had prepared a large pot of bamboo shoot and dried meat soup. After tasting it, Fu Xiao felt as though he had unlocked the door to a new culinary realm. It was simply exquisite. Although giant pandas primarily subsist on bamboo and have little inclination towards meat, this bamboo shoot and dried meat soup was irresistibly fragrant, the tender bamboo shoots harmonizing beautifully with the savory essence of the meat. Truly delectable. It was Fu Xiao's first encounter with such a delightful bamboo shoot soup. No wonder Amu was compelled to accompany them to the Beast King city. He was captured by the allure of fine cuisine. Little one must have some too. Let him have a sip of the soup. The panda cub, nearing 4 months, was growing healthily, and a little soup should pose no issue. Ju Yin and the others were uncertain about whether it was appropriate to let the cub drink. Casting inquiring glances towards Na Ling ahead, there's no need to be so fragile. Male cubs shouldn't be overly pampered. I usually raise him quite robustly. Just look at how strong he is, with that assurance. Ju Yin dared to offer the cub some soup. Scooping a bit into a bamboo tube and placing it before the little one, the cub eagerly extended its tiny tongue to taste. This is so delicious, better than Amu's milk. Kuei felt immensely fortunate to indulge in such a delightful soup daily. She offered to feed her little brother, witnessing him quickly finish a small pot of bamboo shoot soup. Immediately, she insisted on personally feeding him. The little one is so cute, even while drinking soup. More, Ju Yin obliged, filling another container, while Kuei held the bamboo tube to the cub's mouth. Drink up, little brother. She gently patted the cub's back, embodying the role of a caring older sister. All right, Kuei, the cub is still small and can't consume too much. You should eat your own meal now, Xiao Hung reminded her. If you keep watching, there won't be any food left for you. Fine. Kuei, still not quite full, complied. That night, the panda cub nestled beside his brother, having decisively abandoned Amu for the gentler touch of his sibling, whom he adored. Fu Xiao glanced helplessly at the peacefully sleeping Na Ling. Amu remained unchanged, and during his childhood, he had once believed that Amu disliked him. In truth, Amu simply lacked an inclination for nurturing. He was rather lazy. The little brother must have faced some hardships under Amu's care. Fu Xiao gathered the cub into his embrace, tenderly soothing him to sleep. Chapter 34. The Hunt the following day. Ju Yin and Xiao Hung announced their departure, as they had matters to attend to in a Ling. We are off to find a place to stay. You and the cub can remain here with Fu Xiao. Once we are settled, we will take you to play with us. Okay, Na Ling replied. Where are we going? Kuei asked in confusion. Aren't we staying with Nana? We're heading to the center of Beast King City to seek accommodations. Kuei will play here with the cub until we return to fetch you, Xiao Hung suggested, concerned that Kuei might be reluctant to part ways. After a moment's hesitation, Kuei decided, I don't want to be separated from Yin and Hung. I will come back to play with the cub tomorrow. Then we shall take our leave. Ju Yin lifted Kuei into his arms. Come back tomorrow, all right? Okay, goodbye, Kawei. Now, let's hunt some prey for the beastmen who guided us yesterday. We are currently on the outskirts, so there should be plenty of game. Right, but we must venture beyond the bamboo grove first. There will be no prey nearby, as this is the residence of the beast god's envoy, and dedicated beastmen maintain security here. Ju-in made his way towards the forest surrounding Beast King City, where a rather prosperous forest lay not far off. As Ju-in approached, he noticed, using his extraordinary abilities, he could hear a myriad of animal sounds from afar. Given their speed, they could reach the forest before noon. Then let us hasten. Understood. We will follow the orders of Captain Kawei and set forth towards the forest. Xiao Hong jested. Hooray! Kawei is the commander. Listening to their childish banter, Zhu Yin's gaze was fixed upon them. A burning intensity in his eyes. He had previously overlooked the lively spirit within Xiao Hong. They had only fought before and had never truly experienced life so joyfully. Kawei had transformed them. The forest they aimed for lay in the opposite direction of the bamboo grove, and they reached it well before noon. However, it was still early, and no prey had yet emerged to forage. Stay alert. Strike when the opportunity arises. Ju-in instructed Xiao Hong. We only need to catch a few animals of suitable size. Larger ones would be difficult to transport, and we are still quite far from the center of Beast King City. What meat does Kawei desire? Hung will catch it. Xiao Hong disregarded Zhu Yin's advice, prioritizing Kawei's preferences. Rabbits are both adorable and delicious. Kawei, how can you eat such a cute rabbit? The system questioned, baffled. Isn't it natural for a normal person to feel reluctant to consume such a delightful creature? Kawei wants to eat a big rabbit. The big ones are fierce and delicious, while the little ones are cute and not as tasty. I see. The system understood Kawei's perspective. In the beast world, there were rabbits over a meter long, as well as smaller dwarf rabbits. Beastmen primarily consumed the larger, meatier varieties. Then let us seek out some rabbits. Kawei insisted. I want to catch them myself. I will catch the little rabbits, and Hung can catch the big ones. Having lived with Ju-in and the others for quite some time, Kawei had acquired some hunting knowledge. She knew that little rabbits often hid in small burrows. During their travels, she had observed Ju-in hunt and had even fortuitously discovered a rabbit nest. An exhilarating moment for her, as it was her first time capturing prey. Ju-in willingly set Kawei down, aware that her unique talent lay in catching rabbits. Ever since her first successful hunt, it was as if she had unlocked a hidden potential, consistently catching one rabbit after another. Though they were merely small dwarf rabbits, hardly substantial enough to satisfy an adult, they were impressive for someone so young. They marveled at her innate talent. At just 2.5 years old, she was already adept at hunting rabbits. Proud father moment at JPG. Truly, she was the offspring of a white tiger and a gray wolf. Rabbit, here I come. Kawei exclaimed excitedly as she dashed off in search of rabbit burrows. Having gained considerable experience, Ju-in and Xiao Hong felt reassured as they allowed her to proceed independently, knowing she had her abilities to protect her while they kept a watchful eye from a distance. You stay here and watch over Kawei. I will go hunt, Ju-in instructed Xiao Hong. It was better for him to hunt alone. He had lost faith in this fellow. All right. Xiao Hong quickly caught up with Kawei. Have you found a rabbit burrow yet? Not yet, she replied cheerfully. How about we race to see who can catch a rabbit first? Xiao Hong proposed, eager to engage Kawei in a playful competition. Sure, she accepted confidently. I will help you find some. No, I can do it myself. Kawei shook her head, insisting she would find a rabbit quickly on her own. Fine. Since the host is so confident, I shall simply watch the show from the sidelines, the system remarked, observing Kawei's determination. As Xiao Hong kept a close eye on her, he began searching for rabbit burrows as well. The small holes typically housed little dwarf rabbits, while the larger rabbits were generally more cunning, hiding in more concealed burrows that he aimed to locate the larger rabbits' dens and leave the smaller ones for Kawei. However, it seemed that rabbits were scarce in this area. After circling around, he found no trace of rabbit fur or even a nest. Initially, Kawei had been brimming with enthusiasm, but after searching without success, she began to feel a bit anxious. Where are the rabbits? Don't worry, you will find them, Xiao Hong reassured her. Perhaps this forest is devoid of rabbits altogether? He pondered, but he did discover plenty of other creatures. All right, Kue, keep searching. Kue will surely find a rabbit. Xiao Hung steeled his resolve, convinced that he would catch at least one rabbit that day. He diligently resumed his search. Kue really doesn't want any help? No. Kue was adamant, I can win against Hung all by myself. The system attempted to tempt her, knowing that such a competitive host would be eager to win. But Kue remained resolute. No, you are a bad influence. I want to win fair and square. Humph. You are teaching bad habits. Unbeknownst to them, Kue had wandered off, engrossed in conversation with the system, while Xiao Hung, oblivious to her departure, remained focused on locating rabbit dens. Jian returned from his hunt, only to find himself alone, seemingly searching for something. You've returned so quickly, Kue, and I haven't caught a single rabbit yet. How come there isn't even one around here? Xiao Hong complained. Where's Kue? Jian's gaze darkened as he scrutinized him, a flicker of cold light flashing in his eyes. You better pray that Kue is unharmed. Xiao Hong, feeling a tinge of panic, suggested, let's go look for Kue. We should split up. The two of them began their search in different directions, hoping that Kue hadn't wandered too far and could hear their calls. Meanwhile, Kue was engaged in a spirited debate with the system, completely oblivious to the fact that she had strayed far away. The system, reflecting on Kue's stubbornness, suddenly realized the predicament that, oh no. Where's Xiao Hung? Why hasn't he made any noise for so long? Scanning the surroundings, the system noted the eerie similarities to past events. Once again, Kue had been lured away by a rabbit, this time pursuing one instead of merely chasing. Eagerly observing Kue's puffed-up demeanor, the system cautiously reminded her, is it possible that we've wandered too far? Xiao Hung is nowhere to be seen. Kue abruptly looked around, exclaiming, Xiao Hung is gone. What should we do? He's lost. You're the one who's gotten lost, the system retorted. Let us not move. We'll wait here for Xiao Hung. Daddy will catch up with us. The system hesitated to suggest that Kue remain stationary, fearing she might break down in tears if she realized her predicament. Determined, Kue squatted down, her small hands cradling her round cheeks. Sigh. When will Xiao Hung find me? After a while of waiting, Kue, feeling bored, began to poke at her plump little toes, complaining that her legs had gone numb. Xiao Hung is so slow. The forest is so vast. It's truly difficult to find anyone. The system thought to itself, as Kue stood up and stretched her legs. Oh dear, her legs are numb. Perhaps it's best if she sits down. Ants 1T bite her while she is seated. Previously, Kue had been bitten by ants after sitting carelessly on the ground, so she was now wary of doing so again. The system, having upgraded, had acquired a skill to ward off insects after Kue's unfortunate encounter, ensuring that whenever she intended to sit, it would protect her from being bitten or stung. Yay, the system is so amazing. It can help me chase away the ants, Kue exclaimed, momentarily forgetting her earlier grievances about the system's alleged cheating. Just as she was about to sit down, she caught sight of something white and fluffy in the distance. Shuh! There's a rabbit, she whispered excitedly, pointing at the distant fluff. Huh, is that a rabbit? Rabbits don't have such long tails, the system remarked, observing the peculiar sight. Don't move, let me check first that it was unmistakably not a rabbit. Hee, I found a rabbit. Xiao Hung is definitely going to lose. However, the system gasped. Realizing that a fox, a nine-tailed fox, the system was astonished. Nine-tailed foxes were creatures from the realm of cultivation, not something to be encountered here. Why did such oddities keep presenting themselves? The system, with a sigh, projected a 3D image of the nine-tailed fox for Kue to see. Huh, that's not a rabbit. It has so many tails. Kue exclaimed in astonishment that it seems it has fainted. You should go check on it. The system urged, noting that the nine-tailed fox remained motionless. What is this strange creature? Kue approached cautiously, still a bit fearful. This is a fox, a nine-tailed fox to be precise. The system explained out a fox. I've never seen one before. It's so fluffy. Kue marveled, inching closer and tentatively touching one of the fox's tails. Pull out. It's fainted. It won't mind, the system encouraged, gripping the tail. Kue tugged vigorously but found it too heavy to move. "This fox is so heavy," she exclaimed, exerting all her strength yet unable to budge the creature. "Let it be. If it can't get up, it will do so in its own time," the system advised. Exhausted, Kue panted, "I'm so tired." In the midst of this, Yin Ting, the one with extraordinary abilities, was on the brink of breaking through to the 7th tier. He had wandered into the misty cloud forest, seeking an opportunity for his breakthrough. Just as he attempted to harness his powers, an overwhelming surge of energy surged within him, disrupting his insides, and he realized he had reached the critical point of the 7th tier. After enduring for several hours, he succumbed to fatigue and fainted. Gradually regaining consciousness, he felt something pulling at him. Yin Ting's eyelids fluttered, but he couldn't wake up. Then he heard a soft voice. "This fox is so heavy." A child, he was completely drained and had reverted to his beast form. How did a child end up here? He couldn't awaken, slipping back into unconsciousness, the impact of the 7th tier proving too much for his body. Kue, with no strength left, collapsed onto the ground, her back resting against the fox's fluffy tail, and dozed off. "How did you fall asleep in the blink of an eye?" The system sighed, bemused by the child's carefree nature. At that moment, Yin Ting's form began to shift. The fox body vanished, revealing a male beast man. He was an ability user who had just broken through to the 7th tier. Yin Ting opened his eyes, feeling something weighing down his back, and upon reaching out, he touched a soft arm. "Who is this?" he wondered, recalling the child's voice that he lifted the small child, discovering her to be an adorable female cub. "Let go of my host." The system protested silently at the lack of consideration shown by the fox beast man. "Ugh." Kue, feeling discomfort, stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open. "Who doesn't let me sleep? Wake up. The 9-tailed fox is awake." "Huh. Is that you, Kue?" she murmured sleepily, still dazed. "Yes," Yin Ting instinctively replied. "Xiao Heng is here." Chapter 36. Yin Ting Kue, still in a haze, gazed at the towering legs before her, mistaking them for Xiao Heng's and instinctively clinging to them. "Xiao Heng, you're here. You're so slow." Her soft, melodious voice, laced with a hint of childishness, revealed her sheltered upbringing. Yin Ting was at a loss on how to handle this muddled little cub, simply allowing her to cling to his legs, her chubby face pressed against him, leaving him perplexed. He should wake her, but what words could he utter? He had never interacted with a child before. After a moment of waiting, annoyance crept in as he wondered how long she intended to hold on. The system observed the scene quietly, choosing not to intervene, curious to see Kue's reaction once she realized her mistake. "Xiao Heng, did you catch a rabbit?" Kue, still half asleep, lamented her own lack of success. "Why hasn't he answered?" she wondered, lifting her head slowly. "Wait, what?" she gasped, blinking in disbelief. "I asked that, not Xiao Heng. Who is this?" She pondered, realizing her error. Kue tilted her head to look at him, inquiring, "Who is Dudu?" Only after a moment of realization did Kue become aware of her mistake in identifying, and I was a bit muddled. "I didn't mean to," she exclaimed with a laugh. "Ha. Kue, you finally realized you've mistaken the person. All of you are being mischievous. You didn't remind me." She pouted. "Dudu, my name is Yanting." He didn't quite grasp the meaning of her words, but understood she was asking who he was. "Yin? Yanting Do. Yin." Kue affectionately created nicknames for everyone she met. Her words were imbued with a delightful charm. Yanting, however, had no desire to argue with a child who struggled to articulate her thoughts. He decided to let it slide. "Kue, do you remember what just happened?" The system reminded her. "What happened?" Kue, still a bit dazed from her nap, replied. "The fox that did run away." Kue had forgotten that the system had mentioned the fox had awakened. That very fox was the beast man before her. She hadn't yet roused Hohu, and now worried that Hohu was still dazed. Yanting observed the little one's furrowed brow. "What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" he began, only to be interrupted by Kue's exclamation. "Hohu is gone." Kue wanted to ask Yin if he had seen Ho, panicking, for Hohu seemed disoriented. Yanting sighed in relief, thinking he had upset her. He dreaded the idea of her crying, and he found the thought bothersome, as he perceived females to be overly indulged and troublesome. However, he was concerned about her worrying over him reverting to his beast form while unconscious. Yanting was somewhat surprised. This little cub appeared to be rather different. T.S. fine. Really? The small cub spoke with a soft, endearing tone, her entire demeanor radiating innocence. He wondered who had raised such a delicate child. Yanting found himself lost in thought as he gazed at Kwaikua. All right, it must be this Didu who saved Huhu, he mused. Kwaikua, could it be possible that he is that very fox? Yet the system decided to let this muddled little cub discover the truth on her own. After grasping the situation, Kwaikua shrugged her shoulders, sigh. When will Hunghing arrive? Hunghing is such a slowpoke, still hasn't he caught up to me. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Kwaikua was confident she could outpace Hunghing. She returned to Yanting's side, her thoughts clearly written across her face, and he instantly recognized that she had something to ask of him. However, he feigned ignorance, eager to see what scheme this little cub was concocting. With a sweet smile, Kwaikua approached Yanting. Yin, let us go catch some bunnies together. Are you hungry? He asked, initially suspecting she had some ulterior motive, only to realize she was simply hungry. Let us catch bunnies. Kwaikua wants only the small ones. The big ones are for Yin, she added, gazing at him with anticipation. You want me to help you catch bunnies? Yanting found it amusing. It was not a matter of catching them together. He would be the one assisting her. Kwaikua, realizing her intentions had been uncovered, felt a bit embarrassed. In no way. Kwaikua can catch them too. Kwaikua is capable of catching bunnies. Yanting was entertained by her reaction. A faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This little rascal, seemingly just over 2 years old, was quite proud. What female cub would hunt? Typically, female cubs were pampered and fed, especially in the precious land of Fongwan. Yet Yanting, wary of upsetting her, conceded. All right, let us catch some together. Humph. Kwaikua catching bunnies is dazzling. How could you not believe in Kwaikua? Kwaikua had initially hoped that by working together to catch bunnies, Yanting would share the spoils with her. But now she was fired up by Yanting's teasing. Kwaikua, if you go looking for bunnies, Jian and Shioha might not be able to catch up to you. No worries. Yin is a big silver wolf. Yin will escort Kwaikua home. I'll wait, he might take you away. All right, let us go hunting now. Yanting thought it best not to let the little cub go hungry, dismissing Kwaikua's words. Jian and Shioha searched high and low but found no trace of Kwaikua. Returning to their original spot, Jian's expression darkened. It had been so long without finding her. Although he knew Kwaikua possessed abilities that ensured her safety, he couldn't help but feel anxious after searching fruitlessly. Furthermore, they were unfamiliar with the area, and the thought of potential dangers loomed over him. Shioha was equally frustrated. Kwaikua's little legs must not have carried her far. It's all my fault. If I hadn't played that bunny-catching game with Kwaikua, she wouldn't have gotten lost, Shioha lamented. Now is not the time for self-reproach. We must find her quickly. Jian had no patience for arguing. Finding Kwaikua was paramount. It was already past noon, and he feared that if they didn't locate her by evening, she would become frightened. The forest would only grow more perilous at night. Chapter 37 Rabbit. It seems I won TB returning today. Yanting led Kwaikua to catch some rabbits, and coincidentally, their fox clan also relished hunting rabbits for food, making it a simple task for him. However, this also led to a gradual decline in the rabbit population in the forests near Beast King City, as the rabbits, with their high reproductive capacity, could rebound quickly. Thus, they periodically ceased hunting to allow the rabbits to reproduce enough offspring. And currently, it was the closed season. This rule, however, only applied to their fox clan. Generally, other beastmen were not bound by it, but the quantities hunted by others were minimal and posed no real threat to the rabbits. Unlike the foxes, who favored wild rabbits. Thus, Yanting hesitated. Did they really need to catch rabbits? Other wild animals could also suffice for a meal. Yes, Kwaikua and Hunghing are competing to catch rabbits, and Kwaikua wants to eat rabbit meat. All right, let us make an exception today and catch one that will dispose of it in the forest and not bring it back to the tribe, he decided, unsure why he found it hard to refuse this little cub. This little cub adored rabbits, but he had never seen her kind before in the Fox clan, nor could he detect any Fox clan scent on her. Yanting intended to inquire about her background, planning to escort her home later, as it was improbable for any beast man to abandon a female cub in the forest. Your name is Kwaikua? He recalled her introducing herself. Yes, Kwaikua is Kwaikua. He remembered that Beast King City cultivated sunflowers. Could that be the case? Thus, delivering her to Beast King City should lead him to her family. Yanting thought presumptively. Bunnies are so hard to find. Kwaikua followed closely behind Yanting, yet they saw no sign of rabbits. The rabbits aren't here that it's their breeding season. The rabbit beasts have likely retreated to the heart of the forest, a place where beastmen seldom tread. Typically, there are plenty of prey around the forest's edge, making it safer for rabbits. Not here. Aren't rabbits supposed to be in the forest? Kwaikua argued. Yin Yin and the others always find plenty of rabbits in the forest. However, Beast King City was different. The Fox Clan tribe there was large, and the primary enemy of the rabbits living near Beast King City was indeed the foxes. Hence, the rabbits faced the impending threat of extinction. That it was precisely for this reason that their leader had proposed the hunting ban, which helped control the rabbit population. Yet Kwaikua was unaware of any of this, prompting Yanting to explain. Kwaikua seemed to grasp the gist. So they've eaten all the rabbits. Yes. Winky face. No wonder Kwaikua can't catch any rabbits. It's all Huhu's fault. I'm not clumsy. Observing Kwaikua's indignant expression, Yanting couldn't help but laugh. She was simply adorable. Clearing his throat, he reprimanded himself for losing his usual stoicism. Kwaikua doesn't like Huhu. She pouted defiantly. Yanting paused, feeling an inexplicable emotion. Did she truly dislike him? He contemplated explaining his feelings, but was at a loss for words. Thus, Yanting remained silent. Why, is Yin speaking. Kwaikua tugged at Yanting's hand, causing him to freeze, momentarily forgetting his earlier vexation. Her tiny hand was soft, and he instinctively attempted to hold it gently. Glancing down at her small gesture, Kwaikua looked up at him. Why aren't you talking? It is indeed quite annoying, Yanting begrudgingly agreed, finding himself echoing her sentiment. Someone is paying attention to me. She chirped, her spirits lifted. Yanting shook his head in resignation. This little cub was so innocent. Her feelings were fleeting, mere whims of the moment. The two of them ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. Wow, the bunnies really are all here, Kwaikua exclaimed, spotting several rabbits darting about in the thickets of the forest's core. Kwaikua will definitely catch a lot of bunnies. Kwaikua wins. The rabbits, startled by Kwaikua's voice, sensed danger and bolted in every direction. They were running away. Kwaikua is coming. Kwaikua released Yanting's hand and dashed after the fleeing bunnies, while Yanting merely assumed she was playing a game. Upon catching up, he saw Kwaikua crouching at the entrance of a rabbit hole. Seemingly curious, Yanting didn't consider that Kwaikua might be trying to catch a bunny. Meanwhile, the small rabbit inside the hole trembled in fear, wondering why this beastman cub was relentlessly pursuing it. It was merely a dwarf rabbit, hardly weighing 2 tails, crying out loud, Kwaikua, this hole only has a dwarf rabbit. Let us go catch a big one. Yanting showed no interest in the small rabbit. However, Kwaikua was solely focused on capturing the little creature. The larger rabbits were simply too big for her to catch, so she played with the small ones instead. Kwaikua's playful interaction with the little rabbit was undeniably charming. And Yanting, upon hearing her words, decided to indulge her. After all, it was understandable that a young one would be drawn to such fluffy beings as the dwarf rabbits. He intended to take action. But before he could voice his intention to catch one for her, Kwaikua swiftly seized the opportunity and pulled a rabbit out. The little dwarf rabbit merely wished to peek outside, sensing the presence of yet another beastman, and was caught off guard by Kwaikua's sudden grab. How could this young one possess such strength to actually hold it? Initially relieved that it was merely a youngling chasing after it, the rabbit soon realized it had no desire to play. It feared for its life. Yanting watched in silence as Kwaikua proudly lifted the rabbit for him to see. Is Kwaikua not adorable enough to astonish you? She seemed to think. Having successfully caught the rabbit, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Impressive. This little one is indeed quite special. Kwaikua is amazing. All right, let us seek something to eat, Yanting suggested. Sure. Kwaikua has caught a rabbit, and she feels so satisfied. Yanting quickly managed to catch a large rabbit, a simple task for a fox beastman like him. Yet, Kue looked at him with admiration, exclaiming how impressive he was. That rabbit is enormous. Slurp, you must be hungry. Let us go outside and start a fire to roast the rabbit. However, starting a fire in the heart of the forest could attract larger predators. And with his recently upgraded 7th level abilities, he was not keen on engaging in combat just yet. There's plenty of rabbit to eat, he reassured. Kue remained patient, trusting Yin Ting's judgment. Meanwhile, the little dwarf rabbit contemplated escaping. Although it could easily slip away from the young one's embrace, it worried about being cooked alongside the rabbit they intended to roast. As it made a move, an overwhelming aura enveloped it. Yin Ting merely cast a cold glance its way, his 7th level power exuding an intimidating presence. The dwarf rabbit instantly froze, forgetting that a formidable protector stood beside the young girl. Noticing the rabbit's stiffness, Kue inquired with concern, "Rabbit, what is wrong?" "I'm fine, really," it replied, if one could overlook the terrifying pressure surrounding it. "Rabbit, do you wish to escape? That won't do. You must wait for Kue to win against Hung before leaving." She gently stroked the rabbit's fur. "Hung is your family." "Yes, and there's also Inin." "Where are they?" Kue had gotten separated from Hung, who seemed rather clumsy. It was clear that she had lost her way, wandering through the unfamiliar terrain of the misty cloud forest, where one could easily become disoriented. Indeed, Kue was competing with Hung to catch rabbits, but as she searched, Hung vanished. Kue felt a bit disheartened. It had been quite a while, and Hung had yet to find her. Observing the young one's downcast demeanor, Yin Ting pursed his lips and gently patted Kue's head. "That I will take you to find them shortly." Kue's eyes lit up with hope. She had always known that this little one was kind-hearted and would help her return home. "Let's hurry," she exclaimed. "First, we should eat something. It is already past noon, and we have yet to have a bite to eat. You must be hungry after everything." "Yes, Kue is starving. What a little sweet pea." Yin Ting affectionately labeled her as such as they exited the forest core. They returned to the spot where they had first encountered each other, gathering some dry wood. Yin Ting produced a flint and quickly ignited a fire. Skillfully preparing the large rabbit, he placed it over the flames, and soon it sizzled with mouth-watering aroma. "Wow, it smells so delicious. I'm so hungry. We still have to wait a little longer." "All right, Kue is not in a hurry." Yin Ting chuckled, finding it amusing that she was already drooling in anticipation. Meanwhile, Ju Yin and Xiao Hung had arrived in the vicinity where Kue and Yin Ting were. The reason they had not yet found her was that she had just ventured into the core of the misty cloud forest. Now, with the fire crackling, the enticing scent of roasted meat wafted through the air. "Ju Yin, do you smell that?" "Yes." Could it be Kue? As soon as Xiao Hung uttered the words, he regretted it, realizing Kue was not adept at starting fires. "Let us go take a look." Could someone have found Kue? Xiao Hung speculated. Perhaps it smells very much like roasted rabbit. Following the delightful scent, they moved closer, and soon they spotted the smoke rising into the sky. Yin Ting, with his keen fox instincts, detected their approach immediately. It seemed that Kue's guardians had arrived. Noticing Kue, who was playing with the rabbit, Yin Ting remarked, "Someone is coming." "Huh," she responded, quickly realizing that Hung had arrived. With a delighted shout, she called out, Hung, I'm over here." "Stop shouting, they'll find us," Xiao Hung cautioned. "Yelling so loudly will only make my ears ring." "All right, Kue is tired from shouting." The sound of Kue's voice reached Ju Yin and Xiao Hung, confirming that she was indeed nearby. It was evident that someone was with her, as she wouldn't have known they were coming otherwise. "Everything is fine. There is no hostility," Ju Yin assured them. "We owe our gratitude to those who took care of Kue. Let us go." With Kue's calls leading the way, they quickly located her, appearing before her in mere minutes. Upon seeing them, Kue dashed forward, exclaiming, "Inin, Hung, I missed you." Xiao Hung rushed to embrace Kue, managing to reach her before Ju Yin did. "I'm sorry. Kue, it was my fault." Xiao Hung apologized to her. "It's all right." Kue was just waiting for Hung to find her. In truth, Kue was aware that she had gotten lost. After waking, she realized that Hung had yet to catch up to her. which had initially frightened her. However, she maintained a brave front in the presence of the stranger. Yin Ting, I'm sorry. Kuei. Though Kuei did not hold a grudge, Xiao Hung felt compelled to express his remorse sincerely. It's okay. I know Hung, didn't he mean it? Kuei, Ju Yin said as he squatted beside her. Yin is glad you're safe. Yes, Ju Yin. I'm perfectly fine. You needn't worry about me. Ju Yin said nothing more, opting instead to take Kuei from Xiao Hang's arms, holding her closely. All is well. Yin Ting silently observed the heartfelt reunion, intrigued by the sight of two powerful beastmen, a white tiger and a gray wolf, embracing a small female child. Initially, he had assumed Hung and Yin were siblings or parents. But now, at that moment, Kuei recalled the new friend she had made and hurriedly introduced Yin Ting to Ju Yin and Xiao Hung. This is my new friend. Yin, help me catch rabbits. Speaking of rabbits, Kuei remembered the competition with Hung and promptly brought the trembling dwarf rabbit from the corner to showcase it to Xiao Hung. Look, I caught a rabbit. Hung probably didn't catch any rabbits. Since Yin said there weren't any outside, she boasted, Xiao Hung playfully pinched Kuei's proud cheek, expressing admiration. Wow, Kuei, you are incredible. Hung, didn't see a single rabbit. Kuei is amazing. As for the rabbit in her hands, it lamented, did I dig up someone's ancestral grave in my past life? How did I encounter 3 beast men in one go? Woe is me, mommy, I might not return home today. Yin Ting observed Xiao Hang's exaggerated display of emotions with a wry smile, finally understanding why Kuei had such a high opinion of herself. She must have been spoiled at home. After Xiao Hung finished speaking, he turned to Yin Ting, who was busy preparing the roasted rabbit. What is this, a fox? No wonder you were able to find a rabbit. Foxes are known for their love of such small creatures. To beasts of their caliber, rabbits were indeed mere trifles. Little morsels. I am Xiao Hung, and this is Ju Yin. Xiao Hung introduced himself first, taking pride in his social skills, especially since Ju Yin was known to be a man of few words. Thank you for taking care of Kuei. Xiao Hung expressed his gratitude sincerely. Without you, we might not have found her so smoothly. It was nothing. The young one is quite charming, Yin Ting replied. Yin, let us eat rabbit. Kuei returned to Yin Ting's side, her eyes gleaming with hunger since she had yet to indulge in the feast. All right, the rabbit is just about ready. Shall we share a meal? This rabbit should suffice for several of us. Apologies for the intrusion. Ju Yin finally spoke up, having remained silent up until now. Yin Ting smirked slightly, finding Ju Yin's demeanor somewhat pretentious. Compared to Xiao Hung, he felt that Ju Yin was putting on airs, having been so aloof earlier, yet now he was eager to eat. Xiao Hung felt a tad awkward, chuckling softly. He was usually rather taciturn. So please do not take offense. Yin Ting smiled gently. In truth, Ju Yin simply wished to make it easier to feed Kuei. The rabbit was rather large, and Kuei would surely make quite a mess. Eventually resembling a little calico cat. Chapter 39. Togetherness. The group settled around the fire, with Yin Ting retrieving the roasted rabbit from the rack and dividing it among them. When it was Kuei's turn, her eyes sparkled with eager anticipation, longing for a piece of meat as substantial as the ones given to Yin Ting and Yin. Yin Ting, noticing the gleam in Kuei's expectant eyes and her outstretched little paws, smiled. In response to her hopeful gaze, he tore off a small piece of meat from the rabbit's leg for her. Upon receiving such a meager portion, Kuei's little face fell, her expression tinged with disappointment. Yin is being biased. Kuei wants more. She pouted, lamenting her small hands. Alas, it is indeed due to Kuei's petite hands, she exclaimed in frustration, taking a bite of the meat she held. Yin Ting reassured her, do not fret. I will give you more once we finish eating. Kuei initially thought she would only be allowed this one piece, especially since it was not her own food. However, upon hearing Yin Ting's words, her spirits lifted, and she cheerfully began to munch away, as she was quite famished. Ju Yin paused as he offered meat to Kuei, then resumed eating the piece he had in hand before tearing off a small strip to feed her. Having just finished her portion, Kuei was yet to plead for more from Yin when Yin, as usual, offered her some. Yin, Eat up. Kuei had only accepted the meat Ju-in first offered. She refused to take any more from his hand. Yin promised to give Kuei meat. Let me feed Kuei. There is still plenty here, Yin Ting said to Ju-in, as this rabbit had been caught primarily for Kuei's benefit. Thank you, Ju-in replied, shaking his head slightly. Yin Ting beckoned to Kuei, who immediately scampered to his side, eagerly awaiting her next morsel. Ju-yin's expression darkened slightly. Xiao Hong, observing their every move, whispered to Ju-in. Are you feeling jealous? Ju-in cast him a sidelong glance, indifferent. Xiao Hong, unfazed, embraced the rabbit and savored his meal. Brother, where did you catch such a large rabbit? Xiao Hong inquired enthusiastically. We saw not a single one on our way here. At the heart of the forest, Yin Ting replied, How did the rabbits end up there? Xiao Hong probed further, and Yin Ting explained the details. I see. After they had eaten their fill, 2 hours had passed, and they had yet to complete the tasks of the day. That it's getting late. We should take our leave, Ju-in remarked, noticing the sun dipping low in the sky. You just arrived in Beast King City, didn't you? As the young patriarch of the Fox tribe, who had awakened his abilities, he recognized all the 7th-tier beastmen in Beast King City, yet he had never encountered these two before, indicating they had likely just arrived from another place. Have you found accommodations? Yin Ting asked, wishing to assist them for Kuei's sake. Not yet. If you do not mind, I can help you find a suitable place to stay, Yin Ting offered. That would be great. Thank you, brother, Xiao Hong replied, eager to accept the help as the hour was late. Xiao Hong then wrapped an arm around Yin Ting's shoulders, leading him away, while Ju-in followed silently, cradling a dozing Kuei, who had just devoured a few pieces of meat and was now in a deep slumber. As they exited the forest, Xiao Hong, noticing Kuei's slumber, engaged Yin Ting in quiet conversation. Having spent some time together, they had grown more familiar, especially since Xiao Hong was quite the talker. Brother, your beast form is a fox, isn't it? Indeed, Yin Ting nodded. It was natural for beastmen with abilities to discern each other's forms. I am a young patriarch of the Fox tribe in Beast King City. My father is one of the leaders among the 5 major tribes, possessing 8th-tier abilities. Wow, that's impressive. Brother, I shall rely on you for protection in Beast King City. Yin Ting nodded in agreement, finding them agreeable enough, despite Ju-yin's slightly aloof demeanor. What are the 5 major tribes? Xiao Hong continued his inquiry. Fox, leopard, serpent, eagle, and lion tribes. Are all their leaders, like your father, 8th-tier ability users? Yes, otherwise they would not qualify to join the major tribes, so there are only 5 8th-tier beastmen in Beast King City. Not quite. The Beast King has 12 8th-tier guards, all from the dragon tribe. Wow, that's quite formidable. Ju-in silently absorbed the information Xiao Hong gathered, realizing he needed to intensify his training, that if they were to provoke one of the beastmen from the 5 major tribes, they would have no means of resistance to 8th tier, the strongest beneath the Beast King. He had not anticipated so many 8th-tier powers in Beast King City, but there is a distinct divide between 8th and 7th tiers. Reaching 7th tier is already a significant challenge. Xiao Hong has yet to break through to 7th tier. And what about the Beast King? He must be a dragon beast, right? Indeed, the Beast King is an azure dragon, capable of soaring through the skies. His strength ranks first among the Beast Kings of the Fenglan continent. AT that moment, Xiao Hong felt incredibly small and weak. He resolved to break through to 7th tier. Suddenly, Xiao Hong recalled something. Kuei must have seen your beast form, right? Yes, but she did not recognize it as mine. I only returned to my beastman form after she fell asleep. Oh, Xiao Hong felt a pang of regret, wishing he could experience Kuei's affectionate touch. Why do you look so disappointed? Yin Ting was unaware of Kuei's peculiar fondness. Upon returning to Beast King City, Xiao Hong remembered their prior commitment to that guiding beastman, as they had promised to hunt for him today. However, due to getting separated from Kuei, they were unable to fulfill that obligation. Ju-in had left the spoils of their hunt abandoned in the forest. Ju-in, we agreed to return from hunting today to reward that beastman, but due to these circumstances, let us check again tomorrow to see if we can find him. Ju-in acknowledged their misstep, planning to compensate the following day. Very well, Yin Ting, not comprehending their dialogue, refrained from questioning further. He intended to take them to his tribe for safer lodging, especially considering they were with Kuei, who might attract unwanted attention. If you do not mind, you are both welcome to stay in my tribe. That will be much appreciated. Ju Yin accepted, as they were still unfamiliar with the local dynamics. With various powers vying for dominance in Beast King City, for Kuei's safety, it was best to have some backing. This individual now seemed quite cordial, despite having appeared anxious about protecting his cub in the forest earlier. Although Kuei was not exactly his cub, he still could not discern her beast form, which was rather puzzling. Let us go. Yin Ting led them back to the tribe. Xiao Hong was curious about one more thing. Is there a wolf tribe here? Yes, they are quite powerful, but their previous leader passed away a few years ago, so their status in Beast King City has diminished. The former leader of the wolf tribe was also an 8th-tier ability user. For reasons unknown, he sustained severe injuries, leading to their gradual decline until he finally passed away. This is what my father told me. Beyond that, I am not well informed. Chapter 40. The Fox Tribe Leader's Home. If I break through to 8th tier, can I become the leader of the wolf tribe? Xiao Hong began to dream big. Perhaps, Yin Ting replied, somewhat surprised by Xiao Hong's ambitious aspirations. How so? Ju Yin mockingly scoffed. Are you looking down on someone? You never know. Perhaps the next Wolf King will be me. Humph, it's not mere boasting. Being in my 20s and already a 6th-tier beast man sets me apart on the Fenglong continent. Xiao Hong resolved to strive towards breaking through to 7th tier, so he could inch closer to 8th tier, perhaps even becoming the wolf tribe leader in Beast King City by the age of 30. Yin Ting, don't you think so? Yes, while there is a significant chance, my father was already 60 when he reached 8th tier. Moreover, there are several young beast men from the wolf tribe in Beast King City with remarkable talents. All at 7th tier. However, Yin Ting was determined not to dampen Xiao Hong's enthusiasm, preserving his pride. Let us hurry. We are nearing our fox tribe. Yin Ting changed the subject. Ju Yin and the others returned to the fox tribe. Observing along the way that as one of the 5 major tribes in Beast King City, the fox tribe indeed boasted abundant resources. Various tools adorned the area, and garments hung laden with fur, showcasing their comfortable way of life. Noticing Ju Yin's gaze lingering on the pelts, Yin Ting proactively explained, those are rabbit furs, used for warmth. With the cold season approaching, everyone is taking out their stored pelts to clean and air them. I have plenty to spare. I will set aside some for you. Just a set for Kuei will suffice. She adores such fluffy items. Ju Yin, reluctant to impose, found it difficult to decline, as it was a genuine gesture of goodwill. Very well, I shall first take you to meet my father. I am certain he will warmly welcome your arrival, especially since your presence adds 2 more beastmen with abilities to our tribe. That is indeed a thoughtful gesture. In another's territory, one must always pay respects. I am quite excited to meet an 8th-tier beastman for the first time. Xiao Hong rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to meet a Tier 8 powerhouse. He was a mere earthworm, having never encountered a Tier 8 beastman in his lifetime. Yin Ting chuckled, knowing that when they met his father, it might shatter their preconceived notions of strong individuals, considering his father was quite the character. Following Yin Ting through winding paths, they soon arrived at a vast lawn. The architectural design here resembled that of a courtyard, with a cave leading out to the expansive greenery, adorned with stone tables and benches. A babbling brook and specially transplanted flowers. Isn't it stunning? Yin Ting, your home is truly beautiful. This is all maintained by my mother. Yin Ting replied nonchalantly, unimpressed by the beauty that had always surrounded him, as his mother enjoyed tending to the gardens during her leisure time. Oh, lovely, Xiao Hong remarked, a hint of envy in his tone. Now let's go inside. With that, he stepped ahead. Father. Ah, Yin Ting has returned. The voice of the Fox Clan leader echoed from within the cave. I brought a few friends to visit you. Very well. Please wait a moment. He rose from his position atop a prickly fruit, sighing, as he had once again been punished by Yin Ting's mother to kneel. After a brief interval, the group outside the cave witnessed a handsome middle-aged beastman limping towards them, calling out, Yin Ting, hurry, come help your father. Yin Ting shook his head helplessly, realizing his mother had once again expressed her displeasure by punishing his father. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, He awkwardly approached to assist his aging father. Is the clan leader injured? Xiao Hung inquired, concerned at so you must be Yin Ting's friends. Come, sit down. No need to be formal. The Fox clan leader greeted them with a warm smile. His tone exceedingly friendly, entirely devoid of any airs typical of a clan leader. Seeing this, Zhu Yin stepped forward, clasping his fists in respect. Esteemed leader, I apologize for intruding today if I have caused any disturbance. I hope for your understanding. His words were humble and courteous, exuding a refined demeanor. The Fox clan leader regarded the white tiger beast man with approval. Not bad. Yinting was somewhat taken aback, not expecting this fellow to possess such manners. He had assumed he was merely a dullard. The group settled onto the stone benches, with Zhu Yin cradling the sleeping Kwaikua in his arms, her slumber undisturbed by their conversation. Father, they have just arrived in Beast King City, and I would like them to stay in the tribe. That's no problem. Just arrange it as you see fit. He had complete trust in his only child, believing he could handle any matters that arose. Thank you, clan leader. Do we appreciate your hospitality during our stay? Zhu Yin expressed his gratitude, and no need for thanks. Your presence allows Yin Ting some company. Yin Zhou waved his hand, confident in his son's judgment. He then turned to Yin Ting, saying, Yin Ting, hurry and prepare a meal. Your mother will be back soon. He then invited the guests to stay for dinner, adding, Yin Ting's culinary skills are quite impressive. Yin Ting felt exasperated, having been made to cook since childhood. How could his skills be anything but exceptional? They never consider my feelings. I'll assist you. Yin Ting, Xiao Hung offered, let's go. Meanwhile, Zhu Yin lingered to chat with Yin Zhou. The clan leader seems quite approachable. I would never have guessed he was a Tier 8 powerhouse, Xiao Hung remarked, having anticipated a more imposing presence from such a strong individual. My father, doesn't he exude that kind of dominance at home? After all, his status within the household is rather low. Yin Ting explained. What do you mean? Well, I suppose my mother is the more commanding one. You will see shortly. His mother, a fierce and formidable figure, would soon return. Before long, the reason for Yin Ting's comment became apparent as his mother arrived. Old Deng, how's it going? Have you learned your lesson? Is kneeling on those prickly fruits comfortable? Before the figure was seen, her voice stunned everyone present. Zhu Yin and Xiao Hung exchanged shocked glances, while Yin Ting and Yin Zhou turned their faces in embarrassment, wishing for a swift escape from this mortification at that moment. Yin Ting's mother stepped into the courtyard, halting abruptly upon noticing the guest. Shan, we have visitors. Welcome. Help. I'm so embarrassed. Zhu Yin stood to thank the lady of the house. Sit. No need to be formal. Oh, how mortifying. Kwaikua woke, rubbing her eyes, and whimpered. What is all the fuss about? Zhu Yin, noticing the commotion, gently stroked Kwaikua's back, asking, Are you awake, little one? Chapter 41. Auntie who admires Kwaikua. Zhu Yin's words caught Yun Shan's attention. Oh, what a cute baby. Is this your child? Yes, her name is Kwaikua, he replied, placing Kwaikua on the ground. Kwaikua, just waking, heard the sweet voice praising her cuteness. Kwaikua is adorable. With sleepy eyes, Kwaikua gazed upon a lovely lady. Wow, so pretty. Hello, Auntie, she greeted, her voice soft and sweet. How precious. What a delightful little one. Yun Shan exclaimed, longing to hold her close and shower her with affection. What a charming little girl. Yin Zhou, seated on the stone bench, could no longer contain himself and quickly moved closer to his wife. Kwaikua, I'm your uncle. He had noticed the beautiful little cub sleeping in Zhu Yin's arms, but didn't want to disturb her. Now seeing his wife so enamored, he couldn't resist. Alas, he had no daughter, only a troublesome son. Hello, uncle, Kwaikua cheerfully replied, showing no signs of shyness. Yin Shan playfully shoved Yin Zhou aside, grumbling, Old man, look at your age. You still want to be called uncle? Yin Zhou protested, feeling wronged. Shouldn't you be called grandma then? She calls you auntie. Sweetheart, this is your grandpa. Grandpa? No way. Grandpa is old. Grandpa is indeed old, but this uncle is quite young. Yin Ting, unable to hold back, approached to clarify for Kwaikua. Kwaikua, these two are my father and mother. Technically, you should call them I and auntie. Yin Shan frowned at this. You little rascal. Didn't you hear Kwaikua call me auntie? Yin Ting sighed, looking at his mother helplessly. Well, you are quite domineering. Kwaikua can call you auntie, but not father or uncle. Is that it? However, wouldn't that make her call him brother? But he's the same age as Ju-in. What a tangled web of relationships. Go away. Let Kwaikua call me whatever she likes. Kwaikua isn't a little rascal. The little rascal is in the bamboo forest. Yin Shan pinched Kwaikua's chubby cheeks and explained, Kwaikua is a little baby. Babies are little rascals. Then she took Kwaikua's small hand. Baby, let us go have dinner. We want to play with these stinky men. Kwaikua looked to Ju-in for approval. Can I go? Go ahead, Kwaikua. Yay. Watching his mother lead Kwaikua toward the kitchen, Yin-ting apologetically addressed Ju-in. Please don't mind. My mother could be a bit eccentric. And no worries. Kwaikua seems to enjoy your mother as company. Let us go eat as well. Ju-in pulled along his reluctant father. A tea this moment. Xiao-hong was finishing up the last dish Yin-ting had assigned him. He had also heard the commotion outside. Realizing the lady who had entered with Kwaikua was the Fox clan leader's wife. Madam, I am Xiao-hong. Very well. Kwaikua released Yin Shan's hand and ran to embrace Xiao-hong, exclaiming, Hung. Xiao-hong gently patted Kwaikua's head. You're a good girl. Once Yin-ting and the others entered, they began to eat. Baby, would you like Ani to feed you? Yin Shan asked. Kwaikua shook her head. Kwaikua can eat by herself. Kwaikua is a big girl now. All right then, Yin Shan replied, feeling a bit disappointed that such a cute child wanted to feed herself. However, since Kwaikua preferred to do it herself, she eagerly offered her some dishes. Baby, this meat is delicious. And this too. Okay, Kwaikua wants more. The tender little girl was simply adorable. Why couldn't she be hers? Yin Shan's heart screamed with delight. After dinner, Yin-ting planned to take them to their accommodations. Yin Shan, reluctant to part with Kwaikua, asked, Can't the baby stay with me a little longer? Kwaikua hugged Yin Shan and firmly replied, No. Kwaikua is a little child and must go home with Inin. All right then, Yin Shan sighed, casting an envious glance at Ju-in. Baby, come back to play tomorrow, she called, unable to resist the urge to take the adorable little one home with her. Okay, Kwaikua also likes this fragrant Ani. The system in Kwaikua's mind quietly observed the Fox clan leader's wife, noting her resemblance to Kwaikua. Leaving Yin-ting's parents' home, Xiao-hong could hardly contain his curiosity. Your mother is quite the character. No wonder you say your father doesn't exude dominance at home. Indeed, why mother says my father is a classic case of a henpecked husband. What does that mean? It means my father listens very well to my mother. Oh, it seems your parents have a good relationship. Yes, my mother has only my father as a partner. In the beastly realm, due to the scarcity of females, a single female may have multiple partners. Moreover, AMU is quite distinct from other female beastmen. Yin-ting led them to a spacious, vacant cave, which boasted a pleasant environment. You shall reside here. I will also live nearby, as your neighbor. All right. Hooray, being neighbors with Yin indeed. I dwell in the cave, directly opposite yours. Yin-ting indicated to Koi. After reaching adulthood, he moved out to live alone, finding it more convenient to focus on breaking through the boundaries of his extraordinary abilities and strengthening himself. He understood that only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he ensure the enduring prosperity of the Fox tribe. Although his father was an 8th-tier extraordinary being who could protect the Fox tribe from disturbances, Yin-ting's vision extended far beyond that. Before encountering Koi and the others, he spent most of his time diligently practicing in the cave, aside from the necessary foraging and gathering. However, now he could engage in interesting activities while training. And being with Ju-in and the others would surely offer a different experience. Night descended and silence enveloped the surroundings. The system finally managed to communicate with Koi. During the day, it feared that Koi might inadvertently reveal secrets due to the presence of many people. After all, Koi was not particularly discreet. Koi, I have made a new discovery. System, what discovery, dear? Koi had slept extensively during the day and was not sleepy at all now. The system further piqued her curiosity. Yin-ting's AMU is also a transmigrator like you. But she is not bound to a system. Then she is not a tasker. Auntie. Yes, she hails from the modern world, just like you. Therefore, Koi, if you need anything, you can seek her assistance. She is sure to possess valuable items. Transmigrators who arrive in the beastly realm typically apply modern knowledge to thrive in this world. right? What is wrong with her wanting to take Koi Koi home? Today, she nearly wished to keep Koi Koi in her abode. Huh, Koi Koi seemed to vaguely comprehend, but after a moment, her eyes sparkled. Hee, Koi Koi understands now system. Koi Koi, what do you understand? Hey, Annie will definitely make little cakes. Chapter 42. Revealing identities, the system sensed an ominous premonition as it observed its host's sparkling eyes. Koi Koi, did you truly grasp the system's meaning? I understand. Koi Koi earnestly nodded. That is good to hear. The following day, Ju In and Xiao Hong prepared to venture out to repay their unfulfilled obligations. They had promised to fulfill their commitments. However, they did not intend to bring Koi Koi along today, so Ju In promptly took the still-sleeping Koi Koi to Yin Ting's cave. Could you please help look after Koi Koi? We will return swiftly once our tasks are completed, of course. But what if Koi Koi wakes up and cannot find you? Yin Ting expressed concern over Koi Koi's potential distress upon waking. Do not worry. We spoke with Koi Koi last night and assured her we would return by noon. Then you may go. Knowing that Koi Koi would not cause a fuss upon awakening eased his worries. Juin had another query for Yin Ting regarding where milk could be traded in Beast King City. Since leaving Ling Mountain, Koi Koi had not had milk for quite some time. Following their arduous journey, Ju In feared Koi Koi's nutrition might be lacking and wished to procure some milk to replenish her. Leave that matter to me. Once Koi Koi awakens, I shall take her to exchange for milk. Thank you, I trust you more in this regard. Inside Yin Ting's cave, Koi Koi lay curled up on the stone bed, snoring softly. It took another 2 hours after they left before Koi Koi stirred awake. Koi Koi, have you forgotten? Ju In and the others entrusted you to Yin Ting for today. Yes. With the system's reminder, Koi Koi recalled the arrangement. Koi Koi, it's time for breakfast. Yin Ting had just brought over a plate of pancakes. This is a breakfast invented by my AMU.IT, is made from ground wheat, shaped into pancakes, and then fried until golden brown. Good morning, Yin. Koi Koi greeted sweetly. Good morning. Koi Koi is such a polite little one. Upon jumping out of bed and approaching Yin Ting, Koi Koi beheld the pancakes and exclaimed, Wow, pancakes. Yin Ting paused, surprised. Koi Koi has eaten this pancake before? Yes. Koi Koi, you let the secret slip, the system sighed. Koi Koi has no secrets. The existence of pancakes was certainly something only Yun Shan, the transmigrator, would make in the beastly realm. Aside from their family, no one else could produce flour. Yin Ting felt perplexed. Did not Mu claim this was her original creation? Could someone else have conceived the same method? Before Yin Ting could dwell on it further, Koi Koi eagerly snatched a pancake and took a bite, savoring its delightful flavor. Delicious. Eat more if you find it tasty. After Koi Koi finished eating, Yin Ting decided to take her to his Mu's place. That he reasoned that since Koi Koi needed milk, it would be better to ask Mu for assistance, as she likely possessed more knowledge on the matter than he did. Where are we going? Koi Koi is full and does not wish to walk. My tummy is so full. Take on my Mu's place. She knows what kind of milk you should drink. Annie's home. Yes, Koi Koi cannot walk anymore. Yin Ting halted, gazing at the little one who could no longer move. Shall I carry you? Yes, hee. Lazy little one. Yin Ting scooped Koi Koi up, feeling her soft and plump form, but she was surprisingly light, and no wonder Ju In sought to provide her with milk upon returning. Yin Ting spotted his Mu slicing fur and leather. Yun Shan, hearing her son's voice, continued her work without lifting her head until the sweet, childish voice of Koi Koi made her spring into action. Auntie Koi Koi is here. Yun Shan, who had previously ignored him, swiftly rose, and in an instant, Koi Koi vanished from Yin Ting's grasp. Oh my baby is here. I miss you dearly, Yin Shan exclaimed, showering Koi Koi with affectionate kisses. Yin Ting. Koi Koi. I missed Annie too. Yin Shan, enchanted by Koi Koi's endearing calls, felt her heart blossom with joy. Oh dear, but I am already 60. She had traversed here at the age of 20. And it had been 40 years since then. Her youthful appearance was merely a result of the plant essential oils she meticulously refined. She had studied biological technology in university. Yin Ting stood speechless, listening to them exchange endearments, each calling the other baby and Annie, which left him bemused that I also. Amu, why did you not notice I was conversing with the baby? If you need something, go find your father. Do not interrupt my time with the baby. Yun Shan responded with a look of annoyance at her son. Yes, Yin Yin, please do not interrupt our conversation, Koi Koi added, casting a look of reproach. We girls are having a conversation. You should not butt in. All right. I see you are not particularly eager for milk, Yin Ting resignedly conceded. The system regarded its host, who was reveling in the moment. Child, have you forgotten why you came here? What do you mean? Koi Koi, think a moment longer. Oh, Koi Koi will think about it later. Right now, Koi Koi wishes to snuggle with Annie. Koi Koi aimed to cultivate a good relationship with her aunt, so that Annie would make her little cakes. Goodness! It seems Koi Koi's sparkling eyes were harboring some ulterior motive. It turns out she is seeking help to make little cakes and snacks. The system taught Koi Koi well. She is being obedient. The system was taken aback. However, it still needed to remind Koi Koi not to let anyone discover their identities. Understood, Koi Koi whispered conspiratorially, after sharing some affectionate moments with Yin Shan. Koi Koi felt the timing was right. Koi Koi hasn't had little cakes in ages. Leaning closer to Yin Shan's ear, she whispered, Annie, Koi Koi wants to eat little cakes. Yin Shan could hardly believe her ears. What did you say? She hurriedly scooped Koi Koi up, feigning annoyance at Yin Ting, that I will make something for Koi Koi. Do not come over and disturb us. We do not welcome you. Yin Ting. Yin Shan carried Koi Koi to the kitchen, crouched down and seriously asked, what did Koi Koi just say she wanted? Little cakes. Koi Koi you. The system said Koi Koi could seek Annie's help. Koi Koi wants Annie to help make little cakes. They are so delicious. Koi Koi recalled her only experience with little cakes, still remembering that delightful taste, soft and fragrant. I the system with you. Yin Shan gazed at Koi Koi in disbelief. Yes, it became evident that Koi Koi had traversed to this world and bound herself to a system. Fortunately, she has the system. Otherwise, how could such a small child survive in the beastly realm? Yin Shan shuddered at the thought of Koi Koi's struggles without the system. She remembered her own despair upon first arriving in this land, a primitive forest with a harsh environment. Thankfully, she later encountered Yin Zhou. Yin Shan tenderly embraced Koi Koi, her heart aching at the thought of such a young child, merely 2 to 3 years old, having traversed through time and space. Koi Koi, do you still remember your parents? How long have you been here? I remember. The system said that once I complete my tasks, I can return to find my father. No wonder she was so fond of Koi Koi. It turned out they belonged to the same world. Then what is Koi Koi's task? Will it be difficult? Yin Shan expressed concern. Yes, to save the beastly creatures, the cold and lonely beasts. Huh. What kind of task is that? Never mind, this matter is under the system's purview. Koi Koi should be able to handle it well, and it is not something she should worry about, system. It's all up to the host's charm and cuteness upon discovering Koi Koi's identity. Yin Shan developed a sense of compassion for her. It's truly pitiable for someone so young to have to work. Consequently, she became even more submissive to Koi Koi, and after her initial shock, immediately set about making Koi a small cake. It is imperative to indulge her precious little one. A tiny cake is certainly a trivial matter. Chapter 43. Out and about a ting. What brings you here? Yin Zhou, hearing the commotion outside, stepped out to see that it was a ting returning, that I'm looking for AMU regarding a little matter. Koi is here too? Yes, he. Yin Ting observed the expression on Yin Zhou, the leader of the Fox clan, who was smiling in a rather unremarkable manner. He didn't even want to comment on it. Ahem, where is your AMU? In the kitchen. Oh, you wait here for a moment. I'll go take a look. With that, he eagerly made his way towards the kitchen. In the kitchen. Yin Zhou entered to find Yin Shan conversing with the cub, but curiously, he couldn't discern what they were saying. Was something wrong with his hearing? In reality, the system had activated a shielding mode surrounding Koi and Yin Shan, rendering their conversation inaudible from the outside, while allowing various sounds to be heard within. Shan, what is it? Yin Shan had just finished communicating with Koi. What are you two up to? Oh, nothing much. Oh no, he wouldn't have overheard my conversation with Koi, would he? With Yin Zhou's 8th tier ability, he could easily catch wind of our discussion. I wonder if he just arrived, or if he's been listening from outside. Rest assured, with this system in place, there's nothing to worry about. For I had already activated the shielding mode. He cannot hear your conversation. Oh, Yin Zhou found her a bit peculiar. I'm just sharing some girl talk with Koi, so don't mind us. Indeed, it's a secret between Koi and Koi adorably chimed in. Very well, I've been experimenting with a new snack and need some equipment. You go fetch it. Yin Shan naturally commanded this esteemed clan leader. How do I do that? What do you need? The clan leader looked a bit perplexed. Come with me. After stating this, Yin Shan took Kuei's hand and led her out of the kitchen. The clan leader could only indulgently follow behind his wife. Why is everyone coming out? Aren't we supposed to be making food? Yin Ting watched as they exited the kitchen, but what's going on? Almost out of ingredients. Go fetch a few eggs from the clucking chickens. Yin Shan anticipated Yin Ting's question and directly instructed him to gather eggs. All right, but leave Kuei here. Go on. Kuei is safer with me than with you. Then, with a look of concern, she added, look at Kuei's little face. She's gotten tanned and looks so thin and hungry. Oh dear, my poor little darling. These big men wouldn't know how to care for a child. After speaking, she affectionately kissed Kuei's little cheeks twice. Kuei. Yin Ting gazed speechlessly at his mother's theatrical display, and besides, this little cub clearly looked plump and rosy. Her chubby little legs wobbled as she walked. Could she not make such absurd claims with her eyes closed? Kuei, despite being a mere toddler, had a bit of self-awareness. She was not thin at all. She was quite fair. He is just talking nonsense. Kuei is not ugly at all. She is adorable. Even at 2.5 years old, Kuei understood that being tan was unattractive. She was certainly not an ugly child. Yes, Kuei is the fairest and most beautiful. The most exquisite little baby. Yin Shan wholeheartedly affirmed Kuei's charming cuteness. Kuei, you should know that they're the type of thinness that thinks you are thin. Yin Ting departed, unwilling to witness this woman's insanity. Meanwhile, Yin Shan continued to shower Kuei with affection before seriously detailing the items she needed to Yin Zhou. Of course, the essential tool for baking was an oven. However, such facilities were not available here, and she could only craft a makeshift item capable of baking the cake batter in lieu of an oven. Then she explained to Yin Zhou how to create this item specifically. Did you understand? Yes. Whatever my wife instructs must be understood. Then let us begin. Kuei, and I will prepare the other ingredients, and the results will surely tantalize your taste buds, despite the humble conditions. Yin Shan remained confident in her culinary skills. All right, Yin Zhou eagerly set off to fulfill his wife's instructions. Seeing that everyone had tasks, the little friend Kuei also wished to assist. She could not be idle. What shall Kuei do? Kuei will accompany E to the market to exchange for some milk. Milk? Kuei loves to drink milk. Yin is right. E is wonderful, knowing that Kuei enjoys milk. The little one thought that milk was solely for her consumption, unaware that it was also needed for cake making. The baby loves to drink milk, so let us buy a bit more. Yay. Muah. Kuei joyfully pecked a kiss on her wonderful giggling. Off we go. Kuei was more than delighted to offer a kiss. Yin Shan took Kuei to the market, and upon arrival, Kuei gleefully dashed around, exploring various stalls, her eyes wide with wonder at the myriad of delightful items. However, the market was bustling, and given Kuei's small stature, Yin Shan continued to carry her. Lest someone inadvertently bump into her, being lifted up, Kuei was somewhat reluctant. She wanted to walk on her own. She hadn't seen enough yet. Wherever Kuei wishes to go, E will carry you there. All right, it's crowded here. If someone bumps into you, it could hurt. Fine, Kuei doesn't want to get hurt. Kuei remained at Yi's embrace, continuing to browse. Moreover, being held high allowed her to see even more clearly. After they had explored sufficiently, Yin Shan led Kuei to a place that sold fresh milk, a vendor she frequently patronized. Upon seeing her, the milk vendor approached eagerly. Mrs. Yin Shan, what a pleasant surprise to see you today. Previously, Yin Shan had helped this vendor, and he had expressed his gratitude by delivering her purchases directly to her home. That I'd like to buy some of your fresh milk. The Beast King City has long been a hub for various trades and transactions. Here, one could observe an array of beastly merchants showcasing a dazzling array of goods, precious gems, rare herbs, exquisite handicrafts, and more. Why didn't you inform me in advance, madam? I would have delivered it personally to your home. Yin Shan smiled, casually introducing her cub to the outing. This is, the beast vendor noticed the little cub nestled in Yin Shan's arms. The leader of the Fox clan has welcomed another cub? The Fox clan leader previously had only Yin Ting as his heir, our little princess of the Fox clan. Yin Shan generously introduced Kuei Kuei, informing them that she was under the protection of their clan, urging them to be cautious not to unwittingly bump into her. Even in the beast world, female cubs were immensely precious. Ordinary beastmen would not dare to bully such treasured female offspring, but marking Kuei Kuei as one of the Fox clan would grant Yin Shan greater peace of mind. After all, Kuei Kuei was her heart's treasure. At this point, Yin Shan had completely forgotten that Kuei Kuei had two guardians. Chapter 44. The Blunder Cake. The milk vendor, unfamiliar with the term little princess, speculated that, like Yin Ting, this must be a female cub, hence the name. It was not entirely his fault, as the beast world had never encountered this title before. However, while the Fox clan leader and his wife appeared quite youthful, they were actually in their 60s or 70s. It was astonishing that they could still produce such a beautiful little female cub. Indeed, the capabilities of an 8th-tier ability beastman were formidable, leading the vendor to admire the Fox clan even more. Moreover, given the status of females in the Fenglan continent, this little princess's position was certainly not inferior to that of the young clan leader. One could tell from the tone of the madam just moments ago. Coming to this realization, the vendor chuckled and said, "So the little princess desires milk, does she? I shall prepare it right away." Yin Shan felt something was amiss. Could he have misunderstood something? After pondering for a moment, she suddenly had a flash of insight when the vendor returned with the milk. Wouldn't he think that this was her child? Would he? Although she wished Kuei Kuei were her own, it was quite absurd at her age of 60. She needed to think of a way to clarify the situation. At that moment, the vendor suggested, "How about I send someone to deliver it to your home? These 2 containers of milk are quite heavy." Yin Shan thought of a brilliant idea. "All right, that would be a great help. It's all my son Yin Ting's fault for not taking proper care of the cub, leaving Kuei Kuei so small. Otherwise, there would be no need for her to drink milk for nourishment." The vendor, upon hearing this, displayed a look of astonishment. "This is the young clan leader's cub?" "Yes, I just brought her back a few days ago." Meanwhile, far away in the forest, Yin Ting, who was gathering eggs, was blissfully unaware that his mother was spreading rumors about him. Likewise, Ju Yin and Xiao Hong, who were hunting in the forest, returned home only to find it had been ransacked. "I see." The vendor was momentarily speechless. It turned out to be the young clan leader's cub. No wonder she was referred to as the little princess instead of the young clan leader. The vendor felt he had come to an epiphany. Kuei Kuei, not understanding their conversation, perked up at the mention of Yin Ting's name, softly chiming in, "Yes, Yin Yin is back. Ah, great. The little one has encountered a petite princess." Not only is this little princess lovely in appearance, but her voice is also soft and endearing. Upon hearing Kuei Kuei take the initiative to speak to him, the seller was so excited that he became speechless. "Hello." Kuei Kuei continued to respond sweetly to this uncle. The little princess is so adorable and polite. Now that the matter is settled, we shall take our leave. That I appreciate your patience in delivering the milk to the Fox clan later. Madam, take care to tea." That moment, Yin Shan was unaware that her boldness in speaking would soon stir a considerable commotion. When Yin Shan and Kuei Kuei returned, Yin Ting was also coming back with his eggs. Seeing them return from outside, Yin Ting asked in surprise, "Where have you been?" "I went to the trading market with Kuei Kuei to buy milk." Yin Ting was somewhat taken aback. "Did Kuei Kuei tell you?" "Huh, what did Kuei Kuei tell me? Did she not tell you that she wanted to drink milk?" The original intention of bringing Kuei Kuei today was to ask for your assistance in recommending which dairy in Beast King City is the best. Juyin mentioned that they were concerned about Kuei Kuei's nutrition during their journey to Beast King City. In that case, when they deliver the milk later, let's negotiate a long-term partnership, ensuring they supply milk for Kuei Kuei regularly. "What about the milk you just bought? Isn't it for Kuei Kuei to drink?" "It's for making a cake, but Kuei Kuei can have some as well." "Oh, why didn't you mention earlier that you were looking for milk for Kuei Kuei?" "You made her only take 2 containers, and she thought that was sufficient for both the cake and for her to drink a little. 2 containers refer to 2 bamboo tubes worth. I can't stay in this house for another second." "Did you not tell me not to disturb you and your precious Kuei Kuei?" Yes. Kuei Kuei quickly interjected. "I remember." "Oh dear, Kuei Kuei, why are you helping this rascal undermine me?" Yin Ting silently observed his aunt, thinking, let us see how you will wriggle out of this. Oh, what if I said that? Couldn't you find another time to mention it? Why didn't you say anything when Kuei and I came out of the kitchen? Yin Shan, feeling justified, continued to argue. Yin Ting. 6. Kuei watched as her aunt and Yin Ting bickered, giggling with delight. Just as she was enjoying the moment, she suddenly caught Yin Ting's disapproving gaze and quickly covered her chubby little face with her tiny hands. You cheeky little rascals still have the audacity to laugh? Yin Ting, unable to contain himself, pinched her chubby cheek. Sigh, why are you taking out your frustrations on Kuei? Have you become so brazen? Yun Shan pretended to strike him. Yin Ting raised his hands in surrender. You are all ancestors. I cannot provoke you. I'll go check on father. With that, he slipped away, thinking, I can't provoke you, but I can certainly avoid you. You think you can compete with me? Annie is amazing. Who was it that undermined Annie just now? Kuei, looking guilty, darted her eyes around. I don't know. Oh, you cheeky little rascal. Yin Shan playfully pressed Kuei into her embrace, squishing her into a round shape. Kuei, you're wrong. After the playful banter, the leader of the clan returned with a stone box resembling an oven. Having studied it for quite some time, this seems to match your description. Shan, what do you think? Yin Shan examined the stone oven he had crafted. It should be usable, right? It's acceptable to eat tea that moment. The milk also arrived. Yin Shan reached an agreement with the seller for a long-term partnership, ensuring fresh milk would be delivered to their home daily. With everything prepared, Yin Shan began making the cake. Yin Ting and the clan leader also watched nearby. You're going to make a cake with these ingredients? Yes, just wait and see. Yin Ting curiously circled the stone oven, inquiring about its usage. As Yin Shan answered Yin Ting's questions, she began to work on the cake. Kuei bounced with excitement nearby, eagerly anticipating the delicious cake's emergence in the beast world, where conditions are limited, lacking cream and butter. Yin Shan could only manage to create a basic cake base, spreading some homemade jam on top to avoid disappointing Kuei. After a flurry of activity, the cake was finally ready, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Wow, it smells so good. Kuei stood by the oven, silently swallowing several times from the delicious scent. Yin Ting, fearing she might accidentally burn herself, quickly lifted her away. Stay back. If you get burned, you'll cry. Kuei, just wait a little longer. The cake will be ready soon. Does this little rascal even know how to speak? Emichim. Kuei nodded enthusiastically while staring at the oven. I'm waiting. I'm not in a hurry at all. Kuei, are you drooling? The system teased the greedy host. Kuei instinctively wiped her mouth. No way. You're all lying. If you all go to the little black room, I want to talk to you. Teasing the little host every day makes the system very happy. Finally, after Yin Shan finished spreading the jam, the cake was complete. She thought it would be even better if it could be chilled in the fridge for a while. But that was merely a wishful thought. All right, the masterpiece is done. Come have a taste. Chapter 45. Yin Ting's romantic interest. Wow. It smells amazing. Annie, you're incredible. Kuei's little mouth was as sweet as honey, fervently praising Yin Shan. Kuei's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the cake on the table. Hurry and come in my mouth. You little glutton. Go ahead and eat. Yin Shan, feeling flattered by Kuei's compliments, decided to give her the first slice of cake. Yay, long live Annie. Then she grabbed a little spoon and began to dig in. Kuei, you little glutton, your appetite has really improved. You used to only know how to say amazing. What do you mean? Kuei has always been amazing. The little cake is really delicious. I don't want to eat. The little host's cleverness was growing, no longer the innocent and adorable Kuei of the past. You all should try some too. You've worked hard. Yin Shan distributed slices of the cake to the father and son. Yin Ting took a bite. It's soft and tastier than pancakes. No wonder Kuei has become so fawning. Delicious. My wife's cooking is simply exquisite. Having spent many years with Yin Shan, she always managed to create something extraordinary to surprise them. Kuei quickly finished her portion of cake and exclaimed, I want more. Raising her empty bowl to show Yin Shan, she said, Annie, I want more. All right. Annie will get you some. It was just a little cake. What was there to deny the little treasure? Thank you. Auntie, you're wonderful. Kuei's sweet talk. Yinshan was overjoyed by the praise. Yinting could hardly bear to watch Kuei's fawning demeanor, thinking, is it really necessary? It's not like I'm not letting you eat. The clan leader was also amused by Kuei's playful antics, thinking how wonderful it would be if he had a little daughter like her. He couldn't help but praise Kuei. This cake is also thanks to your father's efforts. Iasin, he amazing. At that moment, Kuei was busy devouring her second slice of cake, and when she heard her handsome grandfather's question, she answered without looking up, amazing, amazing, yay, amazing. After a moment, Kuei praised everyone. Yin is amazing too. You're all amazing. All right, everyone is wonderful. No need to ask Kuei anymore. She needs to focus on eating her cake. The little treasure was completely absorbed in her cake. Yinting watched the little rascal who couldn't even lift her head to look up, shaking his head helplessly. Why are you so greedy? Did Juin and the others starve you? Slow down. There's plenty more. It's all yours. For such a sweet treat, he was satisfied with just a bite. He wasn't particularly fond of it. Kuei can enjoy her cake freely now. Kuei obediently slowed down her eating just a little. The group gathered around the stone table, savoring the cake. Yinshan also brought out some of her usual snacks and brewed some tea from the leaves she had dried. The family sat together, chatting leisurely. They always enjoyed a warm family atmosphere, and such scenes were common in their home. However, today, there was an additional little one munching on snacks. Are you thirsty, Kuei? Andy will pour you some milk. Sure, I want to drink milk. Yinshan brought over a small bowl of milk she had set aside for Kuei. Kuei loves milk, so how about coming to Annie's house every day for milk? Okay, Kuei cheerfully agreed. Annie has so many delicious things. I want to come often. Just as they were happily chatting, a commotion suddenly erupted at the gate of the courtyard. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared at the entrance, storming in with an imposing aura. She walked up to Yinting and loudly questioned the young clan leader. When did you have a little one? I thought you didn't have a partner yet. Yinting's expression instantly darkened, as if overshadowed by a dark cloud. His once bright eyes gradually dulled, replaced by a hint of coldness and detachment. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly, and his entire demeanor became serious, instilling a sense of fear in those around him. However, the newcomer was undeterred. In fact, she found Yinting's demeanor particularly alluring, far more interesting than the males who constantly surrounded her. Seeing the girl intrude into her home, Yinshan was equally displeased. Jia, do you have no sense of decorum? The individual approaching is none other than the revered saintess of the Fox clan, whose females are renowned for their beauty, each a paragon of natural grace and breathtaking allure. Their exquisite features, with elegantly arched brows and captivating eyes that sparkle with charm, are complemented by their enchanting figures, exuding a myriad of expressions with every movement. However, it is precisely due to their extraordinary physical attributes that these female foxes hold a status far superior to that of other females in Beast King City, becoming the objects of adoration among the male beast men. This adulation has gradually led them to develop an air of arrogance. Among them, the saintess Jia stands out as a true gem of the human realm. Yet she remains unpartnered, for her heart and gaze are solely devoted to the young clan leader of the Foxes, believing that only he is worthy of her as the saintess. Furthermore, she and Yanting have a history of childhood companionship. However, while her affections are fervent, his feelings appear indifferent. Yanting perceived Jia's unwavering pursuit as somewhat burdensome, recalling how she would trail closely behind him during their youth, and after he awakened his powers at 15. Her persistence became akin to that of a stubborn adhesive, overwhelming him. Upon witnessing the lady's displeasure, Jia timidly inquires of the clan matriarch, questioning how the young clan leader could possibly have offspring when he is still without a mate. She feels a sense of injustice, asserting that she has been tirelessly pursuing him and cannot fathom how he could suddenly possess a child, for who else could possibly be deemed worthy of him? Yanting, too, is perplexed, dismissing Jia's impudent demeanor as he contemplates the rumor of his supposed progeny. Yinshan, taken aback, recalls that she had indeed heard something while visiting the market with Kuei earlier that day. Where did you hear such a rumor? Jia's heart lightens upon hearing Yanting declare it a mere fabrication, relieved that it is not true. The gossip had spread throughout the market, claiming that the young clan leader of the Foxes had welcomed a female offspring. Seizing the moment, Jia sidles up to Yanting, taking a seat beside him. That Yanting's expression darkens, and he promptly rises to distance himself, urging her to refrain from encroaching upon his space. Meanwhile, Kuei sits contentedly on a stool, munching on snacks while observing the unfolding drama, finding Jia rather captivating. Yet, being petite, she remains unnoticed by Jia, who is preoccupied with confronting Yanting. The market trip had indeed been with AMU and Kuei. And as Yinshan catches her son's gaze, a hint of guilt washes over her as she contemplates how to justify herself. I merely mentioned that Kuei is our little princess, but he mistakenly believes that she is my child. She muses, feeling compelled to shift the blame onto her eldest son. Is that so? Kuei tilts her little head, questioning the connection. What does it have to do with me? I'm right here, at that moment. Jia scans her surroundings and spots a small child peeking out from behind. This little one, she exclaims in surprise. Pretty sister, Kuei calls out, her small head bobbing as she leans forward. Jia, momentarily flustered, realizes that this is the child who nearly became her stepdaughter. Yanting, observing Kuei's efforts to stand tall, feels a pang of sympathy and effortlessly lifts her into his arms, taking her place on the stool, thus maintaining a distance from the bothersome female. With a broader view, Kuei gazes at the beautiful older sister, exclaiming, "Pretty sister," as she wriggles in Yanting's embrace. She adds, "Let us be close." Jia, hearing Kuei refer to her as a beautiful sister, feels a swell of pride. Humph, it seems I have captivated this little one, she thinks, casting a flirtatious glance at Yanting and Kuei. Wow. Kuei beams, her eyes sparkling. Yanting, however, where the look of exasperation, Jia's irritation dissipates as she witnesses the adorableness of the child. "And what is your name?" "Little one, where is your father?" she inquires. Kuei, Daddy isn't here." The child replies that, "Oh, Kuei, I am Jia, Sister Jia." "Do you like this sister?" Jia asks, noticing the budding rapport between them, which softens Yinshan's earlier annoyance at Jia's rudeness. "Yes, sister is beautiful," Kuei declares. "She must be a beauty enthusiast." Yinshan quips, "And you are one to talk. Since Kuei adores Jia and Jia harbors no ill will towards her, perhaps I shall let it slide this time. However, a lesson is in order, Jia." This time, Kuei won't hold a grudge, but do refrain from being so reckless in the future. Jia acknowledges her impulsiveness, realizing that despite her status as the saintess, she ought to show respect to the matriarch of the clan, especially considering the possibility of future union with the young clan leader. Kuei, however, insists she does not wish to be held by Yanting any longer, preferring to play with her pretty sister. Kuei, come down." "Why?" "To play with your sister." "What kind of play? I was just about to hold you accountable." "No, I want to drink my milk." "No, let go of Kuei." "Why not let her play with Jia for a while?" Yinshan interjects, supporting her daughter's desires. "Fine." Yanting relents, setting Kuei down and giving her a playful pat on her backside, muttering about how she seems to befriend everyone. "Yanting, you're being mean. I want to be friends with you anymore." Kuei pouts, bouncing over to Jia. She climbs up to Jia, her small hands grasping Jia's long legs, looking up expectantly. "What are you doing?" "I've never interacted with a child before," Jia exclaims, unsure of how to respond to the little one's advances. "Sister, let us be close," Kuei insists. Yinshan watches with envy, lamenting how she can no longer win Kuei's affections as easily as younger women can. "She wants to know how to hold a child." "I'll teach you," Yinshan offers, guiding Jia on how to cradle Kuei comfortably. Finally, Jia manages to hold the soft, small child, noting how similar they are in complexion. "You're doing great, sister," Kuei giggles, snuggling against Jia. "You're soft." Jia feels a surge of joy. Perhaps holding a child isn't so daunting after all. Her thoughts drift to the prospect of one day having a child with a young clan leader. And she quickly steals a glance at Yanting, feeling slightly bashful. "What is she doing?" "How ridiculous," Yanting remarks, admonishing Kuei not to be led astray by Jia. "Don't be fooled. She seems easy to manipulate." "No, Yanting, you're the bad guy," Kuei retorts, Sister Jejia is wonderful. As Yanting feels exasperated, he realizes that he must employ a different strategy. What if I told you that Jian and Xiaoheng are coming back soon? What will you do if they find you missing? Ah, but I want to stay with Sister Jejia. Kuei protests, torn between her affection for Jejia and her familial bonds. Yanting's frustration mounts. He watches as Kuei dashes towards Jejia, clearly enamored with her. What a predicament. He muses, realizing he has no choice but to acquiesce to the whims of this charming little girl. Jian swiftly caught Kuei before Xiaoheng. And was Kuei having fun? Yes, she was indeed delighted. Annie prepared a small cake for Kuei, along with milk and an abundance of snacks. Kuei eagerly shared her day's treasures with Jian, recounting them as if they were precious heirlooms. Meanwhile, Xiaoheng watched them with a resentful gaze, feeling irked that Jian had once again outpaced him. Kuei, don't you want to talk to Heng? Why aren't you speaking to him? Xiaoheng lamented, his voice tinged with grievance. Upon hearing his words, Kuei promptly left Jian's embrace and nestled into Xiaoheng's arms, expressing, Heng, I saved a piece of cake just for you. Now that is more like it, Xiaoheng responded, playfully pinching Kuei's chubby cheeks. Still as delightful as ever. Let us go, Kuei, and try the little cake that you specially saved for Heng. Xiaoheng intentionally elongated the word specially, smirking, Heng, you didn't take any cake, did you? He proudly strode past Jian, cradling Kuei, relishing in the envy he evoked. This Xiaoheng is distorting the truth. Kuei never claimed it was made specifically for him. Jian thought, unwilling to engage with his foolishness. Have you completed everything? Yanting inquired. Yes, I've taken care of the matters you entrusted to me. I have arranged for a seller that my aunt frequently trades with to deliver fresh milk to Kuei daily. Good. Thank you. Kuei will surely love it. He is doing it for Kuei. And coincidentally, she enjoys it. Besides, the little one is quite small, notably shorter than her peers. Jian nodded in agreement. As long as it benefits Kuei, he could accept it. Young master, this is Sister Pianyang. This is Enin. Kuei joyfully introduced Sister Pianyang to Jian. And this is Heng. Oh, she seems more interested in this in Xiaoheng's eyes lit up. Wow, what a beautiful female. However, Jia noticed Xiaoheng's captivated expression and instantly lost all interest, regarding him with disdain, just like those males in Beast King City who were enamored by her beauty. So tedious. Jia distanced herself from him, determined to avoid any association. Xiaoheng, perceiving Jia's disdain, wondered what had transpired. Why did this female seem to hold a grudge against him? He had just arrived and had not offended her. Had he? Then he saw the beautiful female introducing herself to Jian. I am Jia. As she spoke, she playfully tossed her hair. What the? Is this aimed at me? I, the handsome one, am clearly superior to Jian. That cold, expressionless guy? Yanting chuckled at their interaction, as if he had found shield. He draped an arm over Xiaoheng's shoulder and said, Come, let us sample my aunt's culinary skills. Hey, that is not fair. I want to accept that, Xiaoheng protested, but Yanting dragged him away, leaving Jian, Jia, and Kuei behind. Kuei tilted her little head, observing them. Why does it feel a bit strange? Ha, your sister Pianyang has taken a liking to Jian. Ha, Jia prefers those who are indifferent and aloof. She has no interest in those who fawn over her. Jian has struck a chord with her heart. What are you all chattering about? Kuei asked, bewildered. Ahem, Kuei, you're still young. No need to understand. Jian scooped up Kuei, ready to leave. All right. Jia chose not to pursue the matter further. She would take her time to win him over. Meanwhile, our adorable Kuei was enthusiastically inviting Sister Pianyang. Come quickly. All right. Everyone gathered around the stone table for afternoon tea, concerned that Jian and Xiaoheng would be hungry after a day out. Yinshan had prepared a few dishes, saying, You must be hungry. Have something to fill your stomach. Yinshan was keen to please the two, especially after her earlier boastful remarks about having taken their cub. After all, they were the genuine guardians of Kuei. Thank you, madam, for your hospitality, Jian said as he began to eat. By the way, does Kuei want some? Yinshan asked. Kuei shook her head. Kuei is full. All right. Just as Yinshan sat down, she noticed Jia Jia gazing intently at Juyin. Could it be? Has she taken a liking to him again? But upon reflection, it made sense. Jia Jia was drawn to this type. And since Yin Ting ignored her, maintaining a cold demeanor, she became increasingly fixated on him. Now, with someone resembling Yin Ting, she was even more intrigued. Clearing her throat, Jia Jia finally withdrew her gaze and asked softly, "May I know how to address both of you?" Although Jian was reluctant to engage, he maintained basic courtesy, replying, "Junado," and "I am Xiao Hung." Xiao Hung, equally unimpressed, replied in a curt manner, thinking a little beauty makes one arrogant." He was merely surprised at first, mistaking it for interest. "Inin, Hung Hung," Kuei exclaimed, puzzled. "Didn't I already introduce you to my sister?" Kuei, they're asking for your full names, not nicknames. No one shares a name like yours." Oh, then Kuei pondered another question. "But what about Kuei's full name?" Kuei, doesn't he have a full name?" The system fell silent, unsure of how to respond, as it only had the name Kuei in its records. Kuei is the most beautiful name. No need for a full name. The system could only resort to flattery, as it was equally clueless. However, it could not let Kuei know its ignorance, lest it ruin its image as an all-knowing entity in her eyes. "I am the sacred female of the Fox clan, and I do not have a mate." Jia Jia stated bluntly, "So, she indeed has taken a liking to Jian." Yin Shan glanced at her eldest son, only to find him unresponsive. Well, it seemed her son truly had no interest in Jia Jia. Thus, it was no concern of hers. Time to sit back and watch. Jian remained silent, while Xiao Hung understood she wasn't addressing him, leaving the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Only Kuei was busy turning her little mind, sacred female, just like Nana is a big bear cat. What about Sister Pyongyang? Finally, Kuei's little brain made a clever connection, and the system's heart swelled with pride. Kuei, guess what she is? She is fluffy like a fur ball? Kuei was at a loss. Kuei, you haven't even guessed. How can you be so unadorable? The system was exasperated. You didn't even try to guess. ISNT guessing supposed to be fun. Hearing the system call her unadorable, Kuei became upset, declaring, "You're the one who is unadorable. Kuei is the most adorable in the universe." Chapter 48. Kuei discovers the truth. Kuei was too preoccupied with the system's remarks to argue. For something far more captivating had captured her attention. Sister sacred female, fluffy. What is fluffy? Jia Jia looked puzzled by Kuei's words. Yinshan also appeared confused. "What do you mean? Sister, it's impossible for her to be fluffy." Xiao Hong clarified, trying to manage Kuei's misconceptions about Jia Jia. "However, but Nana, the sacred female, is fluffy. When I was at the Bear Rock tribe, many people called Nana the sacred female, so I remembered." Kuei's logic wasn't flawed. It was just that in Fonlon continent, female beastmen typically did not easily revert to their beast forms, only doing so when faced with danger. "What does that mean? Can you explain?" Yin Shan asked, bewildered. Jia Jia was equally confused. She understood that the sacred female referred to her, but what was this fluffiness? Seeing them all puzzled by Kuei's jumbled words, Xiao Hung interjected to explain. Kuei believes that all sacred females must be fluffy beasts. Before coming to Beast King City, we visited the Bear Rock tribe, where the sacred female was a giant panda, the beast god's messenger. However, the beast god's messenger cannot transform into a beastman form. It can only take the form of a giant panda, which happens to be the fluffy type that Kuei adores. She often enjoys tugging at the fur of the beast god's messenger. Since the sacred female just claimed to be a sacred female, in Kuei's eyes, a sacred female must be fluffy. So naturally, she assumes the sacred female is fluffy. Oh, now that makes sense, but female beastmen do not casually revert to their beast forms, which might disappoint Kuei. Kuei, dear Sister Jia Jia, is a female beastman. Unlike the beast god's messenger, she cannot turn fluffy. Yin Shan reassured Kuei, anxious that she might feel disheartened. Why not? Clearly, In and Hung can. Kuei innocently replied, but In and Hung can turn fluffy. Yin Shan glanced at Jian and Xiao Hong, realizing that these two likely indulged Kuei by transforming into beast forms to play with her at home. It must be said that Yin Shan had hit the nail on the head. However, she too was fond of indulging Kuei. After all, who didn't have a few plush toys in their childhood? Just because Jia couldn't didn't mean others couldn't Kuei. We can play with other fluffies, with only a handful of people present. Jia couldn't possibly transform into a beast form for Kuei to play with. And since Jian and Xiaohong had grown weary of that, only two individuals remained. All eyes turned towards Yen Ting. His expression darkened. No way. Don't even think about it. Xiaohong burst into laughter. Ha! Today you must experience Kuei's petting skills. Kuei also turned her gaze towards Yen Ting, tilting her head in confusion. Yin? Yes, Kuei. Your Yin, he has fluffy too. Yin Shan unhesitatingly volunteered her eldest son. Wow, Yin. Kuei quickly dashed toward Yen Ting, completely forgetting that he had just spanked her and previously declared they were no longer friends. Seeing Kuei rush towards him, Yen Ting hastily stepped back, exclaiming, "Stop right there." Kuei failed to successfully leap forward, as she was obstructed by the stone bench on which Yanting sat yet. Kuei would not easily concede. After pausing, she promptly sought to navigate around the stone bench to continue her advance toward Yanting. Yanting immediately reached out a hand across the bench to prevent the eager little cub from advancing further, forbidding her passage. Why? Tell me why. She demanded. I lack the fluffy fur you adore, so return to your spot. Your auntie has deceived you. Kuei hesitated for a moment, pondering, is that truly the case? Turning her head to glance at her aunt, she was met with a gesture of encouragement. Is it truly devoid of fluff? Kuei, heeding her aunt's words, recalled, indeed, this is the fox tribe, and all foxes possess fluffiness. Foxes? That sounds somewhat familiar, Kuei mused. Yes, it's the foxes. Her aunt chimed in. Oh, you not remember? Kuei? Observing Kuei's bewildered expression, the system endeavored to clarify with words she could comprehend. Foxes? The ones with multiple tails? Kuei's memory was jogged. Yes, Kuei. Yanting is that nine-tailed fox. The one with many tails? Yanting is a liar. Yanting is undeniably fluffy. Being a nine-tailed fox, Kuei was incensed at having been deceived. Contemplating this, she felt a tinge of grievance. The fox is asleep. Kuei cannot pull it along. All the while, the fox feels dizzy, and Kuei too shall slumber, awakening to find the fox absent. In an instant, Kuei's expression shifted, and she vociferously accused, Yanting, you deceived me. You tricked Kuei. Kuei does not want the fluffy fox. The realization that she had been duped sent her into a cascade of tears, leaving everyone at a loss for words. They momentarily froze, forgetting their actions. Oh no, I made the host cry, the system thought. Surprised that Kuei would weep over Yanting's deception. Had it known, it would have informed her from the start. Now, Kuei mistakenly believed she had been misled by Yanting, thinking he had rescued the previous nine-tailed fox. Hearing Kuei's cries, Jian rushed over to embrace her, bewildered by her distress, for Kuei was not the type to sulk over not obtaining her desires. Kuei, why are you crying? Did someone bully you? I shall avenge you. While Yanting lied to Kuei sobbed, struggling for breath. Yanting felt a pang of guilt. He had indeed claimed to lack fluffiness. Shall we punish him for deceiving Kuei? No. Yanting is the fox. He has deceived Kuei for quite some time. While in the forest, Kuei wished for Jian to understand that Yanting had deceived her in the forest, worrying for the fox's safety. Hearing this, Yanting stiffened. How did she know? Jian too realized that Kuei's tears were not solely due to Yanting's earlier deception, but rather, something had been kept from her. Now that Yanting's facade had crumbled, it was possible that the system had inadvertently revealed the truth. Yinsan approached, her expression filled with concern. Kuei, do not cry. It is this scoundrel who has deceived you, correct? Annie shall teach him a lesson. Please, Kuei, do not cry. Oh dear, your face is all red from crying. Is all his fault for deceiving Kuei? Was it so hard to be kind? Kuei felt a sorrow she could not articulate, only able to weep. Why Yanting is the fox, yet he did not tell Kuei, he just attempted to deceive her. Kwaikawa nestled deeper into Jian's embrace, declaring she would never want Yanting again to I am sorry. Yanting recognized his fault. Kwaikawa had once stayed by his side, yet he had not. Hearing Yanting's apology, Kwaikawa remained incensed. Yanting is a big bad egg while he wished to say something, but his throat felt constricted, allowing only a muted okay to escape. Xiaoheng sensed the tension, inquiring, "What is the matter? How have you upset Kwaikawa?" With Kwaikawa's gentle nature, it was inconceivable for her to weep over mere trifles. Chapter 49. Kwaikawa is hard to console. The day I encountered Kwaikawa in the forest, I was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level. However, I soon lost consciousness from the strain and reverted to my beast form. It was Kwaikawa who discovered my unconscious state, remaining vigil by my side until I awoke. Upon awakening, her concern was palpable as she did not see the fox, yet I had refrained from revealing that I was that very fox. "I am sorry, Kwaikawa. It was my mistake not to inform you." "Thank you for protecting Yanting." Regret washed over him, for he felt he had squandered Kwaikawa's fervent devotion. He did not dare to hope for her forgiveness. Merely wishing for her anger to dissipate, it would be detrimental if she became ill due to this incident. Such a small child could hardly bear such immense sorrow. Even an outlet for her frustrations would suffice. They all grasped the sequence of events and pondered how best to address this ungrateful scoundrel. "Hey, you little rascal, just wait until I give you a taste of my wrath. How dare you treat Kwaikawa this way?" Xiaoheng declared. "You better count your blessings. Strive to see tomorrow's sun." Jia added. "The young patriarch is too." The patriarch observed, "It seems Yanting remains somewhat reckless and lacks prudence in certain aspects." Jian furrowed his brow. Lost in thought, the only sound that permeated the air was Kwaikawa's soft sobs. Wah. Kwaikawa feels wronged. Yanting is a big liar. The system, too apprehensive to speak, acknowledged his involvement but dare not admit it, fearing Kwaikawa's ire would be directed toward it as well, rendering it silent. Among those present, Yunsan was the most justified in reprimanding Yanting, so she disregarded the presence of others and swiftly fetched a branch to strike Yanting. Yanting stood silently, accepting his punishment, for he knew he deserved it. He hoped that, once the punishment was over, Kwaikawa might feel a semblance of relief. After a few strikes, Yunsan grew weary. This scoundrel was tough-skinned, and her efforts only exhausted her further. "Kwaikawa, look, Annie has punished him. He shall never dare to bully you again, so please stop crying." Kwaikawa peeked from Jian's embrace, exclaiming, "Wah, Yanting was hit." "Indeed, Kwaikawa, look how severely he has been punished. Will you not cease your tears?" "All right, Kwaikawa shall not cry." Kwaikawa does not enjoy weeping. It was Yanting who deceived her, and Kwaikawa is furious. That is why she cried. Kwaikawa's sobbing gradually subsided, though she had yet to regain her composure. Eventually, she grew weary from the emotional turmoil and nestled into Jian's embrace. Drifting in a slumber, "I shall take Kwaikawa home now." With that, Jian cradled Kwaikawa and departed. Xiaoheng followed quietly, uncertain whether their relationship would be strained. Yunsan harbored concerns. What if Kwaikawa no longer wished to play with them in the future? "Amu, I shall take my leave," she announced before following them. With the protagonist gone, Jia lost interest in lingering, bidding farewell as she departed with Yanting. The once lively courtyard fell silent. "Oh dear, what a debacle. This is all your fault." With everyone gone, Yunsan could only direct her frustrations at her husband, and the patriarch could only coax her gently. Upon returning to their residence, Kwaikawa had already slipped into a deep slumber. Jian carefully laid her on the bed, and the moment she touched the surface, she began to snore softly, clearly exhausted from her crying. Her nasal tone still evident. Jian stepped outside to fetch some water to wash Kwaikawa's face, only to turn around and find Yanting standing at the doorway. Jian walked out, disregarding Yanting's intentions in the past. He would have reacted similarly to Yanting, but now, Yanting stood silently at the bedside, gazing at the slumbering child, a wave of indescribable emotion swelling within him. Remembering her earlier wails, he felt a pang in his heart. He had never anticipated that this little cub would affect him so profoundly. He could not bear the thought of her disappointment or tears, despite having only known her for a few days. Will she ever forgive me? The next day, Kwaikua awoke refreshed, her spirits high. They refrained from mentioning the previous day's events, choosing instead to remain home and accompany Kwaikua. Kwaikua had reverted to her sweet, soft self, merrily playing at the cave entrance. Kwaikua, have you calmed down? The system inquired cautiously. I have. Kwaikua's big tummy is no longer upset. That's good to hear. The host is still young, and with no real temper. She soon recovers after a bout of tears, like the tea that moment. Yanting approached with a jug of milk. Though Kwaikua might not forgive him, he was determined to keep his promise. The milk had just arrived, providing him with a perfect opportunity to draw closer to her. Kwaikua. Upon hearing her name, Kwaikua looked up curiously. It's Yanting, the big bad egg. Humph. Kwaikua will not play with the big liar. Immediately, she turned away, squatting on the ground to continue her ant excavation. Kwaikua, did you not say you had calmed down? Then why will you not play with Yanting? Fine. Kwaikua has her own thoughts. She may have calmed down, but she will not play with him. Yanting reminded her of his promise to bring her milk every day. Surely, even in her anger, she could not turn down delicious milk, could she? He spoke soothingly, hoping she would accept the jug. Humph. Kwaikua does not wish to drink the milk of the big bad egg. Yanting, the big bad egg, is noisy. Kwaikua does not want to be here, with a huff. Kue dashed back to the cave, her footsteps echoing with a rhythmic thud. Een, the big bad guy is coming, she called out, glancing back at Kue's retreating figure. He cast his gaze down at the milk in his hands, his spine slightly hunched. Was she truly ignoring him? His Adam's apple bobbed subtly, followed by a self-deprecating tug at the corners of his mouth. He deserved it, after all. Just then, Xiao Hung approached from behind, remarking, it seems Kue is genuinely upset with you. However, there might still be a way. Hearing this, Yanting finally lifted his head, inquiring, what way? Oh dear, Kue is quite easy to coax, but you must show some sincerity. You know what Kue loves the most? What? He asked, momentarily taken aback. Xiao Hung leaned closer, whispering, furry things. No way. What if Kue sees his beast form and gets even angrier? However, Xiao Hung misinterpreted his hesitation. What's wrong with giving Kue a little pat? Both Ju In and I have endured worse without complaint. Trust me, this is undoubtedly the ultimate tactic to win Kue over. She simply cannot resist the allure of fluffiness. Is that true? Would Kue really appreciate his beast form? Yin Ting pondered, feeling a flicker of doubt. Meanwhile, upon returning to the cave, Kue immediately tattled to Ju In. Yin, the big bad guy's here. Ju In responded, puzzled. Isn't Yin Ting just across the way? Then they heard the proud voice of the little cub exclaim, Humph. The big bad guy Yin even brought milk to bribe Kue. How utterly despicable. Although Kue was tempted by the milk, she resolved to resist, vowing not to succumb to the big bad guy's dairy tricks. Deep down, she was still somewhat angry, and it would take a considerable amount of coaxing from Yin to appease her. Chapter 50. Coaxing Kue outside. Xiao Hung continued to offer Yin Ting guidance. You see, Kue is the type who prefers gentle persuasion over force. Just plead a little, act a bit pitiful. And I assure you, she will forgive you in no time. Yin Ting contemplated the likelihood of Kue forgiving him if he truly followed Xiao Hang's advice. Inside, Kue repeatedly reassured herself that she would not be tempted by the milk. Furthermore, she furiously recounted to Ju In just how vile Yin Ting was for attempting to entice her with her favorite treat. Ju In understood that Kue was merely being proud. All she needed was a bit more coaxing from Yin Ting, and her anger would dissipate once she felt sufficiently pampered. Still, he played along with her grievances, aligning himself with her perspective. Indeed, Yin Ting has gone too far. How dare he tempt our Kue? It's absolutely outrageous. Let's ignore him. Inin, why not take Kue to buy milk elsewhere? But wouldn't that be a waste? If we don't drink the milk Yin provided, it will spoil. Kue does not wish to waste food. She's a good baby. What do you think, Kue? Do you find Yin's suggestion agreeable? Kue furrowed her little brows, pondering for a moment. At that moment, the system noticed Kue's small stubbornness that, oh dear, the host is quite prideful at such a young age. She is clearly upset, yet she longs for the milk that has been presented to her. Kue was at a loss for what to do, and as she contemplated, her anger flared again. Yin is such a silly goose. If he doesn't come to coax me soon, I shall ignore this big fool forever. Was this plan unsatisfactory? After a while, Kue still remained silent. Frustrated, she vehemently opposed Yin's suggestion, finding it utterly peculiar, yet her little mind couldn't pinpoint why. Thus, when pressed by Yin, Kue's embarrassment turned to anger, and she launched an indiscriminate attack, scolding Yin, stop wasting food. You are so naughty. Yin asked, what does Kue think we should do? Kue will drink all the milk. Even Yin, usually composed, was taken aback by Kue's fierce declaration that hadn't she just been convincing herself moments ago? How could she surrender so quickly? Seeing her little brows furrowed in distress, he assumed she was struggling internally and would not yield so easily. She truly was a greedy little cub. What if someone lured her away with food? Yin felt utterly helpless against this gluttonous little creature. Let us go reclaim our dignity, since we've been wronged. There must be some recompense. The milk must be consumed, and Kue's grievances must be addressed. He cannot bear to see Kue remain in such a state of discontent. Yin led Kue into the courtyard, where Yin Ting and Xiao Hong were still deliberating on how to win Kue's forgiveness, upon suddenly spotting Yin and Kue emerging. Their serious expressions suggested they had come to settle the score. Yin Ting felt a twinge of anxiety. He wasn't prepared for this confrontation, but he had never been adept at charming others and was unsure how to soothe the young cub. Xiao Hong discreetly distanced himself from Yin Ting, wishing to avoid collateral damage. When Kue saw Yin Ting standing there, she let out an irritated huff. Yin, why are you still standing there? Shouldn't you be bringing the milk for me? Didn't you say you were going to bring it to Kue? Cough. Xiao Hong subtly indicated to Yin Ting that it was time to act, utilizing the very approach he had just taught him. Feeling as if he had awakened from a dream, Yin Ting cautiously approached Kue, kneeling before her. Kue turned her head away, refusing to look at him, yet she did not walk away, clearly granting him an opportunity to win her back. Seeing that Kue was merely avoiding eye contact rather than outright evading him filled Yin Ting with renewed courage. Thanks to Xiao Hang's earlier explanation, he understood that Kue was giving him chance. Kue, Yin knows he was wrong, that I promise never to deceive you again. Please, punish me as you see fit. I will abide by your wishes. Kue's proud little expression softened slightly. Since he was pleading with her, she would observe his performance a while longer. Thus, she reluctantly turned her little head back to scrutinize Yin Ting's actions. Her slight shift encouraged him immensely. With a promising start, the subsequent words seemed less daunting to voice, that he felt as if he had discovered a key. Coaxing Kue was unexpectedly enjoyable, and her proud demeanor only made her all the more adorable. It mattered not if Kue did not forgive him. He was in the wrong, and he deserved her ire. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Ting was subconsciously employing Xiao Hang's strategies, infusing his speech with a touch of pitiful pleading. Would Kue like to have a sip of milk? There's a surprise waiting for you afterward. What surprise? Kue, now intrigued not only by the milk but also by Yin Ting's mention of surprise, found herself momentarily swayed. However, she could not forgive him so easily. After several rounds of gentle coaxing, feigned pity, Kue finally spoke, albeit in an imperious tone. You're so noisy. You've made Kue thirsty. Just as Yin Ting intended to continue his efforts, he abruptly halted, quickly realizing that Kue was indeed thirsty. Let us have some milk. Afterward, Yin will continue to admit his mistakes, shall we? Fine, I'll begrudgingly drink a little, but if you keep nagging, I might just die of thirst. I refuse to suffer because of you, you big bad guy. Indeed, is all Yan's fault for letting Kue get thirsty without noticing. Alas, the little glutton was proving challenging to soothe. What could he do? How could he resist her adorable, proud demeanor? Yin Ting found himself completely captivated by Kue, no matter how he looked at her. She was irresistibly cute. Once Kue finally drank her fill of milk, she was utterly content. This milk is simply delightful. My dear, we have finished the milk, and there is still a surprise awaiting you. Yin Ting thought now might be the perfect moment to intensify his efforts. hoping perhaps Kuei would forgive him. All right, given how delicious the milk was, I shall grant you another chance to prove yourself. However, after a brief wait, Yin Ting remained inactive. Where is the surprise? Though he sought Kuei's forgiveness, he resolved to go all in. He truly did not wish to witness her rejection any longer. Then, the three onlookers watched in astonishment as Yin Ting transformed into a massive nine-tailed fox. The trio present were taken aback by Yin Ting's beast form. Xiao Hung exclaimed, "What in the world? What kind of creature are you? Wasn't he a fox? What on earth was this? A plethora of tails and such a grand size." While Kuei had seen Yin Ting's beast form before, she had never encountered a fox of such magnitude. You see, he had exhausted his energy, which caused him to shrink to the size of an ordinary fox. This is his true form. The majestic nine-tailed fox crouched gracefully, its nine tails billowing behind it. Standing a staggering 2 meters tall, the sight of this extraordinary creature was mesmerizing and mysterious, leaving them in awe. Goodness, what an anomaly! Where have they ever seen such a fox? Change back at once. If you scare Kuei, there will be no place for your tears. Chapter 51. Yin Ting's ancestral game. Yin Ting looked at them in confusion, noticing their astonished expressions. Had they never seen a fox before? While his beast form was indeed larger than most, it was merely an extension of his tails, which were notably long. You must revert. With your size, Kuei wouldn't even be able to touch you, let alone with just one tail. Xiao Hung urged in an instant. Yin Ting returned to his humanoid form. Phew, his beast form was indeed intimidating, especially with the aura of a level 7 ability user radiating from him. Just looking at him made them feel a bit anxious. It was no wonder the Fox clan held a prominent position among the 5 major clans of Beast King City. You haven't mutated, have you? Xiao Hung had never encountered a 9-tailed fox before, and upon observing its peculiar demeanor, he was suddenly reminded of the mutated tree frog from Ling Mountain and the aberrant vulture from Wu Mountain. Otherwise, how could such an odd fox exist? No, in our Fox clan, we have always revered the 9 tails in hierarchical order. My father is a 9-tailed red fox, while I'm a 9-tailed white fox. Ah, you've never heard of it. That's understandable. Our 9-tailed fox lineage is exceedingly rare. Those with 9 tails are the nobility among foxes. Just look at Jia. She's also a 9-tailed fox, born with an air of nobility. She is indeed a 9-tailed fox. No wonder her eyes are positioned atop her head. You have certainly startled us. It was wise not to let Kuei pet the fluffy one yesterday. Upon hearing this, Yin Ting instinctively glanced at Kuei to see if she had been frightened. To his surprise, Kuei was not as terrified as he had imagined. Instead, she was curiously staring at Yin Ting, tilting her head in wonder. Kuei does not seem afraid. She is quite brave. If she is not afraid, then, does she still wish to touch Yin Yan's fluffiness? I can actually transform into a smaller size. His tail was quite fluffy, which should satisfy Kuei's fondness for all things soft and fuzzy. Why didn't you just shrink down earlier? Were you attempting to show off in front of us? This fellow clearly has the ability to shrink, but chose to flaunt his size instead. Xiao Hong felt he had uncovered the truth. Forget it. Then Kuei made tentatively touch it. Kuei wore an expression of pride, as if to say, "You insisted on letting me touch it. Very well." Yin Ting then transformed into a size comparable to an ordinary fox, except he sported 9 flamboyant tails that exuded an indescribable beauty. After transforming into his beast form, Yin Ting squatted before Kuei, awaiting her to demonstrate her petting technique. Xiao Hung had already informed him, so he was prepared, in contrast to his fox body. Kuei seemed far more intrigued by his tails. She rushed over to his tails and cautiously tapped one down him. So fluffy! Realizing that Kuei adored his tails, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he gently wrapped one of his tails around Kuei's body. Kuei looked astonished at the fluffy white tail encircling her belly, exclaiming, "Wow, it can hug my tummy. Does Kuei want to fly?" He suddenly recalled a game he used to play with his father in his childhood. Fly? But Kuei has no wings, so she cannot fly. Indeed, Yin can make Kuei fly, though it requires that Kuei is not afraid of heights. Upon hearing this condition, Kuei immediately retorted, "I'm not afraid." "Humph! How dare you underestimate Kuei? Yin, He never said you were afraid, did he? However, the system dare not voice this, lest it become the next target of Kuei's ire. This little rascal would truly have him confined to the little dark room. Very well, Kuei is ready to inform Yin. How will you take Kuei flying? Is it dangerous? Ju Yin expressed some concern. Fear not. There is no danger. Why father used to play this way with me when I was young. Back then, my mother was also worried my father would drop me, but he held me securely. He said that their family had been playing with the young ones this way since ancient times, and nothing ever happened. Kuei is ready. Let's take off. Kuei is about to fly. Kuei has become increasingly daring, willing to try anything. Truly the best age for exploration. All right, taking off. Yin Ting instantly reverted to his original size, encircling Kuei's waist. Oh no, his tail on her belly slowly lifted, using another tail to cushion her little bottom so that Kuei could sit on one of his other tails. Wow, Kuei is flying. This thrilled Kuei, who shouted in excitement and completely forgot she was previously sulking, showering praise upon him. Yin Ting spun around with Kuei in tow, asking Kuei, is it fun? It's fun, flying high. All right, then let's go even higher. This is too much fun. Kuei wants to play every day. Yin Ting was unaware that his future days might not be so easy. Goodness, this is possible. If only he had revealed this trick earlier, Kuei would have been easily won over. Xiao Hung exclaimed. Kuei is flying high. In midair, Kuei boasted loudly about her flight. Ha ha ha, Yin and Hung cannot fly. Ju Yin smiled at Kuei, pleased that she was having a good time. Xiao Hung felt an itch of desire. Could he join in the fun? Yin Ting, do not forget who provided you with the strategy. Xiao Hung shouted at the 2-meter-tall nine-tailed fox. Of course he remembered. So, Yin Ting glanced down at Xiao Hung, inquiring, so what do you want? He would certainly express his gratitude. I also partake in the fun. You are 2 years old? Ju Yin was speechless, realizing that you and Kuei are both merely 2 years old. A baby of 240 months can also play, right? Yin Ting swiftly swatted this shameless fellow away with his tail, declaring, you'll be better off going straight to the skies. Hung is flying too. Kuei believed that Xiao Hung had also taken flight and was thrilled. Indeed, Xiao Hung had truly soared. But not like this. Hey, thud. After a brief flight, Xiao Hung crashed to the ground, creating a crater. Ju Yin shook his head in exasperation. Well, there you have it. Can you still get up? It appears not. Save me. Serves you right. After mocking him, he leisurely extracted the unfortunate fellow from the pit. Hung, why did you fall? He simply does not know how to play and fell. Yin Ting calmly explained to Kuei as if it had nothing to do with him that I see. Hung is rather clumsy. Isn't he? Kuei is just fine, never falling. Indeed, Kuei is quite impressive. Yin Ting offered an unthinking compliment. He had become quite adept at flattering, devoid of any sense of awkwardness. Chapter 52. Xiao Hang's anger led to a heart attack. Kuei no longer wants to play. Kuei wishes to check on Hung, who has fallen and hurt himself. Why doesn't Kuei want to play? Kuei can play a bit longer. I'm not tired. He wanted to enjoy more time with Kuei, using the opportunity to nurture their bond. However, Hung has hurt himself, and Kuei wishes to show concern. She is such a thoughtful little darling. Very well. Had he known, he would not have let him fall, allowing Kuei to play longer. Yin Ting lamented. Though he was reluctant, he safely placed Kuei on the ground, then transformed back into his beast form to join her in checking on the so-called 200-month-old baby. Hung, are you all right? As Kuei landed, she immediately rushed to Xiao Hang's side to inquire. Over here, Ju Yin had just extracted him from the pit, grimacing in pain. Kuei, you must stand up for Hung. That ungrateful Yin Ting has thrown me down quite terribly. Upon hearing this, Kuei was bewildered. Isn't Hung the one who fell himself? Hung, it is like this. Only by carrying a small baby like Kuei can Yin make him fly. Hung is too heavy for Yin to lift, but he still wanted to play, so Yin had no choice but to accommodate him. Yin did not wish for him to fall. Upon hearing this, Kuei found it somewhat reasonable. Hung, is quite big and heavy. Yin Yin cannot lift him at all. I believe your nonsense. A 7th-tier beast man cannot lift me, yet can swat me away. Right? Xiao Hung pointed at Yin Ting, scolding him vehemently. Just wait until I recover. I shall face you one-on-one. Not allowed. Hung Hung must not be angry. Yin Yin did not mean to, though Kuei felt sorry for Hung Heng's fall. She also insisted that he must not be angry with Yin Yin. Hung Hung must not be unreasonable. Kuei, you foolish child, no wonder you can be easily deceived. Do you not realize that this fellow is deceiving you again? How could he just now pretend to teach you how to apologize, only to betray you moments later? It is infuriating. Yin Ting, who told you to be so absurd? Is it reasonable for a male beast man to lift another male of equal size high into the air? If others see, how would he maintain his authority among his kin? Have you forgotten what he did? Are you forgiving him this quickly? Kuei shyly fiddled with her fingers, not wanting to forgive him so quickly. But flying truly is so much fun. You fickle little one. No. Kuei finds it difficult. She's just a little baby, and her temper is quite gentle. Kuei has already been angry, but does not hold grudges. Indeed, Kuei is a good baby. The more she thinks about it, the more confident she feels, instantly straightening her back. Kuei is a little baby, and she is good. She does not hold grudges. For holding grudges is not what good babies do. Therefore, Hung Hung must not be angry. Forget your good baby talk. If you were a good baby, how could you be swatted away? I am angry. After Xiao Hang's words, he noticed Kuei nodding in agreement. Very well, she understands. Hung Hung and Kuei are alike. Once they are angry, they will be fine the next day. No, Kuei, I am angry. Will you not comfort Hung Hung? Why are you just nodding? Ju Yin and Yin Ting, you truly have a large face. Kuei understood that Hung Hung, like herself, will be fine after being angry. Buffed, Ju Yin and Yin Ting burst into laughter. Be angry. After all, you will calm down on your own. I cannot calm down. Kuei, do refrain from making that unreasonable little expression. Hung Heng is equally wonderful. Just like Kuei. Kuei believes in you. This situation with Xiao Hung is rather unfortunate. The system bursts into laughter. Kuei, please don't flatter me. I'm not remarkable at all. All right, let us not fuss any longer. Shortly, we shall go fetch Na Ling and the others to come and play. When the time is right, Ju Yin will speak up, and it will be time to prepare for departure. This was what Kuei expressed upon waking this morning, saying she missed Zai and Na and wished to bring them over to play out a few days ago. When they departed from the bamboo grove, they indeed promised to fetch them once they had settled in. Upon hearing Yin Yin's words, Kuei became excited again. Hooray, we're going to pick up Zai and Na. Yes, Kuei misses Zai and Na. Let us hurry, as she spoke. She attempted to dash outside. Where are you going? Yin Ting, unfamiliar with their previous affairs, inquired about whom they were going to fetch. The panda messenger from Area 8. Ju Yin explained to him that, when will you return? In the evening, I believe it's quite a distance from the bamboo grove. All right. Kuei looked at them curiously. Yin Yin not coming. Zai is so adorable, and Na is cute too. Yin Yin should come along. All right, I'll go too. Initially, he had no intention of joining them, but now that Kuei invited him, how could he refuse her? Let us take some provisions and be off, Ju Yin stated, returning to grab some snacks. For it was still before noon, and departing without lunch would surely leave them a bit hungry later. What are you doing here? They don't even know you. Kuei thought, I want to go. Darn it, why is he so insufferable? Xiao Hung, feeling increasingly irritated, found Yin Ting's presence particularly grating. Ugh, it hurts so much. Although he too is a beast man with abilities and just fell, the size of this pit is rather painful. However, Yin Ting still possessed some decency. He had indeed helped him before. Later, let us swing by my AMUS place to get some ointment. Tea is homemade and very effective. Soon, Ju Yin emerged, effortlessly lifting Kuei from the ground. Let us go. Off we go, Zai. Sister's coming. First, we need to get some medicine from AMU, Yin Ting said, not wanting to endure someone's incessant chatter. Ju Yin shot a glance at that person. So dramatic. Nevertheless, they proceeded to the residence of the Fox Clan chief. Xiao Hong was fuming. Fine. You're all just going to bully me, aren't you? At that moment, Kue, ever the comforting presence, chimed in. Hung, just apply the medicine and you'll be fine. Don't be upset, okay? Hung is a good boy. That is more like it. Hung would not let them get to him. Being upset wouldn't solve anything. Upon arriving at the chief's abode, they found Yinshan preparing a meal. She was somewhat surprised to see them all together. This is Auntie, Kue exclaimed joyfully, greeting Yinshan, who was always so kind to her. Kue, you're here. Yinshan quickly set down the vegetables and approached. AMU, could you please fetch some herbs? Xiaoheng has fallen out. All right, come with me. Yinshan was still processing the situation. You all wait here for a moment. Yinting and Yinshan went inside to retrieve the herbs. Unable to contain her laughter, Yinshan asked, have you two made up? Is Kue no longer angry? That's good to hear. You had me worried yesterday. I thought Kue would never play with us again. You, young man, were quite unkind to deceive Kue. She seized the opportunity to reprimand her son. Chapter 53. Master of Serving Water Sigh. Our Kue is so good-natured to forgive you. You must treat her well from now on. Be gentle and stop wearing that stern face. That's not appealing to girls, while searching for the herbs. Yinshan schooled her son, concerned that his cold demeanor from childhood might hinder his chances of finding a partner in the future. He will be gentler, of course, only towards Kue. Found it. Let us go. This herb was from last year, buried deep. After rummaging around, they finally located it. Yinshan emerged with the herbs, worry etched on her face. How did you come to fall? Is it serious? Thank you for your concern, madam, that it's just a minor injury. With your herbs, I believe I'll recover swiftly, Xiaoheng replied to the clan leader's wife, not wishing to disclose the details of his fall. Make sure you apply it promptly. I made it myself, and it's very effective. All right, Yinting SAMU is truly wonderful and gentle, Xiaoheng thought, feeling envy towards that wretched fellow Yinting, who must be quite happy. After speaking with Xiaoheng, Yinshan turned to Ju Yin and Kue. Kue, I'm truly sorry. Can you forgive Annie? It's all my fault for not teaching that rascal Yinting properly. Auntie is not at fault. Kue likes Annie. Thank you. Kue, may I hug my darling Kue? Of course, Annie smells nice. I really like it. Kue opened her little arms towards Yinshan. Auntie, hug me. Yinshan carefully scooped up the soft little Kue, finally holding her precious baby again. Would you like to stay for dinner at Annie's house tonight? I'm preparing a feast. Yes. Kue is having a grand meal. Ju Yin, why don't you all join Kue for dinner tonight? All right, thank you, madam. However, we must go to the bamboo grove to fetch the beast god's messenger. A dear friend of Kue, we might return a bit late, and no problem. I'll prepare the food a little later. I'll also get some food ready for the beast god's messenger. The beast god's messenger? She had heard of this esteemed figure in the beast realm, but never imagined that Kue and the others could be friends with such a national treasure. Tonight, she would have a chance to broaden her horizons. You all hurry back. It's almost noon, and the bamboo grove is quite far from Beast King City. Yinshan, not wishing to delay them any further, wanted to enjoy dinner with her precious Kue tonight, and hoped she would want to return often for meals. All right, you two come over. It's time to set off. Yinshan called to Yinting and Xiaoheng, who were still at the stone table, seemingly preoccupied with something. Oh, okay. The two responded. What are you two doing? Yinshan asked, noticing them fiddling with something. Oh, just preparing the herbs. We're leaving now, Yinting explained. Hurry up. Annie, goodbye. We'll be back soon. Yinshan watched as they walked away before returning to prepare lunch. What took you so long to talk to the madam? They'd been applying the medicine and hadn't paid attention. The madam said we're having dinner tonight, preparing a feast for Kue. Following Kue means a grand feast. Upon hearing this delightful news, Xiaoheng felt a renewed sense of purpose. Indeed, Kue is amazing. She knows how to find a meal ticket. Yes, Kue is the best, Xiaoheng echoed. Kue indeed possessed an extraordinary knack for discovering food, always unearthing something novel and delightful. This time was even more impressive. She had secured a grand meal ticket for herself. Just yesterday, it had been a small cake, and now they were headed for a grand feast. He could not help but feel envious. Are you going to Area 8 of the Bamboo Grove? Yin Ting inquired, recalling Zhu Yin mentioning that. Do you know it? I don't, but I can lead you through a shortcut. I've been there before. Perfect, that will save us some time, Zhu Yin agreed. Humph, it seems you have some usefulness. Not wishing to converse with this foolish individual. Follow this way. Yin Ting led the way ahead, with Yin Ting guiding them through the shortcut. They indeed arrived much faster, reaching Area 8 in just an hour and a half. Wow, we've arrived. Kuei remembers these stones from Area 8. Ini and Kuei is going down to find Na and Zai Zai. Juyin gently set the excited little one down, unafraid of her running off, for only Na Ling's family resided here, and there was no danger. Kuei recognized the path, scampering along while calling. Na, Zai Zai, Xiao, Kuei is here. Kuei, your voice is too soft. Na can't hear you. Xiao Hung pursued Kuei as he yearned for his chubby daughter. Na Ling, however, Kuei paid him no mind and hurriedly made her way towards Fu Zhao's residence, eagerly anticipating the moment she would see her dear brother. They soon arrived at Fu Zhao's quarters, where he was currently engaged in playful activities with his younger sibling. Over the past few days, the bond between Fu Zhao and his brother had deepened, as Fu Zhao had been the one caring for him. Meanwhile, their mother had embraced a leisurely lifestyle, indulging in food and sleep, effectively entering retirement mode. With no need to tend her child, meals were brought to her bedside by Dada, truly achieving the pinnacle of a bear's life, filled with bliss. Nana, Kuei is here. Kuei's voice echoed from a distance, causing Nana to pause her chewing, while Fu Zhao ceased his playful antics with his brother. The little beast, Kuei, had arrived. Gigi, Kuei, you came to see me, Na Ling exclaimed with delight. Gigi, the panda cub chimed in with a chirp, thrilled that Kuei had come to play. Kuei rushed over, swiftly taking her brother from Fu Zhao's side and cradling him. Brother, I want to play, she exclaimed, inhaling the sweet scent of the panda cub. Wow, it's the brother I adore. Fu Zhao interjected hesitantly. This is my brother, but he refrained from saying more, knowing how much his brother cherished the little cub. Finally, Nana rose from her cozy spot and approached Kuei, skillfully pulling her into her embrace. Nana missed you, Kuei. Kuei nestled comfortably against Na Ling, giggling. Nana is so fluffy. After a heartfelt hug, Kuei emerged from Na Ling's arms and stood beside Fu Zhao, gently patting his arm. Xiao, I miss you too. What about me? Fu Zhao was taken aback by the attention. Of course, Kuei missed everyone, she replied, proudly declaring herself the master of serving water, insisting that everyone acknowledge her prowess. That was my assertion, she added, seemingly self-aware yet failing to elaborate on the term. Chapter 54. She touched a national treasure. Na Ling, after sufficient bonding with Kuei and the others, Xiao Hung finally approached to greet them. It feels like Na Ling has gained a bit of weight during these few days apart. Gigi, Xiao Hung, you're here too. Na Ling beamed. Did you miss me? My dear daughter. Gigi, not at all, she teased, leaving Xiao Hung feeling a touch melancholic. Oh, your brother's grown a little. Gigi. Indeed, this little brother's starting to grow. Soon, he can play with Kuei. Fu Zhao, it's great to see you again. Xiao Hung greeted them warmly. Yes, it's good to see you again, Fu Zhao replied. As they exchanged pleasantries, Zhu Yin and Yin Ting gradually approached their destination. Na Ling, Fu Zhao, Zhu Yin acknowledged, I previously promised to take you to our place to play with Kuei. Gigi, that sounds wonderful. Just the outing we need. Then let us set off. Departing now will allow us to return sooner. Wait, let us bring some bamboo as gifts, Na Ling suggested, concerned that they might not have enough bamboo and bamboo shoots at their destination, as she craved bamboo shoot meat soup and stir-fried bamboo shoots. All right, Zhu Yin agreed. Xiao Hung, please go chop some bamboo and gather bamboo shoots. Back to work for me. Yin Ting observed the interaction with curiosity, as typically they would struggle to comprehend the bear's language, yet they seemed to understand perfectly. Can you understand her? Yes, they are quite perceptive. After spending time together, they can likely guess the meaning. Impressive. Gigi. Who is this? This is Yin Ting. We reside in his household. Gigi. Oh, hello. Yin Ting felt as if she was addressing him directly. Na Ling says hello. Ju Yin translated, "Oh, hello. I am Yin Ting from the Fox tribe. Gigi, nice to meet you." While they conversed, Xiao Hung returned, carrying a bundle of bamboo and bamboo shoots. Is this enough? Gigi, not nearly. It's just enough for me. Let us each take a little back, Na Ling remarked, deeming the quantity insufficient. That's fine, came the reply. Ju Yin then took Yin Ting to gather bamboo. We three will carry bamboo, and soon Kuei Ka will rely on you to carry her, Xiao Hung said, settling down with them. Gigi, no problem. Each bear can carry one cub, but Kuei can walk. No, Kuei, it's too far. Your little feet will tire easily. Be a good girl and let Na carry you. Gigi, yes, little Kuei. Let this holy bear carry you. All right. Na, as fluffy back will surely be comfortable. Thank you, Na. Gigi, it's nothing. Kuei, small and light like a cub, was easily accommodated. Brother, do you not love me? Why do you seem so grumpy when you carry me? The little one pouted. In a Ling, be a brave little man and climb on your own. Before long, Ju Yin and Yin Ting returned, each carrying a stack of bamboo and bamboo shoots. In a Ling, look here, Gigi. That's enough? Let us set off. All right, we're on our way. Each of us will carry a bundle, and Na will carry Kuei while Fu Xiao carries the little brother. Xiao Hung outlined the plan he had just discussed with Na Ling. Good. Thank you, Na. Gigi, it's a small matter. Na Ling bent down in front of Kuei. Gigi, come here, Kuei. Kuei scrambled up Na Ling's back, securing herself with both hands. I'm ready. Gigi, let us go. Xiao Hung lifted the little brother from the ground and placed him on Fu Xiao's back. He has settled. Gigi, the little brother is ready too. Brother, let us set off. The system silently observed this peculiar arrangement. 3 bear messengers, 3 extraordinary beastmen carrying bamboo, accompanied by an adorably charming little cub. Surely, upon their arrival in Beast King City, they would captivate the attention of all the inhabitants. As anticipated by System 004, upon their return to Beast King City, they were met with a crowd of onlookers, the young patriarch of the Fox tribe, along with the panda messenger. How did they end up together? Murmurs filled the air. Ju Yin, hurry. I feel like a monkey being gawked at. Xiao Hung felt rather uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gazes of so many beastmen, akin to being observed like a spectacle. It was quite embarrassing. Yes, they quickened their pace. We're finally back. They stepped into the Fox tribe settlement, which was considerably less crowded than the center of Beast King City. However, just as they sighed in relief, they encountered another troublesome figure. Ju Yin, young patriarch, what are you all doing? Jia. I ran into Jia. Where are you all headed? Home. Yin Ting replied nonchalantly I'm coming too. You can't just tag along for fun. No way. Yin Ting was less than welcoming, having no desire to linger in her presence. I have business with the tribe leader's wife. She is the tribe's holy bear, and she can go wherever she pleases. Kuei, let me carry you. Seeing Yin Ting a loss for words, she began to cozy up to Kuei. Sure. Jia scooped Kuei up, clearly more adept this time, showing less awkwardness. Are these the bear messengers? Are they your friends? Yes. This is Na. This is little brother. And this is Xiao. Kuei introduced them enthusiastically. And Na. This is Jia, your sister. Gigi. Hello, beautiful. What did she say? Jia, puzzled, couldn't he comprehend the chattering. She said hello to you? Oh, I see. Hello to you too. So you're saying Na is good, right? Yes, that is what I meant. Phew, conversing with a toddler is exhausting. So now we're all good friends. Right? Absolutely. Is it really okay for Kuei to let her hold her? Xiao Hung expressed some doubt. Yes, they returned to the small courtyard. Dusk was approaching, and Yin Shan and the tribe leader were busy organizing ingredients. Father, Mother, we're back. You're back. Why are you carrying so much bamboo? Na Ling asked us to bring it, Ju Yin explained, introducing them. This is Na Ling, and these 2 are her first and second cubs. Bear messengers, I am Yin Zhou, the leader of the Fox tribe. The leader greeted them respectfully. The bear messengers represent the bear deity. Never did I expect them to visit my humble abode. What an honor. Gigi, hello. The Fox tribe, oblivious to the world outside, was often indifferent to much. Annie, this is little brother. Kuei shared her adorable sibling with her aunt. Wow, is this little brother so cute? Wow, a panda cub. She has touched a genuine national treasure. Yin Shan felt an exhilarating rush within. Chapter 55. Snacks, please. Rest here for a while. I'll start preparing dinner right away. Tea will be ready soon. If you're hungry, just let a ting fetch you some snacks to tide you over. Don't be shy. Treat it like your own home. Their home hadn't been this lively in ages. With Kuei's arrival, a multitude of friends and family filled the space, creating a joyous atmosphere. Truly, she was a little treasure. Upon hearing a mention of snacks, Na Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement, starkly contrasting her previous languid demeanor. I want snacks, she exclaimed. What did she say? Yin Ting inquired, curious. She wants snacks. Zhu Yin replied with a hint of exasperation. She becomes utterly animated at the mere mention of food, just like Kuei. Oh dear, this panda is simply adorable. Ting, do hurry and fetch the snacks so we can all enjoy them together. Your father and I will start preparing the meal. All right. Thus, the three main members of the household busied themselves with the preparations, while Xiaoheng led them to the lounging area in the garden. Kai, little brother, soon we shall have snacks to indulge in, and Auntie S treats are simply delectable. Kuei played joyfully with her beloved fluffy brother, completely disregarding the adults' matters. Today, she was entirely absorbed in her affection for her little sibling. Xiaoheng, on the other hand, was dedicated to nurturing a bond with his self-proclaimed plump daughter, Na Ling. Even though she seemed disinclined to engage with him, her focus solely on the anticipated delicious snacks. Fu Xiao observed them from beside Kuei, now a devoted admirer of her younger brother, always wanting to be near him. Zhu Yin was attempting to brew tea, having observed the method employed by the matriarch, which piqued his interest. Today seemed the perfect opportunity to try it himself, though he still struggled to grasp the technique. Zhu Yin, would you like me to teach you? Jia had been watching his every move. Increasingly captivated by his composed and reserved demeanor, he appeared unfazed by any situation, even when his tea brewing did not go as planned, showing no signs of embarrassment. Zhu Yin glanced at the source of the voice and politely declined. Thank you, but I prefer to explore this on my own. All right then. Her rejection was anticipated, and she bore no ill will, despite it being her first attempt to offer guidance in brewing tea. She continued, my tea brewing skills were personally taught by the matriarch. It's truly a treasure handed down from her. It's a shame to miss out on such knowledge, especially since I had to plead with her for quite some time before she agreed to teach me. Brewing tea requires patience and practice, she added. The matriarch believes it is both a discipline and an art. Zhu Yin nodded in agreement, recalling how he was enchanted by the serene atmosphere the first time he witnessed Yin Shan brewing tea. A cup of tea encapsulates the essence of life as ebbs and flows, appreciating the beauty of nature and the myriad experiences of existence. It was the first time something had drawn him, and so compellingly. Jia continued to express her thoughts, oblivious to whether Zhu Yin acknowledged her, simply delighted that he sat across from her. The individual I admire most in Beast King City is the matriarch. She seems to possess a wealth of knowledge, often creating peculiar, yet practical things. Her tea brewing skills are unparalleled in the city. Many come seeking to learn from her. In my childhood, I often trailed behind the young clan leader, largely because he had access to delicious treats. The matriarch frequently made delightful snacks, unique to Beast King City. Every time I visited her, I was fortunate to receive a portion, which left the other young ones envious. That's only because you have no shame, came Xiaoheng's teasing voice. Jia bristled at his comment. How dare you speak to me that way? Who told you to eavesdrop? Your volume was such that eavesdropping was unnecessary. It's amusing, really. Jia has been trying to win Zhu Yin's favor, yet he hardly acknowledges her. I firmly oppose any inappropriate relationship between this female and my Zhu Yin. Kuei is still young. I strongly object to bringing a stepmother home. Jia, feeling affronted, turned away, only to find Zhu Yin still engrossed in his tea brewing, entirely unaffected by the earlier exchange. Meanwhile, Kuei and Na Ling were captivated by the commotion. Wondering aloud, what is going on? Are you arguing? This panda loves to watch. Just then, Yin Ting arrived, cradling an assortment of snacks. Snacks are here. Come and see which ones you liked. He quickly sensed the peculiar atmosphere and asked. What's wrong? Nothing, Ju In replied coolly. Thado, snacks, you have finally arrived, Na Ling exclaimed, darting over to Yin Ting's side and affectionately nudging him. Quickly, give his holy female some snacks. Na Ling's interruption revived the mood. And Yin Ting chuckled at her eagerness. Is the beast god's envoy quite the glutton? You're just as greedy as Kuei Kuei. He playfully ruffled the envoy's head. Indeed, Na and Kuei Kuei are alike. Both have a penchant for snacks. Is that so? Would Kuei Kuei be willing to share her snacks with Na? Kuei Kuei and Na can eat together. Na is a good bear and wouldn't snatch Kuei Kuei's snacks. Enough chatter. Hurry and hand me the snacks. I'm famished. Na Ling urged, her impatience palpable. Seeing his chubby daughter so eager, Xiao Hong could only smile. Yin Ting placed the snacks on the table, presenting each one to Na Ling. Do you want this? Na Ling nodded enthusiastically. Each time Yin Ting inquired about a snack, Na Ling eagerly affirmed her desire. Don't ask. This holy female loves them all. You want them all? Yin Ting seemed to understand her intent. Yes, Na Ling confirmed. Xiao Hong assisted in translating. Do you understand what Na means? Xiao Hong was astonished. You grasped it so quickly. It took us 3 days to barely comprehend. It's not difficult. Puffed. Just you wait and see. And A Ling reached out her hand, signaling for Yin Ting to place the snacks in her palm. Give. With a satisfying crunch, Na Ling finally indulged in a variety of snacks. Yin Ting found her enjoyment amusing and affectionately patted her head, thinking how delightful the beast goddess envoy was. And no wonder Xiao Hong regarded her as his plump daughter. Little brother wants to eat too. Yin. Little brother also wants snacks. All right, everyone gets some. Yin Ting distributed snacks to all the bears. Fu Xiao received fewer snacks, being a mature male not particularly driven by gluttony, unlike his brother and mother. However, Kuei Kuei continued to offer more. Xiao, eat a bit more. There's plenty. Thank you, Kuei Kuei. Fine, I suppose I'll have another. Haha, how amusing. Kuei, is it possible Xiao has had enough? Not everyone is as greedy as you and Na. Jia and Na Ling. Stop talking. Chapter 56. The feast. Don't eat too many snacks. We'll be having a proper meal soon. Ju In reminded them not to indulge too much in the snacks, or they would not have room for the main course, especially for Kuei Kuei, who was small and wouldn't have as large an appetite as Na Ling and the others. The feast prepared specifically for her should not be wasted. All right, after the main meal, I'll continue with the snacks. Na Ling reluctantly withdrew her paw that had reached towards Yin Ting. Then she spotted the bamboo shoots piled nearby. Ju In, I want stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat and bamboo shoot soup. Okay, I'll go prepare it now. You all wait for the meal. That he selected a few plump bamboo shoots and headed towards the kitchen. Why is Xiao In here? The elder leader inquired, having just set down a dish when he spotted Ju In entering with several bamboo shoots. Na Ling wants me to make stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat and bamboo shoot soup. Ju In has arrived. What dish are you preparing? Place it here, and I'll assist you shortly. Yin Shan said as she stirred the contents of the pot while conversing with Ju In. Let me handle it. I'll prepare the bamboo shoots first. Madam, I have another favor to ask of you. What is it? If I can assist, I certainly will. Could you teach me how to brew tea? Brew tea? Of course. You're interested in it. Yes. Then after we finish eating, I'll teach you that Ting knows how to brew tea too, so feel free to ask him if you have any questions. Haha, I didn't expect you to enjoy tea. It seems we've found a kindred spirit. Our family loves tea, so do come over for afternoon tea with me and your Aunt Yin. The elder leader warmly invited, growing increasingly fond of Ju In. If only he had a son as outstanding as Ju In. However, having Ting as a friend, isn't too shabby either. All right, Ju In replied. The grand feast was prepared collaboratively by Ju In, Yin Shan, and the elder leader. Yin Shan, having noticed Ju In's skillful chopping of the bamboo shoots, found each slice perfectly uniform and was thoroughly impressed. She eagerly pulled Ju In into the cooking process, while the elder leader humbly tended to the fire and passed plates. Done. We've prepared a total of 18 dishes, Yin Shan declared, thoroughly pleased with their culinary achievements. Especially with Ju In's involvement, which added a touch of elegance to each dish. Truly the child of another family. The more I look, the more satisfied I am. Let us eat. Come help serve the dishes. Yin Shan greeted the 3 idlers seated at the stone table. Welcome. By this time, twilight had descended, and the sky was adorned with countless stars, while the moon cast its gentle glow over the entire courtyard. Wow, it smells so delicious. Kuei Kei, enticed by the fragrant dishes, clambered onto the table with her little paws, yet she still couldn't catch a glimpse of the delectable feast spread before her. Once the dishes were all served, they could commence their meal. Observing this, Yinshan lifted Kuei Kuei and placed her in the specially prepared high chair, crafted by Yinzhou specifically for her, ensuring that Kuei Kuei could dine comfortably alongside them. Last time, she had noticed that Kuei Kuei was a tad too short. There's so many dishes. It's a grand feast. In her memory, feasting was always like this. Kuei Kuei had the fortune to attend such gatherings with her parents before her traversal. Oh dear, Kuei even knows about feasting. Yinshan was slightly taken aback upon hearing Kuei Kuei mention it. It seemed that the little one had already experienced such occasions at her tender age. Indeed, Jiefeng joined the feast. Meanwhile, they were busy in the kitchen serving the dishes, and Yinshan was unbothered by them overhearing her little secret with Kuei Kuei. Ha ha, so, Kuei Kuei, do you want to pack some food to take home after we finish? Yinshan playfully teased. No. Let's eat it all. No packing. All right, we shall devour it all. The selection of dishes was not excessive. Aside from herself and Kuei Kei, she was aware that the beastmen had hearty appetites, especially those endowed with special abilities who required even more sustenance. Furthermore, there were 3 great pandas present today, so their strength must be maximized. Soon, all the dishes were laid out on the table, and Xiao Hong was left astounded, his jaw nearly dropping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. It was his first time witnessing such a lavish dinner spread. What kind of arduous life had he led before? Madam, you are truly impressive. Please accept my utmost admiration, Xiao Hong exclaimed, giving Yinshan 2 thumbs up. Ha ha, you sweet talker, come, quickly have a taste. Yinshan offered him a piece of dompa pork. She did not miss the fleeting glimmer of envy in Xiao Hang's eyes, likely a remnant of his past hardships. This world was indeed harsh, and she understood that not everyone had the fortune to enjoy a life of luxury and comfort like a Ting, raised under her in Yinzhou's nurturing care. Eat more. In Beast King City, you must often come to Aunt Yin for meals. Alas, what a pitiable child. All right, thank you, Aunt Yin. Your cooking is truly delightful. It is the best I have ever tasted. Xiao Hong was overwhelmed with joy, his heart warmed by the gentle demeanor of Yinzhou's mother. He savored the dishes Yinshan provided. Each bite filled him with immeasurable happiness and warmth. Everyone sensed Xiao Hang's unusual delight, except for the carefree and oblivious Kuei Kuei, who, while gleefully shoveling food in her mouth, babbled incoherently in agreement with Xiao Hang's praises. Indeed, Auntie cooks the best food. Kuei Kuei loves it. Now, Kuei Kuei no longer needed assistance. Equipped with her sufficiently tall high chair, she wielded her little spoon and dined with fervor. Slow down. Be careful not to choke. Yanting observed nervously from the side, fearing that a moment's inattention might lead to an unfortunate incident. What little one eats like that? Yes, darling, don't rush. Take your time. Upon hearing Yannick's words, Yinshan felt a twinge of concern. All right, then Kuei Kuei shall eat a little more slowly. Yum, so delicious, so many tasty dishes. Indeed, following Kuei Kuei meant indulging in good food. In just a day since her arrival, she had already feasted on an abundance of delicacies, a total of 18 dishes, something she had never experienced in her life before. Among those also enjoying the meal, apart from Kuei Kuei, was the equally gluttonous Nailing, who, being in beast form, could not join the table. However, Ju Yin had thoughtfully prepared small portions of each dish on the ground for her and her cubs to enjoy. It had been ages since they had such a jubilant gathering. The clan leader proposed a toast to elevate the festive spirit. Let us drink a little to enhance the merriment. The clan leader felt that the atmosphere tonight was splendid, with company to share a few drinks. Drink? What is that? Xiao Hong was intrigued by the mention of drinking, curious about this new experience at a Ting. Go fetch the fine wine your mother brewed. Tonight we shall indulge. Tonight we can drink to our heart content. What a splendid atmosphere. Perfect for a little wine. Chapter 57. Drinking. All right. Yanting stood up to fetch the wine. This wine is a wondrous thing. It can dissolve 1,000 sorrows. The clan leader spoke mysteriously about the benefits of this drink. What can dissolve 1,000 sorrows? Zhu Yin's curiosity was piqued. Oh, miraculous. Xiao Hong expressed skepticism. Huh, you will know once you try it. This drink can be addictive, and Aunt Yin usually doesn't let me drink much. If you get drunk later, I won't spare you. Yin Shan warned playfully. On this joyous occasion, she would not hinder his drinking. But should he overindulge, she would certainly not let him off easily. He constantly sought to sneak a few sips. Had she not intervened, he would have become a full-fledged drunkard by now. She regretted having brought such a thing into existence. Here it is. Yanting returned with 2 bottles of wine, uncorked them, and poured a small glass for each male present. Is this it? It smells rather peculiar, Xiao Hong inquired as he lifted his glass. That is the scent of alcohol, Yin Shan clarified. Alcohol? Yes, this substance can make one feel lightheaded, so be sure to drink sparingly. Otherwise, you may find yourself quite drunk on your first try at O. Xiao Hong obediently took a small sip. Wow, it's quite strong. Cough, cough. Xiao Hong sputtered, caught off guard. The clan leader watched with amusement as Xiao Hong struggled, taking a leisurely sip himself. I too struggled the first time I drank. In time, you'll learn to savor it. Whenever I feel pressured, I take a bit to relieve my stress. Hearing this, Xiao Hong attempted another sip. It's still quite hard to swallow. If you can't get used to it, don't force it. Come, eat some food. Yin Shan offered him more dishes. You drunken fool. Don't lead the young astray. Hee, Uncle is a drunkard. Kuei found it amusing when Yin Shan teased the clan leader. Oh dear, does Kuei dislike Uncle? The clan leader affectionately teased the little one. No, I don't dislike him. Uncle is handsome. Kuei likes him. Huh. The clan leader was in high spirits, taking another drink. Yin Shan exclaimed, You rascal. After Xiao Hong, Zhu Yin also lifted his glass and took a small sip. His expression remained neutral, making it difficult for others to discern his thoughts. The clan leader, eager to know, inquired, Well, what do you think? It has a unique flavor. Good. Just like me, you have spirit. Let us drink to our heart's content. The clan leader seemed to have found a kindred spirit, dragging Zhu Yin along for a hearty drink. Humph. Xiao Hong pouted. I can't get used to it. I'll stick to my food. But why aren't you drinking? He noticed that Yanting also refrained from partaking in the supposedly sorrow-dissolving drink. I can't get used to it. You can't get used to it either? Xiao Hong felt a surge of camaraderie. His tone slightly excited. No hee. Under the starry sky, everyone sat, eating and drinking, conversing joyfully, blissfully unaware that a panda paw had stretched onto the table, targeting Xiao Hong's unfinished glass of wine. Let this panda see what they just drank. I'm quite excited. It must be a delectable delicacy. The greedy panda conveniently overlooked the scene of Xiao Hong choking on the drink. It must be his own fault. While Xiao Hong was engaged in conversation with Yanting, his elbow accidentally brushed against a furry object, startling him. What was that? Oh no, caught red-handed. Nailing also jumped, exclaiming, What are you yelling about? You frightened me. I was about to indulge. Nailing's eyes, however, betrayed her intentions, fixated on the glass that Xiao Hong had sipped from. All eyes turned to the two of them, and the previously silent Jia suddenly spoke up. She wouldn't be thinking of drinking, would she? Nailing, caught in the act, Nailing's gaze darted nervously. Nana, do you want to drink this? Xiao Hong could hardly believe his ears. I want to drink, but that's not appropriate. Pandas shouldn't drink, right? Yin Shan was equally astonished. She couldn't believe it wanted to drink. Did you hear that, Nana? Aunt Yin says you can't drink. Xiao Hong hastily moved his glass further away, anxious that Nailing might be tempted to snatch it. All right then, Nailing said, feeling aggrieved. The more they denied her, the more she longed for it. Disheartened, she returned to her meal. Seeing Nailing's disappointment, Xiao Hong couldn't bear it. He quickly added some stir-fried bamboo shoots and meat to her plate. Nana, let us eat this. The wine ice and tea good. We won't drink, I know. Nana 1 tea be sad. Kuei will keep you company. Kuei 1 tea drink either. Seeing Nailing downcast, Kuei hurriedly chimed in to comfort her. Annie, I want to get down. All right. Yin Shan lifted her from the high chair. Nana, you eat up. I'm fine. Nailing transformed her sorrow into appetite, lowering her head to continue devouring her food. The little foodie's moods come and go swiftly. Yin Shan sighed, observing Kuei's bewildered expression, but they have already come down. Haha, it's all right. I will carry you back up. After a few rounds of drinks, the esteemed clan leader ultimately succumbed to inebriation. Tomorrow, we shall continue our revelries. Drink, 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 until we resemble ghosts, Yunshan chastised, tugging at the clan leader's ear. After all these years of drinking, you still cannot outdo Jian. What use are you? Although Jian had also been drinking, he remained merely tipsy, his faculties still intact. What a disgrace to me. Aiding, help your father back to rest. Yunshan instructed, we shall settle the score tomorrow. All right, I apologize for the embarrassment. Yin Ting's father simply enjoys a bit of drink, and today everyone is in high spirits. Hence he overindulged. Yunshan said sheepishly that it's fine. Yin Ai, you should also return to rest. We will take care of things here. Wait for Aiding to come out before you all go back together. I shall rest first. Rest assured. Yin Ai, do rest well. Kuei will come to see you tomorrow, Mua. Kuei is truly well-behaved. Yunshan hugged the little sweet bean, planting a fervent kiss on her chubby face that, oh, how delightful to kiss. After kissing Kuei's plump little cheeks, she felt a tad dizzy herself, blissfully, so did A.T. that moment. Yin Ting walked by and found his mother in a state of blissful intoxication. Mother, are you also drunk? Go away. It seems you're not drunk. After watching Yunshan return to the cave and close the door, they tidied up and prepared to head back to their own quarters. Let's go home, they said, walking back under the elongated shadows cast by the moonlight. Chapter 58. The missing cub upon returning to their quarters. Jin took charge of properly placing the bamboo they had brought back, along with some snacks that Yunshan had packed specifically for Nailing, knowing her fondness for them. Thus, the accommodation arrangements for the pandas were left to Xiaoheng and Yanting to decide. It's too late today. Let's find a place for Nana and the cubs to stay for the night. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a better cave for them, Yanting suggested. All right, let Nana, the cub, and Kuei share a room, and Fu Xiao can stay with me, Xiaoheng proposed. Agreed. Let's rest quickly. It's late, and Kuei can hardly keep her eyes open. Xiaoheng carried Kuei back to her little room, with Nailing following closely behind, clutching the sea. You be so sleepy. Time for bed, Kuei murmured with her eyes shut. We're sleeping together tonight, Kuei. Nana. And the cub, okay, dizzy, chirped. This bear is also tired. Nailing climbed onto Kuei's little bed, pulling both Kuei and the cub into her embrace, and soon after, this panda fell into a deep slumber. Good night. The next day, everyone awoke, the sun already high in the sky. Xiaoheng and Jian were the last to rise. Ugh, the sun is already shining on our backs, Xiaoheng remarked as he stepped out and stretched. Having also woken late, Yanting yawned as he emerged. Has that guy Jian also slept in? Normally, we would see him preparing breakfast by now. How rare that. Let's check if Kuei and the others are awake, he said, making his way to Kuei's room. Upon entering, he found Kuei, the little one, sprawled in Nailing's arms, sound asleep without any sign of waking. Is something missing? The panda cub is gone, Yanting spoke softly. What? Where is the cub? Wasn't it with Kuei in Nailing's embrace last night? Xiaoheng exclaimed in shock. The cub, having been kicked into the bed by Kuei, was still snoring peacefully. What are you all doing? Jin, appearing at the door with a furrowed brow, questioned their commotion. Why are you all up so early? The cub is missing, Jin, Xiaoheng said in terror, revealing their discovery on the floor. You can just dig out your eyes if you don't want them. What? Xiaoheng and Yanting exclaimed, looking down to see the panda cub lying under the bed, still asleep. They then glanced at Kuei, who had completely taken over Nailing's embrace. Kuei, is this how you treat your little brother? Xiaoheng and Yanting exchanged incredulous glances. You are not the number one in the world, are you? Jian calmly picked up the panda cub from the floor and placed it back on the bed. Kuei doesn't sleep very quietly. Oh, enough. Everyone out. You all played too late last night. Let Kuei sleep a little longer. Jian began ushering them out. Exiting Kuei's room, Xiaoheng scratched his head. Pondering what to do today. Winter is approaching. We need to prepare bee skins for warmth and food in the coming days. We could dig a cellar to store vegetables and fruits, and while the weather is good, we can dry some meat. Every winter, my mother prepares ample provisions. We can consult her for any needs. A cellar. Jian had never heard of such a thing before. Yes, my mother said a cellar utilizes the stable underground temperature. appropriate humidity, ventilation, and light-blocking factors to create an ideal storage environment, extending the shelf life of food and keeping it fresh. Yunai is like a goddess, capable of creating such marvelous things, Xiaoheng marveled. With this, we need not fear food shortages during winter. Not to that extent. Xiaoheng is being overly dramatic. He is quite accustomed to these matters, having been raised with them since birth. Moreover, their tribe is the wealthiest among the 5 major clans. However, his mother is indeed an extraordinary person. The beastmen in the tribe hold her in high regard, not only because she is the clan leader's wife, but also due to her contributions to the tribe. My father said that before meeting my mother, the situation of the Fox tribe was quite dire. The fact that the Fox tribe has thrived in Beast King City for so many years is largely due to my mother. Jian thought of Kuei K, who, like Yinshan, possessed knowledge beyond that of ordinary beastmen. Although Kuei was still young and could only recognize some fruits and vegetables she had seen, Yinshan, as an adult, possessed even more astonishing abilities, like the cellar and the myriad of new inventions scattered throughout Yanting's home. Many ingredients and tools he had never encountered before, including the exquisite snacks they had enjoyed yesterday, along with the captivating tea artistry. All of these were entirely new to him. How did the clan leader and his wife meet? Why do you ask that? Yanting inquired, slightly puzzled. Out of curiosity, you with such a serious face. Are curious? Indeed, Yanting, I am quite curious as well. Fine, my father told me that he met my mother while hunting, and then he tricked her into returning to the tribe. What? Trick her back? My father said that at that time. My mother had lost her memory and did not remember her identity. Fearing that she would encounter dangers alone in the wilderness, he brought her back to the tribe. She appeared out of nowhere in Fonlon continent. Just like Kuei, Jin mused. Realizing that Yanting's mother was also not from this world, he wondered how they had arrived here. That's the gist of it. My father didn't elaborate further. All right, enough gossiping. We should get to work. Today we shall begin preparations for the cold. This person changes moods so quickly. Inside the room, Kuei slowly awakened, feeling oh so soft. She touched the fluffy texture in her hands. Realizing it was Nailing's fur. Climbing out of bed, she noticed she was the only one awake. Little brother, how did you end up over there? Jin had simply placed the cub at the edge of the bed, thinking it would be safe as long as it was away from Kuei. Kuei picked up the cub and returned it to Nailing's embrace, saying, "Cub, sleep well, and don't wander off." "Thank you." After placing the cub safely, Kuei hopped down from the bed, scampering out of the room. "Yay, Kuei is up." Kuei found Jian and, as usual, clung to his side. "Did you sleep well?" Kuei, Jin affectionately ruffled her messy hair. "Yes," she immediately reported to Jian. The cub didn't behave while sleeping and ran away. Just then, Xiaoheng and Yanting returned for washing up, ready to face another day filled with amazement brought on by Kuei. Chapter 59. Kuei, who wishes to be as adorable as the cub. How about we have Nailing and the others spend this winter with us? It would be lively, and we wouldn't have to worry about food. At that moment, they were cutting the beast skins Yanting had brought, preparing the first step for winter clothing, the making of fur coats, since Jian and the others had just arrived in Beast King City. They had no possessions and had to make do now. Meanwhile, Kuei and Nailing were playing nearby. "That sounds good, but we need to find time to fetch some bamboo from the bamboo forest territory." Jian agreed. "Then I will tidy up a cave for them to stay in." Yanting recalled their earlier promise to prepare accommodations for the panda envoys, which he had yet to fulfill. "Nana, would you and the cub like to spend the winter here with us?" Xiaoheng asked Nailing, who was lounging nearby. "Chirp sure for me. It doesn't matter where, as long as there's food. Chirp if I and the little brother are willing, then I am too. It's settled then." As Xiaoheng busily crafted garments while engaging in conversation, his loquacious nature rendered him unable to cease his chatter. "Alas, Nana, Xiao, how did you both endure the winter seasons in the past?" Chirp, eating bamboo, napping, and continuing to consume bamboo, came to reply. "Did you not feel cold, given the heavy snowfall during winter?" Xiaoheng inquired. "Chirp, my skin is thick. I do not feel the cold. What is snow?" Kuei, who was nearby, grasped the significance of the word snow with sensitivity. "Huh. Kuei, do you not know what snow is?" "I do not know. That makes sense. Kuei is only 2 years old and likely has no recollection. Every winter in Fonlon continent, it snows. After the snowfall, prey becomes scarce and food diminishes. How could this little one from the southern region ever have encountered snow? What is snow? She pondered. How am I to explain this? Kuei, wait a moment. I will find a video for you to watch. Okay, Kuei, let me tell you, when it snows, the entire world transforms into a vast expanse of white, and it becomes quite cold. Kuei is afraid of the cold upon hearing cold. Kuei appeared somewhat disheartened. Oh, not worry, Kuei. When the time comes, we shall stay indoors, basking by the fire, wrapped in thick animal skins, and it will not be cold at all. Is that true? Indeed. Xiaoheng is currently crafting a warm fur coat for you, so there is no need to fear will wearing it keep me warm? Yes, indeed, Kuei is truly wonderful. Thank you. Xiaoheng Kuei joyfully expressed her gratitude, relieved that she would not feel cold any longer. Kuei, let us watch the snow video together. I've found it. All right. Then the system clicked to play the video, allowing Kuei to finally witness what snow looked like. Wow, Kuei wants to play in the snow, she exclaimed, as the video depicted a snowman being built. We will be able to play once it snows. But we must wait a while longer, Kuei. How long do we have to wait? Perhaps a little over half a month, around 10 days. The harsh winter in the beastly realm would arrive in just over half a month, and the weather would change rapidly. All right, that feels like ages, Juyin, Xiaoheng. Are you both making clothes? Yin Shan entered the scene and noticed them working with furs. Aunt Yin, you have arrived. Xiaoheng greeted her warmly. Yes, I came to check on you. With winter approaching, I wanted to see if you needed any assistance. She was concerned about leaving her young child, Kuei, in the care of several grown men. The winters in the beastly realm were exceedingly frigid, with heavy snowfall and temperatures plummeting to 20 or 30 degrees below zero. She had to make arrangements for Kuei. Aunt Yin, we are crafting winter clothing. Zhu Yin replied. Has Kuei's outfit been completed? If not, allow me to handle it. I am quite skilled at making clothing for young ones. All right, I appreciate it, Aunt Yin. Zhu Yin did not hesitate, knowing that she was more adept at caring for young ones than they were. Auntie Kuei exclaimed, hugging Yin Shan's leg. Kuei, how about I make you an adorable little bunny outfit? Good, Kuei loves Bunny, such a good girl. I will bring it to you once it is ready. I will also make one for each of you, and I guarantee you will love it. Aunt Yin's creations are unlike any others. Wow, that sounds wonderful. Aunt Yin, you are so kind to us, Xiaoheng sweetly remarked. Ha, very well, Xiaoheng's flattery brought joy to Yin Shan, who thought, oh dear, he speaks far more charmingly than my own, Ting Yin Ting. Smooth talker. Thank you, Aunt Yin Juyin echoed. Though he shared a similar disposition as Yin Ting, not mention it. I am delighted that you all get along with Ting. He has never been fond of playing with others. So it is wonderful to see him more lively around you. Are you speaking ill of me in front of others again? Oh, you have arrived, Yin Shan said, slightly embarrassed, having been caught once more. Is the bunny outfit similar to an actual bunny? Kuei pressed for clarification. Indeed. Once Kuei wears the bunny outfit, she will transform into an adorably cute little bunny. Yes, suddenly, Kuei had another thought. Is there a bear outfit like the one for the cub? She desired to be as cute as the cub. Annie, do you have a cub outfit? Kuei asked, wishing to mirror her younger brother's cuteness. Kuei, you are so clever. I shall also create a panda outfit for you, and perhaps a little fox outfit as well. She had indeed reminded Yin Shan, who laughed heartily, envisioning how cute Kuei would look in such outfits. Yay, Kuei is a bunny, a panda, and a little fox. How delightful. Could I also have a little gray wolf outfit? Xiaoheng contemplated quietly. All right, you all continue your work. I must return to making clothes. She was eager to finish them so that Kuei could wear them. Goodbye. Annie, goodbye. Baby, after Yin Shan departed, they returned to their coat making. Yin Ting, having tidied up the cave, was playing with Kuei. At that moment, Xiaoheng could no longer tolerate the sight. Was he really that idle? Hey, are you really just going to lounge around? Aren't you going to do something? Do what? Yin Ting replied, his expression one of confusion. He had no need to make winter clothes. He had plenty. His mother made him numerous outfits each winter, far more than he could ever wear. What should he do? Yin, come play with us. Kuei called out to Yin Ting. Take your time. Kuei has called for me. Ugh, I'm so annoyed. I want to play with Kuei too. Ju-in, look at him flaunting his idleness. Xiao Hong grumbled. Focus on your clothing. Stop chattering so much. It's giving me a headache. Why are you working so quickly? Wait for me, we must finish today. There's no time to waste on you. They had many preparations to make. All right, I suppose I must be serious now. Xiao Hong was quite skilled at making clothes, and soon he caught up with Ju-in. However, his craftsmanship was somewhat rough. Yet he did not mind. As long as it was wearable, that was sufficient. Chapter 60. A new task objective in the afternoon, I ventured out to hunt, using the captured prey to dry and store for later. After playing for a while, Yin-Ting and Kuei began to focus. He did not truly wish to idly waste a day. He had merely been teasing Xiao Hong for fun. Now that is more like it. Xiao Hong grumbled. Let us go hunting in the afternoon. First, let us prepare lunch. Ju-in was not shy about commanding him. Humph, serve you right for showing off, he thought, for Ju-in was indeed siding with him, avenging him in a sense. After lunch, Ju-in and Xiao Hong continued to craft winter fur coats, while Yin-Ting prepared to go hunting. Where are you going, Yin-Yin? Are you not playing with Kuei anymore? I am going hunting. You all can play at home. Regrettably, Nana and the cub were both asleep, leaving Kuei with no one to play with, and I shall take a nap too. Once I wake up, Yin-Yin will be back. I cannot sleep. Kuei exclaimed, looking at Yin-Ting with hopeful eyes. Can I go with you? Yin-Yin? Going hunting is a bit dangerous. The prey prepared for the winter must be large beasts. Rich in meat, yet they posed a certain level of risk, especially for Kuei. Yin-Yin will protect Kuei. I know you'll keep me safe, and when you go hunting, you must take me along. Yin-Ting looked toward Ju-in, uncertain if he should bring Kuei along. Although he was confident in his ability to protect her, it was still a risk. Let her go. Kuei possesses special abilities and can defend herself. Besides, winter is approaching, and soon there will be fewer opportunities for her to venture out. Yay! Yin-Yin is awesome. Yin-Yin is the best. Very well. Since the elders have agreed, I shall have no further reservations. I want to go too. Xiao Hong's eyes sparkled as he looked at Ju-in. Xiao Hong, you stay home and make clothes. Kuei will bring you fruits. Kuei comforted Xiao Hong, saying, Oh dear, Xiao Hong still has work to finish. He cannot go. In the end, Xiao Hong could only watch longingly as Kuei and Yin-Ting set off. Where are we going to hunt? Yin-Yin, I do not recognize this path. We are headed to the Beast King's designated breeding ground, the Forest of Ferocious Beasts, where there are many large beasts, although it was said to be a breeding ground ordered by the Beast King. In truth, it was merely a territory carved out by the Beast King, teeming with large beasts. The danger level was high, thus the Beast King decreed that only beastmen of tier 7 or higher could enter, and even then, they could only bring one companion along. Even in a grand city like Beast King City, there were few beastmen who reached tier 7, making the resources in that forest incredibly abundant. This was Yin-Ting's first time entering, as he had previously been denied when he asked his father to take him. His father deemed it pointless to bring him along, believing he would be of no use. He was told to break through to tier 7 on his own. That place is quite dangerous. ISNT it. Are you afraid, Kuei? He realized he had forgotten to mention to Ju-in that they were headed to the Forest of Ferocious Beasts. I am not afraid. Kuei is brave, and Yin-Yin will protect me. I am merely a tool, Yin-Ting responded. All right, Kuei is the bravest. Let us set forth. Upon reaching the entrance of the Forest of Ferocious Beasts, they encountered a royal guard performing routine checks. Routine check, the Dragon Clan guard stated, addressing Yin-Ting with indifference. All right. Yin-Ting revealed the tier 7 mark on his arm to the guard. Indeed, tier 7. However, are you really bringing this young cub inside? Yes. According to the rules, it is permissible, but do not come complaining to me if anything goes awry. I cannot fathom why one would dare to bring such a small female cub inside. It is quite foolish. The disdainful gesture of the guardian made him enter without hesitation. He certainly had no intention of meddling in others' affairs. Yin-Ting nodded slightly and cradled Kuei as he proceeded inside, unfazed by the guardian's demeanor. After all, the warning was indeed well-meaning. However, he was confident in his ability to bring Kuei back out safely. This uncle is fierce, Kuei murmured softly in Yin Ting's ear. Yin Ting gently patted her little back in reassurance. Little brat, do you think I can't hear you just because you're whispering? He chided playfully. Once they were far enough away, Yin Ting commented, that uncle is merely concerned for Kuei. All right, then yes. Soon as they ventured into the forest, the chilling roars of ferocious beasts echoed around them, and the sounds were rather distressing. Someone was hunting nearby. How frightening. Kuei quickly covered her ears. Do not fear, Kuei. Let's take a look, Yin Ting encouraged. Okay. Kuei was both timid and curious, eager to see what Yin Ting referred to as the adorable beasts. Kuei, they are ferocious beasts. Not cute creatures. Yin Ting laughed. If those mighty jungle beasts knew you called them so cute, they might just be infuriated. Ferocious beasts they are. Yes, Kuei, do not misname them. With that, Yin Ting and Kuei followed the sounds until they reached the source of the beastly roars. Yin Ting concealed himself and Kuei behind a large tree, observing a massive black python tightly coiled around a robust storm rhinoceros, which was now gasping for breath. Upon witnessing this scene, Yin Ting instinctively covered Kuei's eyes, fearing the gruesome sight might frighten her. The python, enormous and measuring over 20 meters in length, with a girth as thick as a barrel, fixated its cold eyes on the storm rhinoceros until it finally breathed its last. Only then did the black python release its grip, transforming into a pale beastman clad in black serpent skin. The beastman before them had a sinister visage, his appearance otherworldly, with long, ink-black hair cascading over his shoulders. This was a serpent tribe beastman, and his strength was formidable. Yin Ting was somewhat taken aback. He had yet to encounter members of the serpent tribe, known for their reclusive nature and reluctance to associate with other beastmen. Once you've seen enough, step out. The serpent tribe beastman interrupted Yin Ting's thoughts. Yin Ting had no expectation that the tree would provide true concealment. If discovered, he would simply emerge, holding Kuei boldly. As Kuei's eyes were freed, she opened them to behold a handsome uncle, instantly captivated. This uncle is so handsome. My apologies. We did not intend to disturb you, Senior, Yin Ting stated, recognizing the beastman's superior capabilities and opting not to provoke him. Even though they had come specifically for this purpose, Yu Sai, not revealing his intentions, cast a cold glance at Yin Ting before preparing to leave. Uncle's prey, Kuei exclaimed, wanting to remind him that he had yet to retrieve his quarry. Upon hearing Kuei's adorable voice, Yu Sai hesitated momentarily. No need. Ding, a new mission objective has appeared. Coldness value at 100%. Chapter 61. The first time the young clan leader was called foolish by another Kuei. Another new mission objective has emerged. Let us capture this handsome uncle. Correct, Kuei. Find a way to win him over. All right, let's win over the handsome uncle. But the handsome uncle is leaving, Kuei pouted, her little face scrunching up in dismay. What troubles you, Kuei? Yin Ting noticed her frown as she stared at the retreating figure of the serpent beastman. The handsome uncle is gone. And so? Surely you do not wish to let him go. Yin Ting's tone was laden with curiosity. What? Kuei, do you truly feel a sense of loss for this serpent beastman? Unaware of Yin Ting's subtle inflection, Kuei cheerfully affirmed, of course, Kuei wishes to be good friends with a handsome uncle. I'll hit you right in the head. Yin Ting was speechless, realizing she was simply enamored with appearances. Let us go. We must hunt. Yes, let us find the handsome uncle. What now? Do you plan to capture that serpent beastman and feast upon him, or are you entirely unconcerned with what I'm saying? Fixated only on your handsome uncle? Let us hurry. Yin, with a resigned frown, Yin Ting led the infatuated child on their hunting expedition. Their venture proceeded without further incident, and they successfully captured 2 ferocious beasts. Though the forest was rife with such creatures, they paled in comparison to the strength of a 7th-tier beastman, lacking in any significant combat prowess. Kuei, let us slay one more beast before we return home. All right, Yin is amazing, Kuei remarked, glancing at the 2 large beasts being dragged behind Yin Ting. Let us continue forward and see what beasts we can discover. Moo. Suddenly, a thunderous moo resonated from deep within the forest. Its tone, deep and resonant, akin to a roar emanating from the very bowels of the earth, powerful enough to reverberate throughout the entire forest. It is the golden-horned mammoth, Yin Ting exclaimed in astonishment. His father had once described such a sound. The golden-horned mammoth, a creature of immense strength, boasted a hide as tough as iron, impervious to harm. Generally, few beastmen dared to engage it directly, for even the most potent abilities would barely scratch its surface, rendering any superficial wounds negligible. Could it be that Serpent Beastman from earlier? Yin Ting resolved to investigate further, eager to discover who possessed the strength to confront the golden-horned mammoth. This realization sparked a thrill within him. Born from an admiration for the powerful, Kuei, let us ascertain the situation. Yin Ting dashed through the forest with Kuei in his arms, determined not to miss the spectacle of the impending battle. Whoa, Yin is running too fast. Kuei trembled in Yin Ting's embrace, the brisk wind swirling around her ears. What has become of Yin Ting, transforming into someone as unreliable as Xiaohong? Did he not see how distressed his companion was? Kuei, I shall assist you. He activated a mode to block out the surrounding distractions, enveloping them in tranquility. Thank you, Tong. You're welcome, Kuei, as Yin Ting sprinted. Yu Sai, entangled in the branches above, observed the young man's reckless pursuit of the golden-horned mammoth. Was he courting death? Not only was he endangering himself, but he was also bringing a child along. How intriguing. He would follow to see how this unfolded. Even as an 8th-tier beastman, he would not easily venture into the territory of a golden-horned mammoth. Moreover, it seemed this particular mammoth was in labor. Upon reaching the depths of the forest, Yin Ting and Kuei discovered that the golden-horned mammoth's cries had ceased. The beastman must not be here. Yin Ting cautiously scanned the surroundings, finding no signs of conflict. Could it be that they were not present? Yin Ting began to search carefully, aiming to avoid startling them or drawing attention to himself. Just then, the golden-horned mammoth let out another anguished cry. Yin Ting hurriedly followed the sound. Upon locating the golden-horned mammoth, he found it in distress, struggling with labor, its cries now filled with desperation and rage. This is not a case of hunting. The golden-horned mammoth is merely in labor. What a massive beast, so gigantic! Kuei gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. Shh. Yin Ting placed a finger over Kuei's lips, signaling her to remain silent, and quietly guided her behind a stone. Yin Ting realized his earlier assumption was misguided. No one would be foolish enough to hunt a golden-horned mammoth. This one was simply experiencing the agony of childbirth, 8T that moment. The golden-horned mammoth became increasingly agitated, careening through the forest and uprooting trees with its rampage. Oh no, it's heading our way. Yin Ting thought quickly and darted into the nearby thicket, seeking to escape the impending danger. However, in doing so, he inadvertently caught the golden-horned mammoth's attention, with a swift flick of its trunk. The mammoth aimed to sweep Yin Ting and Kuei away. Fortunately, Yin Ting was quick enough to evade as the mammoth prepared for a second assault. He made a hasty retreat from the scene. That was close. I almost met with disaster. It was his carelessness. Yin Ting continued to carry Kuei as they sprinted out of the forest, only pausing after a considerable distance had been covered. Kuei, are you all right? Even with the stamina, he found himself slightly winded. Kuei feels faint, she replied, her eyes drooping. I am sorry, Kuei. It was my fault. If the others were to learn that I brought you into such a perilous situation, I would surely face severe repercussions. I am fine. Yin, Kuei is not hurt. Despite feeling a bit unwell, Kuei reassured Yin Ting, I am not afraid. Kuei is very brave. You fool, a voice dripping with disdain echoed from above. Yin Ting looked up sharply, a sinking feeling in his heart. When had he arrived? At that moment, Yu Sai lounged nonchalantly on a branch above them, casting a contemptuous gaze their way. The young clan leader of the Fox tribe, for the first time called a fool by another, felt his expression darken. What are you doing here? Though this individual surpassed him in strength, Yin Ting was unafraid why Yu Sai deliberately tempered his aura, allowing Yin Ting to discern that he was indeed somewhat formidable, though he remained unaware of the 8th-tier Beastman's identity. Just watching the show, Yin Ting's expression was somewhat grave. Indeed, his recent actions were reckless and foolish. Only now was he becoming aware of how perilous the situation had been. As for himself, that was one matter, but if Kuei were to accidentally fall out, Uncle Bad Guy, you mustn't scold Yin Yin. You're not handsome at all. Kuei is angry. How can this uncle scold Yin Yin? Yin Yin hasn't offended him at all. What a little fool. His own life was at the mercy of others. Yet he foolishly defended them. Just as foolish. You are the foolish one. You are a big fool. How dare you scold me? Kuei has decided not to save this bad uncle anymore. This is infuriating. Calm down, Kuei, calm down. We won't stoop to his level. No, Kuei is really angry. How could he scold me for being foolish? Woo XX Kuei is a little cutie and definitely not foolish. Chapter 62. The climactic duel between Yusai and Kuei for the first time in his life. Yusai's face stiffened at being scolded. How interesting. Yin Ting felt a shadow flash by. And then Kuei was suddenly gone from his arms. Yusai lifted Kuei effortlessly, chuckling, "This little thing has quite the audacity to scold me. How dare you scold me?" Kuei was defiant. Refusing to back down, "I will scold you to death. You big bad guy. Oh, not a fool. Then you must be a simpleton," Yusai remarked nonchalantly, as he regarded her with a bemused expression. Kuei was resolute in her disdain for him. "Help me, Yin Yin. Save me." Kuei doesn't want to be held by this big bad guy. At this moment, the so-called handsome uncle in front of her had completely lost his charm in her eyes. Yin Ting's lips pressed into a thin line. He felt no respect for this serpent beast man anymore. Although he spoke the truth, it was not his place to dictate to him, especially as he snatched Kuei away without consulting him. "Please return Kuei to me." "All right, here you go." And with that, Kuei was unceremoniously tossed back into Yin Ting's embrace. "You, don't go too far." The serpent beast man was utterly outrageous, tossing Kuei around like a mere ball, showing no regard for the well-being of the young one. Is Kuei all right? Kuei was indeed not all right. She was furious and determined to duel this bad uncle. "I will defeat you." "Huh?" Yin Ting held her tightly, unwilling to let her down. But Kuei struggled fiercely, nearly escaping his grasp. He had no choice but to release her as soon as she hit the ground. Kuei charged at the beast man, attempting to knock him down with her small frame. "Oh dear. Kuei is knocked back." "HM? Why did Kuei stop?" Yusai mused, easily holding back this little fool with a single finger. Seeing she couldn't reach him, Kuei extended her small arms to push him. But alas, she failed once more. Winky face, "You wicked being, big bad guy. I will have Yin beat you up." "Just wait." After delivering her threat, Kuei scampered back. How infuriating. Kuei was too small to reach him. "Well, Kuei is quite self-aware," Yusai remarked, suddenly finding amusement in teasing this little cub. Yin Ting's face darkened. His fists clenched tightly. "I do not know who you are, but while your strength is indeed formidable, it would be wise not to be so arrogant," asked the esteemed young leader of the Fox clan. He had never been provoked in such a manner before. "How dull." Yusai dismissed, disinterested in wasting words on the foolish fox. With the little cub having run off, he lost interest in further teasing her and turned to leave. Upon seeing the bad uncle depart, Kuei panicked. "You can't leave. You must come home with me. Kuei will have Yin hung, and Yin beat you up." "Wow, Kuei, that's quite the tactic. Lure him home first and then strategize." The system marveled at her growing cleverness. "Not quite. It's to bring him home for a beating." However, Kuei did not call out to Yusai. He simply waved goodbye without looking back, saying, "Thanks for the invite." His prey had yet to be caught, and he did not wish to waste time with the little cub. "Oh dear, what should we do now that Kuei has left?" The system fretted. The host's mission was still incomplete. "Whatever," Kuei huffed in frustration. Yin Ting continued to comfort the sulking Kuei. "All right, Kuei, don't be upset. Next time, Yin will help you deal with him." He resolved to diligently train his abilities, ensuring that he would not be so helpless if they encountered Yusai again. After all, he had indeed been slacking off recently, and it was time for a reality check. At that moment, Yin Ting had no inkling that when they next crossed paths with that serpent beast man, he would still lack the power to defeat him, for he was none other than Yu Sai, the enigmatic leader of the Serpent Clan, one of the 5 major factions in Beast King City, with an extraordinary level of strength. Very well, then next time Yin Yin will ensure he gets a taste of his own medicine. All right, when the time comes, Yin Yin will let Kuei vent her frustrations. Yin Ting and Kuei headed away from the direction Yu Sai had taken, wishing to avoid another encounter with the Serpent Beast Man. In the end, they hunted down a shadow cat before returning home. The creature was swift, but Yin Ting had to transform to beast form to subdue it. With the addition of the shadow cat, Yin Ting and Kuei triumphantly returned home, dragging 3 formidable beasts along with them. Kuei is back. Upon arriving home, Kuei immediately began to chirp and search for people. Wow, such a large catch. Where did you manage to hunt these? Xiaohong noticed the 3 colossal creatures behind Yin Ting as he emerged from the beastly forest. The beastly forest? Yes. Yin Ting then explained the situation regarding the beastly forest to Xiaohong once more. You took Kuei to such a dangerous place. Be careful or Zhu Yin will reprimand you. I forgot to mention that. What? At that moment, Zhu Yin emerged from the cave, having overheard Xiaohang's words. Blah, blah, blah. Yin Ting tiredly explained everything to Zhu Yin again, feeling drained, but he sincerely wished they could just stay out of his affairs. Kuei encountered a bad uncle. He's so bad. He called me a little fool. It made Kuei so mad. Kuei indignantly reported to Zhu Yin. Huh. What happened? Xiaohong nearly laughed upon hearing Kuei's words. Little fool? Gah, stop. I can't laugh. What is going on? Zhu Yin's brow furrowed upon hearing Kuei's words. Who would dare to scold Kuei? A serpent beast man. Kuei had a confrontation with him. It's my fault. Upon hearing Yin Ting's recounting of the entire incident, Zhu Yin immediately decided that Yin Ting would not be allowed dinner tonight and should return to his room for some self-reflection. Fine that I accept my punishment. It was my fault. Don't punish Yin Yin. He must eat. Kuei did not understand why Yin Yin was insisting that Yin Yin not eat. Oh dear, Kuei, you shouldn't concern yourself. Someone has to be punished for their mistakes, Xiaohong said, relishing in the situation. But Yin Yin did nothing wrong. Kuei protested, confused as to why everyone was blaming him, especially when the bad uncle was the one who had scolded Yin Yin. Kuei, he should not have taken you to such a dangerous place. What if something had happened to you? What would Yin Yin do? Zhu Yin expressed his anxiety, relieved that they were both unharmed. The golden horn mammoth was a presence that even an 8th-tier being would not dare to provoke, and yet he had taken Kuei to stir up trouble. Yin Yin will protect Kuei. Kuei wanted to plead with Zhu Yin. For her, the thought of missing a meal was utterly terrifying, the most severe punishment for someone with such an appetite. Kuei not hungry tonight? Zhu Yin adeptly struck at Kuei's weakness, threatening Kuei. Kuei will not say anything. Kuei immediately caved. Chapter 63. Kuei's little heater in the stillness of the night, a small, pudgy cub quietly slipped out of her bed, clutching something in her arms. Kuei stealthily maneuvered through the dark room, finally managing to stumble out of her chamber and into the cave, making her way directly to Yin Ting's dwelling. Kuei, where are you going at this hour? The system silently observed the host's every move the moment she stirred. What could she possibly want at this late hour? Yin Yin is hungry, so Kuei is going to bring him some meat. Oh, as long as you're not going somewhere else. Kuei tiptoed to Yin Ting's cave, enveloped in darkness. Where is Yin Yin? I've never been inside Yin Yan's cave before. Yin Yin, Kuei is here. She softly called out. That moment, Yin Ting was seated on his bed, diligently practicing his abilities. From this day forth, he would devote himself to training, determined to avoid a repeat of today's incident. Despite his focus, he still heard the soft call, and his eyes instantly opened, shimmering with light. Yin Yin, where are you? Kuei is here. Why isn't Yin Yin coming out? Kuei stood bewildered in the dark cave. Soon, she heard a steady footfall, and the cave was illuminated. Kuei, Yin Yin. Upon seeing Yin Ting, Kuei joyfully rushed towards him. What brings you here, Kuei? At this hour, Kuei should indeed be fast asleep. Yin, Kuei has a little stash of goodies. With a playful flourish, Kuei presented the hidden morsels to Yin Ting, as if offering a treasure. Yin Ting gazed in astonishment at the roasted meat in Kuei's hands, then enveloped her in his embrace, gently stroking her back. What a silly little creature, so innocently endearing, despite being placed in a perilous situation. She foolishly chose to defend him, still concerned about his missed dinner. This naive and carefree little one was like a pebble tossed into his heart's lake, sending ripples that stirred his very soul. How could there exist such a delightfully foolish yet profoundly warm-hearted child? She resembled a petite heater, radiating warmth continuously. "Thank you, Kuei," Yin Ting said, releasing her from his arms to accept the now-cold roasted meat. "Hurry and eat," Yin Ting, Kuei urged, anxious that he might go hungry and thus incur the wrath of his belly. "All right," Yin Ting replied, savoring the cold meat. Though it had lost its warmth, it was the most delicious morsel he had ever tasted. Yin is wonderful." Yin Ting smiled at Kuei, marveling at her delight over his simple enjoyment of her offering. In no time, he finished the roasted meat she had so cleverly hidden away. At that moment, he was unconcerned with his own hunger, more focused on ensuring Kuei got her rest, that it was late, and the little one should be asleep by now, that I'm full. Thank you for the meat. Kuei, now it's time for you to sleep, he gently reminded her. Okay, Kuei and Yin will sleep, she replied eagerly. Yet, she hesitated, but I don't want to go back. It's dark. And I'm a little scared. Kuei, why were you not afraid when you came? I was worried Yin would be hungry, she countered, revealing her genuine concern. All right then. The system could only sigh at how rare it was to find such a thoughtful little one. But we cannot let you stay out. Ju-in and the others will worry if they wake up and find you missing. Yin must escort Kuei back, lest they suspect something untoward. But I want to stay with Yin. Kuei protested. Just then, a voice filled with irritation broke in. Kuei, come back. It was Ju-in. Hearing his voice, Kuei turned to face him, realizing she had been caught. Oh no, Ju-in found out. Ju-in was furious. This little rascal had ventured out at night without a care, and now she was considering staying out? Who had encouraged her to be so bold as to stay with another beast man? Kuei's brashness had left Ju-in in shock. While he could understand her concern for someone being hungry and bringing food at night, he could not accept her refusal to return home. Was she out with Yin Ting so long that she forgot where she belonged? Don't be angry, I was just about to take Kuei home. Yin Ting hastily interjected, fearing Ju-in's ire might truly be directed at Kuei. Yet, Ju-in ignored him, scooping Kuei up and placing her beside him. Feeling brave are we. Kuei was wrong. I was scared of the dark, and I came out in secret, she confessed. Then why did you dare to come out? Ju-in queried. Because you wouldn't let Yin eat, she retorted, her tiny finger pointing accusingly. So you truly care for him? He scoffed, recalling how just days prior she had called him a big bad wolf. Enough of this. Aside from your own little bed, you cannot sleep at the homes of other beast men. Little ones should not stay over at strangers' places. Ju-in scolded, pinching her cheek lightly. Remember this. All right, she relented. And finally, Ju-in relented, carrying her home, leaving a reminder to prepare breakfast in the morning to... As Ju-in returned to their cave, he placed Kuei back in her room, ominously warning her, little ones who don't sleep at night grow tall. Sleepy now, Kuei will grow tall. She chirped, quickly lying down in her little bed and pulling the covers over herself, closing her eyes and demonstrating how quickly she could fall asleep, watching the adorable little creature who feared not growing tall. Ju-in shook his head in exasperation. Why was she so charming? The following morning, sunlight filtered through the clouds into their small courtyard, as Xiaohong listened to Ju-in recount Kuei's daring escapades. Exclaiming in astonishment, Wow, Kuei is truly remarkable. She dared to escape at such a young age. Stop it, Kuei protested, her cheeks flushed from embarrassment. You're all teasing me. All right, I won't say anything more. But Kuei is indeed a thoughtful little darling. Xiaohong now referred to her as baby, following the lead of Yinshan and the others. Humph, Yin Ting is lucky to have such a wonderful companion. Kuei even brought him food in the dead of night. Xiao Hong felt a twinge of jealousy. Kuei, I feel like he is taking advantage of you. The system sensed something amiss. Realizing this sounded oddly like a tale of rivalry. Not only did the system feel something was off, but Yinting also sensed that Xiao Hong's words sounded peculiar, though he was unaware of the concept of rivalry. Be quiet, Yinting snapped, effectively silencing him. Hung is just being silly. Even though Kuei didn't grasp what rivalry meant, she believed in all things. Hung is definitely speaking ill of me. Chapter 64. The attempted abduction of Kuei fails. Enough of this nonsense. It's time to prepare for the hunt. Zhu Yin interjected, stopping their playful banter. Xiao Hong shrugged in response. Fine. I won't say anything more. Kuei nestled into Zhu Yin's leg. I'm not causing trouble. It's Hung who's mocking me. Everyone is here. Father, it's the clan leader. Oh dear. Upon hearing the clan leader's arrival, Kuei quickly lifted her head from Zhu Yin's lap and clung to the clan leader's leg. I haven't seen you in a few days. Kuei, you're even cuter now. The clan leader cooed in a sing-song voice. Hee. Is there something you need from us, father? Yin Ting inquired. Oh, indeed. Yesterday, the Beast King summoned us 8-tiered old fellows. He mentioned encountering a strange creature at the Burning Sky mountain range, surrounded by dark mist, which posed quite a mystery. When the Beast King touched it, the dark mist clung to his hand, and he was unable to deal with it. With the cold season approaching, he organized a group of beastmen of 7th tier and above to investigate the Burning Sky mountain range. Whoever discovers what is first will receive a special winter gift pack, which includes 7 ferocious beasts from the Fierce Beast Forest. This bounty will be ample for a beastman family to survive the cold season. So, you all should join. Dark mist? Is it similar to the black smoke that clings to the tree frogs in Ling Mountain? Zhu Yin pondered thoughtfully. 7 ferocious beasts. We must go. If we find something, we could secure 10 beasts, Xiao Hong exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Can I go even though I'm only a 6th tier? Yin Ting questioned. Feeling a bit competitive. Who is looking down on whom? I'll be 7th tier in no time, Xiao Hong boasted. You just said it would be soon? Ugh, this petty guy. It was just a jest. Don't worry. You all go as a team. With 2 7th tiers, your group will be strong enough, so it's all right for Xiao Hong to join. The clan leader interjected, seeing the impending argument. However, he noted with satisfaction how lively his son had become. A testament to the influence of bright personalities like Xiao Hong, Kuei, and Zhu Yin in his life. The clan leader patted his son's shoulder with pride. Wait a moment, father. Why do you look so pleased? Did you hear that? I can go, and it's your father who approved it. Are you angry? Xiao Hong gleefully challenged Yinting, lifting his chin defiantly. Childish, Yinting replied with an eye roll. Xiao Hong can go. But Kuei should stay home. It's dangerous out there. I, along with your Aunt Yin, can help look after her, the clan leader suggested. Hey, that is a perfect excuse to bring Kuei back home to play. No. Kuei wants to play too. To me, going out means a chance to have fun. So how can I not bring Kuei along? Kuei, they aren't going out for fun. They're going to fight monsters, which is dangerous. We should wait for them to return, all right? The clan leader coaxed gently. No. Kuei shook her head in refusal. That I'm not afraid of danger. I want to be with Yin. Hung, and Yin. Let us take Kuei with us. It's fine that we know our limits, Zhu Yin stated, having always kept Kuei close in any situation, recognizing she was not a delicate flower sheltered from the world. Very well, the clan leader conceded, somewhat regretful at not being able to entice the adorable Kuei to stay. But since her family had spoken, he had no reason to insist otherwise. Father, don't be upset. Kuei will come back to play with you. I can lend my little one to you for fun. Little one. Though I'm really not a toy. Haha, all right. Kuei, come back to play at Father's place after this. As for the panda envoy's little one, he was far too cautious to play with. All right, Father, we'll prepare to set off now. You should head back. If they kept talking, the sun would set. Okay, this kid is in such a hurry. Already trying to shoo me away. Farewell, Kuei waved goodbye to the clan leader. Kuei, with a cheerful smile on her face, subconsciously waved back at the clan leader. Though internally, she felt exasperated. Everyone's so eager to leave. A creature enveloped in dark energy. What an oddity. Once the clan leader departed, Yanting expressed his curiosity. We've encountered something similar to that creature before. Xiao Hung replied, indeed, he has come to realize what it truly is. That you've seen it? Yes, if you don't believe me, just ask Jian. Prepare yourself for departure, seeing it will clarify everything. Jian was reluctant to waste time explaining, suggesting that they could converse along the way. All right. Kuei gets to go out and play again. Yes, Kuei can finally stretch her legs, unlike yesterday when she was cooped up at home all day sewing. System, you've certainly mastered this form of yin-yang literature. 2 hours later, Yanting led Jian and the others to the foot of the Finshan mountain range, where a number of orc adventurers had gathered, curious to uncover the truth behind the dark energy. Some orcs, like them, had formed small groups, seemingly drawn together by the same purpose. This was to be expected, given that even the Beast King found that creature rather troublesome. Yanting, an orc who spotted him, approached, leaving his companions to greet him. Anhao, Yanting, would you care to join our party? No. Thank you, I already have companions. Yanting gestured to the two by his side as his teammates. Very well. Anhao then turned to introduce himself to them. Hello, I am Anhao, an orc of the Lion Clan. Greetings, I am Xiao Hung, and this is Jian, along with little Kuei. Xiao Hung warmly introduced them. Hello, I am Kuei. She chimed, mimicking Xiao Hang's introduction. You. Hello. Anhao was taken aback by Kuei's small voice, realizing they had brought a little cub along for the adventure. Hello, big brother. Kuei continued conversing with Anhao. This little cub is rather adorable. Anhao was charmed. She calls me big brother. Haha, isn't Kuei just delightful? Indeed, she's quite charming. Anhao smiled gently, acknowledging Kuei's cuteness. He also thinks I'm cute. Kuei beamed, cupping her small face in her hands. Hello, Jian responded for the first time. Appreciating Anhao's compliment towards Kuei, if needed. Let us look out for one another, Anhao enthusiastically suggested, wanting to build rapport. After all, friends of friends are also friends. All right. Anhao's teammates called for him from afar. I must return now. Until we meet again. Chapter 65. Yusai's dogskin plaster. After Anhao rejoined his team, they ventured into the mountains. Let us proceed, Yanting announced. As they entered the Finshan mountain range, the terrain grew increasingly steep and the foliage denser. Unlike the outside world, the interior was shrouded in a thick mist, devoid of sunlight. Why does it feel so eerie? Xiao Hung broke the silence, noticing that conversation had ceased since they entered the forest. The Finshan mountain range is perpetually veiled in fog, with humidity thick as a shroud, Yanting replied in a hushed tone. It's also unusually quiet. This was indeed peculiar. Perhaps the creature had frightened everyone into hiding. Kuei, nestled in Jian's arms, was also affected by the atmosphere, burying her face deeper into him, too timid to show her little face. The monster can't see Kuei. It can't see Kuei. Don't worry. Everyone will protect you. Kuei. Is the monster nearby? No, it's far away. Besides, it's merely a gorilla tainted by some bizarre substance. It used to roam freely in the Finshan mountain range until it became agitated by that dark energy. The system finally recalled that it must be the malevolent energy unique to the cultivation realm. So how could it exist in a beast world? One could accept the existence of a nine-tailed fox. But this dark energy was baffling. Could there be a passage to the cultivation realm in the beast world? The system pondered, really isn't nearby? Truly, more genuine than gold. Kuei believed the system's words, but only revealed half of her face. Her round eyes darting about. Everyone said the monster isn't here. However, with the environment cloaked in mist, Kuei couldn't see far ahead. As they ventured deeper, the fog thickened, obscuring even the front of their party. Suddenly, a noise erupted ahead, causing them to halt. Who's there? Yanting assumed it was another orc team, yet his inquiry was met with silence, save for their own breaths. Kuei swiftly buried her head again. Wah, didn't everyone say the monster isn't here? Jian sensed Kuei's fear and tightened his embrace, reassuring her, it's definitely not that monster. Kuei, although it was hardly better, at least from Kuei's perspective. Given their previous encounter, Kuei 1T listen, it's definitely the monster. Fine, if that is what you believe, it seems plausible. After all, Kue called it Mr. Monster. A monster person equals a monster, haha. Come out, Jian commanded sternly. Then they heard light footsteps approaching, along with a vague silhouette advancing toward them. Phew, it's an orc, Xiao Hong sighed in relief. Then he scolded the approaching figure. Are you out of your mind? Playing tricks? What a relief, it was just a false alarm. Fancy meeting you again. Foolish fox, Yusai disregarded Xiao Hong's remarks and addressed Yanting. Really, what a nuisance. Yanting shot him a death glare. Pardon me. I couldn't help myself. This fool is quite the character. Yusai smirked. Oh, little fool is here too. Yusai approached them, spotting the timid Kukue nestled in Jian's arms. Gah, what is this? Kue, little fool. Sigh, little fool. Why are you hiding? Weren't you quite bold yesterday? Yusai, ignoring the other expressions, continued to tease the little one who had threatened him just the day before. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to encounter this intriguing cub again today. In my illustrious 40-plus years of serpent life, no one has dared to confront me so boldly. How amusing. Kue felt embarrassed as Yusai publicly called her a little fool. Wah. Xiao Hong will definitely laugh at me. She buried herself deeper into Jian's embrace. Wah. Kue, 1T move. Kue, 1T admit that the bad man called her. Your Grace, please be serious. Jian's expression darkened, recalling that the orc had been the same one from yesterday. You are the guardians of this cub, I presume? She mentioned wanting to team up against me yesterday. Yusai remarked casually he figured that these three orcs together would hardly be a match for him. He could easily take the cub home. To fight you indeed. We must teach you a lesson, you big bad man. Kue is furious, finally unable to hold back. Kue exploded in anger, no longer hiding. Oh, so you're awake after all? I thought you were ignoring me because you were asleep. Turns out you were just pretending. Help. This guy is worse than I am. Xiao Hong maintained a calm facade while turmoil swirled within him. Kue was just pretending. Kue, 1T talk to the bad man. If you keep talking to the bad man, Kue will become a little puppy. This seemed to amuse Yusai. Your Grace, do you have business with us? Yanting inquired, puzzled by the snake-like orc's interest in them. Why purpose here aligns with yours? Why not join forces? I could use some amusement by playing with this little cub. No, our capabilities are limited. We fear we would hinder you. Yanting declined the offer of companionship. Very well, then you may proceed. Yusai nodded. Was he really letting them go so easily? Yanting was slightly taken aback. Regardless, they needed to continue onward. After a stretch of travel, they soon realized Yusai's true intentions. He was following them closely, a mere few dozen meters behind. He's tailing us, Xiao Hong whispered. Let him be. Anyone can traverse this path. Jian stated, resolutely marching ahead. Besides, that snake-like orc is quite formidable. Having him as protection wouldn't be a bad idea. Fine, he thought we'd try to shake him off. Yusai leisurely trailed behind, watching as the little one occasionally peeked out to check if he was still following them, only to make a silly face before retreating again. After walking for quite some time without encountering the creature, they realized it was already afternoon. During this time, they bumped into Anhao again. Have you encountered that creature? No, Yanting shook his head. Given the vastness of the Finchen Mountain range, it was understandable they hadn't found it yet. All right, it seems no one has any leads. Join me. I will guide you to it. Yusai, having approached them without them noticing, had closed the distance. You know where it is? Anhao regarded him with a peculiar expression. This orc seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. Chapter 66. Are you adorable? Yusai did not respond to Anhao's words, but instead turned his gaze towards Jian and the others, inquiring, so what do you think? Shall we collaborate? Conditions. Yanting expressed his skepticism. Doubting his sincerity, we just agreed to go together. All right. Before Yanting could register his thoughts, Jian readily consented. The vastness of the burning Heaven Mountain range was daunting. Without a guide, they might truly struggle to locate the creature. Although its intentions remained unclear, the presence of so many individuals suggested that it posed no real threat to them, especially since he sensed no malice from it, aside from the earlier verbal sparring with Kue. Thinking of Kue, Jian's cold eyes narrowed slightly, considering its motives. Then let us proceed. Upon hearing their agreement, Yusai took the lead. That all? Xiao Hong voiced his suspicion of ulterior motives. How do you know where the monster is? As they caught up with him, Yin Ting posed his query that a chance encounter. Did you clearly see what kind of creature it was? No, Yusai shot him a look akin to that of a fool. If I had known, would you still be here? Yin Ting felt a pang of annoyance at the implication, chastising himself for his foolishness. Keep your distance from me, Yusai retorted with disdain, unwilling to be close to someone he deemed foolish. The bad uncle is once again fierce towards Yin. Tong also found Yin Ting a bit dim-witted, pondering whether the two of them might be incompatible. The bad uncle won't be fierce to Kuei anymore, right? The more one feared something, the more it seemed to approach. Having distanced himself from Yin Ting, Yusai moved toward Kuei, who was his true target. He had no desire to associate with these foolish orcs. Out of the corner of her eye, Kuei noticed Yusai had approached her and Jian and instinctively exclaimed, "The scary uncle can't be fierce to Yin anymore, okay?" 1, 2, 3, 3 faces in shock. Only Jian, having long been accustomed to Kuei's childish banter, remained unfazed. Kuei, that was quite the maneuver. So I endured the suffering for you. Huh. What is a scary uncle, anyway? And when did I ever scare her? Lord Yusai refused to acknowledge having frightened the little child, that scary uncle. Humph, you're the scary uncle, bullying children, Kuei declared defiantly to Yusai. In an instant, Yusai's expression darkened, perceiving him as both strange and wicked. While the others were merely friendly Yin and Hung. I am Yusai. Oil. Wow, scary uncle. Do not call me scary uncle, Yusai commanded in a tone of authority, not wishing to hear that title. You first called me foolish. Fine, you're not foolish. That foolish fox is foolish. And pinching. She's back in the game. Kuei visibly puffed up, straightening her little body in anticipation of Yusai's praise. Still not satisfied? Yusai, having only recently interacted with her, failed to grasp her meaning. What do you want? This little cub was certainly one to take advantage of the situation. You're so silly. You don't even understand. Cough. Kuei's little braid looks lovely today. Xiao Hong interjected, unable to watch any longer. The hint was so blatant that Yusai naturally understood it, yet he mused, but does a little cub like you enjoy hearing others compliment you? He scrutinized her, searching for something to commend. After a long moment, he concluded, You're chubby. Yusai hesitated at I asked that how one compliments someone. 3 faces displayed shock. Wow, big bad guy. Kuei isn't chubby. Kuei is adorable. Kuei was utterly exasperated by Yusai's words. Big bad uncle. You're truly a big bad uncle. How can you say Kuei is chubby? Ooh. How can one say a girl is chubby? Woo-woo. Kuei is clearly so adorably plump. Crying again? Yusai, irritated, furrowed his brow, finding it all rather troublesome. After a moment, Yusai attempted once more to compliment her. You're quite adorable. Kuei, already adorable. Ooh, she sniffled. Please, big brother. If you're going to compliment me, do it properly. Don't use a tone of doubt. Truly, some things were beyond redemption. Xiao Hung, too, found it baffling. All right, adorable. You are the most adorable. He capitulated, finding it exceedingly difficult to deal with her. Ding, Yusai's indifference rating dropped by 5%. Kuei isn't crying anymore. He truly acknowledges that you are adorable. Look, his indifference rating has decreased. Woo, only 5, just a little. Take your time. All right, through the systems, comforting. Kuei finally ceased her weeping. Kuei is good. Kuei is the most adorable little cub, Jian gently reassured her, wiping the tears from her face with his hand. Kuei is clever too. Not a foolish Kuei. She emphasized her intelligence, evidently fearful of Yusai's earlier reprimand. Kuei is clever and quick-witted. After comforting Kuei, Jian coldly admonished Yusai, if you cannot speak kindly, then remain silent. It was shocking that this orc could speak so harshly to a little cub, even though he recognized the strength of the orc before them. Jian felt no fear. Yusai pressed his lips together, choosing to remain silent. Wow, scary uncle. Kuei isn't foolish, Kuei reiterated, emphasizing her point. This time he obediently replied, reluctant to speak out of turn. This little creature was far too prone to tears. Yin isn't foolish either. Kuei, the darling, attempted to vindicate Yin Ting. Observing the cleverness of the little cub, he conceded that she was indeed not foolish. However, he remained uncertain about another individual, opting for silence. Cough, you, Yin Yin, of course, are very smart. Xiao Hong attempted to mediate. With Xiao Heng's support, Yu Sai was willing to acknowledge it, giving a symbolic nod. Yin Ting, so, will the scary uncle refrain from scolding Kuei and Yin Yin in the future? Kuei sought a guarantee. You truly know how to push your luck. Yu Sai grit his teeth in annoyance. Fine, I will not argue with her. After all, this little creature does pique my interest. However, I am quite displeased with how often you mispronounce my name. Is Yu Sai not wow scary? You, oil, umbrella? Kuei repeated with a lisp. Forget it, I hold no expectations. After reconciling, Kuei did not forget to introduce her name. I haven't properly introduced myself to the oil umbrella uncle yet. I know. Each time, you refer to yourself as Kuei. I am not deaf. I hear quite clearly. Kuei, what a lovely name. All right, let us move swiftly. We have already delayed for too long, Yin Ting remarked nonchalantly. They have become close despite their initial animosity, while only I remain in a world of pain. Yu Sai dismissed Yin Ting's discontent, continuing to converse with Kuei as she transformed back into her loquacious self. Chapter 67, Self-Destructing Identity. Did you not say you knew where that monster was? Why are we not there yet? And Hao and his team had been trailing behind Yu Sai and the others. Yet after such a prolonged journey, they had yet to arrive. As dusk approached, they could not help but feel anxious. He wouldn't be leading us astray. Would he, taking us deeper into the mountain without clarifying where we are headed? I did not instruct you to follow me. Yu Sai replied coldly. It was they who chose to follow him. He had never indicated he would lead anyone other than Kuei and her companions. His tolerance for their presence was already an act of benevolence. And Hao was at a loss for words, realizing it was indeed their choice to accompany him. However, they were not strangers. He and Yin Ting were acquaintances, and they had not opposed their team joining them. Enough of the bickering. Yin Ting interjected, aware of Hao's urgency in not holding it against them. How much longer until we arrive? It is getting dark. It is moving within the depths of the mountain, the heart of the mountain range. It seemed they would not reach there today. The depths of the Burning Heaven mountain range were characterized by a vast canyon and forested terrain. Their current location was still far from there. Additionally, the weather in that area was often cloudy with dense fog and cold temperatures. Without proper preparation, they would struggle to endure the chill, that we cannot possibly reach there today. Where are you taking us? Yin Ting questioned with skepticism and caution. Yu Sai replied nonchalantly, we should find a safe place to set up camp before nightfall. Tomorrow, we can arrive there just around noon. During midday, the sun would shine brightly, and the climate would also shift. Furthermore, the dangers of the Burning Heaven mountain range escalated significantly after dark. Failing to find shelter would mean risking encounters with wild beasts. Had it not been for the sake of these weaklings, he could have simply found a sturdy branch to hang onto and remain safe until dawn. Unappreciative of kindness. Yu Sai mused haughtily. It seems they misunderstood him. He did not wish to argue with these weaklings. His indifference rating dropped by 5%. Wow, the oil umbrella uncle is quite a remarkable figure. Kuei marvels in her mind. Although Kuei cannot comprehend what they have just discussed, she believes that any silver that diminishes in value must be good silver. I apologize. And Hao also feels a bit awkward. After all, the other party was genuinely considering their interests, yet he found himself questioning them. Yu Sai, uninterested in sparring with these young rascals, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that they were not worth his attention for such trivial matters. If only he could let Kuei, the little one, tease him a bit. After all, playing with small cubs is truly delightful, Yu Sai thought mischievously. Kuei inexplicably shivered. She was unaware that the person she had just praised was now contemplating how to bully her. Ahead lies a cave. Let us rest there for the night, Xiao Hong observed keenly. All right, Yin Ting nodded. The two small groups then made their way towards the cave. However, as they approached, they discovered that there were already orcs present. Because they had not lit a fire, and due to the foggy surroundings, they had failed to notice that the cave was already occupied. That we found at first came the voices of the orcs inside the cave as they recognized the newcomers. What should we do? We need to find another place, Xiao Hung muttered softly. There's only this one shelter nearby, and night is gradually falling. The dusk is imminent. This was also the reason he had led them down this path. How do you know? Xiao Hung questioned skeptically. How could he know? Because he often roosted in these mountains. He was a black python and particularly enjoyed the dense humidity and shadowy environment of the Burning Sky mountain range. Yusai did not respond to Xiao Hung, but stepped forward, addressing the orcs with an authoritative tone. This space is large enough. We can all squeeze in for one night. Were it not for the fact that those before him were of his own kin, he would have unceremoniously expelled them for daring to encroach upon his territory, Yusai thought domineeringly. However, as their clan leader, he could not act thus. He still possessed a modicum of conscience. Indeed, the orcs before them were members of the Serpent Clan, and they were quite capable young ones. Teenagers of the 7th-rank Serpent Beast, not entirely useless, Xiao Hung. I am quite useless. Clan leader. At that moment, the serpent orcs in the cave recognized Yusai as their clan leader, whom they rarely saw throughout the year, and they respectfully greeted him. They were somewhat envious that their clan leader was with these newcomers. Although they seldom encountered Yusai, they held him in high esteem as the most powerful leader of their serpent clan. Compared to the leaders of the 5 major clans in Beast King City, their clan leader was the most exceptional. He had broken through to the 8th rank at the age of 40. Shattering the record for the earliest breakthrough to that rank in the Fenglan continent. Clan leader, Xiao Hung exclaimed, realizing this was the same clan leader he had heard of, akin to Yen Ting's father. Furthermore, he was a serpent beast, the leader of the serpent clan, 8th rank. No wonder they felt he was strong yet could not discern his true power. It turned out he had deliberately concealed it. Once an ability beast reached the 8th rank, they could shroud their own strength. So even if the Beast King stood before them, they would be unaware if they had never seen the Beast King. What a fuss! Yusai shot Xiao Hung a glance, clearly unimpressed by his naivety. Yen Ting was equally astonished, for he had heard that the Serpent Clan leader was elusive, rarely seen by outsiders. And Hao was somewhat better off. He merely remarked that Yusai looked so familiar. It turned out he was the leader of the Serpent Clan, one of the 5 major clans in Beast King City. He had once caught sight of Yusai while hunting from a distance, when his father had introduced him to the clan leader, though at that time he could not clearly make out his features. Ju Yin and Kuei remained calm. Kuei was confused, unable to grasp the situation, wondering what they were discussing. Ju Yin, being steady by nature, remained unruffled regardless of the tumult around him. All right, it is settled then. You have no objections, right? Yusai addressed the young ones. With their esteemed clan leader making the call, they of course had no objections. Not only did they have no objections, but they also wished to help their clan leader keep watch, determined not to let any wild beasts disturb him. Chapter 68. The Black Gorilla. After resolving their accommodation for the night, Yusai swaggered into the cave and took a seat. The serpent orcs eagerly approached him, inquiring about when he would return to the tribe, lamenting that his kin had not seen their clan leader in a long time. However, Yusai found them overly noisy and waved them away. Do not crowd me, you bunch of little serpents. How annoying. After shooing the young serpents aside, Yusai beckoned Kuei over. Oil Umbrella Uncle is calling for Kuei. Kuei turned to Ju Yin, asking if she could go. Ju Yin set her down, assuring her that he would not hinder her if she wished to go. Once her feet touched the ground, Kuei scampered over to Yusai. Oil Umbrella Uncle, what are you doing? Her speech was somewhat disjointed. Little cub, have you weaned yet? He almost blurted out silly cub, but he reacted swiftly. Otherwise, he would have to coax her again later. Very articulate. Kuei speaks wonderfully. Kuei adamantly denied that her speech was unclear, insisting she could say a great many things. Drink milk. Yin will get milk for Kuei. Kuei responded to Yusai's inquiries. Her demeanor soft and obedient, which made Yusai's heart flutter with the desire to tease the little cub once more. Yusai was not one to shy away from his desires. He reached out and pinched the little cub's chubby face, forming it into a fish pout. Amusing. Yusai's antics left the serpent orcs nearby utterly dumbfounded. What was their clan leader doing? Playing with the little cub? Wasn't he the one who most disliked being close to others? Why was he now pinching a young one's face? Had their clan leader changed? The serpent orcs felt as if they had entered a fantastical realm. Hey, Kuei Kuei. Kuei Kuei struggled to articulate as her face was pinched. Clan leader, could you please let go of Kuei Kuei? If you keep pinching her like that, she will drool in her sleep. Xiao Hong attempted to rescue Kuei Kuei from this predicament. He used to enjoy pinching Kuei Kuei's chubby cheeks as well, but had learned from Zhu Yin that it was inappropriate to pinch a little cub's face. Lest she drooled. Yusai, upon hearing this, slowly released his sinful grip, sighing, "What a shame that such a plump face cannot be pinched. Humph, oil umbrella uncle is so naughty." Once freed, Kuei Kuei immediately distanced herself from the one who had pinched her cheeks. Was it just a pinch? Am I truly that naughty? So delicate. Yusai's expression darkened slightly. After casting a resentful glance at Yusai, Kuei Kuei ran back to Zhu Yin. "Yin, Kuei Kuei is hungry." All right, Zhu Yin opened his bag and retrieved some jerky and snacks they had prepared, not initially planning to stay overnight. The group peacefully spent the night in the humble cave, and by the next day, they set off early towards the depths of the mountains, hoping to complete their tasks swiftly in return for their rewards. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the chill became increasingly palpable. Kuei Kuei, the little one, was the first to succumb to the cold. So cold. Upon hearing Kuei Kuei's exclamation, Zhu Yin tightened his embrace around her, activating his abilities to generate warmth, which made it more bearable for her. "Just a bit longer, Kuei Kuei. We will be home soon," Zhu Yin reassured her while channeling his powers. "All right, I want to go home too. It's so chilly here." Kuei Kuei is not afraid. "I'll activate temperature control mode. And soon it won't be cold at all." "Good, very good." Indeed, in a short while, Kuei Kuei felt the cold dissipate, warmth enveloping her. Finally, Kuei Kuei no longer had to curl up. She gradually relaxed. Zhu Yin noticed Kuei Kuei's change. Glancing down at her, as she comfortably squinted her eyes and napped, the smile played at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that the abilities were indeed somewhat useful. "Yes, Kuei Kuei, all right?" Yin Ting wondered if the temperature was too harsh for the little one. "She is fine. Activating my powers provides warmth." "Then that's good." Yin Ting had no further doubts, observing how well Kuei Kuei nestled in Zhu Yin's embrace and continued on his path. After a morning's journey, they finally arrived at the heart of the mountain by noon, where the cliffs at the edge of the great rift loomed like a screen, separating the prairie from the vast rainforest. They were to delve into the jungle, for the monster had been sighted there. A rumbling sound echoed through the forest, as if the creature sensed intruders in its territory, the sound deafening and repetitive. Revealing the owner's agitation, that the monster's voice? Yes. UCI led the group towards the source of the sound. Upon their arrival, they were confronted by a creature enveloped in swirling black mist, which concealed its true form entirely. Had it not been for the faint evidence of its bipedal stance, one might have mistaken it for merely a mass of darkness. That moment, the creature was furiously wreaking havoc upon the surrounding trees and underbrush. The monster was right before them. Could anyone discern its true appearance? UCI mused. The group fell silent, for in the depths of that inky shadow, who could possibly tell? They could only rely on the creature's voice and actions to ascertain that it was a beast. At this juncture, Jian and Xiaohing from the team were also somewhat taken aback. The situation of this creature was far more dire than that of the two they had encountered previously. Curious, Kwaiko pointed at the monster. "Don't point recklessly. Be careful lest you provoke into swallowing you whole." UCI warned the audacious little cub. "Humph, you're the one who's reckless, not Kwaiko at all. You're unaware. Aren't you? Monsters are particularly fond of tender little cubs like you. One bite, and you'd be gone without a trace." The serpent beastmen silently lamented. In such a grave situation, does the esteemed chieftain truly still have the inclination to toy with the young cubs? Under the chieftain's sharp tongue, Kwaiko's temper flared once more. "Kwaiko isn't afraid. It's merely UCI trying to scare you," Kwaiko retorted defiantly. "Kwaiko will tell you what kind of monster that is. Or rather, what kind of creature it is. If you whisper it to Jian, then you both can win a grand prize." Upon hearing this, Kwaiko was filled with excitement. "Wow, Kwaiko wants to win the grand prize. What kind of beast is it? Quickly tell Kwaiko, for Kwaiko is awesome." "All right, I'll tell you. It's a great gorilla." Kwaiko was shown an image of a gorilla from the system's database. "I've seen this in the illustrated book." Kwaiko exclaimed. Kwaikua, that S.H. chimpanzee, not a monkey. It seems Earthlings refer to monkeys as Malo. Malo? No, stars are in the sky. All right, it's Malo. The system was a loss with Kwaikua. Yes, it's Malo. Remember it well. Emichum, I'll remember it all. Kwaikua, hurry and tell Jian. But if you say it's Malo, he might not understand what that is. To ensure Jian comprehends and you win the grand prize. You should say it's a Xingshou ape. Okay, Kwaikua understands now. It turns out only Kwaikua knows Malo. Kwaikua, determined, approached Inin and whispered softly, Inin, Kwaikua knows what kind of beast that is. Jian quickly shielded Kwaikua from sight, not allowing others to notice her. It's a Xingshou. A Xingshou, Jian realized instantly. Indeed, it was an ape. The creature was inherently black, and with the added black mist, its true form was even more difficult to discern. However, it was understandable that they hadn't considered the ape. While the climate here was suitable for them, they typically lived in groups, and this one was alone in the rainforest, which contradicted their perception of apes. Kwaikua wants to win the grand prize. Kwaikua urged Jian to hurry with the answer, wondering why Inin was still silent. All right, Jian softly replied, breaking the silence. It's a Xingshou. A Xingshou? The group gazed at Jian in disbelief. How did he know? You couldn't see it, because you overlooked that the Xingshou is inherently black. Without Kwaikua, I too would have thought that mass was merely black mist. Upon hearing Jian's explanation, the group suddenly realized, indeed, they hadn't thought of it from that angle. Very astute. UCI genuinely praised the young beast man. Even he had not considered this aspect. Flattery. Jian humbly accepted UCI as compliment. Kwaikua is the best. The competitive little cub was dissatisfied with not receiving praise. Kwaikua, you know you can't disclose this. The system consoled her. All right, let him be the best. Kwaikua regrettably missed her moment of praise. Jian patted Kwaikua's back, soothing the restless cub in his arms, aware that Kwaikua's proud nature would not take kindly to being overlooked. What now? With the destruction wrought by the Xingshou, they worried whether it might escalate into an attack on the beastmen. I heard that the black mist on it could infect us. Anhao relayed what he had learned from his father. The Beast King was also infected. He managed to expel it only with his formidable abilities. Once more, the group fell into silence. What could they do? If even the Beast King could not handle it, they dared not approach. Kwaikua, it's your turn. You can help purify the evil energy surrounding it. This was a skill Kwaikua had learned at the system school, as every system must master the skills of each realm, for their tasks were assigned randomly. Previously, Kwaikua had refrained from intervening because she had not yet leveled up, thus lacking the necessary permissions. During her internship, the system director had sealed her abilities, requiring her to complete tasks to gradually unlock them. Kwaikua, have Jian take you close to the Xingshou, as long as you are near enough. You can begin the purification. All right, Kwaikua wriggled in Jian's embrace. Kwaikua can help the Malo. Jian leaned down and gently touched Kwaikua's forehead. What is wrong, Kwaikua? Inin and Kwaikua should go and purify. Kwaikua declared. Kwaikua can help the Malo not feel pain. The Xingshou's destructive rage stemmed from the malevolent energy gnawing at its body, causing it great suffering, and if the evil energy were to be dispelled, it would be fine. However, aside from the system, no beastman possessed that capability. Very well, Jian's father unconditionally supported his cub's decision. He then addressed the group. I'll give it a try. What? You're going? Are you sure you can handle it? The others expressed skepticism regarding his capabilities, considering even the Beast King was struggling with the Xingshou. Let him go, UCI agreed, wanting to see what this young cub's parent was capable of. With UCI's consent, the other beastmen had no further objections and awaited the unfolding drama. Are you confident? Yenting knew Jian was not an impulsive individual. His decision surely stemmed from careful consideration. Amachum, Kwaikua will protect Inin. Kwaikua proudly puffed out her little belly. What? You're going too? Xiaoheng exclaimed in alarm. Such a dangerous task, and Jian intends to take Kwaikua with him. Wait, are you really taking Kwaikua? Xiaoheng asked incredulously. You're out of your mind. Whom you previously punished Yin Ting for bringing Kwaikua into danger. Such double standards. It's different. I'll explain later. Jian refused to waste further time with him, turning away with Kwaikua in his arms. All right, I'll be waiting to see how you justify this. A voice interrupted, that of UCI. Jin paused. What is it? Taking her with you. What? Are you all more cold-hearted than I am? Bringing cubs into danger? Yesterday it was that foolish fox, and today it's you. What kind of tough little cub is this to have survived this long? Kwaikawa wants to go. Kwaikawa is awesome. Kwaikawa protested, feeling that they were doubting her strength. Humph, Kwaikawa is the mightiest. Enin is, what was that phrase again? A tool or a human chair will do. That is not wrong. Enin is a tool. No, this has nothing to do with you. Jian replied, coldly. Humph, it has nothing to do with you. Kwaikawa mimicked Jin's words, adopting a similar expression of indifference. Yet, Jian was genuinely cold, while she was merely feigning a stern look, lacking any intimidation. Instead, she appeared adorably defiant. Humph, eager to rush to your demise, are you? Very well, I'll go too. I want to see how you, in your ignorance, will face your end. Rest assured, I'll one T come to your rescue. UCI thought darkly. Fine, I'll accompany you. I want to witness how this fool of a creature will plead for help. Chapter 70. Purification of evil energy. Upon hearing that UCI would also accompany them, Jian furrowed his brow, realizing it could complicate matters. They concealed their figures among the dense foliage, gradually approaching the Xing Shou's location. Like that moment, the Xing Shou sat upon the forest floor. Seemingly exhausted from its previous rampage, the IT had ceased its wanton destruction, but its shadowy form writhed violently, each breath accompanied by labored gasps, the torment of the malevolent energy causing it immense suffering. Roar! Kwaikawa felt a pang of sympathy for the Malo, exclaiming, It looks very painful. What will you do? Kwaikawa, we must approach within a distance of 3 meters to commence the purification point. 3 meters. Indeed, Kwaikawa remarked to Jian. What mischief are you up to, you little rascal? Yusai assumed Kwaikawa was merely babbling nonsensically. Unbeknownst to Yusai, Kwaikawa was speaking with purpose. Jian understood that they needed to be within 3 meters of the beast to execute their plan. However, he could not brazenly bring Kwaikawa closer, for Yusai was present and would undoubtedly obstruct him. After some contemplation, he resolved to request Yusai's assistance in luring the creature over here to that point. Yusai would be preoccupied with engaging the beast. Allowing Jian and Kwaikawa to proceed unnoticed, he would observe what tricks Yusai had up his sleeve. Yusai currently found him quite displeasing. He had initially thought well of this young man, but after witnessing his reckless adventure with Kwaikawa, he deemed him akin to that foolish fox, full of misguided bravado and utterly devoid of responsibility. The little cub was bound to encounter trouble in their care. Yusai's concern for Kwaikawa was intensifying, though he failed to realize that he regarded her as a newly discovered plaything, too precious to be snatched away by others. Yusai approached the beast, merely to draw it closer. A simple task. Kwaikawa, how long will the purification take? 5 minutes. Kwaikawa, the malevolent energy is too potent. It will require no less than 5 minutes. 0.5 minutes, indeed. Well, as long as we entangle it for 5 minutes. That should not be difficult. With a roar, Yusai enticed the beast, which, exacerbated by Yusai's interference, became increasingly agitated, launching a series of erratic attacks that Yusai deftly evaded. Like a mischievous monkey, Yusai taunted the beast, which only fueled its fury further. While it pursued Yusai, it bellowed and howled, Damn you for tormenting my body, and now another reckless beast-man has appeared. I shall pummel this wretched creature into the ground until it cannot escape. The moment had arrived. Jian, cradling Kwaikawa, maneuvered into the beast's blind spot, drawing near to the 3-meter mark and whispered to Kwaikawa, Kwaikawa, you may commence the purification. All right, system, please begin your performance. OK. Initiating purification mode. Haha. Mere malevolence. This system shall eradicate it completely. Yea, Maluo will soon be free from pain. Everything is splendid. Kwaikawa felt elated for Maluo, for pain was truly distressing, and she wished for Maluo to be free of it. The beast continued to chase Yusai, entirely oblivious to Jian and Kwaikawa's presence. Yusai had successfully lured the beast over, yet he could no longer see Jian and Kwaikawa. Is this a trick? Yusai suspected he had been deceived by Jian. 1 minute passed, then 2. The beast grew increasingly agitated, It paused to catch its breath. It was astonished to discover that the searing pain was gradually subsiding, and the pervasive dark energy was dissipating. What was happening? Could battling this beast man actually dispel the dark energy? The beast became exhilarated, roaring, "I shall duel this beast man. After this fight, I shall be healed." What a perceptive beast man Yusai was. He too noticed the dark energy dissipating, and he could see the beast's robust form emerging, no longer shrouded in darkness. What was this? The dark energy was vanishing on its own. What had that young man and the little creature done? Where were they? Yusai's face displayed rare astonishment. Suddenly, the massive beast, now more animated, charged towards him, no longer exhibiting its previous ferocity. It seemed to see him as a beacon of hope, yet it still approached him without restraint. With each passing moment, as it grew more exhilarated, the malevolent energy lessened, and Yusai, while dodging, was left puzzled. Had it been enchanted? Ding! Purification of malevolent energy complete. 5 minutes have elapsed, and the dark energy has been truly purified. This is remarkable. The system is truly extraordinary, Jian mused to himself. The beast abruptly ceased its assault on Yusai, its eyes wide with astonishment. The pain had vanished, and it gazed at its restored hands in disbelief. It had healed. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Yusai fell silent. In the span of a mere skirmish, the beast had returned to its original form. Wow. Maluo is all better, Kwaikawa squealed with delight. Who? Who is speaking? The beast searched for the source of the sweet, innocent voice. Here, over here. Kwaikawa is over here. Kwaikawa waved from behind Jian. The beast abruptly turned around and beheld another beast man alongside a small creature waving at Luo. Be good. No more pain. Kwaikawa attempted to reach out to Ma Luo, but the size difference made it impossible. A flicker of confusion crossed the beast's eyes. How did this little creature know of its pain? Wait, it had been unaware of the presence of the beast man holding Kwaikawa. And then, inexplicably, it had healed. Was it not due to their battle? Roar, little cub, you saved me. Maluo, don't be afraid. Kwaikawa is here to rescue you. It truly is you. Thank you, little cub. The beast's eyes glistened with tears, overwhelmed by gratitude. Heaven knows how painful it had been since the dark energy had attached itself to IT. IT was the little cub and her father who had saved it, seeing the little cub reaching out to touch it. The beast extended a finger towards her. Kwaikawa, in delight, gently patted its gigantic fingertip, giggling, hee. Maluo is very gentle, not fierce at all. It was merely sick. What is happening? Yusai approached Jian. Healing abilities, Jian replied, having already formulated a response. It was far preferable to let others believe that the little cub possessed extraordinary abilities than to disclose the system's involvement, which was far too formidable to be revealed. Kwaikawa had hidden it well. Had she not been so small and unable to conceal herself, he might not have noticed. Thus, it must remain a secret, one that no one could uncover. Who? You or the little one? Jian remained silent, fully aware it was not him, and thus had no need to fabricate a tale. All right, Yusai conceded, recognizing the situation. This was undoubtedly a fortunate turn of events for the little ones, and they must surely know what actions to take next. Chapter 71. The background of a formidable young cub. All right, Kwaikawa, the beast is fine now. We must depart. Jian interrupted Kwaikawa's interaction with the beast. The beast had come to view Kwaikawa as its savior, playing a delightful game of finger-touching. Must we leave? Kwaikawa wishes to play with Maluo, she lamented. Shueishing and the others are still waiting for us. All right then, Maluo. Kwaikawa is leaving now. We shall return to play another day. Kwaikawa bid a reluctant farewell to the black gorilla. Roar, you are leaving? Farewell, little cub. Thank you. The mighty gorilla waved them off with heartfelt gratitude. Jian carried Kwaikawa back, with Yusai following closely behind. Kwaikawa nestled on Jian's shoulder, flaunting her pride to Yusai. Yusai, am I not impressive? Not bad indeed. You have some talent, he replied. Kwaikawa is exceptionally talented. Kwaikawa was dissatisfied with Yusai's assessment. Yusai shook his head at Kwaikawa's self-satisfied demeanor, thinking her quite the narcissistic little creature. Yet, The little one did possess the merit to be self-assured that if word of her abilities were spread, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the Fonlon continent, for she was the first female cub in history to possess such powers. Typically, only males awakened abilities. There had never been a precedent for a female to do so, especially at such a tender age. Indeed, truly remarkable. Humph, Kwaikua is amazing. How shall we explain this later? Yusai inquired of Jian. Those outside clearly witnessed how effortlessly we eradicated the dark energy. We shall speak the truth. There is no concealing it. It is better to openly declare that Kwaikua possesses abilities that I suspect such occurrences will continue. As this marks the third incident involving the beast, you are not worried. Yusai's words trailed off. He realized he had been overly concerned. Setting aside everything else, he would not permit anyone to seize his newfound treasure. Whoever dared to lay a hand on her would be openly declaring war against the Serpent Clan. Very well, Yusai replied lazily, reverting to his nonchalant demeanor. They have returned. Did you witness how they dealt with the dark energy? How peculiar! It appears they did nothing at all. Yusai, the clan leader, merely engaged in a skirmish with the beast, and suddenly the dark energy dissipated. Although they could see their figures, the distance rendered their movements unclear, and they all felt certain Yusai had not been the one to act against the beast. He had simply been evading it. Moreover, when had Jian managed to position himself behind the beast? What had they done? They were eager to uncover the truth. They are here. They are emerging. The serpent beast men rushed forward, all yearning to grasp how they had achieved this. Clan leader, how did you manage to purify the dark energy without direct contact with the beast? Then it was not me. Huh. Then who? And how? And the others were equally excited. Could it be Jian? Was Jian more formidable than Yusai? What was happening? Yinting instinctively sensed this matter might involve Kwaikua. Otherwise, Jian would not have risked bringing her into such perilous circumstances. After all, when he had taken Kwaikua into the beast forest, he had been genuinely enraged. Kwaikua deserves the credit. Ju-in spoke softly, but his words immediately stirred a tempest of disbelief. What? This little cub? A throng of beastmen stared incredulously at the tiny creature cradled in his arms. As they all gazed at her, Kue blinked her large eyes and readily admitted, Yes, it's Kue's accomplishment. Kue is very impressive. You, how did you manage that? Isn't this just a weaning cub? Kue possesses healing abilities. Ju-in promptly answered for her. Indeed, Kue has special powers. Inin said I should listen to her, and I did as I was told. Special abilities? Oh heavens, what had they just heard? This little cub actually had powers. The crowd could hardly believe their ears. Wow, Kue has powers. How come I didn't know? Xiaoheng's reaction was the most animated. Goodness, how could Ju-in keep this from him? Kue is still young. I didn't want others to know. Ah, so that's how it is. You actually doubted him. Xiaoheng said, somewhat miffed. Kue didn't know either. Yes, this is the first time Kue has learned about her so-called special abilities, as the system has been assisting her all along. What? Kue doesn't even know. Kue is still too young to understand her own powers. It was a chance discovery on my part, Ju-in explained, half teasingly. All right, enough of this chatter. From now on, this little cub is under my protection. None of you are allowed to harbor any ill intentions. Otherwise, Yusai declared decisively. With him, as the 8th-tier leader of the Serpent Tribe backing her, everything would be measured accordingly. And I, from the Fox Tribe. Yin Ting added nonchalantly that if anyone is to provide protection, it should be us first. Indeed. Kue is so adorable. We would never dream of harming her. And how interjected, fully aware of what was appropriate. The remaining Serpent Beastmen were undoubtedly aligned with Yusai's perspective. The leader's stance was their own. Kue, you are now a cub with a notable background. You can roam freely in Beast King City. Just think, among the 5 great races of Beast King City, 3 stand as Kue's support. What a formidable background. Kue is a cub with connections. Although Kue did not comprehend the meaning of connections. She understood from the system that she was indeed remarkable. All right, let's head back. All these little cubs are quite bothersome, Yusai remarked, somewhat displeased by the throng. Then we shall take our leave, and Hao said, indicating they could part ways. Very well, farewell. Yin Ting bid them goodbye, as he was most familiar with and how among the group. Farewell, and how echoed as he departed with his companions. Now you lot. Be gone as well, Yusai commanded dismissively to his serpent cubs. Leader, won't you return to our tribe with us? No, I am quite tired of my own tribe. I wish to visit the little cub's tribe instead. The serpent beastmen departed regretfully. Let us return as well, Yin Ting suggested. Yes, I wonder how Nana and the others are faring, Xiao Hung murmured, having missed his eldest daughter during the night. His thoughts were ever consumed with her well-being. Xiao Hung and Yin Ting flanked Juyin as Kuei's little team prepared to head home. Yay, we're going home, Kuei cheered excitedly. Kuei wants to go home. Chapter 72. What an honor. Let us depart, Yusai stated matter-of-factly to those preparing to return to the tribe. You still wish to accompany us? Perhaps it is time for us to part ways. Yin Ting expressed his reluctance to remain in the company of a certain beastman. Where do you reside? Allow me to escort you back. The Burning Sky mountain range is still rather perilous, he insisted, curious about their dwelling, so he could visit the little cub later. No need. We feel quite safe, Yin Ting declined. Safe? I suspect your intentions are far from pure. Enough of your excuses. If you refuse to leave, we shall simply linger here, Yusai declared, confident in his leisure. Were you planning? Nothing much, just a visit to your dwelling, he replied casually. He relished his freedom and followed his interests wherever they led him. His strength commanded respect, and no one dared oppose him. These beastmen intrigued him. And now he found himself captivated by them all. Our fox tribe does not permit outsiders to tread freely, Yin Ting insisted, still trying to refuse. Freely? Huh. You should consider yourselves fortunate that I am willing to visit your little fox corners. Yusai proclaimed boldly that if he were to arrive, their leader would undoubtedly make a personal appearance to greet him. How delightful. Uncle Yusai wishes to visit Kuei's home. Kuei, having understood their conversation, chimed in. What? You are unwilling. Yusai darkly contemplated, considering squishing her chubby cheeks if she protested. Yes, Kuei's home is fun. Uncle Yusai, come play. The thought of the visitor brought Kuei uncontainable joy. Her home was always lively. Indeed, since arriving in Beast King City and staying at Yin Ting's, Kuei felt immense happiness surrounded by so many companions. Her aunties, father, and Nana all brought her joy in numbers. Kuei, do you not want to return home to your modern abode? You haven't forgotten your mission, have you? You must go back to find your father? Yes, but Kuei cannot return home just yet. Even if I do not go back, I shall still find joy. What Kuei wished to convey was a sentiment to cherish the present. Oh, Kuei is wonderful. Much more like it. With that, she snatched Kuei from Juyin's grasp. Let us go. I will carry you. It is much safer this way. With the little cub secured, Yusai disregarded everything else and set off. Juyin. Are you really letting him take Kuei away? Xiao Hung exclaimed in shock. You aren't going to stop him? You go ahead. If you think you can take him on, be my guest, forget it. I want to throw my life away. Yin Ting, unfazed by their exchange, hurried to keep pace with Yusai, who truly intended to visit their tribe. By the time they returned to their humble dwelling, the sky had darkened. Upon entering the courtyard, they were met with the anxious faces of the tribe leader and Yun Shan awaiting their return. As they saw them approach, they rushed over. Why did you take so long? Are you injured? Yin Shan asked worriedly, inspecting each of them in turn. No, Annie, do not fret. It was merely a longer journey than anticipated. Xiao Hung, why are you so cold? Yin Shan had mistakenly grabbed Yusai's arm. Thinking it was Xiao Hang's, Aunt Yun, it's me, Xiao Hung replied sheepishly, scratching his head. And who is this? Yusai, engrossed in tending to the sleeping cub, was momentarily oblivious to Yun Shan's touch until he felt someone audaciously grasp his arm. Who dares to lay hands on me? Yusai glared coldly. My apologies. Who are you? Yin Shan realized her error and felt a bit embarrassed. Lord Yusai, what brings you to our fox tribe? And in the company of Ting, Yin Zhou exclaimed in surprise. He had seen the serpent tribe leader only days prior during a council meeting at Beast King. And who might you be? Yusai inquired, puzzled by the elder fox's familiarity with the foolish fox. This is my son, Yin Zhou introduced, pulling Yin Ting closer. Yin Ting wore a sullen expression. The leader of the fox tribe personally welcomes him. And the young lord also invites him home. Such an honor, Yusai remarked, a sly smile playing on his lips. How amusing. Destruction awaits. My apologies for any offense. Please come inside, Yin Shan said, recognizing Yusai's name. She had heard Yin Zhou speak of him. He was indeed a powerful figure, and she was astonished to find him here with Yin Ting. Not a concern, Yusai replied coolly, dismissing the matter as trivial. He had no need to quarrel with a female. Please, please, Yin Zhou urged, warmly inviting Yusai inside. As Yusai passed by Yin Ting, he cast a smug glance his way. What did I say? Thank you for your hard work. Everyone. I shall prepare a meal for you all, Yin Shan said to Ju Yin and the others. With Yin Zhou attending to Yusai, she could focus on cooking for the children after their long day. Thank you, Auntie. Quickly, go inside, Yin Ting said as they entered, finding the tribe leader and Yusai already seated in the courtyard, engaged in discussion about their recent venture. Have you learned anything about that creature? It has been dealt with. How so? Wasn't it quite troublesome, and has already been resolved? Yin Zhou questioned, perplexed. Father, it has been resolved, thanks to Kuei's assistance. Kuei? What can that little cub possibly do? Yin Zhou's confusion was evident. Kuei possesses healing powers. She could dispel dark energy. Ju Yin interjected. That little Kuei has special abilities, Yin Zhou exclaimed, utterly astonished. Good heavens, our fox tribe has flourished. This little cub possesses powers. If word gets out, other tribes will be green with envy. Oh my, Kuei is truly remarkable, soft, adorable, and extraordinarily capable. Yet she was still so young. It was hoped her abilities would not be widely proclaimed. Naturally, although he was eager to show off, he still maintained his composure. What are you talking about? Kuei awoke in Yusai's embrace, having been stirred by their boisterous conversation. Kuei is awake. Ai praises our Kuei for being remarkable, Yin Zhou exclaimed, his voice infused with excitement. Kuei is indeed impressive. Kuei has saved the day. With a sense of accomplishment, the little one eagerly shared the grand events of her day with Yin Zhou. Wow, Kuei is so amazing. Tomorrow, Ai will go to the Beast King to request a reward for our great hero, the adorable Kuei. How does that sound? Great. Kuei shall receive the grand prize. Chapter 73. Going to claim the prize. Xiao Yin. Do you think it would be appropriate for Kuei to go and receive the award? The clan leader sought the opinion of Ju Yin. Yes, please take Kuei with you. This time, the credit belongs entirely to her, and I will not hinder her from claiming her rightful reward. As for the Beast King knowing about Kuei's extraordinary abilities, it poses no harm. It may even earn her his favor, thus providing her with an additional layer of protection. All right, then we shall go together tomorrow, the clan leader decisively proclaimed. Yay! Kuei is going to receive a grand prize. Kuei exclaimed joyfully, her enthusiasm causing her to flail her arms and nearly topple from her seated position. What are you doing? Sit still. Yusai, unable to tolerate her antics any longer, grasped her tiny hands and feet, which were rather dirty, as they kicked towards him playfully. Kuei is just too happy. What has you in such high spirits, Kuei? Yin Shan inquired, emerging with a tray of food, only to be met with Kuei's gleeful laughter. Annie, Kuei is going to claim a grand prize. She gestured dramatically. It's this big. Wow, that's fantastic. But what kind of prize is it? It's for our adventure in the Burning Heaven Mountain Range. Were we just there to investigate monsters? How did Kuei end up with a prize? Because it was Kuei who resolved the situation. Our Kuei is truly remarkable. She's a little one with extraordinary powers. Xiao Hong explained from aside. Does Kuei really have special abilities? Yin Shan remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. How could that be? Isn't Kuei from another world? Indeed, but you seem unaware that Kuei silently dispelled the dark energy from that ferocious beast. Well, I suppose having such abilities is ultimately a good thing, Yin Shan conceded. Annie, am I impressive? Kuei looked up at Yin Shan with eager eyes. Absolutely. Our little Kuei is the best. Kuei's face lit up with joy. Her smile radiant. The entire family showered her with praise. No wonder she was so full of herself. Come, everyone, let's eat something to fill our bellies. I'm sure you're all hungry, after lavishing attention on the little darling. Yin Shan hurriedly urged them to dine. Yay! Kuei is hungry. Upon hearing it was time to eat, Kuei wriggled free from Yusai's embrace, eager to claim her own little seat for the meal. Please place Kuei in her chair. She eats so well on her own, Yin Shan instructed Yusai. This serpent beast man had been holding on to Kuei the entire time, leaving her no chance to hold her. A baby chair? Yusai pondered, having never encountered such a thing before. Yes. Kuei wants to eat. Let her go, Kuei insisted, tapping Yusai's arm. Not only was she full of herself, but she was also quite greedy. Yusai, with a look of disdain, set the little one down into the so-called baby chair. Eat, consuming so much yet remaining so small. After satisfying their appetites, they all returned to their respective homes. Yusai, with shamelessness, requested his host, Yin Ting, to find him a place to sleep. Sleep in what room? You can just hang from tree. The following morning, Yin Zhou arrived to escort them to the Beast King's lair. The Beast King's residence was perched atop a cliff by a waterfall, a favored dwelling among the dragon beasts of Beast City. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, they encountered the dragon beast man who had verified Yin Ting's identity in the ferocious beast forest. Kuei, with her keen memory, recognized him immediately. It is Uncle Xiong. Ah, it's this little rascal again. The dragon warrior, Long Yi, informed Yin Zhou and Kuei of their purpose. They had come to claim a prize, and asked him to report to the Beast King. Please wait a moment. Long Yi went to inform the Beast King, casting a glance at the audacious little cub, though she appeared to be an adorable young female. Her words were rather sharp. Long Yi pressed his lips together. He was simply known for his stern demeanor. He was not fierce. He felt slightly disgruntled at being labeled as such by a mere cub. After a while, Long Yi returned. The clan leader has invited you in. Thank you. Yin Ting expressed his gratitude. Long Yi nodded, his gaze falling upon the little cub, who was rather charming. What is Uncle Xiong looking at? Kuei tilted her head in confusion. Once everyone had entered, Long Yi withdrew his gaze, fidgeting with his fingers, feeling an urge to pinch. You've arrived. The Beast King sat upon his throne, awaiting their arrival. Long Yi had only mentioned that the clan leaders Yin Zhou and Yusai were coming, so he was somewhat surprised to see Zhu Yin and the others. Who are these? The Beast King inquired. Your Majesty. Yin Zhou bowed respectfully to the Beast King seated at the right. Meanwhile, Yusai lounged lazily while teasing Kuei, who had been taken from him yesterday, and he had not held her since. This fellow had become increasingly adept at snatching her away. Is the matter resolved? The Beast King asked, somewhat incredulous that they had indeed found a solution. Yes, but it was not my doing. It was Kuei. She's the one who saved the day. Quickly reward Kuei. The Beast King was taken aback by the little one's innocent voice. Where did this little cub come from? Your Majesty, this is Kuei. She possesses healing abilities and was the one who dispelled the dark energy from that creature. Moreover, it was not a monster, but a ferocious beast. Extraordinary abilities? He scrutinized her closely, if I am not mistaken. She is a female cub, correct? I.e. Kuei wants a grand prize. Is there not a reward? Kuei asked innocently. The Beast King, appearing no older than Yin Zhou, was in fact quite advanced in years, having reached the age of 80. Yet he still resembled Yin Zhou. He descended from his throne, curiously assessing the bold little cub demanding a reward. Kuei, unafraid, allowed the Beast King to inspect her. Am I cute? Yusai, however, was displeased. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a little cub before? He turned to shield Kuei from the Beast King's gaze. Yusai, why are you getting so close? Can't you see properly? Yusai was utterly unperturbed by the Beast King, treating him with a lack of reverence. The Beast King, infuriated, found himself at odds with Yusai, who was always contrary. Yet he could do little about it. This serpent lunatic refused to submit to anyone, not even the formidable 9th-tier Beast King. Although he could not defeat him, Yusai was still a nuisance. So, it was this little cub who resolved the situation? Of course. Then let her demonstrate her abilities. Are you trying to evade responsibility? How can I not see? Is this little cub even mine? Why are you so protective? The Beast King was somewhat taken aback by Yusai's overprotectiveness. She possesses healing abilities. Are you unwell? Yusai clenched his fist. I am not ill, but I was contaminated by the dark energy during my encounter with that creature. The Beast King revealed a small patch of skin on his arm. Previously a mere circle, now expanded to the size of a palm. Even while he was suppressing it with his abilities, the crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing that the Beast King had also been afflicted by the dark energy. "Oh, it's black," Kue exclaimed upon seeing the tainted skin. "This IE must be in pain. Cough, little cub, could you perhaps assist me as well?" The Beast King felt a bit embarrassed asking a little one for help. Of course, Kue readily agreed, immediately calling upon the system in her mind. "System, let us help this IE. He is in pain." Absolutely, a trivial matter. Just as Kue was about to begin, she was interrupted by Yusai. "You're being foolish. Do you just do whatever others ask? You don't expect to do this for free, do you?" Yusai glared at the Beast King, his irritation palpable. "What do you want?" "Double the reward," Yusai stated coolly, aiming to secure more benefits for the little fool. The Beast King grumbled internally but ultimately agreed. A few beasts were not as significant as his arm. "Fine. Not only will the prey be doubled, but I will also provide the little cub with several batches of quality pelts." "All right then," Yusai finally relented. "Little Kue, please assist me in dispelling this dark energy," the Beast King implored. "Okay," Kue cheerfully obliged. "Let us begin. Save King Ai." Understood. Within mere seconds, the dark energy enveloping the Beast King's arm was entirely eradicated. The Beast King gazed at his restored arm, filled with elation. "It's truly healed. Ha ha ha. It's really healed. This is wonderful. The healing abilities are truly astonishing. Kuke is amazing, having just assisted another person, always eager to lend a helping hand tch. What a fuss." Yusai scoffed. Kue is simply incredible, having aided the Beast King, while Xiao Hong gazed with starry eyes, pondering how wonderful it would be if he could also forge a connection with the Beast King after a hearty laugh. The Beast King remembered his duties, clearing his throat. "Ahem, I shall have Longy deliver your reward to your residence tomorrow." "Thank you, esteemed Beast King." Yinzhou expressed gratitude on behalf of Kuko. "A reward, must we wait until tomorrow for it?" Kue inquired, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Thinking she would receive it right away. "Do not fret, my dear Kue, the reward will arrive at our home tomorrow, requiring no effort on our part." Xiao Hong reassured her. "All right, then," Kue conceded, lacking the energy to protest. "Ha! You little cub are quite amusing, ha ha. Kue is indeed entertaining. Little Kue is mimicking Wong Wong. Ha ha." Kue found it immensely fun. Bursting into laughter once more, ha ha ha. It was Kue's first time laughing so heartily, leaving Xiao Hong and the others momentarily dumbfounded. Kue, please refrain from laughing so contagiously." Yusai's expression darkened as he covered Kue's small mouth. "No more imitating. Kue is not imitating at all. Is it forbidden for Kue to laugh? Perhaps you should stick to he, as Ah doesn't quite suit such a soft and adorable little one," the system remarked, equally astonished by Kue's exuberant laughter. Kue pouted in annoyance. Kue will laugh aha for their playful antics. They decided it was time to take their leave, not wanting to disturb the Beast King any further. Very well. The Beast King instructed Long E to escort them out. "Fierce uncle, I finally met this fierce uncle. I am Long E, the leader among the 12 guards of the Beast King." Long uncle. Why call me something so adorable?" Long E, the stoic figure, appeared slightly embarrassed. "I am Kue," she cheerfully introduced herself. "This uncle isn't fierce at all, and why should he, a mere guard, be called Long uncle, while he, the esteemed clan leader, is referred to as that oil umbrella uncle?" Yusai's expression darkened as he pondered. This little cub truly favors one over the other. With that thought, Yusai quickened his pace, carrying the favored cub in his arms. Enough chit-chat. What is this snake lunatic doing now? "Huh, why not hurry along?" Kukue exclaimed. "I haven't said goodbye to Long uncle, yet hurry back to eat. I'm starving." "Oh, very well, so is oil umbrella uncle who is hungry, hey?" "Wait for us," Xiaoheng called out as he rushed after them. Yinzhou, observing from behind, shook his head, finding Yusai's reaction rather absurd. Kue is his, yet he feels jealous. Unlike him, who merely cares for quietly, the group of young ones hurried away, leaving Yinzhou and Long E to exchange pleasantries. Long E, The guard chuckled. Yusai seems quite fond of Kuwei. Indeed. Then I shall take my leave here. Long stated. This is far enough. We shall return now. Safe travels. Long turned and departed. Long left. Yinzhou hastily followed, thinking how these little rascals had abandoned him to fend for himself. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Yanting quietly asked the one who had monopolized Kuwei all day. When do you plan to leave? Leave? Where to? Yusai questioned, perplexed. Do you intend to linger here? What a talkative little fox. You should feel honored by my presence. Look, that fellow is diligently practicing his abilities under my guidance. Why not learn from him? Yusai gestured towards Xiao Hong, who sat meditating nearby, showcasing how to utilize resources effectively. Indeed, Yanting, you shouldn't always target Elder Yusai. With Yusai around, Xiao Hong finds it quite beneficial. He just sought Elder Yusai's advice, and the latter was very generous in teaching him that he felt a sudden enlightenment. You traitorous lot! Don't you snakes hibernate during the cold season? Surely you don't intend to hibernate here. Tisich, I am a beast man. Not a wild animal. Has this little fox never encountered snake beast man who hibernates? Yanting fell silent, realizing this line of reasoning was futile. Snake beast men apparently do not hibernate. Ju-in. Ah, Kuwei, look at how your dear Yanting seeks to expel me. Before Yanting could finish, Yusai pretended to lament to Kuwei. Huh. Kuwei looked up in confusion, currently counting the scale-like patterns on Yusai's shed skin. Why does Yanting want to chase away Oil Umbrella Uncle? Oil Umbrella Uncle came to play at our house. How can we send our guests away? Chapter 75. Kuwei's new clothes under the persuasion of the two traitors, Xiao Hong and Kuwei. Yanting ultimately could not expel Yusai. You go work, or you won't have food to eat. We do not accept those who eat for free here. Eat for free. Isn't the reward being doubled thanks to my efforts? Yusai replied nonchalantly. Without me, would you have gotten a dozen beasts and fine furs? Huh. Yanting had no retort, angrily retreating to his cave, ignoring him. Tisich, competing with him is a futile endeavor. That little fox is still too inexperienced. Yanting fumed. Kuwei innocently watched Yanting's retreating figure, continuing to count the scales. Just continue counting your scales. Don't mind him. But Kuwei had forgotten where she had left off, feeling aggrieved. It's all because of Oil Umbrella Uncle and Yanting arguing. So frustrating. I must start over. She then resumed playing with her little chirping sounds. This is really fun. So soft and fluffy. The next day, as the Beast King had sent Long to deliver the reward to Yinzhou. Yanting led everyone home early. Upon arriving, they found Yinshan circling around a dozen ferocious beasts on the ground. And why goodness, with so many big fellows, we can eat for quite a while. Mother, we are back. You all arrived just in time. Long has just delivered the rewards. Look, Yinshan pointed at the neatly arranged prey on the ground. Wow, so much. We won't need to go hunting anymore. We could just relax for the next few days. Not only that, but there's also that pile of furs. Those are the furs promised by the Beast King for Kuwei. Wow, so many fluffy ones. Kuwei immediately dove into the pile of furs, rolling around. Seeing Kuwei in the fur pile, Yinshan suddenly remembered the fur coat she had made for Kuwei. Kuwei, come here. Ani has finished making the little rabbit outfit. Finally, we can see little rabbit Kuwei. Kuwei paused her rolling. Is the little rabbit outfit ready? Yes, my little treasure. Come and try it on with Ani. Wow, little rabbit outfit. Kuwei is coming. Kuwei jumped into Yinshan's arms. Hurry, Kuwei wants to wear the rabbit outfit. Let's go. Yinshan scooped up Kuwei, bouncing her a little, still a plump little treasure. Aiding, you all tidy up these spoils. I will take Kuwei to try on her new outfit. Alright, he was also looking forward to seeing Kuwei in the little fox costume. Go on. Hung is excited to see Kuwei's little rabbit transformation. Yes. Kuwei, hurry back to show us. Go ahead. Pikachu, the system, cheered in the sea of consciousness. Yinshan carried Kuwei back to the room, pulling out a pile of fur coats from a large basket. All prepared for Kuwei and her friends. Look, Kuwei, this is the rabbit outfit. This one is the little fox. And here's the panda cub outfit. All of these are your favorites. Ani is amazing, Muah. Kuwei rewarded her with a kiss. Ha, my little treasure is so cute. Ani will help you change. Which one do you want to wear first? The little rabbit. All right. Yinshan swiftly dressed Kue in her new outfit. My goodness, how adorable. Yinshan cradled Kukue's little rabbit head, showering her with kisses. Kue is simply too cute. Kue joyfully patted the fur on her body. Kue is also fluffy. Come on, let's take them out to see our adorable little one. Let them see Kue. Yinshan led Kue outside. Kue hid behind Auntie for a surprise. All right. Hey, everyone come over. We're ready. Upon hearing Yinshan's call, Xiaohong and the others hurriedly set aside their tasks, and even Yusai, who had been leisurely sipping tea, joined in to see what this so-called little rabbit outfit was all about. Yanani, where is Kue? Yinshan shielded Kue meticulously, rendering her presence invisible to several onlookers. With a rhythmic sound, the little bunny named Kue made her entrance. As Yinshan stepped aside to reveal the adorable little rabbit. Ding, ding, ding. Here comes Kue. The crowd's attention was captured by a delightful sight, a tiny white bunny with its hands clasped before its chest, twirling in circles while shaking the rabbit ears atop its head, before turning around and playfully wiggling its little bottom. Kue, the charming little creature, performed a delightful routine of 3 spins to the left, 3 spins to the right, shaking its behind as it engaged in its exercise. This was simply too cute for Xiaohong to resist. He playfully tugged on Kue's little bunny tail and pinched her chubby cheeks. Kue's face was as fair and tender as the soft fur of a rabbit, prompting her to request a kiss from Xiaohong. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Xiaohong unabashedly planted a kiss on the soft, squishy little bunny. Kue, the little bunny is utterly adorable. As Kue departed from Xiaohong, she dashed toward her father, exclaiming, Kue, the little bunny, yay. Indeed, Kue is truly charming, Zhu Yin said as he scooped Kue up, pressing his forehead against hers. His little darling was simply irresistible. Little bunny, come here. Yusai beckoned to Kue, marveling at her transformation into a little rabbit. Yusai, with his swift movements, effortlessly took the little bunny from Zhu Yin's embrace. He pinched the soft cheeks of the bunny, remarking, Ah, this little bunny is indeed soft. Uncle Yusai must be complimenting Kue for her cuteness. Kue, feeling proud, pointed out that her mother had also prepared a little fox outfit, and Yin expressed her desire to see Kue wear it. With a swift glance, several piercing stares fell upon Yin Ting, that you're quite the envy-inducing one. Why should you have a fox outfit? All right, Kue shall wear the little fox outfit. Auntie, let us go change. Yes, Auntie and the baby will go change into the little fox outfit. She was as eager as Yin Ting, recalling how adorable Yin Ting had looked in his little fox costume during his childhood. Yinshan's teasing gaze fell upon Yin Ting, who seemed aware of his own past adorableness. Yin Ting, under his mother's scrutinizing gaze, felt a jolt of self-consciousness. Why are you looking at me like that? While Kue was taken away to continue her dress-up game, Yin Ting was left pondering the meaning behind his mother-esque gaze as he met the scrutinizing looks of Xiaohong and Yusai. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Yin Ting, cut it out, if you're so capable. Make a little outfit for Kue yourself. He huffed, determined to ensure that Kue wore a little gray wolf outfit every day once he figured out. Before long, Kue emerged from her changing session, donned in a little fox outfit, still adorably plump and fluffy. Oh dear, if only she had given birth to a little fox daughter, Yinshan lamented silently. Thinking how splendid a little fox daughter would be, Kue, in her little fox attire, looked expectantly at Yin Ting, though she only had one tail. Yin Ting, smitten by the sight of Kue as a little fox, felt a rush of affection as he was about to take the fox baby from his mother's arms. A quicker figure snatched her away first. The only person capable of such swiftness was Yusai, prompting Yin Ting to instinctively feel anger rising within him. However, his ire dissipated upon seeing who truly held Kue. Father, since when were you here? Yet the esteemed patriarch paid no heed to his eldest son, utterly enchanted by Kue's cuteness. Oh dear, this is my dream darling, a soft and sweet little girl. How can there be such an adorable fox baby? Kue, the precious little darling, was now in Yin Zhou's embrace. Still slightly dazed, little fox baby Kue is truly adorable, Yin Zhou cooed, pressing his cheek against Kue's. Hee hee, Kue Kue is a little fox now. Just a moment ago, Kue Kue was a little bunny. Wow, the little bunny Kue Kue must have been incredibly cute too. It's a pity I didn't get to see her. I wish I could have come back sooner. Yinzhou had been attending some tribal matters that morning, but at least he hadn't missed the moment with the fox baby. Indeed, Kue Kue nodded proudly, her little fox head bobbing. Yin Ting, feeling utterly crestfallen, lamented in silence. The fox baby I've been yearning for has been snatched away by my own father. Yusai couldn't help but mock Yin Ting mercilessly, having overheard him earlier thinking that he was the one who had taken the little darling. Father, please, let me hold the fox baby. Shoo, go away. Don't interrupt my playtime with Kue Kue. Yinzhou seemed to allow his son a day of freedom. This is too amusing. You thought you could outsmart everyone, but now you have someone else to deal with. Xiao Hung laughed heartily, and Yin Shan shook her head in amusement. After a moment, she returned with a large basket, calling out, Xiao Hung, Juyin, come take a look. I've made you some winter coats. Try them on and see if they fit. All right, yay, Silver and Heng Hung have new clothes too. Thank you, Aunt Yin. Xiao Hung cheerfully pulled out a fur coat from the basket, holding it up to himself for a fit. It was just right. Wow, it's so fluffy. It feels so soft. It's double-layered. I filled it with goose down. Goose down? What is that? Well, it's the fur of the Gaga beast, which is very warm, but I call this type of clothing a down jacket. Haha, a simplified version of a down jacket. Ju Yin pinched the fabric in his hands, noting its similarity to the peculiar outfit Kue Kue wore, a down jacket. I've never heard of such a thing. Aunt Yun, you truly are the wisest of the females. In a few days, you'll understand its wonders. Yay, this is my first gift. Xiao Hung was overjoyed, eager to wear it right away. All right, Yinzhou put Kue Kue down. I need to change her clothes. These garments are too thick. If she wears them for too long, she might overheat. It's not yet the cold season, so it's inappropriate to wear such heavy clothing. All right, Kue Kue, are you feeling warm? Let us go change clothes with Anita. We'll wear these when it gets cold. Okay, the little fox baby will obediently change her clothes. Upon returning home, Kue Kue eagerly began organizing her little outfits, rummaging through the large basket to find her adorable ensembles. With a clumsy yet determined effort, she carried the clothes back to her room, spreading them out on her bed and folding them. My little bunny, little fox, and panda bear outfits, she murmured to herself, delighted with her new clothes. Oh, I'm exhausted. Finally done. As Kue Kue admired her little outfits, the others were busy processing the game they had brought back. Except for Yusai, who leisurely sipped tea. Now that we have meat and clothing, we still need vegetables. When shall we prepare for that? We also need to gather bamboo for Na Ling and the others. Let us aim to finish everything in the next few days. Then let us divide the tasks. Agreed. For the following days, they busily prepared the necessary supplies for the cold season, feeling relatively relaxed since they already possessed the spoils of the Beast King's rewards. After placing the last basket of vegetables into the cellar, their tasks were finally complete. Mission accomplished. We finished all the preparations just before the onset of the cold season. Kue Kue, the cold season is almost here. Soon, Kue Kue will get to see snow. Wow, wow, wow. Kue Kue wants to play in the snow. The most evident sign of the approaching cold season in the beast world was the arrival of snow. Once the cold season commenced, the landscape would be blanketed in pristine white by the following day. This transition would occur after tonight, as Ju Yin and his companions managed to complete their preparations just before the end of the warm season. As night fell, the howling winds could be heard, and the temperature drastically dropped. Ju Yin dressed Kue Kue in her rabbit outfit, wrapping her in the fluffy garment that kept her warm and cozy. Next, he spread the finest pelts, awarded by the Beast King, across Kue Kue's bed, layering 3 beneath her and covering her with 2 this way. He ensured she wouldn't wake up cold in the middle of the night. Kue Kue, the cold season is quite chilly. You must be a good girl while you sleep and not kick off your blankets, Ju Yin gently reminded his little darling. But Kue Kue is asleep. Her little feet don't listen to her. She whines sleepily that it's those little feet that want to kick off the blankets. Kue Kue doesn't want to kick them off. Then Kue Kue should give her little feet a hint, reminding them to listen tonight. Ju Yin teased as he played with Kue Kue. All right, little feet, don't kick off the blankets, Kue Kue assured him with a giggle. Rest easy, Silver will joke that he won tea, let Kuei feel cold. Every evening henceforth, he would come to check on Kuei's sleeping condition, gently arranging her restless little hands and feet. Kuei, would you like Hung, the big gray wolf, to keep you company while you sleep? Hung is quite fluffy and warm. No need, replied Kuei. My bed is already wonderfully cozy. At this moment, Kuei could feel soft textures all around her and had lost interest in the fluffiness of Xiaohong. Well, Xiaohong feels a tad disappointed. As he had hoped to cuddle up with a little warm furnace, as night descended, the winds outside grew increasingly fierce. After settling Kuei down, Yin Ting, Xiaohong, and Yu Sai each returned to their respective caves in the middle of the night, Zhu Yin visited for the first time to check if Kuei was kicking off her blanket. She was soundly asleep, her small body enveloped in a thick furry quilt, with only her creamy little face peeking out, obediently not kicking off the covers. Zhu Yin quietly approached the bedside, intending to tuck her in more snugly, when suddenly Kuei rolled over, mumbling, "Feet be good." Zhu Yin chuckled softly and replied, "All right, feet be good." Kuei, sleep well. He sat with Kuei for a while, reassured by her peaceful countenance before leaving the room. Upon returning to his own chamber, Zhu Yin felt an immense sense of peace, knowing that this cold season would be filled with warmth for them all. Chapter 77. It's snowing. Kuei, it's time to wake up. Overnight, the Fenglan continent was blanketed in snow, the cold winds howling. Yet Kuei remained blissfully asleep, nestled in her warm bed, completely unaware of the passing time. She slept soundly until midday. Zhu Yin checked on her several times, and seeing she still hadn't awakened, he decided it was time to rouse her. She could no longer afford to sleep, for in such weather, she would miss 2 meals, and Zhu Yin feared that she might go hungry. Little cubs should maintain a regular routine. The only response to Zhu Yin's calls was the sound of Kuei's gentle snoring. The system observed this scene, reflecting on how this little piglet truly could sleep. Kuei, wake up. It's noon. If you don't get up soon, you'll turn into a little lazy pig. Who said Kuei is a little pig? Kuei's consciousness was partially awakened by the system. Noticing her stirring, the system promptly encouraged her further. Kuei, it's time to rise. It's snowing. Didn't you say you wanted to play in the snow? Snow. It's snowing. I've never seen snow before. I want to see the snow. With that, Kuei finally woke up, and Zhu Yin heard her soft murmurs that you're awake. Kuei. She rubbed her still-closed eyes, feeling wonderfully cozy and warm. Zhu Yin fetched the down jacket that had once belonged to Kuei and dressed her in it, as the little cub was too small to withstand the cold and needed to wear more layers. Now fully awake, Kuei tugged at the jacket that Zhu Yin had put on her, a frown forming on her tiny face. Jing, I don't want to wear this. I can't see my little bunny suit. After donning the down jacket, her adorable rabbit outfit was completely concealed, and she wanted to wear it outdoors. However, it was quite chilly outside. Didn't Kuei feel a bit cold after leaving her warm nest? Yes, it is a little bit cold. How annoying. Why is it so cold? Outside is colder than inside. Didn't Kuei want to see what the snow looked like? Despite her reluctance to wear the jacket, Zhu Yin dangled the enticing prospect of playing in the snow before her. All right, I'll wear it in truth. The down jacket was quite cute, the creamy yellow fabric making Kuei look even more adorable. You look lovely in this jacket, Zhu Yin reassured her. Humph. Zhu Yin scooped up the indignant little cub and took her to the dining area, where Xiaohong and the others had already prepared the meal, waiting for this sleepy head. Good morning, Xiaohong. Yin Yu Sai. Kuei greeted them in her sweet voice upon entering the hall. Kuei, you're awake. It's already noon, and everyone else has risen quite late. The cold season is perfect for sleeping. Yes, I want to see the snow. Kuei was already brimming with excitement. Let us eat first, then we'll go play in the snow. Later, Xiaohong will join you for a snowball fight. What is a snowball fight? Kuei asked, intrigued by this new term. First, let us eat. After that, Xiaohong will tell you, Xiaohong teased. All right, Kuei silently reminded herself to hurry. Eat slowly, Yusai remarked, having noticed the little cub's eagerness. Every time she eats, it's like a battle. Kuei, eat at your own pace. She blinked her innocent big eyes. Oh dear, Yusai's caught on. All done. Let us go play in the snow. Kue patted her round little belly, finally satisfied and ready to romp outside. In order to keep the cave warmer, they had set up a dining area within it, which is why Kue had yet to see what snow looked like. Now, fully fed, she could hardly contain her excitement to go play. All right, Xiao will take you out to play. Let us all go together. I want to play in the snow. Kue held on to Xiao with one hand and Yin Ting with the other. Observing Kue's tiny paws clasped in Xiao and Yin Ting's, Yusai felt a twinge of annoyance, thinking why isn't she holding my hand. Ding! Yusai's indifference level decreased by 10%. What is wrong with Yusai? Kue tilted her head in confusion to he's feeling jealous. Yusai isn't jealous, right? Kue didn't see him holding anything. It's not that kind of jealousy. It's because you didn't hold his hand. With that explanation, the host should understand, right? Oh, is that so? Yusai, let us go play. Kue released their hands and ran to Yusai, taking his hand and leading him towards the cave entrance. Yin Ting watched this unfold with displeasure. Why go hold that guy's hand? Xiao, however, had no such objections and merely shrugged. The moment Kue took his hand, Yusai's lips curled upwards slightly, his mood instantly brightening, appreciating that this little one had some sense, and boldly strode forward hand in hand with the little wintermelon. Ding! Yusai's indifference level decreased by another 10%. Wow, this snake beast man is surprisingly easy to win over. Just holding hands can reduce his indifference level by so much. The system noted that it should encourage Kue to hold hands for longer. Pushing open the wooden door, the sight that greeted Kue was a thick layer of snow and gently falling snowflakes. Wow! Kue gasped in awe, her mouth agape at the beautiful sight before her. She had never seen such exquisite snow. Yusai, seeing the adorable expression on the little cub's face, couldn't help but reach out to close her gaping mouth. Are you trying to eat the snow? Not minding that her mouth was shut, Kue extended her soft little hand to catch the snowflakes falling before her. I caught the snow, she exclaimed, excitedly showing Yusai a tiny snowflake resting on her fingertip. Seeing the curious look on the little cub's face, Yusai responded with unexpected gentleness, his eyes only reflecting the cute little one holding the snowflake. Kue, hurry over and play with Xiao. He will take you to have a snowball fight. Coming. Kue was instantly drawn to Xiao call and swiftly ran towards him. Yusai's face darkened. This delightful atmosphere had been ruined by that guy. It seemed he would need to guide Xiao in honing his abilities. What is a snowball fight? Kue innocently inquired Xiao that I've never had a snowball fight before. What is it like? Xiao chuckled at Kue but didn't answer her, instead swiftly throwing a snowball at her. Smack. Kue was momentarily stunned, perplexed as to why Xiao threw snow at her. Why'd you hit Kue? Before she could ask further, another snowball came flying her way. That is how you have a snowball fight. Is that what a snowball fight is? Just throwing snow? Chapter 78. Snowball fight. Is it really just throwing snow? Yes. Kue, you take a bit of snow, pack it into a ball, and then throw it at me. Xiao demonstrated how to make a snowball using the snow on the ground. Seeing the round snowball in Xiao hand, Kue was amazed. You can play like this with snow. The little southern cub was eager to learn. I want to play too. I want to play. Kue excitedly bent down to scoop up some of the thick snow, but her little hands could only manage a small handful. After some effort, she successfully formed a mini snowball. I made it. Kue proudly held up her tiny snowball, delighted by her handiwork. My snowball is so pretty. Wow, Kue, that's fantastic. Let us start the snowball fight. Xiao was the first to throw his snowball, hitting Kue's down jacket with a crisp sound. I got hit again. Kue lifted her little snowball to retaliate. Here I come. Come on. Xiao awaited her attack. However, Kue's tiny snowball missed Xiao as he skillfully dodged just as she threw it. Kue was taken aback that I missed. Xiao ran away. Didn't he hit me? Come on, chase after me. How infuriating. Xiao was being so provocative. Kue lowered her head to continue forming small snowballs, and Hung was ready to respond. Another tiny snowball was thrown, accompanied by a playful taunt. Not even close. Oh dear, Hung, you mustn't dodge. Kuei was indignant. You can't hit me. Hung Hung. How can you possibly succeed? S. Winky face, you can dodge. Kuei. You can evade Hung Hang's attacks, really? Then let Hung Hung try to hit Kuei. Humph. You won't be able to. All right. Are you ready? Kuei. Okay. Kuei took off running. Hee. Hing surely can't hit Kuei. Kuei scampered away, her little legs moving swiftly as she distanced herself from Xiao Hung. The system silently observed its naive host, finding it hard to articulate. Hung, come and hit me, she teased, running while glancing back at Xiao Hung and making a silly face. Yes, soon as she saw Xiao Hung forming a perfect snowball, she immediately turned to flee. Here I come. Hung. She dashed away, her little legs moving rapidly towards Yusai. Oil umbrella, uncle. Kuei is coming to find you. Smack. Kuei couldn't believe her eyes. Had she been hit again? Hung Hang is tricking me. If I just dodged, I wouldn't have been hit. Kuei, you are too amusing. Just because you can't hit me doesn't mean I can't hit you. You little bean, even if you run far, I can still catch you. Heartbroken. Kuei sulked at a few onlookers in the yard watched Xiao Hung and Kuei play, speechless. Wait, are you trying to outsmart a little cub? Kuei is furious. She was annoyed by Hung Hung. Hung Hung was being too much. Kuei was just a little baby, and he was bullying her. In a fit of rage, Kuei grabbed a handful of snow and hurled it at Hung Hung. It was too far to reach him, so she ran back and threw it again. The tiny snowballs were useless. Kuei unleashed a full snowflake assault. Oh dear, Kuei is coming for big Hung Hung. I'm dodging. Kuei sees another handful of snow. Take that. Whoosh. Kuei was panting heavily, exasperated. How could Hung Hung dodge so well? She simply couldn't hit him. After several failed attempts, she collapsed in the snow. Utterly exhausted, I'm not playing with Hung Hung anymore. Kuei's spirited determination had been completely worn down by that silly Hung Hung. Has Kuei admitted defeat? Xiao Hung approached triumphantly, rubbing Kuei's little face. She was breathless, her cheeks flushed, two adorable rosy spots adorning her face. Xiao Hung pinched her soft, plump cheeks. My little one is as cute as ever today. When Juyin saw Kuei lying in the snow, he couldn't bear to let her stay there, kicking Hung Hung over in the snow. What are you doing? Then he scooped Kuei up, brushing the snow off her. Sigh, Hung Hung doesn't know how to take care of little cubs. The system remarked. Hung Hung is bullying Kuei. Kuei can't hit Hung Hung. It's all because Kuei is too small that if only she could hit Hung Hang's big teeth. Looking for teeth everywhere. Inin will avenge Kuei. With that, he kicked the snow-covered Hung Hung again. Kuei wants to join in. She rushed over to Hung Hung, delivering two playful kicks. Then she scooped up a handful of snow and tossed it at Hung Hung. And one handful wasn't enough. She crouched down to gather more snow to bury him. Kuei is going to bury Hung Hung, so you can't bully her anymore. I'm doomed. Hung Hung lay on the ground, letting Kuei have her revenge. Kuei's little hands couldn't inflict much damage. Hung Hung buried his face in the snow, completely unaware of the storm that was about to hit him. Kuei was whisked away from Hung Hang's side, and soon, Hung Hung heard Yin Ting's voice. Kuei, Yin is here to help you. Boom! Yin Ting had brought an enormous snowball and mercilessly smashed it on a Hung Hung. Oh no, this time I'm really going to die. Hung Hang felt as though he'd been knocked out. Wow, what a gigantic snowball. Kuei was astonished. Yin is amazing. Such a super-duper huge snowball. Yin Ting had been preparing this surprise for Hung Hung all along. How dare you let our Kuei be bullied? If you enjoy snowball fights, let us see how you handle this massive snowball. Kuei, let's go back. It's too cold outside. All right, Kuei was carried away, leaving Hung Hung alone in the snow. Hung Hung, why haven't you gotten up yet? Forget him, just leave him there, Yin Ting disdainfully remarked. With a kiss, Kuei was carried off by Inin, feeling utterly powerless. As Yusai passed by the buried Hung Hung. He kicked him a couple of times and left nonchalantly. Serves you right. That foolish fox finally did something worthy of satisfaction. Help! Hung Hung struggled to poke his head out of the snow pile. Yin Ting is too ruthless. Just you wait. Hung Hung limped as he climbed out of the snow. Shivering from the cold, it was just a joke. Did he have to retaliate so harshly? Oh, he had imagined a joyful snowball fight with Kuei, but it turned out that this little cub was far less tolerant than he had expected. As he shook off the snow from his body, he internally lamented, grumbling as he returned to the cave. There, he found Ju-in and the others leisurely enjoying afternoon tea. Upon his return, they merely glanced at him and continued. Carry on. Heartbroken. Chapter 79. Hung Hung continues to dig his own grave upon returning. Hung Hung sat down with a sullen expression, needing to process the immense emotional blow he had just experienced. He crossed his legs and radiated a resentful aura that attracted Kuei, who was playing with toys nearby. Hung Hung, you're back. Humph. Hung Hung huffed and turned away, ignoring the little cub. He didn't want to see this drafty little jacket right now. Huh? Kuei tilted her head in confusion. Are you angry? Hung Hung. Hung Hung continued to ignore her, leaving Kuei to circle around him. Hung Hing, it must have been Yin who hurt you. Kuei gently grabbed Hung Hing's arm, blowing on it as if to soothe the pain. See, it doesn't hurt anymore. Humph, my arm doesn't hurt. Finally, Hang Hung begrudgingly engaged with Kuei. Then where does it hurt? Seeing Hung Hung respond, Kuei eagerly offered, let me blow on it some more. Hung Hing touched his waist. Ouch, my waist hurts. Yin Ting aimed right at me. Kuei nestled into Hung Hing's embrace, reaching through his fur coat to touch his waist. Hung Hung nodded, thinking how warm and cozy this little rice dumpling was. Blow. Given Kuei's earnestness, Hung Hung reluctantly quelled his anger, but he still wanted to tease her a bit. Cough. Kuei. Hung Hung is fine now, but Hung Hung is a bit thirsty. Hung Hung is thirsty. Kuei lifted her little head from Hung Hing's embrace. Hung Hing's gaze drifted toward Ju-in and the others, who were enjoying their tea.